The fearsome crown prince of the capital, Shiyi, has returned with a rural girl who, apart from her appearance, possesses nothing of worth, inciting a flurry of criticism. Is her origin truly disgraceful? Is she uneducated and incompetent? In the realm of biology, she is my beloved junior apprentice. In the hacking community, who dares to show disrespect to our leader? The World Medical Organization. When will the esteemed one return to attend the next class? In the racing world, this is our deity. Leaders from various fields emerge to safeguard her. Martial arts, calligraphy, go. Design, there is nothing she cannot master. The man cast a cold gaze. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete? A subordinate timidly raised his hand. Sir, the person who single-handedly swept through the ancient martial arts realm is the madam. Shiyi gazed at the girl brewing wine beneath the peach blossom tree outside the window and calmly stated, impossible. Until one day, at the pinnacle conference of the ancient martial arts realm, he watched as the girl ascended the high platform step by step, being venerated as the revered leader by numerous ancient martial arts dignitaries. The man turned and pressed her against the door. What other identities or disguises does the madam possess that I am unaware of? Song Li slightly tilted her gaze, grinning wickedly. Does being the mother of your child count? Chapter 1. My mother passed away long ago. Early September in Taiping town bore an air of desolation, and the orphanage was enveloped in silence. The director, with maternal care, gently knocked on the door of the innermost room on the third floor, lowering her voice. Ollie, your father has arrived. After a considerable pause, there was no response from within. Just as the director prepared to knock again, the door swung open from the inside. Where? The girl's voice was laced with a hint of irritation from being awakened, tinged with a chill. The director's expression was somewhat complicated. Downstairs. Song Li slid her hands into the pockets of her coat and leisurely ambled downstairs in her slippers. After waiting for half an hour, Song Tiany's patience was wearing thin. Upon finally seeing her descend from upstairs, he immediately spoke in a steady tone. Pack your things. We are leaving for Jincheng at once. In his 40s, Song Tiany donned a meticulously tailored business suit, his eyes filled with the shrewdness and calculations of a businessman, alongside a palpable disdain for her. Song Li casually leaned against the corridor railing, looking down upon him with an air of nonchalance. Not today. With a sudden crash, Song Tiany's teacup smashed against the coffee table, startling the few curious children peeking from the doorway, prompting them to scatter in alarm. I traveled a long way to fetch you, and you tell me it's not a good time? He wore an expression that suggested his personal arrival was a grand favor. Song Li tilted her head, her tone earnest. It really isn't a good time. She had a competition this evening that she must attend. After a pause, she added, I never asked you to come get me. Her tone was languid yet audacious, infuriating him. Song Tiany's temper flared instantly. If it weren't for your mother, I wouldn't care if you perished out there. Song Li lowered her head, a derisive smile escaping her lips as she uttered, My mother passed away long ago. Song Tiany was momentarily taken aback, his fists clenching tightly. This daughter had been quite obedient before the age of 4, akin to a porcelain doll, beloved by all who encountered her. However, after the traumatic explosion incident at 4, where her mother perished while saving her, she transformed into a different person, fierce as a wolf, ready to bite anyone in her path. To ensure a suitable environment for his youngest daughter's upbringing, he had no choice but to consign her to this remote countryside. More than 10 years have swiftly passed, and she remains as ferocious as ever. If it weren't for the fact that she would soon turn 18 in 6 months. Song Tiany resolved that he must keep her under his watchful eye until she reached that age. Contemplating this, he suppressed his disdain and declared coldly, Since I am here today, you must leave, whether you wish to or not. After being cast into Taiping town, Song Li was raised by old lady Song, but when the lady passed away when she was 8, she was left utterly alone. Clearly, with a family and a father, yet relegated to an orphanage to fend for herself, anyone would harbor resentment, wouldn't they? However, the matron of the orphanage had no place in the matters between father and daughter, merely observing Song Li from time to time, wary of her temper. Song Li had no inclination to feign civility with Song Tiany. She lifted her gaze to him, a fierce glint in her eyes, the curve of her lips devoid of warmth. You know precisely why you want to take me back. Don't think that just because my mother is gone, you will let her rest in peace. Before her demise, Song Tiany's late wife, Yi Qin, bequeathed her a legacy, securely locked away in a bank on Pingan Avenue in Jincheng, which she could only access upon turning 18. The exact amount remained unknown, but rumors suggested it was substantial. Until the matter was resolved, they could not afford to sever ties completely. With her rebellious attitude proving ineffective, Song Tianyi inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury as he sternly stated, "At the latest, the day after tomorrow, I will send a driver to fetch you." With that declaration, he stormed off in a fit of anger. Watching his retreating figure, a glimmer of derision flickered in Song Li's eyes. The matron approached, her expression tinged with concern. "If you truly go to Jincheng, what if?" "It's fine," Song Li shrugged, donning a carefree and mischievous grin. "I am the little demon of Taiping Town. Who could dare to bully me?" Her exuberance and arrogance were palpable, radiating an air of defiance. The matron managed no smile. Song Li earned her moniker through conflict, yet it was always others who instigated her, as she merely acted in self-defense. Once she steps into the outside world, the complexities of the big city loom ahead, and with a father like this, what if he loses his temper? Yet this was beyond her control. Sighing, she declared, "All right." Her phone buzzed, and as she checked it, she waved dismissively at the matron. "I'm heading to the store." Chapter 2. Quite wild Taiping Town, remote and somewhat backward locale, is not particularly large and lacks affluent inhabitants, yet it houses an auto repair shop. Half an hour had passed. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crew inside the shop, Gu Wuyan's impatience mounted as he tugged at his hair. "Can any of you actually repair this? In this wretched place?" Vehicles on the treacherous mountain roads could easily break down. With no car dealership nearby, purchasing a new one was out of the question. And waiting for a ride took far too long. Calling for a helicopter would be excessively ostentatious. Thus, they had no choice but to drag the car here for repairs. He truly could not fathom why his grandfather had chosen to retreat to such a desolate town. A strikingly handsome man lounged in the car, clad in a vibrant crimson suit that caught the eye, while a stunning beauty remained inside the vehicle, rivaling their boss in allure. It was clear from their extravagant attire and demeanor, not to mention the car priced at over $1 million, that these two were far from ordinary.
Liok
With a cautious demeanor, remarked, "Our boss will be here shortly." "Boss?" Gu Wuyan raised an eyebrow, incredulous at the notion of a decrepit repair shop having a boss. He stood outside, wrapped his fingers on the back seat window. The glass slid down, revealing the man's chiseled profile, aristocratic and striking. "What's the matter?"
Gu Wuyan lit a cigarette, tentatively suggesting.
"It doesn't seem too far. Shall we walk?" At this rate, night would soon fall. The man turned his head, his noble nose and captivating, slanted eyes imposing. His lips were thin, and his handsome features bore an air of aloofness. His voice, languid and unimpressed, asked, "Why the hurry?" Gu Wuyan thought to himself, "It's merely a 10-minute walk. I suspect this young master simply doesn't want to walk." "You're the boss. It's your call," he conceded, opening the door to climb back into the car.
"Boss."
At that moment, a shout rang out from outside, prompting all the repair shop employees to rush out. Gu Wuyan instinctively turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise. "What the hell?" The man in the back seat furrowed his brow, about to raise the window. But his gaze caught sight of an approaching figure in the rear-view mirror, causing his expression to sharpen. The girl who approached was tall, clad in casual black attire, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She exuded a carefree, almost disdainful air, strolling in inexpensive flip-flops yet radiating an 8-meter aura of confidence. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin translucent under the autumn sun, as if a fragment of spring had been hidden away by the season. "What car?" she inquired, her voice languid yet reminiscent of a spring warbler. Lu Kuan pointed to the parked Bentley, whispering, "This car starts at over $3 million. We checked it and found no issues, so we didn't dare touch it. If we broke it, we couldn't afford the repairs." In this town, a luxury car was a rare sight. Song Li glanced over and, upon seeing the license plate, narrowed her eyes. Retrieving a hand from her pocket, she extended it toward Lu Kuan, a wrench. Lu Kuan promptly handed her a 12mm wrench. The man in the back seat possessed striking, sculpted features, his eyes gleaming like stars, radiating an air of unattainable elegance. As she approached, Song Li raised an eyebrow, tossing the wrench playfully in her hand, a smirk gracing her lips. Gu Wuyan, still entranced by the girl's beauty, was momentarily dazed. "You're their boss?" Song Li shot him a glance, her expression icy. "Who else would I be?" Her tone dripped with arrogance, brimming with attitude. Gu Wuyan thought, have mechanics become this stunning in this era? It's such a waste of beauty. With a dismissive click of her tongue, Song Li lightly tapped the car's body with a wrench, signaling the two men inside, "Get out." Having just settled into the car, Gu Wuyan quietly exited. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, closing his laptop resting on his lap, and followed suit. The man's tall figure, clad in a black silk shirt that exuded an air of restrained elegance, passed by, leaving a faint scent of sandalwood in his wake, refreshing and pleasant. Song Li walked past without a sideways glance, rolling up her sleeves to her elbows, revealing her slender arms as she opened the hood. Wielding the wrench with a decisive clatter as she began her inspection, her movements surprisingly forceful. Gu Wuyen, watching with disbelief, inquired, "Do you really know how to fix cars?" "I just bought this one yesterday for several million." Song Li glanced up at him, her exquisite features reflecting a rebellious spirit. A mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Even if it cost hundreds of billions, if it's broken, it's just a pile of scrap." Gu Wuyen found her words irrefutable. Yet the girl's demeanor belied her youth. She hardly resembled a mechanic. He turned to the man beside him. "I have a feeling this car is beyond repair." The girl propped one leg on the car, her other slender leg firmly on the ground, her arm casually raised, the black bracelet on her wrist occasionally spinning. As she leaned forward, her shirt hem lifted, revealing a delicate, slender waist that appeared as if it could snap with a mere touch. Fu Shi felt an involuntary swallow in his throat, his dark eyes sparkling, the corners of his lips curving into a casual smirk as he remarked, quite wild, "Gu Wuyen." Chapter 3. She Saved Me. Half an hour later, Song Li snapped the hood shut with a flourish, circling the car and instructing Lu Kuan to emerge from beneath it, tossing him the tools in her hand. Glancing at the two men standing nearby like statues, she stated slowly, "I replaced two parts. It'll be 5,003. Cash or transfer." The girl's beauty was striking, even when she worked with rough movements. There was a certain aesthetic charm. Gu Wuyen had resigned himself to the idea of the car being a total loss, considering it a few millions spent on a beautiful sight. Upon hearing her words, his eyes widened in shock as he rushed to inspect the car. Bewildered, "You really fixed it?" Song Li ignored him, pulling out her phone, revealing a glimpse of her fair wrist, adorned with a black electronic bracelet that spun around. Her voice was cool and detached. "Who's paying?" Noticing the silver phone in her hand, Fu Shi's expression shifted slightly. His right hand, with distinct bone structure, retrieved his own phone from his pocket, an unidentifiable black ring adorning his pinky. Just as he was about to scan the QR code, Song Li suddenly turned and called out to Lu Kuan, "Collect the payment." Lu Kuan hurriedly approached with the shop's QR code, scampering forward. Fu Shi hesitated momentarily before turning his hand to retrieve his phone, subtly nudging Gu Wuyen with his foot. His expression remained impassive. "Your car, you pay." Gu Wuyen grumbled. "So you didn't even ride in it?" With a wry smile, he proceeded to make the payment. Even if Song Tianyi didn't arrive, Song Li would still be heading to Jincheng today. They merely happened to arrive together. After leaving some instructions with Lu Kuan and the others in the shop, Song Li swung her long legs over her motorcycle, donned her helmet, and sped off like the wind. 10 minutes later, she halted outside a two-story white building beside a bamboo grove on the town's outskirts. A black Bentley was parked outside, familiar. As Song Li squinted, her gaze fell into the small courtyard, where she indeed spotted the two men from earlier. Gu Wuyen noticed her too, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Hey, beauty. What brings you here?" Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue in his expression. Song Li shot him a glance, her tone dismissive. "Idiot." Just then, old Master Gu emerged from the house, his sunken, murky eyes flickering. "Do you know each other?" "Yes, we just," Gu Wuyen began, but was cut off by the two in unison. "Not really." One was enthusiastic, the other cold and distant. "Gu Wuyen, this girl is quite interesting."
Fu Shi,
with a knowing smile, explained to old Master Gu. "She repaired our car." They had been there for a while, discussing the car repairs. In this town, Song Li was the only female capable of such work. From the moment Gu Wuyen referred to her as a beauty, old Master Gu had guessed it was Song Li. Hearing it confirmed was no surprise. This girl was known for her solitary and eccentric nature, seldom visiting except for the occasional meal. Old Master Gu inquired, "Are you here to see me about something?" Song Li languidly uttered a sound of acknowledgement, her eyes imbued with a cool indifference. Her voice laced with fatigue. "I shall be departing for Jincheng the day after tomorrow. I will visit you in Beijing whenever I find the time." This declaration caused both Gu Wuyen and Fu Shi to momentarily stiffen, a chill flickering across their gazes. None had disclosed their origins from Beijing. Sensing the palpable tension, Song Li gestured toward the car waiting outside with a sly smile, the license plate from Beijing. Old Master Gu mentioned just a few days ago that his grandson would be picking him up. The Gu family is one of the 4 prominent families in Beijing. Gu Wen's mouth fell slightly agape, revealing his astonishment. You deduced all of this from just that? Song Li tilted her head innocently. Isn't it something one could surmise with a bit of intellect? Gu Wen. He suspected that she was indirectly belittling his intelligence. Catching sight of the ring on Fu Shi's right hand, Song Li subtly twisted the black bracelet on her left wrist, nonchalantly waving her hand toward Old Master Gu. I'm off now. Her slender figure appeared both proud and aloof, with a hint of ethereality under the sun. Once she had distanced herself, Fu Shi casually fastened a button at his collar, his long fingers elegant, and asked, seemingly indifferent, is this Old Master Gu's friend across generations? The illustrious and enigmatic young master of the Fu family, known for his elusive nature, would undoubtedly pursue any matter to its conclusion with relentless determination. Old Master Gu cast a serious glance at him, his expression grave. She saved my life. Just her?
Saved you?
Gu Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandfather, you must be joking. His grandfather was a legendary figure in the field of biomedical science. Who could possibly save him? Moreover, why had he never mentioned this before? Old Master Gu shook his head, his gaze distant, indicating his reluctance to elaborate further. How could a girl from a remote village speak of the Gu family in Beijing with such audacity? Fu Shi's attention lingered on the direction in which the girl had vanished, his dark eyes deepening with intrigue, a hint of interest swirling within his austere brow. Chapter 4. A loss that convinces you of your defeat. At 10 o'clock that night, the small town lay shrouded in darkness, silence enveloping the air, save for the subtle whispers of the wind, illuminating the rugged mountain path with a sprinkling of stars. Go for it, boss. Victory is assured. Lu Kuan and others stood nearby, brandishing fluorescent signs purchased days prior, their cheers reverberating through the night. Song Li, donning a baseball cap and a mask, her eyes obscured beneath the brim, exuded an aura of coolness in her black work pants. After raising a hand to quiet them, she strolled toward a modified white racing car. With a confident lift of her long leg, she boldly placed her foot on the car's hood, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous coldness. Is there even a need to compete over victory or defeat? Her confidence seemed innate, a rebellious spirit coursing through her veins. The man inside the car gritted his teeth. We are racing. Even though he knew he would lose, he had to compete. Otherwise, how would he maintain his reputation? Song Li licked her sharp teeth, grinning with a devil-may-care attitude. Then, I shall ensure your defeat is truly convincing. The stakes for this race were 2 million. Enough to renovate and expand the orphanage several-fold. The route would encompass the mountain road and the surrounding town, with no specific rules. The first to complete 5 laps and reach the finish line would emerge victorious. 5 minutes later, the race commenced. The white and red cars shot forth, like arrows, intertwining into 2 bizarre streaks of light against the vast night. Soon, the red car left the white one in the dust, disappearing from sight.
Gu Wen,
perched on a vantage point, could not suppress his astonishment. This little beauty truly knows how to drive a race car? They also dabbled in racing, having been informed by their grandfather of a competition taking place on the back mountain of Taiping Town that night. The notion that such a petite beauty could even repair cars was almost unbelievable. Racing was not something Gu Wen had ever taken his grandfather seriously about. However, out of boredom, they had come to observe, and he was genuinely surprised that this underdeveloped town could host such high-level racing. Moreover, this little beauty's skills appeared rather impressive. Fu Shi's hand, resting in his pocket, lightly tapped his thigh, his gaze as profound as the sea. His handsome face obscured in the dark. Suddenly recalling something, Gu Wen leaned closer to Fu Shi, whispering, "Isn't your agreement with others nearing its expiration?" Fu Shi replied nonchalantly, devoid of any discernible emotion. Indeed. Gu Wen's eyes flickered with curiosity. Do you think this little beauty has a chance? The red car completed the first lap first, roaring past. Fu Shi casually pinched his fingers, a smirk tugging at his lips. His eyes glinting coldly. Are we to be considered useless? Allowing a young girl to fight our battles? Gu Wen. All right, he would remain silent. In the early autumn night, the mountain winds howled, a chill descending. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. The red racing car outpaced the white car by 2 laps, elegantly drifting sideways before coming to a stop at the finish line. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Song Li exited the car, removing her helmet, tucking her wind-blown hair behind her ear, her eyes bright and spirited, a playful smile gracing her lips, embodying a rebellious spirit under the dim golden light of the night. Are those high society ladies from Beijing truly a match for me? Gu Wuyan's gaze turned dreamy as he clutched his heart. Ego. I think I've fallen in love. Fu Shi. In the next moment, Gu Wuyan was kicked from behind, losing his balance and tumbling into the ravine with a yelp. The man leisurely withdrew his foot, gazing down at the crowd, where the girl, seemingly grounded yet untouched by the mundane, caught his eye. Her gaze flashing with a predatory glint. By the time the white racing car reached the finish line, Song Li was perched on the car hood, drowsy. Upon seeing the arrival of her competitors, she leapt off the car, her eyes glinting with a frosty challenge. Convinced? Before the multitude, Gu Qingyun's face paled. Gritting his teeth. Convinced. A fierce, wolf-like gaze from the darkness bore into her, prompting Song Li to glance in that direction, unable to discern the figure. A chilling fear washing over her. Quickly, she masked it, wearing a sly smile, retrieving her phone to wave at Gu Qingyun. Transfer the funds to my account, and remember, the Qingyun Club will serve me for 3 years. The Qingyun Club was a racing organization, having risen from humble beginnings yet participated in international competitions twice. Some time ago, Gu Qingyun had lost to Song Li, and today's event was born from his unwillingness to accept defeat. Whoever lost would be at the service of the victor for 3 years. Having chosen this path, Gu Qingyun could only acquiesce, burdened with resentment and humiliation. Chapter 5. The Song Family of Jincheng. 2 days later, Song Li returned to Jincheng with a driver dispatched by Song Tianyi. Once in Jincheng, you must temper that rebellious spirit of yours. Your younger sister is in her final year of high school, so do not disturb her. I have already arranged a school for you, a vocational boarding school, and you will report there tomorrow. Barely crossing the threshold, her feet not yet settled, Song Tianyi's cold reprimand echoed through the hall. Song Li leaned nonchalantly against the doorframe, absent-mindedly kicking the threshold. There's no need for you to concern yourself with my schooling. What did you say? Song Tianyi's voice escalated, his face darkening. You were expelled for fighting in Taiping Town. I want to interfere with your working life, but I cannot afford to have you tarnish our family's reputation. The Song family were merchants, having only begun their ascent during Song Tianyi's generation. They could be regarded as nouveau riche. After more than a decade of hard work, they had finally established themselves in Jincheng, achieving a status among the middle class. The eldest son, Song Yanjun, was handsome and accomplished, having gained admission to Beijing University and then studying abroad as an exchange student. The youngest daughter, Song Yu-er, was obedient and studious, excelling in academics, dance, piano, and painting, bringing pride to her family. Originally basking in glory, Song Li was perceived as a blemish on this family portrait. Now, bringing her back was motivated by the inheritance, and he could not allow Song Li to jeopardize his reputation, nor that of his son and daughter, and the future of the Song family. Song Li held no affection for this family, a disdainful smile gracing her lips as she dismissively stated, I'm going to Qingting. Song Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Where did you say you were going? Song Li reiterated expressionlessly, Qingting. Song Tianyi, incredulous with rage, laughed. You believe you can attend Qingting? Do you think it's that easy to get in? Qingting High School was the most prestigious institution in Jincheng, even though its reputation had waned in recent years. It was still recognized as an excellent academy by the state. The students there were either top scholars or scions of wealthy families. Song Yu-er had gained admission to Qingting through her own efforts. To entertain the notion that he would spend money to send Song Li to Qingting is nothing short of a fantasy. He certainly lacks the audacity for such disgrace. With her gaze lowered, Song Li concealed a hint of defiance in her eyes and replied coolly, You needn't worry about that. Just as Song Tianyi was about to unleash his wrath upon her, a voice resonated from the staircase. A woman descended, wearing a forced smile. The child has just returned. Exhausted from her journey, it would be best to let her rest before discussing any matters. Song Li glanced up and recognized Lin Xia, Song Tianyi's second wife. In her early 30s, she was well preserved. She had given birth to a son, Song Zixuan, who was 12 years old. Despite having an older son, he had been abroad for 2 or 3 years without returning. Song Tianyi dotes on this younger son, so Lin Xia still commands a modicum of respect. You'd better report to vocational high school tomorrow. He barked at Song Li, flinging his sleeve as he ascended the stairs. Lin Xia studied Song Li. The young girl possessed an alluring beauty, though her attire was quite worn. She exuded an air of aloofness, laced with a hint of rebelliousness, clearly not someone easy to approach. Suppressing her scrutiny, Lin Xia smiled faintly. Since you're back, I've prepared your room. Let me show you. Song Li nodded indifferently and followed her upstairs. Lin Xia spoke softly. Yuer lives alone on the third floor. She has her piano room, art studio, and wardrobe up there. It's quite precious.
So do avoid it when you can.
Song Li responded lazily. Lin Xia led her to a room at the far end of the second floor, opened the door, and revealed a clean and bright space with brand new bedding. However, it was rather too pastel for Song Li's taste. Lin Xia pointed to the wardrobe. I wasn't sure of your size, so I bought a few outfits just a size larger than your sister's. Wear what fits. And if not, we can purchase more. Your father. She paused, sensing the chill and impatience radiating from the girl, and retracted her words. With a complex expression, she added, you should rest for now. If you need anything, just ask me. The concern and sincerity in her eyes seemed genuine, yet Song Li furrowed her brows. Though she disliked the overly cutesy decor, she managed to utter a quiet, thank you, before Lin Xia exited. Lin Xia halted momentarily, her smile deepening. No need for thanks. Do rest well. Once she left, Song Li locked the door, retrieved a brand new laptop from her black backpack. Its matte black surface bearing the letters HS in the corner, small and unassuming. Chapter 6, Dragon Team. She powered on the computer, and the screen lit up instantly with a pristine interface. Her fingers danced across the keys, and as a ripple of water-like waves shimmered across the screen, a plethora of incomprehensible green characters flooded the display, allowing them to dance before her. Song Li took her sleepwear to the bathroom. Upon her return, the once chaotic symbols had condensed into a succinct string. She accessed the internal software of Team 3 and sent the string of characters to Yao Ji. With one hand clutching a towel to dry her hair, she typed with the other. For decryption of this caliber, do not seek my assistance in the future. It is a waste of time. In the next moment, a video invitation chimed in from her computer. Without hesitation, Song Li declined. A message arrived. Yao Ji, boss. Does this mean you're back in Dragon Team, wielding the team's seal once more? The Dragon Team, established for decades, comprises 6 main teams, each further divided into sub-teams, enlisting prodigious talents from various fields. Its members are omnipresent, infiltrating both the underworld and legitimate sectors. Those aware of its existence regard it with reverence and trepidation. Yet none have ever grasped its intricacies, nor encountered its enigmatic leaders. Among the 6 teams, Team 3 stands out as particularly unique, lacking the multitude of core and peripheral members seen in other teams. With only 6 core members, when the leader is absent, Yao Ji is responsible for the team's daily operations. The leader of Team 3, apart from the head of the Dragon Team, is the most mysterious figure, known only by a codename that sends shivers through both the hacker community and high-ranking officials. X. Not quite. Has anything significant transpired recently? Yao Ji. Significant? The resurgence of 319 biomedical engineering. Even Gu Peiyuan, who has been in seclusion for 2 to 3 years, has been summoned back. Does that count? Gu Peiyuan is the patriarch of the Gu family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. The smartphone resting on the corner of the desk lit up, displaying an incoming call from Xiao Kong. Song Li replied to Yao Ji with a simple acknowledgement, tossed the towel aside, and answered the call. The man's voice on the other end sounded somewhat cautious. I heard you're in Jincheng? Song Li replied coolly with a non-committal, Xiao Kong tentatively continued. Are you free tomorrow? Shall we have a meal together? Tomorrow, indeed. Song Li pondered for a moment. All right, send me the location later. The following morning, as Song Li descended the stairs, she found Song Tianyi and Lin Xia already engaged in breakfast. 2 additional figures sat at the table, a boy of about 11 or 12, with unformed yet handsome features, and a girl of 16 or 17, possessing a charming and demure appearance. However, the girl's demeanor transformed into a scowl the moment she spotted the young woman coming down the stairs, her fingers crushing the bread in a fit of jealousy and resentment that threatened to spill over. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably awkward. Lin Xia sighed inwardly, rising with a smile to ease the tension. You are Zixuan. This is your sister Song Li, who just arrived yesterday. She had already gone to bed by the time you returned from school. I refuse to acknowledge her as my sister. Song Yue shouted, her voice filled with disdain, her remaining bread crumbling into pieces in her grasp. She's just a country bumpkin. She doesn't deserve it. Song Zixuan also furrowed his youthful brows, a flicker of distaste crossing his eyes as he looked at Song Li, snorting disdainfully. I only have one sister, and that's Yue. Though Lin Xia cherished her son, Her standing in the household was precarious, and she frowned slightly. We are all family, sisters should. Why are you pretending to be so kind?
Song Yue interrupted.
Launching the remaining half of her bread directly at Lin Xia. Frozen in place, Lin Xia had merely sought to improve the atmosphere. Song Zixuan regarded her, covered in breadcrumbs, and disdainfully huffed. Being nice to a country girl, is that your idea of kindness? Enough. Song Tianyi finally interjected, his dark gaze sweeping over Song Zixuan and Song Yue. One is your mother, and the other is your sister. What are you both doing? Chapter 7. Calling trash and exaggeration. Song Zixuan pouted, falling silent.
Dad.
Song Yue bit her lip, her voice laced with grievance. Song Li has already caused our mother's death. Do you want her to bring about our demise as well? Song Yue, who had been quietly observing their quarrel, finally spoke, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze on Song Yue. You know very well for whom your mother sacrificed herself, don't you? A fleeting look of panic crossed Song Yue's previously contorted face, but she quickly regained her composure. Even if her mother did not die because of Song Li, but rather due to her own actions, what difference did it make? After all, during that explosion, everyone only saw their mother and Song Li. No one knew she had been present. In this world, the only ones privy to the truth were her and Song Li. Song Li had always been considered a calamity since childhood. No one ever believed her. Moreover, her mother had left a considerable inheritance to Song Li, leaving her with nothing.
Why should that be? Song Yue clenched her hair clothing tightly.
Her eyes reddened as she glared at Song Li. You've always claimed it was my fault that our mother died. Song Li, mother has left all her inheritance to you. What more do you want? Do you want to ensure I die alongside her for your satisfaction? Despite Song Li's repeated assertions of her innocence throughout the years, no one ever believed her. Everyone placed the blame for Yi Qin's death squarely on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Song Yue carried herself as though the entire world owed her something, behaving graciously in public while indulging her whims at home. Song Tianyi permitted her every indulgence. Had it not been for the fact that Song Li sought something from the inheritance left behind by Yi Qin, she would have had no desire to engage with them at all. Song Li had little interest in watching Song Yue throw a fit, with a disdainful chuckle. She turned on her heel and departed. Song Yue clutched Song Tianyi's sleeve, her tears flowing as she lamented, Dad, I know she is my sister. And I don't want to feel this way, but every time I see her, I am reminded of how mother died, and I just can't help it. Song Tianyi seemed to have exhausted all his patience on this daughter, soothing her gently, his heart aching. If you keep crying, it won't be pretty. Wash your face and go to school. Song Li won't be home for long. Song Yue obediently nodded, a flicker of triumph and malice flashing in her eyes. At 8:30 in the morning, in the principal's office at Qingteng, Hu Longji slammed the documents onto the desk, a surge of anger coursing through her. Skipping classes. With grades that had never exceeded 10 points, engaging in fights and mingling with the wrong crowd, and having dropped out for 2 years to work. How could such a person be allowed into Qingteng, let alone into class 1? Hu Longji's sharp gaze seemed ready to ignite. Principal, have I gone mad, or have you? She had just arrived at school that morning when the principal summoned her to the office, saying he wanted to place a new student in class 1. With the upcoming college entrance examinations, she had assumed this transfer student was some kind of genius. But upon reviewing the file, her heart nearly faltered from rage. A genius? Calling her rubbish would be a compliment. After nearly a decade of teaching, she had never encountered a student like this. Allowing her into Qingteng was one thing, but into her class? What a joke. Principal Shin sat behind his desk, wearing square glasses and exuding an air of solemnity, resembling an old scholar. In the face of Hu Longji's fury, he merely inquired calmly, Do you think she cannot be in class 1? Hu Longji glanced over at the girl seated on the sofa. Upon entering, she had been lounging with her legs crossed, the sounds of a game emanating from her phone. She exuded an air of arrogance, a clear display of defiance. This is precisely the type of person who comes from the worst backgrounds, Hu Longji thought disdainfully. Class 1 is comprised entirely of the top students. Students excelling in mathematics, physics, and various competitions are all in my class. The weakest among them ranks within the top 200 in the province. And now you want to admit this waste? Are you trying to ruin class 1, or tarnish the reputation of Qingteng? With that, she slammed her palm on the desk. Every fiber of her being resisting. I absolutely refuse. Class 1 consists of elite students. I pride myself on ensuring my teaching career remains untainted. Chapter 8. A case of not recognizing the mountain. Spittle flew from her mouth as she spoke. Principal Shin shifted his chair back, slightly. his gaze falling on a few teachers behind Hulanji, and asked nonchalantly, "What about you? Do you refuse her as well?" In the office were 5 teachers, all of whom were head teachers from various third-year classes. Male and female alike exchanged glances at the principal's question. Unlike Hulanji, they lacked the confidence to challenge him. Though they were perplexed as to why the principal would admit a student with such a dismal record without an entrance examination. They understood the adage that one rotten apple spoils the barrel. They could not allow this girl, clearly marked as trouble, to contaminate their students. Principal. While Qing Tung hasn't produced any super geniuses in recent years, even the least capable student has a more impressive record than this, they thought. With the college entrance examination approaching, what if she falls behind and drags down the entire class? Hesitant, their unspoken sentiments conveyed outright rejection. Principal Shin scanned the room before looking at the student in question, letting out a soft sigh. "Song Li, what are your thoughts?" The girl, having seemingly put her phone away, leaned against the sofa, a rebellious posture with her arms crossed, her black hoodie accentuating her porcelain complexion. The atmosphere around her was charged with defiance. Upon being addressed, her cold and impatient gaze met his as she fiddled with the black bracelet on her wrist. "Just put me in the worst class." Summoning the teachers from earlier was merely a strategy to secure her position at Qing Tung and enhance its reputation. Clever fox. Staring into her piercing eyes, Principal Shun felt as if she could see through him. Clearing his throat, he decided, "Then you shall go to class 24. Instantly, the teachers in the office exhaled in relief. Principal Shin narrowed his eyes at the teachers who had refused Song Li, letting out a barely audible huff. Unaware of the treasure before them, Qing Tung's reputation was well known, with clear distinctions between good and poor students. The last class of each grade was always the weakest, populated by wealthy troublemakers from families who donated to the school for diplomas, alongside those who had been expelled from other classes. Class 24 was no exception. Shortly, the head teacher of class 24, Wen Zhong, was called in. A short and slender man, he wore a somewhat worn gray suit and thick glasses. Upon entering and seeing the other head teachers present, he was momentarily taken aback. Confirming he was in the right place, he cautiously asked Principal Shen, "Principal, has one of our students caused trouble again?" As the head teacher of class 24, he often found himself in the principal's office due to his students' misbehavior.
Consequently,
he was looked down upon and marginalized, relegated to the lowest tier of Qing Tung's teaching staff. Principal Shen tapped the documents on the desk. Gesturing towards Song Li, "This is your new student. Review her file and take her with you." So it was a new student, not trouble. Wen Zhong immediately relaxed, glancing at the girl. She was stunning, resembling a piece of art, although she appeared nonchalant and exuded an air of rebellion. Her beauty suggested she couldn't be failing academically by much. As he perused her records, he discovered she had been expelled 12 times from elementary to middle school, with a highest score of merely 3 points, the rest being neatly zeros. Skipping classes, engaging in fights, and leading a life on the streets. Now she was to enter Qing Tung as a senior? When Zhong reconsidered his earlier thoughts, it became clear why so many teachers were in the principal's office. They all refused to accept her, and Principal Shun had called him in. Students unwanted by other classes were shoved into class 24. He had long since grown accustomed to such discrepancies. After all, class 24 was not lacking in underperforming students, but this girl radiated an aura of trouble. It seemed the class was in for yet another upheaval. With a sigh, he approached her with a friendly demeanor. "You must be Song Li?
Come with me."
Chapter 9. Since you have deigned to come. Class 24 was indeed a dumping ground for all sorts of refuse. A subpar teacher could only teach subpar students. They could have just sought out Wen Zhong earlier. Calling them in was a waste of time. As a group of teachers exited the principal's office, sharp sarcasm rang out, reaching Wen Zhong's ears. He paused, furrowing his brow, and turned back, fixing them with a serious gaze. "You may criticize me, but every student has the right to receive equal education. You cannot deny them." This statement made Song Li raise an eyebrow and glance at him. Hulanji scoffed derisively. "They're already worthless. Shouldn't we be allowed to speak the truth?" Class 24 was a place where they had been cast aside. With her chin held high and an air of arrogance, she sneered, "If you have the ability, why not improve your class's grades?" This struck a nerve with Wen Zhong. He worked tirelessly, always believing that the students of class 24 could still be salvaged. Yet reality continuously dealt him harsh blows. In the entire class 24, each time an examination takes place, only a handful of students manage to pass. Their reluctance to learn is palpable. Had they the desire, they would surely excel. Yet, when Zhong, exasperated, retorted, what if they do poorly in their studies? As educators, we cannot abandon them. Education must prevail. Hu Lanji let out a derisive laugh. Why not say that they have abandoned education? Wen Zhong's face flushed with indignation. His fists clenched tightly. I believe in them. Yet his conviction lacked strength. Hu Lanji and her companions, accustomed to his feeble demeanor, exchanged mocking glances as they walked past him. After standing there for a while, Wen Zhong eventually released his fists in defeat and called out to Songli, "Let us go." The principal's office finally fell into silence. Principal Shin gazed at Song Li's somewhat dubious resume on the desk, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in his eyes. After some time, he mused aloud. Qingting has been on a downward spiral these past 2 years. Since you have deigned to come here, perhaps you ought to lend it a hand. As a male, Wen Zhong found it inconvenient to enter the female dormitory. After escorting Song Li to collect her textbooks and uniform, he returned and called upon a girl named Tsong Tong to guide her. Upon descending the stairs, Tsong Tong spotted a girl standing under the sun, donning a black cap. Her long legs elegantly poised as she leaned against a flower bed, engrossed in her phone. Her demeanor exuded an air of arrogance. "Are you Song Li?" she inquired. Slowly lifting her gaze, Song Li replied, "Yes." Tsong Tong was momentarily taken aback by Song Li's exquisite features, her breath hitching in astonishment. Was there truly someone so striking in this world? Her eyes remained fixated, unable to look away. Song Li tilted her head, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Have you seen enough?" Her dark, luminous eyes sparkled with a hint of teasing allure. Tsong Tong's cheeks flushed with warmth as she stammered. "I'm Tsong Tong. Teacher Wen asked me to take you to the dormitory. Let us go." As she turned, an air of coldness enveloped Song Li, chilling the atmosphere around her. Throughout the journey, the vivacious Tsong Tong attempted to engage in conversation multiple times. Yet the words failed to escape her lips as she stole glances at her enigmatic companion. Song Li, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "If you wish to say something, just say it." Her tone was imbued with a sense of detachment. The suddenness of her response startled Tsong Tong, who hastily shook her head. "No, it's nothing. It's just that you are exceedingly attractive." She had never encountered someone so beautiful. The dormitory was a 6-person suite, equipped with desks, clean and tidy, and quite spacious. Tsong Tong pointed to the upper bunk of the innermost bed, smiling. "You'll sleep here." Then she indicated the opposite side. "I'll sleep here." Song Li nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." Tsong Tong, taken aback by the polite gesture, quickly waved her hands in dismissal. "No need to thank me." Despite her courtesy, Song Li's icy demeanor and formidable presence rendered Tsong Tong hesitant to engage in further conversation, suppressing her desire to introduce her to the other dorm mates. Chapter 10. Not even 10 Song Yu heirs could compare. In class 24, a tall, slender figure burst in, exclaiming excitedly, "Good news! Good news!" The previously chaotic classroom fell silent for a moment, prompting a girl in the front row to ask, "What news?"
Que le, brimming with enthusiasm.
Replied, "I just went to the restroom, and on my way back I saw the new student who is coming to our class, and let me tell you, she is stunning." A girl scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. "Is she more beautiful than Song Yu, or?" She has been the school beauty at Qingting for 3 consecutive years. Recalling that fleeting glimpse, Chu Lo was still entranced, insisting, "Not even 10 Song Yu heirs could compare." "Seriously? You must be exaggerating. Where is she?" Some were skeptical, while others began to look around. Chu Lu peered out the door and chanced upon Wen Zhong approaching. "Teacher Wen brought her," she whispered, quickly scurrying back to her seat in the second-to-last row. Soon enough, Wen Zhong entered the room. Standing at the podium, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the classroom and cleared his throat. "Today, we have a new student joining our class." The students who had overheard Chu Lu's claim about the new student being more beautiful than 10 Song Yu heirs straightened in their seats, their eyes fixated on the doorway. In the next moment, a girl clad in the school uniform walked in. Her appearance could only be described as delicate, and to their surprise, they recognized her. The room erupted in a chorus of disbelief. "Tsong Tong, what is going on? How is it you? Where's the new student?" Tsong Tong, slightly taken aback, touched her nose and slowly made her way back to her seat. "She is coming in behind me." A few seconds later, silence reigned as the door remained still. Wen Zhong, puzzled, called out, "Song Li?" Song Li hastily finished sending an urgent message, slid her phone into her pocket, and entered the classroom. Clad in a white shirt, The black and white school uniform hung loosely over her shoulders, and she slung a black backpack over one shoulder, books in hand. Her complexion was pale and cool, her features so striking that words failed to capture her beauty. She exuded an air of nonchalance, radiating a sense of rebellious indifference. Her formidable presence was evident. One could tell she was not to be trifled with. After a moment of stunned silence, gasps erupted in unison. This beauty, this height, this aura, could she be a celestial being descended to Earth? Not even 10 Songyu heirs could compare, let alone 20. Someone proclaimed, "I believe Songyu Er's reign as the beauty of Qingting is coming to an end." Be more confident. Just eliminate the word think from your vocabulary. The classroom erupted in unprecedented discussions, yet their gazes remained glued to the newcomer, reluctant to look away. However, one must consider, how does beauty matter? This is class 24. After all, how many students here are truly exceptional? Being a school beauty isn't solely about looks. Character matters too, doesn't it? What do you know? In this day and age, looks are justice. I've decided, from this day forward, this new student shall be my goddess. Anyone who stands in my way shall face my wrath. Wang Shiyi scoffed. To get into class 24, she must have some connections. She's probably just a pretty vase. Being a pretty vase is still a skill, Song Tong retorted. If I looked like that, I would willingly be a vase, or even a mural. Listening to the chaotic discussions, when Zhong rapped his book against the desk. Ahem. As the class quieted down, he turned his gaze to Song Li. Please introduce yourself. Song Li raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly stating, Song Li. After this succinct introduction, a few seconds of silence followed with no further elaboration. It appeared there would be no more to say. When Zhong smirked slightly, cleared his throat again, and was about to assign seats when his gaze fell upon an empty spot in the second-to-last row, his brow furrowing. Chulo, where's Zhong Xian? Chula sheepishly replied, Xian go isn't feeling well. Her voice was weak, clearly a lie. After all, Zhong Xian, the school bully, frequently skipped class. When he did show up, he only ever slept, making no difference whether he was present or not, when Zhong had grown accustomed to it.
With a sigh,
he pointed to the empty seat in the last row of the corner. You can sit there for now. Chapter 11. How dare she? The desk and chair were newly added. Song Li was tall, so sitting in the last row would still allow her to see the blackboard. The seat by the window was quite pleasant. Song Li sauntered over, hung her backpack, tossed her books onto the desk, and casually crossed her legs as she settled into her seat. Her every movement was effortless, yet remarkably captivating. The aura of a superior radiated from her, and though she appeared laid back, it instilled an unexplainable sense of submission in those around her. The entire class followed her movements with their eyes. The silence punctuated only by the sound of breathing. Chula held her breath, glancing back at her, lamenting for Zhong Xian, who had missed the chance to witness the beautiful new student due to his absence. When Zhong taught biology, typically, after a lesson, the classroom would be a cacophony, lively to the point where he could not hear his own voice. Yet today, after just one class, the room was quiet, with even a few boys voluntarily raising their hands to ask questions. A remarkable miracle for class 24. When Zhong was somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, it all made sense. They were all spirited youths eager to impress the fairer sex. However, after a full class, despite her slouched posture against the wall, Song Li was quite attentive, occasionally jotting down notes, suggesting she was indeed engaged in learning. She did not appear to be the unruly troublemaker described in the materials. Considering she had directly advanced to her senior year, when Zhong approached her with a tone of earnest sincerity, "Classmate Song Li, since you've come to school, you ought to take your studies seriously. Feel free to ask me if you encounter difficulties." Song Li raised an eyebrow, responding with a cheeky smile and a polite all right. When Zhong nodded in satisfaction, by the end of the second class, a photograph swept across the school's online forums and message boards. In the image, the young woman sat with her leg crossed, resting her chin on one hand, pen in the other, seemingly writing something, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet her elegantly sculpted profile was breathtaking, as if she were the sole being gracing the earth. Not only the seniors, but even the first and second-year students flocked to class 24, creating a bustling sea of humanity in the corridors, all yearning to catch a glimpse of the ethereal beauty. In class 1, Song Li had astonishingly been accepted into Qingting. Gazing at the photo on the forum, Song Yue nearly crushed the book in her hands, her eyes radiating envy. Her desk mate, Zhang Hui, noticed her unusual demeanor and presumed it was due to the rumors about the school beauties changing. With a dismissive scoff, she remarked. What good is beauty if she's just in that trash heap of class 24? Yet Song Yuer's expression remained sour, her mind racing with thoughts. How had Song Li managed to enter Qingting? Who had facilitated her entry?
How dare she?
At 6:30 in the evening, at the finest restaurant in Jincheng, Shangyunjai, Xiao Kong stood at the entrance, observing the passing cars with a tense expression on his hardened, middle-aged face. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, cheerfully inquiring, Captain Xiao, are you waiting for someone? Xiao Kong looked up to see Song Tianyi, a flicker of something akin to recognition crossing his features. But he merely responded with a detached Clearly, he had no intention of engaging further. It was rumored that Xiao Kong had once been a regular police officer. But for reasons unknown, he had abruptly transferred to the traffic police department. Despite his status, Song Tianyi, though displeased with his demeanor, chose not to express his irritation and tactfully suggested, well, Captain Xiao, you continue waiting, we shall head in. His elder sister, Song Qianlan, was in Jincheng for business, hosting a welcome banquet, and Song Yuer, Song Zixuan, and Lin Xia were all present. Just then, a woman's voice rang out, belonging to a woman in her 40s or 50s, resplendent in her lavish attire, a true embodiment of affluence. Following her was a somewhat portly man with a balding head named Yuan Xingda, who had made significant strides in the aquatic business in Shengjing and had frequently aided Song Tianyi. Song Yuer and Song Zixuan rushed over, sweetly calling out, Auntie, Uncle. Song Qianlan, having no daughters of her own, doted on her clever and beautiful niece. Handing her a beautifully wrapped box with a fond smile, you've grown even more radiant in the past few months. Inside the box lay an exquisite crystal necklace, captivating Song Yuer, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Aunt. However, her gaze inadvertently fell on someone by the roadside, and her demeanor shifted abruptly. Song Li. Chapter 12. ISN T Adjustingting? I can enter whenever I please. Her exclamation drew the attention of all present. The girl had just alighted from a taxi, clad entirely in black, projecting an air of severity. Her face, illuminated by the dim streetlight, was strikingly pale, almost luminescent, demanding attention. There was an enigmatic quality about her, a blend of defiance and allure that rendered her the focal point of all eyes. Tianyi, is this the daughter you raised in the countryside? Song Qianlan's sharp gaze scrutinized Song Li from head to toe. Clad in a black hoodie and cargo pants, she emanated an aura of cheapness, though her face held a certain charm. While it may not be fitting for high society, this visage could potentially serve as a valuable asset in future matrimonial arrangements. And Song Qianlan's mind began to calculate. Song Tianyi's expression darkened as he strode toward her, his voice laced with anger. Song Li, who permitted you to come? Xiao Kong was about to intervene but was halted by Song Li's piercing gaze. She scanned the fury on Song Tianyi's face, her brow arched defiantly, and casually replied, I allowed myself to come. Her audacity was palpable. Is this place suitable for you? Song Tianyi clenched his fists, his face a mask of cold fury. Song Zixuan, having not received a gift from their aunt, was already in a foul mood. Upon seeing Song Li, a look of disdain crossed his features, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to be swiftly silenced by Lin Xia's quick intervention. Though Lin Xia was the legitimate wife and had borne Song Tianyi a son, her humble origins had always placed her at odds with Song Qianlan.
Song Yuer,
sensing the tension, stepped forward and gently suggested, since my sister must have known Aunt was here and has come uninvited, why not let her join us? Such was her typical innocence in public. Song Qianlan regarded Song Li with a disapproving glare, her tone laced with displeasure. You arrived without even greeting your aunt? Have you abandoned all manners and upbringing? Song Li's icy gaze swept over her, hands stuffed in her pockets. She raised her chin towards Song Tianyi with a nonchalant grin. Ask him. Having been abandoned in a remote countryside. Her words struck Song Tianyi like a slap in the face, his expression darkening to an almost menacing degree. You'd better get back right now. Recalling something, Song Yuer tightened her grip on the box, casually remarking, Dad, since you've spent money to send my sister to Qingting, you should teach her some decorum. Lest her rustic temperament cause trouble for our family. What do you mean? Song Tianyi was momentarily taken aback. Turning to Song Yuer, you're saying Song Li got into Qingting? Song Yuer nodded. Her entry caused quite a stir as soon as she arrived. Didn't you know? Having not seen Song Li all day, and with his focus on business, Song Tianyi had nearly forgotten about her existence until this very moment. He recalled her mentioning wanting to attend Qingting, thinking she was merely speaking whimsically at the time. He hadn't anticipated she would actually achieve it. Yue never lies. Song Tiany's expression shifted, now filled with reproach as he pressed Song Li. How did you get into Qingting? Who allowed you to go? Song Li's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes glinting with mischief, as she casually responded, "Isn't it just Qingting? I can enter whenever I please. Who needs permission?" Her flippant tone conveyed a sense of arrogance, as if she looked down upon all present. "Isn't it just Qingting? That is a nationally recognized key institution." Song Tiany's face turned ashen. Seeing his reaction, Song Yuer's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions. Her lips pressed tightly together. Surely, my sister must have longed to enter Qingting so much that she sought to leverage the Song family name to gain entry. As a form of retribution against me for blaming her for our mother's death? As a top student at Qingting, having such a sister enter the same institution would undoubtedly affect her own reputation. After listening to the unfolding drama, Song Qianlong finally grasped the situation. Her contemptuous gaze settling on Song Li as she declared with an air of authority, "No matter how you gained entry to Qingting, you are to withdraw immediately." Her tone brooked no argument. Chapter 13. If you seek the inheritance, do not provoke me. Yuan Xingde, typically dominated by Song Qianlong, stood quietly to the side, his small eyes darting between Song Li and the others. Lin Xia, too, remained silent, merely suppressing Song Zixuan to prevent him from further provoking the situation. Song Li, however, didn't he even acknowledge Song Qianlong, her gaze drifting to Song Tiany, her demeanor icy and impatient. "Are you finished?" When had Song Qianlong ever been so disregarded? Especially by a mere country girl? Frowning, she retorted, "I am speaking to you. Are you deaf?" With a sidelong glance, Song Li replied, devoid of warmth. Her smile sharp and mocking. "I thought a stray dog was barking." Upon hearing the scathing remarks directed at her, Song Qianlong's temper flared, and she instinctively raised her hand to strike Song Li across the face. However, before her hand could descend, it was caught firmly by a delicate, alabaster hand, the icy touch penetrating her skin and reaching into her very bones. The girl's eyes, although seemingly calm, bore an unsettling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. With a sharp intake of breath, Song Qianlong winced in pain. Yuan Xingde hurried over, frowning as he addressed Song Li. "This is your own aunt. What are you thinking?" Everyone knew that Song Tiany had a daughter raised in the countryside, but this was their first encounter, and they were taken aback by her lack of decorum. Daring to strike her own aunt. Song Tiany's countenance darkened ominously, resembling a soot-blackened pot. "Song Li, release your aunt at once." He reached out to pry her fingers off. Impatient with their antics, Song Li flung Song Qianlong's hand away before Song Tiany could make contact, her aura formidable as her voice turned frigid. "You never regarded me as a daughter, never cared for me before, and you certainly have no right to control me now. You." Song Tiany's expression hardened. He was unwilling to engage in this farce any longer. With a chilling smile that sent chills down spines, she added, "If you desire inheritance, it would be wise to refrain from provoking me in the future." With that, she turned to leave, only to encounter 3 figures in her path. One was as radiant as a blossoming peach, another strikingly handsome and noble, while the third, likely an aide, was robust and imposing, trailing behind them. They had evidently been standing there for some time. Upon noticing their gaze, Gu Wuyan, unable to contain himself, waved enthusiastically, "Hey there, little beauty." His tone was flamboyant, twisting and turning like a winding mountain road. Fu Shi, tall and dignified, approached with long strides, a faint smile gracing his handsome features, his voice deep and magnetic. "Miss Song, what a coincidence." This man, both in appearance and demeanor, emanated an air of unapproachable coldness, akin to an elegantly painted ink landscape, far surpassing the allure of any star or model on television. Still rubbing her wrist, Song Qianlong furrowed her brow and inquired of Song Tiany, "Who is that?" Song Tiany had no idea. Observing the remarkable resemblance between the faces of the man and Song Li, Song Yue felt a pang of jealousy and whispered, "I heard that my sister mixed with unsavory characters while living in the countryside." Suddenly, she gasped, "Dad said my sister was not sent to Qingting by him. Could it be that she was involved with some man from outside?" At this, Song Yue clamped her hand over her mouth, her face draining of color. Disbelief etched across her features. The unspoken words hung in the air, and everyone understood their implication. Lin Xia glanced at her, frowning. "That could just be a friend of your sister's. She just came from the countryside. What kind of friends could she possibly have?" Song Tiany's expression darkened further. If word got out that his daughter had been taken under the wing of someone at Qingting, not only would Song Yuer's future be jeopardized, but the Song family would become a laughingstock in Jincheng. He strode forward, Song Li. In a furious outburst, he attempted to seize her arm, scolding her vehemently. It's one thing to associate with dubious characters in the countryside, but this is Jincheng. You need to return home immediately and withdraw from Qingting. However, before his hand could reach her, it was caught by another, a shadow laced with the scent of sandalwood descending from above. Looking up, he was met with a pair of dark, penetrating eyes that seemed to freeze the very air around him, suffocating in their intensity. Song Li cast a brief glance at the imposing man beside her, her gaze cold as she directed her attention back to Song Tianyi. The corners of her eyes tinged with a blood-red hue, a sinister chill emanating from her core. This is your final warning. If you seek that inheritance, do not provoke me. If it weren't for Song Yan, her patience for this family would have long since evaporated. Chapter 14. I've repaired their cars. Shao Kong had been waiting for quite a while. Song Li, disregarding Song Tianyi's family entirely, walked over. Fu Shi dismissed Song Tianyi and accepted a handkerchief from Chu Qi, meticulously wiping his long, elegant fingers before discarding it and strolling towards the girl, hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. Though he uttered not a word, his mere presence exuded an aura that instilled fear. As the two departed, Gu Wuyan lost interest in the unfolding drama, pausing momentarily as he passed by Song Tianyi. A father who desired his daughter's wealth yet felt ashamed of her. Truly, what a remarkable parent he was. He smiled flippantly, though his eyes were icy. If not for the inappropriateness of the situation, Gu Wuyan would have relished the opportunity to deliver a swift kick. He and Fu Shi, one the notorious young tyrant of the Gu family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, and the other the formidable heir of the Fu family, were being labeled as improper characters? They could voice such claims, but whether they survived to see another day after that would be a different story altogether. Chu Qi was taken aback by the sight of his master and Gu Shao protecting a girl, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, concealing his expression and casting a cold glare at the ugly faces of Song Tianyi's family before following suit. Once they had all exited, the oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated. A gust of wind sent chills down Song Tianyi's spine as he realized he had broken out in a cold sweat. Watching the retreating figures of Song Li and the man, Song Yue bit her lip, her eyes burning with jealousy and resentment. What was meant to be a welcoming banquet had turned into such a spectacle, and both Song Qianlong and Yuan Xingde wore displeased expressions. Lin Xia pinched Song Zixuan's arm, urging him to behave as she stepped forward with a smile. It's getting late. Let's head inside for dinner. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Song Qianlong snorted and made her way into the restaurant. Fu Shi and Gu Wuyan had come to Jincheng on business, or rather, Gu Wuyan had come on business and had insisted on dragging Fu Shi along with him. By chance, they were dining at Zhangyan's High. Just as they parked and approached the entrance, they witnessed the earlier scene. Shao Kong did not recognize Fu Shi, but he had seen Gu Wuyan's face in the tabloids and greeted him with a hint of trepidation. Gu Shao. Gu Wuyan, amiable as ever, nodded in acknowledgement. Turning his curious gaze to Song Li, little beauty, was that man outside really your father? Song Li, her demeanor frigid, replied with a nonchalant, perhaps. Whether it was a yes or no was ambiguous. Perhaps? Gu Wuyan echoed, puzzled. Oh, Gu Wuyan intended to probe further when suddenly someone seized him by the collar, pulling him away from the girl. Haven't you taken care of your grandfather's affairs? Fu Shi's voice was light, yet it carried an unmistakable threat. Gu Wuyan, caught off guard, felt as if his throat had been squeezed, gritting his teeth in resentment. You're a devil. Fu Shi paid him no mind, his dark gaze resting on Song Li, observing the defiance and darkness in her eyes. A cryptic smile gracing his lips. Miss Song, may we meet again by fate. Song Li nodded indifferently, following Shao Kong down another corridor. Finally free from the oppressive aura of the man, Shao Kong exhaled, questioning Song Li. Do you know that young tyrant from the Gu family? Song Li raised an eyebrow. Her tone breezy. I've repaired their cars. Shao Kong. In the private room on the 3rd floor, a few individuals from the traffic police team were present, varying in age. Upon seeing Shao Kong enter, they inquired eagerly, Why did it take you so long, Captain Shao? Shao Kong succinctly replied, Encountered a bit of a situation downstairs. The men did not press further, their gazes shifting excitedly towards the entrance. Has Miss Song arrived? She has. Shao Kong stepped aside, gesturing for the girl behind him to enter. dressed in black, with a single shoulder bag slung across her body and her hands shoved in her pockets. She walked with an air of defiance, exuding both swagger and coolness. Even having seen her photograph, the sight of her in person left the men in the room spellbound, unable to tear their eyes away. Ahem. Shao Kahn cleared his throat, pulling out a chair for Song Li. With a confident stride, she sat down, casually propping one leg on the chair, exuding a wild and rebellious aura, her presence commanding. What's the matter?
Speak.
Chapter 15. The big shot is in school? The food was being served. Shao Kahn was well aware of her temperament, so he did not beat around the bush. With a hint of embarrassment, he stated, recently, there has been a sudden surge of reckless street racing in Jincheng, with blatant disregard for traffic regulations. Moreover, the vehicles involved are all illegally modified. We suspect there may be an organized group behind this, but thus far, we have only apprehended a few low-level participants. Hearing that you have arrived in Jincheng, I wanted to ask for your assistance. He had known Song Li for 2 or 3 years and was aware of her exceptional driving skills. She could easily discern whether a car had been modified. If she were willing to help, they would undoubtedly be able to capture the mastermind behind this chaos. Song Li lowered her brows as she replied to a few messages, then lifted her gaze to scan the room full of men, all of whom looked at her with eager anticipation. She pressed her fingers to her temples and remarked, when did the traffic police begin to concern themselves with such organizations? Shao Kahn forced a smile. Their vehicles are all on the road. For the past 2 months, as soon as night falls, the streets have been filled with the roar of engines, treating the roads as racetracks, completely ignoring traffic lights and road signs. Just a couple of days ago, there was even a hit and run. After a moment of contemplation, Song Li lazily replied, all right, but I have classes lately and will only be available after 9 in the evening. The idea of a big shot attending school had already astonished Shao Kahn when he overheard her conversation with Song Tianyi downstairs. Now, hearing it again, he merely shrugged, understanding that the thinking of someone like her was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, her agreement was a positive development. Shao Kahn released the breath he had been holding, a smile lighting up his eyes. That works perfectly. I promise not to interfere with your studies. In the adjacent private room, the aroma of the food wafted through the air, and the atmosphere was as pleasant as if the earlier scene downstairs had never occurred. Song Qianlong looked at Song Yue, her satisfaction growing with each glance. Are you still practicing your dance? She inquired.
Song Yue smiled sweetly. I am.
Song Qianlong nodded approvingly. At the end of this month, the renowned international dancer Liao Chuansui will be performing in Xingjing. Your cousin is her disciple, so you must come and spend a few days with us. Liao Chuansui was an esteemed artist. Being accepted as her student would ensure that Song Yue could perform on the international stage in the future. Song Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Aunt. Regardless of the circumstances, the truth of the past would never be revealed, and Song Li would forever remain beneath her heel. If Song Yue became Liao Chuansui's disciple, the entire Song family would rise to prominence, making their ascension in the capital a distinct possibility. The anger that had flared up in Song Tianyi after his encounter with Song Li downstairs dissipated instantly, and his expression softened. Make sure to practice your dance diligently. I will enroll you in a dance class. If you need anything, just let your Aunt Lin know. Lin Xia, who had been quietly peeling crabs for Song Zixuan, raised her head upon hearing this and smiled. The day after tomorrow is the weekend. I'll take you out for a stroll. Song Yue bit her lip and smiled. Thank you, Aunt Lin. Song Zixuan raised his hand eagerly. Mom and Dad, I want to go too. I don't want to miss out on anything. In that moment, Song Tianyi was in high spirits, waving his hand. Go ahead, whatever you want, just let your mother buy it for you. The atmosphere in the private room was warm and cheerful. Having finished their meal, they stepped outside, and it was already 9 o'clock. Gu Weyan pulled out a cigarette, just about to light it when he caught sight of a certain esteemed individual nearby, promptly extinguishing it. He rolled the cigarette between his fingers, pondering aloud. What do you think the old man from the Zhai family means by all of this? The Zhai family, while not particularly prominent in the capital, held a position of significance in Jincheng. The elder of the Zhai family had once been a peer of Gu's grandfather, and today's dinner gathering was in his honor. Fu Shi casually brushed off the wrinkles from his shirt, the black ring on his right hand reflecting a glimmer of light as he spoke in a cool tone. The matter concerning the 319 biomedical engineering project is quite troublesome. Aside from individuals like your grandfather, very few are willing to get involved. Gu Weyan scoffed. So, you are willing to get involved? Fu Shi raised an eyebrow. Do you have an issue with that? Gu Weyan dared not voice any objections. Chapter 16. All decisions rest with Song Li. The modification of vehicles is quite common, and there are annual inspections. Yet, there are always a few reckless souls who disregard the risks. The 319 biomedical engineering project had existed for over 20 years but was exposed for conducting illegal experiments about 7 or 8 years ago, leading to its closure. Those responsible for the project vanished without a trace. They had conducted extensive investigations but found nothing concrete. The few who knew the truth remained tight-lipped. Recently, a minor upheaval in the eastern region had brought to light a type of primordial cell source that 319 had previously researched. Gu's grandfather had once participated in the 319 biomedical engineering project, and his return to the fold signaled that this matter was anything but simple. Gu Wuyan struggled to comprehend. My grandfather refuses to say anything. Is it true that there were living experimental subjects from 319? It was all speculation. After so long without any leads, there was no need to rush. Fu Shi's chiseled features were tinged with coldness, his demeanor perpetually calm. We will find out eventually. His gaze caught a glimpse of a slender figure slipping into a car alongside a man. Fu Shi's eyes darkened slightly as he leisurely rolled down his shirt sleeves and walked toward the vehicle. You should return to the capital tomorrow. Gu Wuyan extinguished his cigarette and hurried after him. Aren't you coming back? The man replied nonchalantly. I have some matters to attend to. Beneath the hazy crescent moon, the tall buildings glittered with neon lights, and the bustling traffic epitomized prosperity. That was Jincheng after 8 in the evening. In the West District, along Jiangjiang Avenue, Shao Kong instructed his team to set up barriers on the road while directing, from now on, everyone will heed Song Li's commands. If she signals to pull over, we comply. A group of uniformed men turned their gazes toward the roadside. A girl leaned against a car, her long legs slightly bent. Her exquisite face was obscured by a black mask, her brow furrowed as she busily tapped away at her phone, seemingly engrossed in a game. She exuded an aura of both coolness and confidence. A younger man among the group nervously ran a hand over his buzz cut and leaned in to whisper, Captain, is she of legal age? Shao Kong shot him a glance. Do you think, given my position, I would allow a minor to drive and request her assistance? The young man fell silent, somewhat embarrassed. Shao Kang's gaze lingered on the slender figure by the roadside, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. 3 years ago, he had led a team to apprehend a target at a certain KTV. Upon breaking down the door, he was met with the sight of his own daughter. He had to uphold the integrity of his uniform, his profession, and his oath. Suppressing his grief and rage, he had arrested his own child. However, as soon as he exited, he was intercepted by a group from the underworld. Their vehicles sped away, and they had lost several men in the pursuit. Just then, a young girl unexpectedly jumped into his car without a word, driving recklessly to chase down the assailants, yet his daughter had perished. She had been discarded from the vehicle, tragically crushed to death. His daughter was guilty, yet also a victim. Her punishment did not warrant death. The target was captured, but the culprits who had taken his daughter's life remained at large. The incident had caused quite a stir, with marketing accounts capitalizing on the tragedy in the guise of justice and reporters swarming around his home, the news circulating widely. It was Song Li who had managed to erase all traces of the incident from the internet, allowing him to reclaim a semblance of normalcy. The sorrow of losing his daughter had cast a long shadow over his wife, leaving her in a perpetual state of melancholy for years. This incident profoundly affected Shao Kong, compelling him to resign from his position and join the traffic police, with the hope of one day encountering that vehicle and confronting the person responsible for his daughter's death. To put it plainly, he owed a debt to Song Li. He was genuinely grateful that she was willing to assist this time. A series of blinding headlights approached, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Shao Kong snapped back to reality, straightening up, prepared to commence operations. Song Li sent off her final message, tucked her phone into her pocket, lowered her hat's brim, and sauntered over. Chapter 17. Li Jia investigates the vehicles. In truth, modifying cars is quite common and is subject to annual inspections. Yet, there are always those who are audacious enough to take reckless risks. On the Jiangyang Avenue, a group of reckless speedsters gather every night, their vehicles modified beyond recognition without any official approval. After several days of contemplation, Shao Kong resolved to take action. Stop your cars. As a few bass-thumping convertibles approached, a throng of individuals hastily obstructed their path. Inside the vehicles were a cadre of spoiled rich kids, their hair dyed in chaotic hues, accompanied by flamboyantly dressed female companions. Upon being halted, one girl stood up, perched high in her seat, casting a flirtatious gaze. Officer, We haven't broken any laws. What's the meaning of this? We haven't done anything wrong, so move aside. Otherwise, I'll have my father file a complaint against you. The intoxicated group displayed an air of defiance. Shao Kahn furrowed his brow and instructed a subordinate nearby, "Go test their blood alcohol levels." The officers hardly needed Song Li's assistance. Shao Kahn approached the cars directly. "Your exhaust systems are completely altered. Do you have any idea how much noise you're causing at this hour? So what if we did? Do you know who my father is? I'm the heir of the Shiyi family. If you dare to arrest me or impound my car, I'll ensure your chief has you dismissed by tomorrow." The group of wealthy heirs refused to comply with the sobriety tests, resorting to drunken bravado. Accustomed to their privileged lives, they feared not the mere traffic officers confronting them at midnight. Threatening Shao Kahn with dismissal was utterly futile. He snorted dismissively and gestured to his subordinates. "Take them all for sobriety tests and tow their cars." A tow truck promptly arrived, hauling away the raucous crowd. Shao Kahn, uncertain about one of the vehicles, summoned Song Li over. Song Li ambled over with his hands in his pockets, casually surveying the car's modifications with apparent indifference. The spoilers had been altered, and both the engine and brakes had been upgraded. Shao Kahn diligently issued fines, commanding the towing of over a dozen vehicles. A newly arrived officer muttered, "I've never seen traffic control this strict before. They only changed the headlights and you're already giving them tickets? It's so time-consuming and labor-intensive to patrol the streets like this. Can we really catch them all? You don't know anything." An experienced traffic officer kicked him lightly, urging him to refrain from idle chatter. Those who had served under Shao Kahn for some years were well aware of the incident 3 years prior. Just one daughter, caught in wrongdoing, was bad enough, but to have her die in such a tragic manner was unbearable. Shao Kahn harbored a deep loathing for these illegal street racers, becoming a traffic officer in the hope of one day encountering the vehicle that had caused his daughter's demise. But who would still be driving the same car after committing such a crime? Surely it had been destroyed long ago? Yet Shao Kahn remained steadfast in his obsession. In the distance, a Cayenne slowly approached. Observing the barricades and figures ahead, the driver, Shiyi, frowned. "It seems they're conducting vehicle inspections up ahead. What year is it that they're still doing this?" Gu Wuyan, with a cigarette in hand, flicked the ash out the window. "With a car like yours, even if they find something wrong, no one would dare tow it." Fu Shi sat comfortably in the back, his long legs crossed, his notebook resting on his lap, showing no sign of disturbance as he listened to the conversation. "Stop the car." Upon being halted, Shao Kahn was momentarily taken aback by the enchanting face in the passenger seat. "Gu Shao." Gu Wuyan leaned out of the window. "What's going on here?" "This vehicle has been completely modified." Before Shao Kahn could finish his sentence, a languid female voice interjected. "Shao Kahn, inside the car are 3 individuals." The voice sounded somewhat familiar as Gu Wuyan's blue-haired head popped out of the window and the matching earrings reflected the scattered light. The person outside was clad in black, their face obscured by a mask, the brim of their hat pulled low, making it difficult to discern their features. Only the tousled long hair beneath the cap indicated they were female. With hands in pockets, she walked with an air of unrestrained confidence, exuding a wild spirit. This aura felt somewhat familiar to Gu Wuyan, who hesitantly ventured, "Little beauty?" Simultaneously, the rear window slid down, revealing a striking profile. The man's obsidian eyes glimmering in the dim light of the street lamps, holding a mysterious allure. Chapter 18. Society, Me My Sister. Seeing them, Song Li showed no surprise. Adjusting the brim of his hat with a casual flick of his finger, his starkly contrasting black and white eyes reflecting indifference. "Is there a problem?" His tone was lazily authoritative. "Gu Wuyan, little beauty, not keen on fixing cars in Taiping Town anymore. Have you come to Jin City to be a traffic officer?"
Fu Shi,
resting his arm on the window, a sly smile gracing his lips, remarked, "Miss Song, have you changed careers?" He recalled hearing not long ago at the entrance of Shangyun restaurant that Song Li had enrolled in Qingtung for her studies. This young woman, radiating a stronger presence than Gu Wuyan, was of uncertain background, yet it appeared she was acquainted with Song Li. Shao Kahn interjected, "I invited Miss Song to assist us." Fu Shi's dark pupils glinted as his lips curled into a deeper smirk. "My car is legally modified. Does Miss Song require proof of approval?" Shiyi, where would they get approval? Oh, he forgot that Master Yi's very identity served as the approval. Shao Kahn forced a smile. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Regardless of whether the big shot was genuinely attending school or not, Shao Kahn dared not delay her further. Having already towed more than a dozen vehicles that night, He began, Song Li, you should head back for the night. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar. A fiery red sports car approached, blaring its lights.
Hey, stop.
A warning was issued, yet the vehicle showed no intention of halting, ignoring the presence of others. It barreled through the barricades with unrestrained audacity. Captain Xiao. Several individuals nearly struck by the vehicle were left shaken. Xiao Kong frowned and glanced at Song Li. Song Li narrowed her eyes, an icy aura emanating from her, scanning the surrounding cars before patting the nearby Qian. I need to borrow this car. From the driver's seat. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, understanding the girl's intent instantly, his cold voice issuing an order. Get out of the car. 5 seconds later, the Qian shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving Qi and Gu Wuyan bewildered in the riverside breeze.
Hey.
What does it mean to leave me behind while she chases? Gu Wuyan, with a perplexed expression, lamented. Xiao Kong had already regained his composure, shouting to his subordinates. Gather up, you all follow me. Jiangyang Avenue lay at the outskirts of Jin City, leading directly into the urban area. The car under Song Li's command sped forth, the scenery outside morphing into a blurred line. The intelligence safety belt tightened automatically, compelling Fu Shi to grip the overhead handle firmly to prevent himself from being thrown about. Noticing a car gaining on them from behind, the lead sports car slammed the accelerator to the floor. With a cold smile, Song Li commanded, open the Jiangyang Avenue map. The vehicle's onboard system instantly activated, analyzing the route. This was the first time she had been in his car, yet she seemed remarkably familiar with it. This girl was no ordinary individual. Fu Shi narrowed his eyes, a flicker of intrigue sparking within. While monitoring the road, Song Li glanced at the map, prepared to execute a right drift at the next intersection. 2 minutes later, they veered into a street and reappeared, coming to a halt on the avenue. 20 seconds later, the blaring headlights accompanied by a thunderous roar approached. Seeing the car obstructing the road ahead, the driver executed a drift to a halt, emerging from the vehicle to shout angrily, are you out of your mind or just asking for death? You've been tailing me like a ghost for so long. Song Li said nothing, unbuckling her seatbelt, rolling up her sleeves as she approached, and delivering a swift kick to the sports car. Get down. With an air of defiance and arrogance, she radiated an undeniable aura. The man, appearing to be in his 20s with a buzz cut, looked fierce as he jumped out of the car, furious. Are you all insane? Blocking the avenue at this hour? I'm driving.
Bang.
Before he could finish his sentence, he received a kick to the stomach. What the? The man gasped, his back crashing against the front of the car. Do you know who I am? I think you're the one who is asking for death. After such a lengthy period, he had never encountered such a misfortune. Once he regained his composure, the man clenched his fist and lunged at the masked figure before him. However, before he could unleash his blow, a pair of icy fingers seized his wrist, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. A swift kick struck his chest, and he found himself forcefully pinned against the car, utterly unable to struggle. By the time Xiao Kong arrived with Gu Wuyan and the others, 10 minutes had elapsed. Fu Shi, with his tall and striking figure, stood under the streetlight, exuding an air of noble aloofness. Song Li perched atop the hood of a red sports car, radiating a domineering presence. Nearby, a man crouched on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, trembling uncontrollably, muttering, I was in the wrong. I won't dare to drive that fast on Renmin Avenue again. I swear. I will never drive again. Xiao Kong and his companions exchanged glances. Chapter 19. Hitting him until he behaves. Chu Qi had gone to inspect the car. Although their vehicle was capable of traversing mountains and seas, they had never driven at such speeds before. Gu Wuyan rushed to Fu Shi's side, her alluring peach blossom eyes filled with 2 large question marks. What happened? Fu Shi fixed his gaze on her, enveloped in an eerie silence. Gu Wuyan, growing increasingly anxious, urged, you must tell me. Having had no opportunity to intervene, Fu Shi cast her a sidelong glance, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. What should we do if someone refuses to behave? We simply beat him into submission. Gu Wuyan. Song Li entrusted the man and the vehicle to Xiao Kong, her exquisite brows knitting together with a hint of menace, her innate arrogance bubbling to the surface. I dealt with him. The man on the ground, clutching his head, lifted it slightly, revealing a bruise on his lip and several footprints on his chest, his eyes glistening with tears, providing a rather pitiful sight. Xiao Kang's lips twitched into a faint smile, a sigh of relief escaping him. As long as you're all right. Song Li gracefully leaped off the car, exuding a rebellious spirit, her voice crisp. I'm heading back. Xiao Kong hesitated. Shall I give you a ride? Let me take you, a melodious voice interjected. Even when standing still, this man radiated an overwhelming presence that rendered the atmosphere stifling. Xiao Kong hesitated. Fu Shi, with a gentle smile, turned his attention to Song Li. Miss Song? The girl glanced at Xiao Kong, her refined brows harboring a chill, her eyes commanding. You handle this matter first. This was the consequence of choosing Fu Shi. A slight smile graced Fu Shi's lips as he approached the Qian, opening the rear door. Chu Qi, is this really the usually aloof Mr. E? Watching the Qian drive away, the young man who had raced through barriers finally exhaled in relief. Sitting in the police car, he observed the traffic officers with a pained expression, his face contorted in agony, on the verge of tears. Are you all insane? It's just a car modification.
Just a little speeding.
You act like you've lost your minds. Not only did you hit me, but you also slapped my face. My hand is broken. He felt that this would haunt him for the rest of his life. Shut your mouth. A young officer rolled his eyes. If we hadn't reacted quickly, you'd either be dead or severely injured. Captain Xiao. From another vehicle, an older officer, still reeling from disbelief, remarked, Is Miss Song really that wild? He had heard tales of her wildness, but never anticipated it to be to this extent. Xiao Kong pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He understood the reason behind Song Li's emotions. 3 years ago, Song Li had always believed that if she had been just a bit faster, her daughter would not have died. That incident seemed to have become a knot in her heart. Following that year's F1 race, she had vanished from the scene. Hardly racing since. Inside the Qian, once the girl settled into a comfortable position, she languidly began playing a game, one ear adorned with a headphone. Her expression cold and detached, exuding an air of chill. The swift movements of her fingers betrayed an underlying fury. The young lady was in a foul mood.
Fu Shi,
with his long fingers tapping against his knee, casually remarked, It's best not to drive after reaching adulthood. Song Li glanced at him, but said nothing. In the passenger seat, Gu Weyan couldn't contain herself and turned around, her enchanting eyes sparkling. You can fight, huh? Song Li concluded her game, paused for a moment, then nonchalantly replied, If you don't fight, you'll be fought. One must know how to protect oneself. Her casual words enveloped the car in a heavy silence. Gu Weyan and Fu Shi had heard a few snippets about Song Li from old Master Gu, including the recent encounter at the entrance of Shangyunjai. They had gleaned some understanding of her circumstances. With her father alive and her sister living in luxury, she was relegated to an orphanage in a remote countryside, only to be brought back now for the inheritance left by her mother. Quite pitiable indeed. One couldn't help but wonder, a girl so skilled at repairing and racing cars. Could she truly be just anyone? It was already 10:30, and the city began to drift into slumber. The dorms had closed their doors, and the Song family likely wouldn't be home. Observing the nonchalant girl, Fu Shi casually suggested, You can stay at my place tonight? The scent of sandalwood emanated from him, soothing the turmoil within her. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the ring on his right hand, and leaning back slightly, Song Li languidly replied, Then I shall thank you. Chapter 20. I will go easy on them. The Royal Court Villa District, built along the river, with every house priced in the millions, primarily inhabited by dignitaries and the wealthy. As the car slowly entered the community, Song Li's eyes flickered with intrigue. Building A, Unit 03. The smart lock clicked open. Inside, the space was spacious and bright, adorned with a low-key luxurious decor in cool tones. Much like the man himself, it exuded a refined chill. Fu Shi personally escorted the girl upstairs, his voice melodic. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor has never been occupied. All daily necessities are brand new. Song Li politely expressed her gratitude. After watching the man descend the stairs and closing the door behind him, she tugged at the sleeve of her left wrist, gazing at the black bracelet nestled against her skin, a layer of frost creeping into her striking black and white eyes. This was the first time Mr. E had been so close to a woman. Chu Qi had been observing Song Li all along, but her astonishing driving skills left him hesitant to underestimate her. Chu Qi leaned towards Gu Yan. Gu Xiao is my master and Miss Song. Before he could finish, the man descended from the stairs, his aura formidable. Chu Qi promptly fell silent. Gu Yan extinguished the cigarette he had just taken a couple of puffs from, his enchanting eyes shimmering with mischief. What are you trying to accomplish? This is the 3rd meeting, and you've already brought her home. Fu Shi's expression remained impassive, his dark eyes unwavering. His voice icy. Whatever I do is none of your concern. The following morning, the girl donned a white shirt, her school uniform jacket carelessly draped over her shoulders. Her gait unrestrained. With porcelain-like skin and striking features, she instantly became the center of attention upon entering the campus. Song Li seemed oblivious to the stares. Taking a detour to the restroom, where she donned headphones to answer a call, her voice languid. "What's the matter?" A deep male voice responded from the other end. "Did you go to Qingting?" It was her brother, Song Yan. Due to the time difference, it was just morning in Country Z, while it was noon in his location, allowing him to finally make the call. Song Li leaned against the stall, her slender, pale fingers idly twirling the white headphone cord, appearing quite relaxed. "Did Song Yuer tell you?" The Song family's matters were never divulged by Song Tianyi to Song Yan, and Song Yan seldom inquired. He knew his sister's attendance at Qingting was only known through Song Yuer. Song Yan did not deny it, pressing his lips together. "Although my dad brought you back for the inheritance left by my mom, he is still my dad, and there's also Yuer." The implication was unmistakable. Song Li's brows arched slightly, her eyes cloaked in frost. She replied nonchalantly, "As long as they don't cross my bottom line, I'll go easy on them." Song Yan remained silent for considerable time. "I've made you suffer all these years." Suffer? She had long since forgotten what that felt like. Song Li chuckled softly, shifting the topic. 50 million should be enough for your studies abroad, right? The cost of living in Song Yan's area is high, yet there remains less than a year until he completes his studies. Pressing his lips together, Song Yan stated, "I can work here and I have a scholarship, you need not worry. I will transfer the funds to you shortly." However, before he could finish his sentence, Song Li interrupted him, swiftly hanging up the phone and transferring 50 million to Song Yan's account. After the transaction, only a 6-digit balance remained, insufficient for his girlfriend's dance and study expenses. How impoverished. It was imperative to earn more. With a sigh, Song Li wrapped the earphones around her phone and tucked them into her pocket as she exited the restroom. At the sink, she fortuitously encountered Song Yuer.
Song Yuer pauset.
Her gaze fixating on Song Li's extraordinarily beautiful face, her fingers instinctively tightening in jealousy and hatred, nearly burning away her rationality. Outside, Zhang Hui called out, "Yuer, hurry to class." Biting her lip, Song Yuer took a deep breath, donning a gentle and graceful smile, coming. Song Li proceeded to wash her hands at a leisurely pace.
"Ali."
A soft voice called out in the corridor as they ascended the teaching building. Song Li turned her gaze, her expression softening instantly. "What brings you here?" "I was waiting for you," Tan Beixing replied, offering her a can of milk, a small smile playing on her lips. "I heard you were coming and wanted to see you." Why the sudden return to school? From a young age, Song Li had possessed the remarkable ability to read rapidly and retain information effortlessly. By 5, she had already mastered the 4 books and 5 classics, and by 10, she had completed all university courses. She was a prodigy among prodigies. Now, seeing her return to high school felt almost surreal. Chapter 21. A Little Ant? Song Li accepted the milk, playfully pinching Tan Beixing's soft cheek. "I heard the pressure for the college entrance exam is immense, so I came to accompany you." Song Li would never deceive her. Tan Beixing's eyes sparkled with delight. Just as she was about to say more, realizing time was of the essence, she whispered, "I need to go to class now." Song Li nodded, "Go ahead." Tan Beixing trotted upstairs, but after just a few steps, she was intercepted by a boy who handed her a pink envelope. How delightful. Her little girlfriend had grown up and was now receiving love letters. Song Li chuckled softly, tossing the can of milk in her hand as she ambled toward class 24. In class 24, Xian Go, she's here. The new student has arrived. She's incredibly beautiful. So cool and confident. Today, Zhong Xian had come, and Xu Lo had been chattering excitedly all morning. Zhong Xian rolled his eyes. "No matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare to my little aunt. She is the true epitome of beauty."
Que le elle tape à photo?
"Don't believe me? Look at this." "Not interested." Zhong Xian pushed him away, his youthful features displaying irritation. "I want to sleep. Stop bothering me."
Que le insisted?
"You'll regret it." Just then, a tall girl entered through the back door of the classroom, casually tossing a can of milk.
Xianye.
Chula began nudging Zhong Xian again. Look. Just one glance, and if you don't find her attractive, you can hit me." "What are you looking at?" I swear Zhong Xian was about to retort when he caught sight of the girl approaching his seat, his irritation suddenly caught in his throat. His eyes widened. morphing into a single exclamation. Damn. Seeing his reaction, Chu Lu teased. Didn't I tell you? You can't deny it now. Song Li glanced at Zhong Xian, raising an eyebrow, her cold gaze tinged with a hint of mischief, her lips curling into a playful smirk. Zhong Xian felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny, his entire being tensing up, forcing a smile as he stammered, Little aunt. Chu Lu was taken aback. What did you just call her? Before Zhong Xian could respond, Song Li's voice, laced with a hint of mischief, chimed in, Be good. Zhong Xian was momentarily speechless, while Chu Lu exclaimed, Little aunt? You call Song Li your little aunt? Chu Lu was bewildered, cautiously asking, Did I just imagine that? No one responded to him. Zhong Xian, visibly anxious and somewhat awkward, inquired, Little aunt, why didn't you inform me you were coming to Qingtung? As Song Li approached her seat, her long legs sliding onto the chair, a multitude of colorful envelopes cascaded from the desk, spilling onto the floor. Love letters. Song Li frowned, an icy aura enveloping her. Zhong Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth, murmuring, Let me help you clean up.
Que le was funded.
Zhong Xian's father was the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau in Jincheng, rumored to be connected to one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, making him a person to be reckoned with. Moreover, Zhong Xian had earned a reputation as a school bully after a fierce fight with students from the 4th high school last year, making him a notable figure in Qingtung. No one dared to provoke him. Witnessing him assist Song Li in tidying up her desk, the entire class stared, eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? Had he really been conquered by her on just the first day? This girl was quite impressive. Whispers of astonishment circulated among the students, while the main characters remained unfazed. The first class was English. Zhong Xian shot several glances at Song Li, ultimately succumbing to curiosity and quietly asked, Little aunt, where have you been this past year? The last time he had seen Song Li was a year ago. Leaning against the wall, Song Li casually sketched something with a pencil, her voice languid. I was fixing cars in Taiping Town. Zhong Xian was taken aback. You're kidding, right? He forced a smile. You don't have to be so dismissive if you don't want to talk. A figure as remarkable as his little aunt fixing cars? What a joke. Song Li shrugged. I'm speaking the truth. If you don't believe it, that's not my fault. Chapter 22. A moment of silence for them. The whispers exchanged between the two were not particularly loud, but as they sat at adjacent desks, Chu Lu overheard every word. Presently, Chu Lu resembled someone struck by lightning, his face a mask of disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost.
Xianye.
Don't tell me Song Li is the little aunt you often mention? What kind of plot twist was this? Song Li raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in her tone. Often mentioned? Chu Lu nodded dumbly, instinctively replying, You frequently tell us about your beautiful little aunt. Shut up. Zhong Xian covered Chu Li's mouth, pushing him back down, awkwardly glancing at Song Li. Don't listen to his nonsense. Chu Lu wasn't he making things up? But the revelation was difficult for him to process. How could Song Li, merely 17, possibly be Zhong Xian's little aunt? Even if she were an older woman, it seemed a stretch. Moreover, their surnames were different. Zhong Xian's lips curled slightly, lowly explaining, My grandfather adopted her as a goddaughter. Does that work?
Que le was speechless.
As soon as school let out for lunch, Song Tiany's message pinged her phone.
It was once again Song Tiany.
Song Li answered with her right hand while her left hand doodled on a blank sheet of paper, her tone cool. What is it? With a somber voice. Song Tiany warned, Regardless of how you manage to get into Qingtung, if you dare to implicate heir, I will not let you off easily. Song Li chuckled lightly. You should advise her not to provoke me. Speaking with her is like punching into cotton. That inheritance could only be claimed by Song Li herself. With mere months remaining, she could not afford to sever ties just yet. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Song Tiany cautioned, At school, you'd best act as if you don't know heir. Song Li carelessly replied, I'm hanging up now. Aside from threats, Song Tiany had nothing else to say. Observing her hang up the call in a rather agitated manner, Zhong Xian leaned over, quietly asking, Little aunt, you haven't severed ties with the Song family yet? With a person like Song Tiany, he hardly deserved to be her father. Song Li, meticulously focused on her drawing, didn't he lift her head, her voice devoid of emotion.
No.
Within the inheritance at the bank on Ping'an Avenue, there were items she sought. Not wanting to delve deeper into the subject, Zhong Xian wisely refrained from inquiring further. He glanced at the paper before her. The style was hasty, yet it vaguely resembled mechanical parts, with the edge adorned by a vividly detailed swallowtail butterfly. The afternoon class ended. After sending a message to Tan Beishing, Song Li took the leave slip for her evening study session and left the school. Just a few steps beyond the school gates, she was intercepted by a figure. A man clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, presented himself in a bodyguard's demeanor, his physique imposing. With a respectful tone, he addressed her, Mississippi. In an instant, the air of nonchalance that enveloped Song Li vanished, replaced by a sudden chill in her gaze. Her voice turned sharp and icy. Who sent you? The man shivered at her hostility, hastily pointing towards a black Mercedes parked nearby. The young master. Song Li licked her lips, striding over, but opting not to enter the vehicle. Instead, she stood beside it, her exquisite features radiating an aura of mischief and authority. Speak. The occupant remained inside, not opening the door, but lowered the window slightly to reveal a pair of anxious, slanted eyes. The voice, tinged with caution, inquired, I heard you left Taiping Town for Jincheng, so I came to check on you. It was a man's voice. After a brief pause, he added, I brought a few shadow guards to ensure your safety. They were vigilant, as if fearing she might bring about the world's end. Song Li scoffed, a wave of coldness emanating from her being. Icy to the core, I am currently studying at Qingting and will not encounter any trouble. Your men should return the way they came. Studying? You? The words seemed to echo, as if the man in the car had only registered those two syllables. His expression one of disbelief. Even the bodyguard standing by appeared to mishear, momentarily stunned. Raising an eyebrow, Song Li exuded an air of wicked charm. Any objections? They dared not voice any dissent. Yet, who was their mistress? A prodigy at 3, a warrior at 5, and by 10, she had vanquished formidable opponents, leaving esteemed scholars in awe and powerful figures bowing in submission. To them, she was a being transcending the mundane. The idea of her attending school was laughable.
Now,
noticing the school uniform she wore, the occupant of the car realized, if Song Li was not jesting, he silently mourned for the students of this institution. Not for a minute, but for an hour. Chapter 23 brought forth such novelty. Song Li felt exasperated at the sight of these individuals. Her tone icy and authoritative. Is there anything else? The man in the car trembled, rubbing the chill from his neck, and stammered, There's a conference at Shengjing at the end of the month. My father asked me to inquire if you would attend. Song Li narrowed her eyes. Impatience evident. Not interested.
leave.
The man within dared not linger for even a minute longer and drove away. As autumn settled in, the air turned brisk, heralding the unwelcome arrival of winter. Song Li twirled the bracelet on her left wrist, an uncontrollable restlessness surging within her, a chill enveloping her being. Miss Song. Accompanied by a crisp voice, a Kayan gradually came into view. Looking up, she met the striking face of a man in the back seat. Song Li resumed her indifferent demeanor, exuding a carefree audacity, her delicate brows concealing a hint of rebelliousness, languidly flaunting her wild spirit. What's the matter? Dressed in a school uniform adorned with a Qingting emblem, she casually slung a black backpack over her shoulder, her long hair cascading in the wind, exuding an air of enchanting nonchalance. Who could imagine that such beauty had, just days prior, been toiling as a mechanic in an obscure town and was now, only the night before, engaged in roadside inspections with the traffic police? Gu Wuyan, who should have returned to the capital, leaned out from the driver's seat, a playful grin on his face. Indeed, a beauty like you belongs more in a campus or a palace. The rough work of repairing cars simply doesn't suit you. Song Li cast him a sidelong glance, her expression cool and defiant, the chill in her eyes betraying her disdain. Fu Shi, with his shirt sleeves rolled to the elbows, rested his arm on the window, a black ring glistening on his pinky, his voice low. Where are you headed? May I offer you a ride? The scent of sandalwood wafted from his presence, crisp and appealing. Song Li, lightly licking her teeth, stole a glance at the ring on his hand, the loose sleeves of her uniform discreetly concealing her bracelet as she casually entered the vehicle. Finding a comfortable position, she began playing a game, the sound emanating openly. Gu Wuyan shot her a glance, excitement evident. Hey, little beauty, let us be friends in the game. I'll guide you. Song Li lazily regarded him, accepting his friend request. Her gaming ID was Lonely Shadow, a Peak King with 25 stars. Gu Wuyan glanced at his own rank with dismay, recalling his earlier boast of taking her along. Ouch! His face stung. Looking up into Song Li's bright, amused eyes, he forced a grin. Big shot. Take me along. Gu Wuyan belonged to the type who loved gaming despite his lack of skill, typically avoiding playing with the likes of Shiyi. Song Li shrugged nonchalantly. I'll switch to a lower account. 5 seconds later, she displayed the rank of her so-called lower account, and Gu Wian was left speechless. The damage isn't high, but the insult is profound. As the two dove into their gaming session, Fu Shi narrowed his eyes, leisurely taking out his phone, casually addressing the girl. "Shall we exchange contact information?" Suddenly, the car skidded, nearly colliding with the greenery. Chi quickly stabilized the vehicle, sheepishly admitting, "My hand slipped." Fu Shi shot him a cold glare through the rearview mirror, then turned to Gu Wian, locking eyes with the girl's bright, dark orbs. Maintaining his composure, "I'll be coming to you for car repairs in the future." The car slid again, and Gu Wian's head bumped against the glass. Fu Shi steadied himself, his dark eyes narrowed, intimidating. "If you can't drive, find someone else." Chi was taken aback. When had they ever seen their master take the initiative to exchange contact details? Wasn't he this astonishing? Gu Wian shot Fu Shi a sidelong glance, barely containing his laughter, nearly bursting with joy. The feared young master of the Fu family in the capital had fixated on a little girl, bringing her back to his residence without even acquiring her contact information. How novel. If this got out, it would surely trend for at least half a month. Chapter 24. The First Explosion. The hacker realm's god, X. The scent of sandalwood in the car was delightful. Song Li felt her earlier agitation diminish slightly as she glanced at Fu Shi, opening her phone to scan a code. Fu Shi's lips curled slightly, the mischief in his eyes enigmatic. They first dined at Shangyunjai, then Song Li headed to the traffic police station. Having promised Xiao Kong, she intended to follow through. At 7, they found themselves on the banks of the Yangtze River. Fu Shi and his companions had also arrived, their purpose unclear. Standing by the car with one hand in his pocket, Fu Shi was on a call, the chill emanating from him palpable. A little distance away, Gu Wian leaned against the railing by the river, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he asked Song Li, "Little beauty, with your driving skills, have you ever considered competing internationally?" Song Li, engrossed in replying to a message from Yao Ji, didn't he even glance back, her voice drifting coldly on the wind. "Not interested." Yao Ji, "I heard from somewhere that there was a successful live experiment in the 319 Biomedical Engineering Department, which can be used as a living serum. The Dragon team is also involved in the investigation." Reflecting on this matter, it fell off. With Gu Peiyuan being summoned back, the virus in the eastern region was directly targeting the long-sealed 319 Biomedical Engineering, its intentions glaringly obvious. A flicker of bloodlust crossed Song Li's eyes. The night was deep, distant, and profound. The World Hacker Rankings saw the once-dim X character, long absent for over 2 years, suddenly spring back to life.
Wow.
X's name has lit up. Is it real? Oh my goodness. It was unclear who first made the discovery, but the shock rippled through like a stone dropped into water, sending the entire lake into a frenzy.
Wow.
X is alive. I never expected to witness X's return in my lifetime. My life is now complete. This ranking is based on the remarkable feats of hackers, akin to a historical monument, with only 100 slots available, and every hacker takes pride in making the list. 7 or 8 years ago, X emerged unexpectedly, instantly claiming the top position. 5 or 6 years later, X joined the Dragon team and has since been revered as a deity within the hacking community, remaining unmatched to this day. However, X has been absent for over 2 years, and with this sudden reappearance, the entire hacking world has erupted. As some began to calm down, speculations arose. Could X's return signify a momentous global event? Was a world war imminent? Might it be related to the recent pandemic in the Middle East? After all, X's previous high-profile appearances have always coincided with significant occurrences, prompting deeper contemplation. Amidst various conjectures and criticisms, X's private messages were inundated. Just then, a post unexpectedly appeared on the homepage. X, just taking a look. Good heavens. X has posted. The living X. I'm witnessing the vibrant X in real time. Rounded off, and it's as if X is speaking directly to me. In total, merely 7 characters. Punctuated, yet within seconds, it garnered over 100 million views. Even treated like a deity, it was pinned at the top of the homepage for all to observe. Gu Wian sat before the computer, unable to contain his excitement as he shouted to Fu Shi, "Brother E, X has appeared." Fu Shi had just emerged from the bathroom, his white bathrobe loosely draped, and upon hearing this, he tugged at the collar to cover his flushed chest and walked over, drying his hair. His voice was deep. "Track the location." Gu Wian frowned. "X's trail is elusive. We cannot lock it down." Fu Shi settled onto the couch. casually tossing the towel onto the table, and took over the computer, his long fingers rapidly striking the keyboard, entering a series of incomprehensible complex codes. The steam from the bathroom softened his previously sharp features, revealing a captivating allure in his crimson-tinted eyes, while the neon lights outside scattered a galaxy within his gaze. His earnest demeanor, sitting there, resembled an ink-wash painting. Gu Wuyen found himself momentarily entranced, sighing inwardly. Truly, he was a breathtaking figure, drawing countless admirers to their doom. In this world, perhaps only the enchanting beauty could rival him. 3 minutes later, Fu Shi's fingers paused, a deep darkness settling in his eyes. In Jincheng. This was the only location they could trace, and it seemed that the individual had deliberately exposed it. Chapter 25. The King Among Giants. Gazing at the address displayed on the computer screen, located in the Royal Court Villa district, Song Li's almond-shaped eyes narrowed, a low chuckle escaping her throat, filled with amusement. The heir of the Fu family was indeed intriguing. She reclined back, her long legs crossed atop the table, casually retrieving a slender cigarette from the drawer, dangling it from her lips. After connecting to the video call on her computer, she finally lit it. The enchantress was indeed mesmerizing, her eyes, whether smiling or not, brimmed with emotion, embodying a mature charm that was captivating. Upon seeing Song Li's enchanting face, shrouded in swirling smoke, a tinge of jealousy arose. She clicked her tongue and asked, "What are you up to tonight?" X was revered as a deity in the hacking realm, yet in the political and commercial spheres, he was an unpredictable danger, particularly in places that had previously been breached by confidential archives, which were greatly feared. Tonight's ostentatious appearance, akin to surveying territory, would not only stir the hacker community, but might also incite panic among high-ranking officials across nations, potentially leading to countermeasures. Noticing the girl silently exhaling smoke, the enchantress's eyes flickered, recalling a possibility. "Boss, you're not seriously here regarding the rumors about the blood serum in the East, are you?" The bedroom was dimly lit, the green glow from the computer reflecting on the girl's face, exuding an air of defiance. Flicking the ash from her cigarette, observing the faint crimson stain on her fingertips, Song Li leisurely lifted a leg to rest on the table, her demeanor playfully rebellious. "Just because I'm not in the arena doesn't mean they can act with impunity." Amidst the swirling smoke, the slight curl of her lips concealed a hint of ferocity, both wicked and wild, enchanting yet intimidating. Despite her casual demeanor, she emanated an aura of supreme authority. Her words were brazen and defiant, filled with an icy disdain for all. This was a warning. Truly, the king among giants. The enchantress gazed at her, somewhat entranced. "If you were a man, I would undoubtedly marry you." Who could have imagined that the legendary leader of the Dragon Team's third squad, whom even the highest echelons of the hacker community and various nations feared, revered as a deity, was merely a 17-year-old girl? After a pause, the enchantress recalled something. "With such a high-profile appearance tonight, the leader will certainly seek you out." The outside world remained unaware, yet they were well aware that even when X joined the Dragon Team 5 or 6 years ago, she was not subject to their control. Even the leader held her in trepidation. Given the current commotion, the leader would undoubtedly come to demand an explanation. Song Li raised an eyebrow, exuding a flamboyant brilliance. Wild and untamed. Let him come then. X was in Jincheng. Fu Shi set aside the computer, took the towel to continue drying his hair, and with a composed expression, pondered before instructing, "Have someone monitor the movements from all sides." Gu Wuyen, understanding the implication, paused in surprise. "Do you believe X's high-profile appearance is meant to intimidate all parties?" The existence of the living serum was inherently tempting, now that it had been revealed. It was clearly intended to incite chaos. Fu Shi stood up, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. His emotions inscrutable. Someone aims to exploit this pandemic to incite social upheaval. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuyen's previously vibrant face instantly turned solemn. "Are you suggesting that X's ostentatious display is to deter the lurking dark hands?"
But why?
Although X was undeniably formidable, she had never committed any heinous acts, having even organized 2 world-class battles. She perpetually navigated the gray area between black and white. To say she was patriotic would be a stretch. Gu Wuyen scratched his head. "Do you think X is representing the Dragon Team tonight? Or is it purely her own agenda?" The Dragon Team was a force even they feared. However, given the Dragon Team's status, they would never allow X to make such a bold statement without their sanction. Thus, it must be her own initiative. Fu Shi's grip on the towel faltered. His dark brows knitting together as his starry eyes, imbued with coldness, seemed to deepen, his pale lips parting. There is someone or something X wishes to protect in this. This was the most fitting possibility. Chapter 26. Afraid I might secretly run away when I turn 18? The next day, in the morning, Song Tianyi had just exited his company, en route to discuss a business deal. Passing by Huaxing Bank on Ping'an Avenue, he noticed two figures entering. His pupils constricted, and he instructed the driver, stop. Stepping out of the car, Song Tianyi made his way into the bank, scanning the hall until his gaze landed on a figure at a corner counter. Indeed, it was Song Li, accompanied by a girl in light clothing. The one conversing with Song Li was none other than the bank's general manager. With determined strides, Song Tianyi approached, his voice steady yet commanding. Song Li, what are you doing here? Tan Beixing was startled by the sudden exclamation, and upon seeing Song Tianyi, her expression shifted as she instinctively clutched Song Li's sleeve. Song Li patted her hand, turning her head to face Song Tianyi, her upturned eyes devoid of warmth, both cold and wicked. Nonchalantly responding, what else can one do at a bank besides depositing or withdrawing money? Song Tianyi's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. Where did you get the money? Enough to have the bank manager accompanying you personally. Song Li raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. Are you watching so closely because you're afraid I might secretly turn 18 and run away with something? Song Tianyi choked on his words. Recalling the events of the previous night, he suppressed his rising anger, maintaining a stern demeanor. As long as you are still my daughter, it's best you keep yourself in check. If you dare tarnish the Song family's reputation or drag your sister down, I will not go easy on you. Song Li let out a low laugh, her eyes devoid of warmth, her tone cold yet audacious. Shall I get you a megaphone so you can shout a little louder? Song Tianyi instinctively glanced around. Several people conducting business were now staring at them, their expressions peculiar. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his voice. You better behave yourself. After issuing a warning, Song Tianyi glanced at Tan Beixing beside Song Li and let out a cold snort before striding away. Miss Song, the bank manager finally spoke, respectfully handing back the black card with both hands. There are still 4 months and 8 days until the deadline for safe deposit box number 03. 4 months and 8 days, huh? That's quite a stretch. Song Li exclaimed, tucking the black card into her pocket. Upon exiting the bank, Song Li and Tan Beixing made their way to a shopping mall. Song Li playfully pinched Tan Beixing's soft cheek and mischievously grinned. Choose whatever you fancy. You needn't hold back for my sake. The girl's features were strikingly beautiful, possessing an allure that could captivate both genders. Despite having known each other since childhood, Tan Beixing still felt her ears flush. She touched her ears and whispered, please don't tease me so much. It wouldn't look good if too many people noticed. Since their entrance into the mall, numerous eyes had been drawn to them. Had it not been for Song Li's formidable aura and her icy demeanor, which suggested she was not to be trifled with, many would have approached them for contact information. Tan Beixing, typically shy and sensitive, felt embarrassed, prompting Song Li to lead her into a luxury goods store. Hey, is that Tan Beixing? And next to her is Song Li. Several figures paused at the entrance of the store, their expressions revealing surprise. Song Yuer looked up and, upon seeing the two girls inside laughing and seemingly quite intimate, her pupils constricted. Tan Beixing was nearly as renowned as her in their academic circle at Qingting. How could Song Li, who had only just arrived and was still in the lowest ranked class, possibly know her? Jealousy flickered in Zhang Hui's eyes as she remarked, I heard that Song Li comes from the countryside, and her clothes are so cheap. Can she even afford to shop at a luxury store? She must be putting on airs. A younger girl beside her scoffed in agreement. Zhai Jingyi, unfamiliar with the two inside, frowned at their remarks. Do you have a grudge against them? Zhai Jingyi was the most cherished granddaughter of the Zhai family patriarch and did not attend Qingting, but took dance classes with Song Yuer, with whom she had a good relationship. Today, they had arranged to go out together after their dance class. Everyone aspired to associate with the Zhai family, and the Song family was no exception. Observing the disdain on their faces, Song Yuer's eyes glimmered as she softly replied, she's merely a student from the lower class at Qingting. The younger girl, Ding Yani, chimed in, I never expected Tan Beixing to associate with such a person. She must not be a good person herself. Please don't say that, Song Yuer said, lowering her head to suppress her jealousy. Tan Beixing is an academic star. If she's with Song Li, she can't be all that bad.
Zhan Yu sneered dismissively.
I heard Song Li dropped out of middle school and worked in the countryside for 2 years before coming to Qingting. She probably just used her looks to get in here. How good can she be? This remark flashed the scene from the night before in Song Yuer's mind, the two handsome men accompanying Song Li. Her fingers instinctively clenched. Zhai Jingyi understood their implications clearly, her frown deepening with each word. Looking at the two girls inside, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Let's refrain from discussing such unrefined people in the future. Regardless, the connection between Song Li and herself was undeniable. In front of Zhai Jingyi, Song Yuer did not wish to encounter Song Li. It would be too embarrassing. She stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Zhai Jingyi's, and smiled. Jingyi doesn't like to hear such things. Let's not mention them again. Isn't it the birthday banquet for young Master Zhai tonight? Let's go buy a gift first. Young Master Zhai, Zhai Chen, was Zhai Jingyi's brother, and they were invited to dinner at Shangyun restaurant for his birthday tonight. Song Yuer had been invited by Zhai Jingyi. However, as mere followers, Zhang Hui and Ding Yani were merely included due to Zhai Jingyi's association with Song Yuer. They would not miss the opportunity to get close to the Zhai family. Suddenly abandoning their mockery of Song Li, they donned smiles of flattery and left together. Upon exiting the mall, Song Li and Tan Beixing proceeded to a bookstore. Tan Beixing was busy selecting her desired books. After a brief look around, Song Li paused at a dusty book on a corner shelf and reached for it. 386 yuan. I'll take care of it. As the electronic voice chimed at the self-checkout, a hand reached across to scan the code first. Long fingers, pristine and unblemished, held a phone as a deep, magnetic voice resonated. Without lifting her gaze, Song Li already knew who it was. Tan Beixing, unfamiliar with this sudden, strikingly handsome man who had appeared out of nowhere to pay, was startled and quietly asked Song Li, "Who is he?" Song Li lazily lifted her eyelids, meeting the man's gaze, which held a hint of amusement, and replied nonchalantly, "Just a mechanic." Fushi. We've at least shared a meal and lived under the same roof. The girl is rather aloof. He scanned the books Tan Beixing was placing into her bag, all of which were original texts on biomedical information, along with a dusty Buddhist scripture that seemed to have lingered in the bookstore for quite some time. This girl believed in Buddhism? She hardly appeared to be the type. Growing up in the countryside, she could fix cars, race, fight, and even understood Buddhist scriptures. It seemed the information he had gathered was not entirely accurate. She truly was an enigma. Fushi regarded the proud girl before him, a profound look in his eyes. He slipped his phone into his pocket and asked, "Where are you headed? Can I give you a ride?" The crown prince of the Fu family, notorious in the capital, had crossed paths with her in this small place far too frequently. How intriguing. Song Li furrowed her brows slightly, tilting her head to ask Tan Beixing, "Shall we go to the Shao residence?"
Tan Beixing blinked, nodding obediently.
Chi sensed that their master had been acting somewhat strangely these past few days. That coincidental encounter 2 nights ago was one thing, but bringing someone back to his place was quite another. Last night, he had invited someone to dinner and then went to the riverside with them to check on a car. Today, they had coincidentally run into each other again outside the bookstore. How could the esteemed heir of the Fu family resort to such personal tailing? Chi could not help but twitch her lips, observing the peculiar and complex look in Song Li's eyes. Chapter 28. Finding Song Li a little peculiar. At the Shao residence, Shao Kong was not surprised to see Song Li and Tan Beixing arrive. However, he was momentarily taken aback when he noticed the man following them. "Uncle Shao." Tan Beixing greeted sweetly, offering the supplements she had brought. "These are for Auntie." During her 2 years at Qingting, Shao Kong had treated her like a daughter, even attending parent-teacher meetings on her behalf. As they grew closer, there was no need for formalities. Shao Kong snapped back to reality, accepting the gift and placing it aside before leading the 2 girls upstairs. He pursed his lips, then addressed Song Li. "You won't be checking on cars for the next few days." Song Li gave him a glance and nodded, inquiring, "How's she been doing lately?" This referred to Shao Kang's wife, Guanqin. Shao Kong sighed. She can recognize people, but she keeps mumbling. Song Li frowned, glancing at Fushi. Before she could speak, the man interjected, "I'll wait for you here." Raising an eyebrow, Song Li's lips curled into a subtle smile as she followed Shao Kong upstairs. In the bedroom, Guanqin sat by the window. Though she was only in her 30s or 40s, her frail frame hunched over, her face creased with wrinkles, and her eyes dull and devoid of vitality, she appeared much older, resembling a marionette. In her hands, she held a picture framed tightly, a photo of her daughter in a school uniform, sporting a high ponytail and a radiant smile. Shao Kong approached gently, murmuring, "Beixing has come to see you." The woman stirred slightly, turning her head to offer a somewhat stiff smile, her tone soft, "You're here.
Tan Baixin's Shiyi greeted, and Guan.
Song Li stepped forward and softly said, "Allow me to take your pulse." Guan Qin raised an arm and placed it on the table. Song Li delicately grasped her pulse. Her fingertips pale and cool. After a considerable pause, she released her hold and met the gazes of Xiao Kong and Tan Beixing. Furrowing her brow, "I will prescribe a few more remedies to nourish the spirit and consolidate the vital energy. Continue taking them." The obsession was difficult to dispel. This was a matter of the heart, a malady beyond the reach of medicinal cures. Xiao Kong understood that this was already a significant improvement. "Thank you." Song Li shook her head, retrieving paper and pen to neatly write out the prescription before handing it to him. "Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me." Xiao Kong accepted the prescription, his expression towards the girl imbued with complexity. At times, he found Song Li to be somewhat peculiar. At merely 17, her striking beauty was noteworthy, yet her skills in driving, computing, and medicine were unparalleled, all while she maintained an unassuming demeanor that left no one the wiser. If one were to attribute her talents to genetics, it was evident that Song Tianyi and Yi Qin did not possess such gifts. It was a mystery how her intellect had developed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at Shangyunjai, upon spotting Gu Wuyan with his striking blue hair, Fu Shi's usually stern expression revealed a hint of disdain. "Is the gentle haven of the capital unable to retain you? You just returned this morning and have already come back tonight." Gu Wuyan smirked, attempting to defend himself. "I assure you, aside from playing dice and drinking with them, I have engaged in nothing else." Fu Shi, uninterested, handed the menu to Song Li, who promptly passed it to Tan Beixing. Tan Beixing blinked and leaned in to whisper, "I need to use the restroom." Song Li raised an eyebrow, playfully pinching her cheek. "Shall I accompany you?" Tan Beixing chuckled, "No need. I'm not a child who requires company to visit the restroom." Gu Wuyan, tempted to smoke, restrained himself upon noticing the presence of the esteemed young prince beside him. His gaze fell upon Song Li. "Little beauty, with your exceptional driving skills and mechanical prowess, I presume you can modify vehicles as well?" Song Li leaned back, adopting a nonchalant posture, her legs crossed, and raised her gaze from her phone. Her expression cool. "Are you interested in modifying a vehicle?" Fu Shi's eyes narrowed, casting a warning glance at Gu Wuyan, a hint of danger lurking within. Gu Wuyan felt a chill at his neck, but being the little tyrant of the Gu family, he steeled himself and nodded, his eyes sparkling. "I want to modify a race car for international competitions." Suddenly, an uproar erupted from outside the partially closed door, accompanied by sharp, incredulous exclamations. The name Tan Beixing echoed, causing a cold glint to flash in Song Li's eyes as she abruptly rose and walked outside. In the corridor, Tan Beixing was surrounded by several girls, with Song Yuer prominently among them. Approaching, Song Li surveyed the shattered porcelain on the floor before Tan Beixing and frowned. What transpired? Tan Beixing stole something, one of the girls exclaimed. She took Yuer's necklace, which cost 50,000. Zhang Hui and Ding Yanni spoke up before Tan Beixing could defend herself. Chapter 29. She stole her necklace worth 50,000. Tan Beixing grasped Song Li's arm, her expression one of distress. "Just now, as I was exiting the restroom, I accidentally brushed against her while washing my hands, and her necklace went missing. Now they claim I stole it. Ollie, I swear I didn't." Ding Yanni scoffed. "And you expect us to believe that?" Zhang Hui sneered. "I've heard you came from the countryside. It's no surprise you know Song Li, truly a den of thieves." Tan Beixing was renowned in the first class, often compared to Song Yuer, and was well known within Qingtung. Rumors had circulated that she was an orphan who had entered Qingtung from the countryside, and during parent-teacher meetings, it was a traffic police captain named Xiao Kong who attended on her behalf. No one knew if she was being supported.
Tan Beixing frowned, Zanui.
"Your words are excessively harsh. You can criticize me, but how dare you speak ill of Ollie?"
What?
"You dare to steal and still fear our words?"
Zanui replied contemptuously.
Song Yue had not anticipated that Song Li would accompany Tan Beixing to Shangyunjai tonight, even sharing a private room next to theirs. Seeing Song Li now, a flicker of resentment crossed her eyes as she bit her lip and said to Tan Beixing, "I believe you are not that kind of person." But it was just the two of us in the restroom. Zhang Hui and Ding Yanni, ever sycophantic, stood behind, and within the room, young masters from the Zhai family and wealthy second-generation heirs from Jincheng were present. Why would they miss the chance to show off? "You say you didn't take it. Does that mean Yue hid it herself to frame you?" "Exactly. People like you shouldn't even be in luxury stores. Who knows if you went in to steal?" Zhang Hui and Ding Yanni exclaimed. Tan Beixing, if you lack evidence, you are merely spreading rumors. Tan Beixing's expression tightened, her eyes flashing with anger. In class, she had faced exclusion due to Song Yue, yet she kept to herself, focusing solely on her studies. These classmates knew her but were not close. She hadn't expected such fabrications to arise. Evidence?
Zani sneered.
Is there a camera in your restroom? Tan Beixing and Song Yue spoke simultaneously, their eyes glistening with tears. If it were anything else, it wouldn't matter. But this necklace was a gift from my aunt just 2 days ago. She spent 50,000 on it as a reward for my academic excellence. Having listened intently, Song Li finally grasped the situation. A cold smile curled her lips as her piercing gaze fell upon Song Yue. Are you claiming that Tan Beixing stole the necklace your aunt gifted you? Her tone was calm, yet carried an unsettling power. Song Yue glanced at her, biting her lip, choosing not to confirm or deny. But tearfully implored Tan Beixing, if you truly like it, I will buy you an identical one, but please return this to me, all right? With her graceful dancing figure and a new pinkish-white dress that appeared innocent and pure, her tears only accentuated her fragile allure. Shiyi frowned, her disdainful gaze fixed on Tan Beixing. You look clean, yet your hands are so dirty. As she spoke, others joined in, all pointing fingers at Tan Beixing. Why should she receive a gift from you? She stole from you, and still has the audacity to complain? She's a classmate. Yet she dares to steal something given by her aunt. How shameless. Don't push us to resort to violence. It won't end well for you. The taunts came one after another like daggers. The commotion even drew the attention of the manager of Shangyunjai, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with responsibilities for both the elderly and the young. Understanding the situation, he glanced between Song Li and Tan Beixing, frowning. Our guests are to be treated with respect. If this young lady has indeed stolen something, please return it promptly, or we will have to involve the authorities.
Tan Beixing stood tall.
Her expression impassive as she faced the crowd, her voice cold. I did not steal. I stand firm in my truth. Even if you call the police. I am not afraid. Chapter 30. A slap in the face. Is this yours? At the door of the adjacent room, Gu Wuyen frowned. Should I intervene? Surely. The friend of the little beauty would not steal. Fu Shi had been watching Song Li intently. The aura around the young girl grew increasingly frigid. Her eyes reflecting irritation and impatience, evidently on the verge of losing control. He narrowed his eyes. Not yet. Is that enough? At that moment, Song Li spoke. Her voice sharp as a blade, an unsettling energy emanating from her very being, silencing the entire corridor. Shiyi, observing her captivating face, recalled the words of Zhang Hui and her companions from the mall that morning, and a look of disgust flickered across her delicate features as she arrogantly declared, What do you think you are? With a cold, mischievous smile. Song Li directed her penetrating gaze at Song Yue. Why don't you enlighten her about who I am? Song Yue's fingers tightened, her face paling as she bit her lip, choking on her words as she shouted. So, what if you are my sister? You caused our mother's death when we were young, and now you protect a thief who stole my necklace. What kind of sister are you?
Gasp.
The weight of her words stunned the crowd into silence for a moment. Zhang Hui was the first to recover, incredulously asking Song Yue, Did you just say what? Song Li is your sister? All eyes turned towards her. Song Yue, clutching her dress, replied with difficulty, Yes. Ding Yanni stared in astonishment, her eyes wide open. Why have you never mentioned having such a sister before? Song Yue turned paler, a flicker of calculating malice darting across her gaze. Her fingers dug tightly into the lace hem of her skirt as she choked out. She caused my mother's death when she was little and was sent to live in the countryside by my father. She was only just brought back recently. I thought that after all these years, she would come to like me, but I never expected this. At this point, her words faltered, and her gaze fell upon Song Li, her expression even more aggrieved. I know you saw my aunt give me the necklace the night before last. Even if you were jealous, you shouldn't have resorted to having someone steal from me, right? Just moments ago, it was Tan Beixing who had stolen it, yet now, in a mere breath, it had transformed into a tale of Song Li's jealousy, commanding Tan Beixing to commit the theft. The surrounding onlookers immediately fixed their gazes on Song Li, filled with disdain, disgust, and contempt. So, this was the truth? The Shangyun studio truly allowed anyone to enter? As the arrows of accusation shifted from her to Song Li, Tan Beixing frowned. Song Yue, do you truly believe your conscience can bear such words? Tears streamed down Song Yue's face as she pursed her lips, but I haven't spoken falsely. Shiyi's contempt deepened, What is the point of wasting words with such a person? Just call the police.
No.
Upon seeing someone actually pulling out their phone to call the authorities, Song Yue hurriedly intervened, her expression one of reluctance. She is still my sister. Even though she has never liked me, I cannot be so heartless towards her. Yue, Zhai Jingyi frowned. Your kindness will surely lead to your downfall someday. Silence. The situation was spiraling out of control, and Song Li licked her back teeth, her eyes tinged with a sinister red. Cold and terrifying. So it was a necklace worth 50,000, was it? Song Yue flinched at her gaze, yet with so many people behind her, including Zhai Jingyi and Zhai Xiao, she bit her lip and nodded. Yes. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Song Li's lips as she pulled out a beautifully packaged small box from her ever-present black backpack and threw it directly at Song Yue. Let us see if this belongs to you. Song Yue failed to catch it, and the box fell to the ground, bursting open to reveal a gleaming silver inside. Zhang Hui paused, bent down to pick it up, and upon opening it, her eyes widened at the sight of the necklace adorned with a small dolphin. This is from DM Jewelry's Ocean series.
DM.
Short for dreaming. It's an internationally renowned luxury jewelry brand. Even the cheapest necklace starts at 50,000. And the Ocean series has gained popularity in recent years, mostly as limited editions. This little dolphin, carved from pure aquamarine, is barely larger than a thumb, yet it retails for over 500,000.
Impossible.
Ding Yanni reached out to snatch it for a closer look. Chapter 31. Slapping faces 2 waves. How could one stoop to theft? It must be a fake. Ding Yanni's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Zhai Jingyi was also taken aback, extending her hand. Let me see. Ding Yanni instinctively handed it to her. The little dolphin at the end of the necklace was a deep blue, resembling blue jade, yet akin to blue crystal, lifelike and translucent. Zhai Jingyi activated the infrared UV light on her phone to conduct a thorough examination, her brows knitting together. This is genuine. She had purchased the same starfish from the Ocean series last year, and DM's accessories all bore hidden watermarks that only appeared under infrared UV light, serving as a means of authenticity verification. How could it possibly be real? Ding Yanni and Zhang Hui exclaimed in unison, astonished. Zhai Jingyi frowned, displeased. Are you questioning me? Zhang Hui and Ding Yanni dared not, awkwardly laughing. Of course not. However, if this were true, with a price tag exceeding 500,000, how could Song Li and Tan Beixing, adorned in cheap market goods, afford such luxury? A thought flashed in Ding Yanni's mind, her astonishment morphing into scorn. Song Li, could it be that you stole this? As she uttered those words, Zhang Hui immediately caught on, adding, We saw you two sneaking around the luxury goods store today. It must have been you. Song Yue continued to gaze at the necklace in Zhai Jingyi's hand, a piece she had long coveted, but which her father had refused to buy due to its exorbitant price. How could it now appear in Song Li's possession? With her mother's inheritance still locked away in the bank, there was no way Song Li could afford it. Contemplating this, Song Yue looked at Song Li, disbelief clouding her tear-filled eyes. Sister, father has provided for you. He even spent money to send you to Qingtung. How could you steal? Song Yue, you Tan Beixing? Taken aback by Song Yue's accusation, attempted to retort but was halted by Song Li. Song Li rummaged in her pocket again, pulling out a piece of paper and tossing it at Song Yue's face, her exquisite features shadowed by malice. The paper landed in Song Yue's hair, and as she reached to retrieve it, someone behind her swiftly intercepted it, glancing at it with surprise. 53,000 yuan exactly. This is the purchase receipt from the DM counter, dated this morning, with the official stamp. With these words, the authenticity of the necklace was confirmed. Song Li had indeed purchased it today. The revelation struck Zhang Hui, Ding Yanni, and Song Yue like a series of slaps to the face. Song Yue's nails dug into her palm, her complexion ashen, wishing she could bite her own tongue. Is this your necklace, Song Yue? But just then someone unexpectedly shouted. However, given the circumstances, the 53,000 yuan necklace contrasted sharply with a 5,000 piece. It was evident that this was merely a spectacle, intentionally inciting chaos. Zhai Jingyi shot a glance, and the crowd fell silent. Zhang Hui's face turned a shade of greenish-purple, her teeth clenched. Even if it is genuine, it does not prove that Song Yue's necklace wasn't stolen by Song Li and Tan Beixing. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from outside the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. At the entrance of the adjacent private room stood 2 men. One was tall and elegant, clad in a black silk shirt, his striking features radiating a noble elegance. Beside him, a blue-haired man with a flamboyant appearance wore a mischievous smile. Someone frowned. What are you laughing at? Gu Yen, a cigarette dangling between his fingers, struggled to contain his laughter. I find it amusing that someone who can afford a 500,000 yuan accessory would stoop to stealing a necklace worth 50,000. He hadn't expected that the little beauty was quite wealthy. Fu Shi remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Song Li, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. This statement made Zhang Hui and Ding Yanni wish they could sink into the ground. Excuse me, are you looking for a necklace? At that moment, a polite voice interjected, and everyone turned to see a woman holding a child. Chapter 32. Slapping Faces 3 Waves. Sister, you must wear it well. With no one else speaking, the manager stepped forward. Yes, do you need something? The woman glanced around at the assembled crowd and extended her left hand, unencumbered by the child, revealing a silver necklace resting in her palm. Is this what you're looking for? The manager, having never seen the lost necklace, naturally could not confirm. So he looked to the trio, Song Yue, Zhang Hui, and Ding Yanni, who had been the loudest in their accusations. Hesitating, Lady Song Yue had seen her necklace in the dressing room of the dance class that morning, and upon seeing it in the woman's hand, she furrowed her brow. Where did you find that? The woman pointed to the restroom. I found it under the sink while washing my hands. I heard you all arguing and thought I'd inquire. From under the sink? Gu Wuyen couldn't help but chuckle again, exclaiming, what a splendid performance. Fu Shi shot him a disapproving glance. A necklace of considerable length could easily be found beneath the sink, yet Song Yue had directly accused Tan Beixing and Song Li, adamantly insisting they had stolen from her. With no evidence, how could one falsely accuse another of theft? Could it be that she had intentionally tossed it beneath the sink and then come to accuse her own sister? The worth of 530,000 is something others can easily acquire, who would covet her mere 50,000. Song Yue's animosity towards Song Li and Tan Beixing was glaringly apparent. Several onlookers who had merely passed by during dinner now whispered in hushed tones, their voices not particularly discreet. Zhang Hui and Ding Yanni were not the only ones affected. Song Yue bit her lip, struggling to utter a word, while Zhai Jingyi felt as though she had been slapped across the face. She seized the necklace from the woman's grasp and, disdainfully tossing the one with the little dolphin to Song Yue, wore an expression of deep displeasure. This unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise. With his hands shoved deep into his pockets and an icy aura enveloping him, Song Li's terrifying presence bore down on Song Yue. Apologize. Song Yue, clutching the 2 necklaces, felt her hand go pale, rage simmering in her eyes as she bit her lip. I didn't know where it was. Apologize. Song Li's voice, cold as ice, rose an octave, his eyes tinged with crimson, exuding an ominous charm. You were in the wrong, acting aggressively first. Now that you've discovered it was a misunderstanding, Song Yue, you owe an apology. As Song Yue attempted to respond, Zhai Jingyi's icy voice interrupted her. Although she despised Song Li's demeanor, she was inherently fair-minded and not one to be easily deceived. Today's events had also tarnished her reputation. Hearing Zhai Jingyi's sharp remark, Song Yue realized she had jeopardized the fragile relationship she had painstakingly cultivated with the Zhai family. Her face flushed with embarrassment, blood trickling from her bitten lip. She gazed at Song Li and Tan Beixing, her eyes reddened. Sister, Tan Beixing, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not searching properly before confronting you. Ding Yanni and Zhang Hui, under Zhai Jingyi's pressure, were similarly compelled to apologize. The atmosphere around Song Li was thick with tension as he stepped forward, inching closer to Song Yue, locking eyes with her, which were filled with resentment and defiance that no one else could perceive. With a faint, frigid smile curling at the corners of his lips, he leaned closer to her ear. Song Tianyi and Song Yin must have warned you not to provoke me, haven't they? His breath chilling as ice, coupled with his sinister tone, sent shivers down her spine. Song Yue felt the hair on her body stand on end, a bone-deep chill coursing through her as she trembled. They were too close for anyone to overhear their exchange. Noticing Song Yue's change in demeanor, Zhai Jingyi frowned. Song Li, Song Yue has already apologized. Don't go too far. Without acknowledging her, Song Li took 2 steps back, extending his delicate hand to retrieve the little dolphin necklace from Song Yue. Originally meant for Tan Beixing, she would not allow it to be worn after this incident. Narrowing his eyes, he methodically placed it around Song Yue's neck. Since you cherish this 5,000 necklace so dearly, I trust you will value this 530,000 one even more. Consider it a long overdue gift from your sister upon our reunion after 10 years. You must wear it well and never misplace it. Though she smiled, her demeanor evoked the chill of midwinter. The lightness of her tone sent a prickling sensation across the skin. Under her oppressive presence, Song Yue felt her legs weaken, paralyzed with fear. As Song Li withdrew her piercing gaze, she called for Tan Beixing to leave. The moment she turned away, the tail of the newly adorned 530,000 necklace shattered into fragments. Chapter 33. He wouldn't dare provoke her, even if he had 10 lives. Thus, the limited edition necklace worth 530,000 was crushed by a mere girl's hands. 530,000 was a trifle to others. Who would bother to steal her 5,000? As the formidable figure of the striking girl emerged from the crowd, all present seemed stunned into silence. The hallway enveloped in a heavy stillness. Jingyi, what are you doing out here? Hasn't this been resolved yet? Just as Song Yue felt utterly humiliated and sought an excuse to leave, a door from the adjoining private room swung open, revealing a rebellious young man with an almost imperceptible bruise on his cheek. Upon stepping out, he spotted the two girls passing by. The one in black, looking unapproachable, bore a striking resemblance that stirred a faint recollection of the previous night. Noticing the girls entering the adjacent room, he disregarded Jingyi and dashed back inside, calling out to the people within, "Chen Ge, I just saw her. Damn, what a stroke of luck." Zhai Chen, in his early 20s and quite handsome, had left university prematurely to bask in the privileges of the Zhai family's fortune, often indulging in street racing. As long as he didn't stray too far, his grandfather allowed him this freedom. Today was his 21st birthday, celebrated with a gathering of friends for drinks and merriment. Frowning at the excitement, he asked which girl. The rebellious youth, Shiyi, pressed his lips to suppress the pain of his bruise and gritted his teeth. The girl who was with that Xiao fellow on Zhongyang Avenue. The one who had us all detained, and even hit me. Zhai Chen's pupils narrowed, a malevolent glint surfacing. Where?
Ji replied.
I saw her enter the next private room. Young Master Zhai, what should we do? Should we deal with her? Several eager friends hovered nearby, ready for action. Zhai Chen slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet. I want to see who has the audacity to investigate my people and vehicles. Although he had managed to have the traffic police captain suspended, he had been chastised by his grandfather upon returning home. This grievance demanded retribution. Outside, Song Li's sinister words echoed in Song Yue's mind, leaving her frozen in place until she finally regained her senses, though her spine still tingled with fear. Clutching the other necklace in her hand, she felt the weight of the surrounding stairs piercing through her. Ashamed to remain, she concocted an excuse to Zhai Jingyi about feeling unwell, preparing to leave with her belongings. Yet before she could move, the commotion from the private room erupted, with a group of men charging out. Some clutched beer bottles, their demeanor aggressive, as if they were itching for a fight. Zhai Jingyi was taken aback and rushed to grab Zhai Chen. Brother, where are you going? Zhai Chen shot her a glance. Stay out of it. Inside the adjacent room, as Tan Beixing settled down, Fu Shi handed the menu to Song Li for her to order, while Gu Wuyan laughed maliciously from the side. Having encountered foolishness before, they had never witnessed such brazen foolishness. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open. 5 or 6 men stormed in. Chi-Chi's eyes gleamed with cold light. He instinctively stepped forward to shield Song Li and Tan Beixing among others, exuding a menacing aura. What do you want?
Ji, spotting Song Li.
Pointed at her. Chen Ge, it's her. Tan Beixing gasped, gripping Song Li's arm. Ollie. Familiar with Chi-Yi's face, especially the bruise on his cheek. Fu Shi and Gu Wuyan quickly understood the motivation behind this group's intrusion. Gu Wuyan leaned back, his almond-shaped eyes resting on Zhai Chen with an amused expression. I wondered who dared to intrude upon my private room. Turns out it's the young master of the Zhai family. What are you to dare insult our young master Zhai? You better shut your mouth. A subordinate's retort was cut off mid-sentence by a swift slap from Zhai Chen. Though Zhai Chen recognized Gu Wuyan, he was unfamiliar with the man seated beside him. However, the distinguished air and striking features reminded him of what his grandfather had mentioned. Gu Xiao and the heir of the Fu family had recently been seen in Jin City, rarely parting ways. If this truly was the Fu family heir, he was someone who could wipe out the Zhai family with a mere flick of his finger. Zhai Chen, even with 10 lives, wouldn't he dare provoke him. The momentum he had charged in with dissipated, replaced by a hint of trepidation as he stiffly managed a smile. I didn't realize Gu Xiao was here. Chapter 34. A confrontation they couldn't afford. Gu Wuyan curled his lips, his gaze sweeping over the group before him. Were they here to indulge in revelry or to engage in conflict? As the heir of the Gu family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, He typically exuded an air of indifference, yet when he chose to assert himself, he radiated undeniable authority. Zhai Chen felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, instinctively concealing the beer bottle behind him. Forcing a smile, "It seems we've intruded by mistake. Young Master Gu. Please continue. We shall not disturb you." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Song Li, memorizing her visage, and with a hasty retreat, he kicked a few of his companions out of the private room, closing the door behind them. They had entered with bravado but exited in a state of trepidation. Was there someone in Jincheng that the Zhai family could afford to offend?
Ji, somahat perpleet, inuited.
Brother Chen, who was that person inside? Zhai Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping his forehead as he replied gravely. The young master of the Gu family in the capital. Upon hearing this, Shiyi's expression shifted, and the others fell silent, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Their status allowed them to stride confidently through Jincheng, yet in the circles of the capital, they could barely scratch the surface, let alone provoke anyone. Shiyi inhaled deeply and probed. And what of that woman? Zhai Chen, who frequently indulged in street racing, recalled that night when, after having a few drinks and taking a few girls for a late-night drive, they were unexpectedly obstructed and forcibly taken to the traffic police station, where they were fined, and his car was impounded. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? A glint of malice flickered in Zhai Chen's eyes as he commanded, "Investigate her relationship with young Master Gu, and keep a close watch on her." Inside the private room, this scene played out like a farce. Yet no one within felt the slightest ripple of disturbance. The dishes were served promptly. Gu Wian, still in disbelief, remarked, "Little beauty, is she truly your biological sister?" She appeared as a delicate white lotus. Song Li, nonchalantly reclining with her legs crossed, lifted her gaze, a lingering chill in her eyes. "I suppose so." Gu Wian. The last time I inquired if Song Tianyi was her biological father, her response was perhaps. Now, when asked if this is her biological sister, she merely replies, "I suppose so." Why do I sense that this little beauty is somewhat difficult to communicate with? Fu Shi poured a drink for the girl. His eyes dark as night, his voice deep and resonant. "Those people earlier were looking for trouble with you." Song Li took the drink, sipped it lightly, and scoffed dismissively. "Let them come." Just 2 words, brimming with disdain for all. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, but chose not to pursue the topic further. That night, in the Royal Court Villa area, Building 04, Unit A, Song Li emerged from the bathroom, towel-drying her hair, and booted up her computer, initiating a video call with Yaohua while accessing internal software. "Yaohua, the dragon had indeed sought you out, but he couldn't reach you. Feng Lin and the others are scattered across the globe. I told him I didn't know." Song Li. "Inform him that regarding the 319 incident, the dragon team would do best to refrain from intervening." Gazing at the door of Tan Beixing's room for a prolonged moment, a dark turbulence flickered in her eyes before she launched another software. On the white screen, a semi-finished 3D human model appeared, with all organs clearly marked. She took a sip of water, straightened her posture, and began to expedite her enhancements. On Monday, Song Li entered the campus precisely on time, walking leisurely past the watchful gaze of the duty teacher at the gate. As she stepped into the classroom, a basketball rolled to her feet. She lifted her foot to halt it. Though the school uniforms were identical, the female students wore them loosely, exuding a sense of chivalry that was both alluring and fierce, inciting envy even among the boys. Chu Lo felt a pang of jealousy, pointing at the basketball beneath her feet with an awkward smile. "That's mine. I was just practicing for gym class today." Song Li kicked it back to him, sauntering to her seat, extending her long legs to pull out the chair, crossing them as she settled in, adjusting her uniform to cover her head before lying down to sleep. The model was challenging to refine, and she hadn't rested well the previous night. "Is that Song Li?" Just as she closed her eyes, a voice called out, accompanied by a gentle tap on her desk. Song Li lifted her head, annoyance and chill evident in her gaze. In recent days, she hadn't stayed in the dorm, and they weren't particularly familiar. The girl before her exuded an air that warned others away, yet Som Tong felt intimidated, whispering, "I came to collect the English assignments." Chapter 35, Rumors, Biological Sisters. Even in the worst class, there still had to be a class monitor, and Som Tong, being the top student in this class, was appointed by Wenzhong. Song Li furrowed her brows. "What assignment?" Som Tong replied, "Just 2 worksheets." "Worksheets?" Song Li pondered for a moment, recalling that indeed, she had them. She rummaged through her book pocket, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper from amidst a pile of love letters. Handing it to Song Tong, she resumed her position to sleep. Soam Tong unfolded the paper, revealing an English worksheet. The page was blank, not a single word written. Her mouth twitched, and she dared not call out to Song Li again. After a moment of contemplation, she returned to her seat, pulled out her own English worksheet, and began to fill in the answers by comparing them. Observing this scene, Chu Lu approached with his basketball. Class monitor, could I borrow your answers too?
Con tông đi mát.
Retorting, get lost.
Que le double standard.
Zhong Xian entered just as the class bell rang, placing a can of milk on Song Li's desk. Chu Lu looked at him with astonishment. Xian Ge, you haven't skipped class or taken leave these past few days. Previously, it was a rarity for Zhong Xian to attend 2 full classes in a week. Lately, he had been present for every single class. Zhong Xian raised an eyebrow. Is it wrong for me to suddenly want to study hard and improve myself? Chu Lu scoffed. It's because of Song Li. Isn't it?
Get lost.
Zhong Xian kicked him lightly, exclaiming, how can you call my aunt by her name?
Geluft, un azur double standard dog.
As the class bell rang, Song Li stood up, leaning against the wall, her eyes devoid of sleepiness, a chill enveloping her. She nudged Zhong Xian's foot beneath the desk, nonchalantly inquiring, what class is it?
Zhong Xian math.
Hey, have you all heard? The new school flower and Song Yuer from class 1 are actually biological sisters. New school flower?
Who is that?
That's Song Li, who just transferred to class 24. Is it true? Why hasn't anyone mentioned it before? I heard that Song Li caused their mother's death when they were young, and she was cast away to the countryside to grow up, mingling with unsavory characters. Upon coming to Jincheng, she relied on her looks to get involved with wealthy patrons, allowing her to enter Qingtong. No wonder. She managed to dominate the school bully in just 2 days, a habitual offender indeed. I also heard that Song Li was particularly rebellious as a child. At just 4 years old, she caused a kindergarten to shut down. 4 years old, and shut down a kindergarten? That's exaggerated, isn't it? Who knows? Anyway, there's no smoke without fire. I wonder how Song Yuer could have such a sister. If it were me, I wouldn't want to acknowledge her. How embarrassing. However, a friend of mine saw them at Shangyun restaurant yesterday. Song Yuer accused Tan Beixing of stealing her necklace and cornered her to interrogate. In the end, a passerby found it under the sink. The wealthy are truly chaotic. What kind of wealthy is she? At noon, after school, inexplicably, some news began to spread in a limited scope. Upon hearing that Song Li and Song Yuer were biological sisters, many were left stunned. I knew that Song Li was not a good person. She exudes a rogue aura, looking just like a vixen. Who isn't a good person? Before the girl could finish her sentence, her collar was suddenly grabbed, and she was pushed against the wall, meeting Zhong Xian's cold, piercing gaze, causing her to shiver slightly. Yet, simultaneously, she scoffed internally, confirming that even the school bully had been ensnared by Song Li, already defending her. If Song Li dares to act, she shouldn't fear the rumors. I personally witnessed her with several men last night. Those are her friends. Zhong Xian sneered, tossing her aside. His gaze swept over the surrounding onlookers, recalling the earlier discussions, and raised his voice, coldly declaring, so, what if Song Li and Song Yuer are sisters? From a tender age, the younger sister was accustomed to a life of luxury in the sprawling metropolis, while their father still lived. In stark contrast, Song Li was cast away to the countryside, left to fend for herself. Had it not been for the benevolent intervention of the orphanage director, she would have long since perished. Have you ever encountered such a dichotomy between a biological father and sister? Chapter 36, The Kindergarten Incident. One male acquaintance is merely a benefactor. Should you all vow never to converse with men again? Furthermore, Song Li is the adopted daughter of my grandfather. A beloved and even closer than blood. Let anyone dare to speak ill of her, and they shall find themselves at odds with me. Zhong Xian had initially intended to keep this under wraps, for Song Li preferred a low profile. However, as rumors began to swirl, he found himself concerned about what schemes Song Tianyi might concoct. Despite Song Li's indifference to the gossip, he felt the need to act. If their parents discovered that Song Li had been wronged at Qingting and he failed to intervene, he would surely face their wrath. By declaring his protection over Song Li, he effectively announced to all that she had his backing. The onlookers nearby gasped in disbelief. An adopted daughter? An aunt? Surely, this is a ruse. Zhong Xian, a notorious school bully, would have no reason to deceive us. Who would casually claim an aunt? Not to mention, Song Yuer was escorted to and from school in luxury, adorned in designer attire. If Song Li were indeed her biological sister, she would seem woefully underprivileged. Yet, There were whispers that Song Li had been responsible for their mother's death during childhood. Who can truly ascertain the events of the past? Regardless, it was evident that Song Li bore the weight of being labeled a villain. Hush! Don't let Zhong Xian hear, someone cautioned. Without knowledge of the full story, they chose to remain silent and dispersed, wary of Zhong Xian's imposing presence. In the art building, Song Yue had just taken a brief moment to practice her dance when a throng of admirers gathered outside, reveling in their attention. When Zhang Hui rushed in, breathless and wide-eyed.
Heir.
You wouldn't believe it. Zhong Xian just called Song Li aunt. Yue was taken aback.
What?
After catching her breath, Zhang Hui continued, her expression darkening. Just now, Zhong Xian himself said in the schoolyard that Song Li is his grandfather's adopted daughter. Zhong Xian's status was the subject of many rumors at Qingting, with most asserting that he was the legitimate heir of one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. While he had never confirmed nor denied it, the fact that Song Li, who had grown up in the countryside, could enter such a prestigious school and be so familiar with Tan Beixing, even shattering a necklace worth 530,000, was hard to fathom. Now, he claimed her as an aunt? It was simply unbelievable. Yuer's momentary delight was quickly overshadowed by resentment, her lips pressed together as she glared. Just as she was about to speak, her phone chimed with a friend request notification. From Zhai Chen? Yuer could hardly believe her eyes and confirmed the request. Indeed, it was Zhai Chen. After the incident last night, Zhai Jingyi seemed to harbor resentment toward her, ignoring her messages today. Yet now Zhai Chen was reaching out? Previously, she had discreetly inquired multiple times, but Zhai Jingyi had never shared Zhai Chen's contact information. Even if Zhai Chen was not as handsome as the man accompanying Song Li, he was still quite dashing. If she could become the daughter-in-law of the Zhai family. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in her eyes as she dismissed Zhang Hui's earlier comments about Song Li, accepted the friend request, donned her school uniform, and returned to class. Among the students at school, gossip was the only diversion from their studies, especially with Zhong Xian's revelation. By the afternoon, nearly every student at Qingting was aware that Song Li was the aunt of the notorious school bully. Reactions ranged from disbelief to fascination. Some rationalized. No wonder Zhong Xian was so attentive on the first day. Others exclaimed, regardless of the circumstances, I truly believe Song Li is remarkable. As when Zhong walked back to class, he overheard these discussions, his lips twitching in amusement. Ever since Song Li joined their class, she had displayed remarkable dedication, taking notes attentively despite her seemingly carefree demeanor. Moreover, her presence had positively influenced the entire class 24, much to Zhong's satisfaction. In class, Chula had also heard numerous tales and couldn't resist glancing at Song Li. Eventually curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, Aunt, is it true about what happened at kindergarten when you were 4? Chapter 37. He dares not. Song Li, with her delicate fingers, deftly sketched a swallowtail butterfly on paper before lazily lifting her gaze. With an air of nonchalance, she replied, as a teacher to prey upon children. If the school turns a blind eye, I shall act as a guardian of justice.
Que le blact, astonished.
So, it is true? But you were only 4 at that time. This is my aunt. Zhong Xian interjected, giving Chu Lu a light thump on the head.
Que le robe, he said, grumbling.
You're forbidding me from saying her name, and now you don't want me to call her aunt? What gives? Zhong Xian dismissed him, pulling him back. Silence. We're in class. Zhong Xian knew little of Song Li's childhood, having only heard snippets from his grandfather, including the incident at kindergarten. There had been a rather inappropriate male teacher who attempted to harm the children, but when reported to the principal, no action was taken. On one occasion, this teacher targeted Song Li, and the outcome was that he became a eunuch for life. The kindergarten subsequently closed down. Song Li had not acted recklessly, causing harm to innocents. She had chosen to expose the teacher when no children were present. Since childhood, she had always been different, her intelligence and cunning beyond mere talent. At 9 o'clock that evening in the dormitory, after filling her water bottle, Song Tong heard voices from the balcony. Upon investigating, she spotted Song Li on the phone, momentarily taken aback. Since their first day of moving in, Song Li had never stayed in the dormitory, so her presence surprised everyone. With a calm demeanor, Song Li spoke softly. If he truly intends to interfere, Team 3 will simply break away from the Dragon Group. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end of the line, a temptress, sparkled with amusement. If that is the case, I genuinely hope he does. This he referred to the leader. Although Team 3 was affiliated with the Dragon Group, the 6 core members of Team 3 answered only to their captain, X, who was not beholden to the Dragon Group. They had long awaited the day X would lead them away from the Dragon Group, and the anticipation thrilled them. Song Li's pale fingers curled around the white phone cord. Her eyes icy, a confident yet mischievous smile playing on her lips as she nonchalantly said, "He dares not." Even if the leader held grievances against X, he would not provoke her, jeopardizing control over Team 3. The temptress laughed softly. "I eagerly await the day they discover that X is you, a mere 17-year-old still in high school." The sight of everyone's jaws dropping would undoubtedly be delightful. As a few other roommates returned, Song Li lightly clicked her tongue and ended the call. "Song Li," Som Tong greeted as she entered from the balcony, smiling brightly. "Shall we introduce ourselves?" After all, they were now dorm mates, and it was rare for Song Li to stay in the dormitory. Song Li, with a demeanor both aloof and regal, showed little interest in introductions but remained polite. Song Li, she stated succinctly. Her reputation had spread like wildfire in the school. Having usurped Song Yuer's 3-year reign as the school beauty, everyone recognized her. A bespectacled girl with thick bangs spoke first. "I'm Hiyu." "I'm Shiyi from Class 8, chimed in a girl with dual ponytails, her smile revealing charming dimples. The remaining girl remained silent, her eyes shimmering with jealousy as she regarded Song Li's striking features. Som Tong furrowed her brow at the silence, dismissing it as she continued addressing Song Li. "This is Li Jie from Class 1. Originally, the dormitory arrangement was based on class rankings. However, as students departed, the placements became increasingly arbitrary, ultimately disregarding class distinctions altogether." After a moment of contemplation, she leaned in closer and whispered in a tone only the two could hear, "The students from Class 1 have always been rather arrogant. They exude an air of superiority. Even though we share the same dormitory, Li Jie has consistently looked down upon us. It is not particularly commendable to speak ill of others, especially so openly." Som Tong refrained from commenting further and simply advised, "Just keep your distance from her." Song Li replied with a soft ah, unsure if the words had registered with her. Chapter 38 unfolded, and time had slipped away. With a swift and graceful motion, Song Li rolled onto her bed, drew the curtain, and sat cross-legged as she powered on her computer. The model was nearly complete. After dedicating half an hour, it was finally perfected. Once marked and organized, Song Li bundled it with a document and sent it via an encrypted email. Moments later, her phone buzzed with a message. "By little ancestor, have you finally lifted the seal?" Having spent 2 years in Taiping Town, she was perplexed by the notion that upon her return, some perceived her as having undergone self-imposed seclusion. With a smirk, Song Li replied, "Send the human model and document to Old Man Sang. I expect to see progress by the end of the month." By the end of the month? You might as well deliver him a coffin. Song Li, as soon as possible. You must be aware that various factions are investigating the 319 incident. Song Li, I am. The situation regarding the serum has leaked from unknown sources. The East is now fixated on the 319 biomedical engineering site. While no one dares to touch the elder from the Fu family in the capital, Gu Peiyuan is currently under semi-surveillance, and for some reason, the young heir of the Fu family has been investigating this matter for a long time. He is quite dangerous, little ancestor. You must be cautious and avoid any encounters with him. It was too late. She had already crossed paths with him. Song Li narrowed her eyes, recalling the ring worn by that man, which bore a striking resemblance to her own bracelet. She pondered whether it was merely a ring, or if it concealed deeper significance. In the royal court, Building A, Unit 03, Chu Qi received a call and, with a grave expression, reported to Fu Shi, "Sir, the dragon team has withdrawn." Gu Wuyen was taken aback. What does withdrawal imply? Chu Qi furrowed her brow. Someone requested the dragon team to investigate, and they dispatched personnel. But just half an hour ago, they abruptly recalled everyone without explanation. The dragon team, an organization that operates independently of any nation, holds numerous core secrets. They act out of self-interest, but do not harm others. The situation in the East was not particularly severe. The real concern lay with the term serum. If the dragon team had engaged, how could they possibly retreat? Fu Shi's dark brows knitted together, his profound gaze clouded with contemplation. Yet he could not discern the underlying reason. With a somber tone, he instructed Chu Qi, ensure that Chu Yi keeps a close watch on developments from various nations, particularly in Yongzhou, as the origins of the 319 biomedical engineering project trace back there. Gu Wuyen licked his teeth, his flirtatious eyes glinting with mischief. If the Zhai family's old man remains inactive and we cannot locate X and Jincheng, should I personally make a trip to Yongzhou? Fu Shi shook his head, no need. His long, elegant fingers traced the rim of his glass, thoughts swirling within his mind. After a moment, he took a sip of water, allowing it to roll down his throat before leisurely stating, there is no rush. We shall wait until the end of the month to attend the North China Chamber of Commerce Conference. Attend the North China Chamber of Commerce Conference? Gu Wuyen was taken aback, regarding Fu Shi with a peculiar gaze. Are you feeling well? You previously showed no interest in the conferences in Shengjing, let alone attending in person. Now, however, he was inclined to participate. A flicker of cold light glimmered in Fu Shi's eyes as he replied nonchalantly. I received word from Chu San that the mysterious heir of the North China Chamber of Commerce has made an appearance. As night fell and dawn approached, a gentle rain began to fall, light and drizzling, yet somewhat irksome. The chill in the air often stirred Song Li's irritability. Outside the dormitory, Tan Beixing handed her a can of warm milk, gently touching her suddenly cold hand, and furrowed her brow in concern. Is this too cold for you? Song Li raised her left wrist, shaking the bracelet adorning it, and smiled. It's here. What could possibly go wrong? Observing the worried expression on Tan Beixing's face, Song Li playfully pinched her cheek. Don't fret. Have you finished your milk? Shall I fetch you another case? Tan Beixing tugged at the corners of her mouth. The dozens of boxes you bought me 6 months ago are still untouched. Ever since Song Li had awakened from her slumber 3 years ago, she had been providing her with truckloads of milk, and in addition to their dormitory, 2 entire walls in the royal court villa were stacked high with it. Today was the day of the weekly examination. Recalling the rumors circulating at school, Tan Beixing blinked and whispered, Ali, could you perhaps refrain from scoring a 0? Her Ali was the most radiant moon in the sky and should not be belittled in such a manner. Noticing the glimmering eyes of her friend, Song Li raised an eyebrow and smiled. For your sake. Very well. Chapter 39. Was it Jaichen? When the exam papers were distributed, Song Li perused them before putting pen to paper. Observing her earnestness and the fullness of her writing, Wenzhong nodded in satisfaction. After collecting the papers and dismissing the class, Wenzhong stepped out but returned to call for Tsong Tong. You and Wang Xueli are responsible for putting together the bulletin board.
Oh.
Tsong Tong's enthusiasm instantly deflated, and she lamented. All we ever do is publish reports. No matter how diligently we work, the moving red flag never reaches our class. Wang Xueli sighed. Old one values ritual, you know that.
Just accept it.
In any case, it was merely a bulletin board. Some casual sketches and a countdown to the college entrance examination would suffice to get it over with. Tsong Tong suddenly seemed to recall something. Glancing towards a corner of the room, a girl was lounging with her legs crossed, exuding a strong aura despite her casual demeanor. With an air of nonchalance that was oddly captivating, she held a pencil in her pale, delicate fingers, seemingly sketching something. Tsong Tong's eyes flickered, and she approached tentatively, asking Song Li, can you draw? Song Li lazily lifted her eyelids, her voice cool and distant. Not really. Tsong Tong's gaze fell upon the paper before her, where a vividly depicted swallowtail butterfly adorned the corner, while the large blank space in the center seemed to be forming the outline of a motorcycle, with each component meticulously illustrated. Song Li halted her pencil, casually folded the paper, and tucked it into her book, her expression unchanging. Just a copy. Tsong Tong. Am I blind? During the lengthy break, Chula called a few students to the convenience store. Zhong Xian did not join them. Instead, he sat back in his chair, resting his chin on Song Li's desk, his youthful face bearing a hint of apprehension. Auntie, my parents know you are at Qingting and want to invite you over for dinner. Are you free? As Song Li was busy replying to messages on her phone, she heard the inquiry and looked up. A breeze wafted through the window, a few strands of hair brushing against her brow, creating an ethereal beauty. Her eyes held a blend of rebelliousness and coldness. Let me think. Zhong Xian sighed. Annie is so hard to invite. Song Li lowered her head once more to respond to her messages. Yao Ji. After I conveyed your message, the leader withdrew from the operation. With a swift motion, Song Li's lips curled into a wickedly cold smile. Just as she exited the internal software, another message popped up. Fu Shi. Have you eaten? Having just added each other as friends, they had not conversed before. This was their first interaction. Song Li raised her eyebrows slightly and typed. Ah. Fu Shi. Shao Kong has been suspended. Suspended? A glint of cold light flashed in Song Li's eyes. Outside the gates of Qingting, in a luxury car. Fushi raised an eyebrow at the question mark, realizing the young lady was unaware of the situation. Given her temperament, would informing her now only ignite her anger? Yet to leave the matter half-stated would also provoke irritation. For the first time in his life, Fushi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He rubbed his prominent nose and ultimately decided to speak. That evening, the individual apprehended for drunk driving was Zhai Chen, the very same person who had led the group that intruded into the private room 2 nights prior, only to be frightened away by Gu Yan. When Zhai, the legitimate heir of the Zhai family, stormed into the room, he exuded an imposing aura and cast a lingering glance at Song Li before departing. Subsequently, he instructed Xu Qi to conduct a casual inquiry. The Zhai family indeed held dominion in Jincheng, and for him, it was merely a matter of lifting a finger. His only concern lay in the potential harm that group might inflict upon the young lady. In the classroom, upon reading this, a chill enveloped Song Li's gaze, crystallizing into ice. She exited WeChat and dialed a number. The other end was answered swiftly. With a pen gripped tightly in her fingers, she exuded a desolate air. Her gaze infused with a sinister allure. "Why did you not inform me of your suspension?" The coolness in the girl's voice transcended the phone line, momentarily catching Xiao Kong off guard. He chuckled and replied, "It's nothing serious. I consider it a vacation." His tone suggested a desire for peace. Song Li licked her lip, punctuating the desk with her pen, producing a sharp sound. Was it Zhai Chen's doing? Recognizing the anger in her voice, Xiao Kong, somewhat aware of the temperament of this formidable figure, bit his lip and confessed, "I did impound his car. The director dared not offend the Zhai family and opted to suspend me instead. It should be resolved in a few days." He feared that Song Li might become enraged and confront Zhai Chen, escalating the situation beyond control. Especially since even the mayor had to show a modicum of respect to the Zhai family. Unexpectedly, Song Li had already learned of the matter. Chapter 40. Isn't Song Li your sister? Upon ending the call, Song Li's gaze fell upon Zhong Xian. Her eyes, both mischievous and frigid, caused Zhong Xian to shrink back, feeling a chill run down his spine. He stammered, "Did Zhai Chen offend you, little aunt?" Although he did not catch the entirety of the conversation, he had overheard Zhai Chen's name. Song Li narrowed her eyes. "Are you familiar with the Zhai family?" Zhong Xian nodded. "Indeed. The Zhai family is the foremost clan in Jincheng, and Zhai Chen was a notorious figure in previous years at Qingting, leveraging his family's influence to indulge in hedonistic pursuits without engaging in anything worthwhile. His sister, Zhai Jingyi, is, however, a refined and educated young lady." Recalling what Tan Beixing had mentioned about the incident at Zhangyan's High 2 nights ago, it appeared that both Zhai Jingyi and Zhai Chen were present. Did they harbor a grievance against the little aunt that night? He furrowed his brow. "Little aunt, should I handle this matter?" Regardless of the Zhai family's might in Jincheng, they paled in comparison to the Zhong family. "Unnecessary," Song Li declined. At 6 in the evening, several striking convertible sports cars roared down the street, halting in a line at the entrance of Qingting. 4 or 5 young men, dressed in contemporary styles and possessing a hint of charm, disembarked with an air reminiscent of gang leaders on patrol, hands perched on their hips, cigarettes dangling from their mouths. The spectacle was simply ostentatious. Students entering and exiting the school paused to gawk, some even capturing the moment on their phones, unable to divert their eyes. "Isn't that Zhai Chen? Zhai Chen? The young master of the Zhai family? Who else could it be? How many Zhai Chens could there be in Jincheng? Didn't he graduate ages ago? What brings him back to Qingting? Who knows?" Those intimidated by the Zhai family recognized him and were further astonished. "Young Master Zhai." A sweet and gentle voice suddenly rang out as Song Yuer emerged from the crowd, her eyes sparkling with surprise and an awkward sense of being flattered. "What brings you here?" This moment incited a wave of excitement among onlookers.
Hey.
"Is that Song Yuer?
Does she know Zhai Chen?"
Judging by her demeanor, he must be here to pick her up. It was well known that Song Yuer enjoyed a good rapport with the young lady of the Zhai family. No one anticipated she had managed to capture the heir of the Zhai family. Zhai Chen, with one hand on his hip and the other clutching a cigarette, exuded the attitude of a proud streetwise figure. Listening to the surrounding chatter, he squinted at Song Yuer. "Where is Song Li?" Song Yuer's smile abruptly faltered, her fingers involuntarily tightening, her eyelashes concealing the resentment in her eyes as she murmured, "I don't know." "Isn't she your sister?" Causing Song Yuer to dig her nails into her palm. Just yesterday, Zhai Chen had added her on WeChat, and she had reveled in it for hours. Yet here he was, inquiring about Song Li. Today was meant to be a day out, yet he only spoke of Song Li. Sister? If given the choice, I would rather not have such a sister. Song Yuer pressed her lips together, raising her gaze, her resentment fading into an innocent facade. Her voice soft. I'm in class 1, and she's in class 24. Furthermore, she doesn't particularly like me, Song Li. Before she could finish, Shiyi suddenly called out in alarm. The attention of the gathered students shifted to the entrance of the school. A tall girl with striking features stood there, hands in her pockets, exuding a formidable aura and an intimidating presence. Shiyi was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, but quickly regained focus, nudging Zhai Chen. Brother Chen. That's Song Li. Zhai Chen squinted, discarding his cigarette but to the ground, and, ignoring Song Yuer, strode confidently toward the girl. The crowd erupted in murmurs once more. So, Zhai Chen was looking for Song Li? Earlier, when Song Yuer had approached him with such enthusiasm, it had seemed as though he was there for her. The new campus belle had indeed captured the attention of the Zhai family's heir within just a few days. Chapter 41. I'm here for you. With the earlier scene, I genuinely thought Zhai Chen was there for Song Yuer. It was rumored that she had a close relationship with young Master Zhai. And given the choice between her and Song Li, any man would choose Song Yuer, wouldn't they? Every word of the surrounding students was akin to mockery echoing in Song Yuer's ears, and their gazes felt like daggers at her back. But she couldn't leave. Zhai Chen blocked Song Li's path, his disheveled hair suggesting a lack of care, and he coldly questioned, Are you Song Li? How audacious of you to come here. Song Li halted, lifting her eyelids with a slight, icy smile, her demeanor casual. I am. The girl was undeniably stunning, radiating a nonchalant defiance laced with a rebellious spirit, exuding an aura of untouchable confidence that beckoned conquest. Zhai Chen's eyes flickered with greed as he licked his lips, his tone turning colder. That night. Were you the one who, along with that traffic officer, checked my car and struck me? Song Li tilted her head slightly, her bright, dark eyes locking onto his. I was. Both Zhai Chen and Shiyi were momentarily taken aback by her candid admission. Now it's my turn to ask. Gazing directly at Zhai Chen, Song Li stood upright with her hands in her pockets, her aura radiating confidence. Her eyes half-lidded and sharp. Did you pressure the police department to suspend Xiao Kong? Zhai Chen snapped back to reality, pulling out another cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with an arrogant smirk. What kind of police officer neglects their duties and bothers students? To dare to impound my car and strike me, you truly possess remarkable audacity. Having reigned supreme in Jincheng for years, he had never encountered such humiliation. He had no qualms about striking a woman. Today, he would make her see.
Bang!
Before Zhai Chen could finish a sentence, a slender leg appeared in his line of sight, a black shoe landing squarely on his chest, and the unprepared Zhai Chen was sent flying. As he crashed to the ground, the gathered crowd of hundreds fell into a stunned silence, akin to witnessing a ghost. Shiyi was the first to react, his complexion shifting drastically. Are you out of your mind? Before he could finish, another kick landed, and the next moment, Shiyi lay beside Zhai Chen on the ground. Young Master Zhai, young Master Qi. Song Yuer, suddenly jolted from the embarrassment of earlier, rushed over to assist Zhai Chen. Her face filled with concern. Young Master, are you alright? Without waiting for Zhai Chen's response, she stared at Song Li in shock, disbelief etched across her face. Song Li, do you even realize what you're doing? Song Li replied coolly. I'm striking. Zhai Chen clutched his chest in pain, coughing violently, his face darkened with disbelief.
How dare you hit me?
He exclaimed incredulously. Song Li, with an air of nonchalance, didn't he even bother to withdraw his hands from his pockets. He casually adjusted his legs, looking down at Zhai Chen with an icy glint in his eyes, exuding arrogance. I'm hitting you. Song Yuer's face turned pale, horror filling her eyes as she tremulously shouted at Song Li. Do you even know who he is? Are you trying to bring ruin upon the entire Song family? Song Li scoffed. What does the Song family have to do with me? This attitude left Song Yuer speechless. Gritting her teeth, she turned anxiously towards Zhai Chen, her expression filled with concern. Young Master Zhai, are you alright? Song Li has always been a lunatic, you get lost. Before she could finish, Zhai Chen yanked her arm and flung her away. With a forceful motion, she fell to the ground, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Zhai Chen, feeling utterly wronged. Young Master Zhai, I was only worried about you. Who the hell asked for your concern? Zhai Chen sneered, rising to his feet and not sparing her another glance. The onlookers heard this exchange, their gazes now fixed on Song Yuer. If she had felt humiliated before, Now her face was completely devoid of color. Reflecting on her earlier enthusiasm towards Zhai Chen, her complexion turned a mix of green and purple, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Chapter 42. Next time, bring someone more formidable. Zhai Chen had always been pampered and had a notorious reputation in Jin City, where everyone referred to him as young Master Zhai. When had he ever been struck? To be hit by a girl in front of so many people, how could he possibly endure that? Enraged, he rose and swung his fist towards Song Li. With a smirk, Song Li only moved when Zhai Chen's fist, enveloped in a gust of wind, was upon him. His slender fingers gripped Zhai Chen's wrist, twisting it with a sickening crack, and with a swift kick, he sent Zhai Chen sprawling against a nearby car. Pain shot through Zhai Chen's wrist to his bones. His face contorted in agony as he gasped, "You all blind? Can't you see I'm being attacked?" Zhai Chen had brought 5 men along.
Ji,
Still struggling to rise from the ground, recalled the scene from that night when he was beaten. Now, witnessing the calm demeanor of the girl, a sense of dread enveloped him. The others, merely Zhai Chen's lackeys, had been caught off guard by the altercation, but upon hearing Zhai Chen shout, they quickly regained their senses and charged towards Song Li with fury. Song Li's lips curled into a cold smile as he swiftly seized one of the attacker's fists, forcefully tossing the nearly 6-foot-tall man aside. Using the momentum, he leapt and landed a kick on the chests of the other 2.
bang, bang, bang.
In less than a minute, Zhai Chen's underlings were dispatched one after another, lying on the ground in agony, while Song Li stood there, his school uniform perfectly pressed and unwrinkled, exuding an air of effortless composure. "Brother Chen." Shiyi stumbled over to Zhai Chen, his voice low. "This girl is something else." 4 or 5 men hadn't even touched her clothing, yet were effortlessly taken down. What was merely something else didn't do justice to her prowess. Zhai Chen turned to Song Yue, demanding, "Didn't you say she was just a country bumpkin?" In their previous conversation, she had described Song Li as an insignificant wild girl with no connection to Gu Wuyan, which had emboldened Zhai Chen to confront her. Still reeling from being thrown, Song Yue's disbelief was palpable. When Zhai Chen shouted at her, she instinctively shrank back, biting her lip in silence. She knew Song Li was fierce as a child, but she never anticipated her fighting skills had grown this formidable. Damn it! Zhai Chen had never faced such humiliation in his life. Gritting his teeth, he hissed at Song Li, "You're dead." "Is that so?" Song Li tilted his head, leisurely walking towards him. His pace was unhurried, yet carried an air of menace, as though he were treading upon the hearts of those present. His eyes glimmered with a sinister red, and a chilling aura surrounded him, sending shivers down spines. The men who had just been beaten felt their legs weaken under the pressure, staggering backward. With a mocking smile, Song Li halted, casually remarking, "If you're not satisfied, feel free to come find me anytime. Just remember," his crystalline black eyes swept over the remaining men, "next time, bring someone more capable. Don't bring useless trash." The brazen arrogance left Zhai Chen seething. Clutching his throbbing wrist, he hissed through clenched teeth, "Song Li, you'll regret this." "Come find me anytime," Song Li replied, raising an eyebrow and letting out a derisive laugh as he turned to leave. Once she exited their line of sight, the crowd of nearly 100 erupted in a cacophony of shock. She dared to hit Zhai Chen. That girl is truly something. Could anyone truly provoke the Zhai family? Uncertainty enveloped the crowd as they debated whether to label her ignorant or arrogant. Yet, they shouldn't forget that Song Li was the aunt of Zhong Xian, a member of the prestigious Zhong family in the capital.
Buffed.
You believe Zhong Xian's words? Who knows what unsavory dealings lie beneath? Regardless, many felt that Song Li had sealed her fate today. Even if they weren't acquainted with Zhai Chen, they were well aware of his family's reputation. Today's spectacle was akin to courting death. No one was not taken aback. Chapter 43. Actions speak louder than words. Outside the crowd, Song Yue stood in a corner, her eyes ablaze with resentment, biting her lip until it bled. Ever since Song Li arrived in Jin City, all the limelight that once belonged to her had been snatched away, including Zhai Chen. She had eagerly sought to curry favor with Zhai Jingyi and Zhai Chen, only for Zhai Chen to seek out Song Li instead, stripping her of all dignity in front of so many. All of this was due to Song Li. Zhai Chen would undoubtedly seek revenge, and while she wouldn't care if Song Li met her end, she couldn't allow herself to be dragged down with her. Song Yue's nails dug into her palms, her eyes flashing with malice. As the commotion at the school gate subsided, a black Volkswagen parked in the distance stirred to life. In the passenger seat, Gu Wuyen stroked his chin, his charming eyes glinting with mischief. That Zhai kid is no ordinary adversary. His methods are typically underhanded. He surely won T. Let this slide. That little beauty might be in trouble. However, witnessing Song Li's prowess made him realize the truth behind Fu Shi's words that night along Jiang Road. What if a person isn't obedient? Just beat them until they are. Song Li was indeed a woman of few words and fierce actions. As he observed Zhai Chen being supported by two men into a car, Fu Shi's expression darkened, and he rolled up the window, his voice cold and clear. To the Zhai family. The driver, Chi, paused, uncertain of his master's intentions, casting a questioning glance at Gu Wuyen. Gu Wuyen turned to the dignified man in the back seat, raising an eyebrow with a sly grin. Are you planning to cut off their resources? Fu Shi shot him a glance, his voice frosty.
Drive.
That evening, at the Song residence.
Dad.
Upon seeing Song Tianyi return, Song Yue rushed to him. Her eyes red. Dad, Song Li hit young Master Zhai today. Song Tianyi paused, instinctively asking, which young Master Yi? Zhai Chen. Song Yue replied, lowering her head. Bitterness hidden in her gaze. Today, young Master Zhai came to school to see me, and as soon as Song Li appeared, she struck him. It seems to be related to Shao Kong. Shao Kong? Song Tianyi recalled that night at Shangyunjai when Shao Kong appeared particularly agitated upon seeing Song Li. Could it be that he had been waiting for her? Father, as Song Yue scrutinized Song Tianyi's expression, she bit her lip lightly and, with a trace of uncertainty in her voice, remarked, could it be that she is being kept? Gaining admission to Qingting, having Zhong Xian to protect her, daring to confront Zhai Chen, and being accompanied by those two extraordinary men beside Song Li. What redeeming qualities does Song Li possess, apart from her alluring fox-like visage? How could she possibly afford a limited edition necklace worth 530,000? Yes, she must be kept, and not by just one man. Gripping Song Tianyi's sleeve, her eyes flooded with fear, she cried, Father, it's not just me. Song Li is on a path to ruin the entire Song family. Song Tianyi's face darkened, his clenched fists cracking with tension. Where is Song Li now? He demanded. Song Yue shook her head. In recent days, Song Tianyi had been negotiating a business deal with the Zhai family. If successful, it could elevate the Song company to new heights within the North China Chamber of Commerce. However, with Song Li having assaulted Zhai Chen, should the Zhai family be provoked, it would spell disaster not just for the investment and the chamber, but for the entire Song family. Song Tianyi retrieved his phone and called Song Li. After several rings, she finally answered. Gripping the phone tightly, his voice seething with anger. He questioned, You struck Zhai Chen? In the luxurious royal court villa, Song Li took a sip of the milk beside her. One hand typing a response to the demoness while the other held the phone. I did. Her tone was nonchalant, tinged with a hint of arrogance. The simplicity of her two words ignited the suppressed fury within Song Tianyi. Do you even know who Zhai Chen is? I warned you to behave, Song Li. Do you truly believe that because you have an inheritance under your name, I won't dare to act against you? Chapter 44. Go kneel and apologize. Song Li moved the phone slightly away from her ear, a cold smile playing on her lips. What does he mean to me? If his father doesn't care, then I shall discipline his son. Is that a problem? Her tone was unabashedly defiant. That is the young master of the Zhai family. Song Tianyi was nearly driven to leap through the phone to tear into Song Li. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed. You will return immediately and accompany me to the Zhai family to kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize? Without inquiring about the circumstances. He was ready to drag his daughter to prostrate herself in repentance. What a wonderful father indeed. A hint of derision flickered in Song Li's eyes as she calmly replied. And what if I refuse? Do you think that being the head of a traffic police brigade will protect you? Let me be clear, Song Li, I may be shameless, but the Song family cannot afford to be. After his furious outburst, Song Tianyi insisted, whether you like it or not, you will come with me. Having just established himself in Jincheng, he could not allow Song Li to jeopardize the Song family's future, even if he aspired to claim that inheritance. Song Li let out a derisive laugh, saying nothing further as she hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Song Tianyi gritted his teeth and called back repeatedly. But she did not answer. Song Yue, her complexion pale, bore two clear trails of tears on her cheeks. She killed our mother when we were young, and now she seeks to destroy me and the entire Song family. I've said it before, Song Li is a calamity. Father, you must think of something. Today's events would leave her unable to hold her head high before Zhai Jingyi in the future. She could not allow Song Li to ruin her future. With the situation as it stood, The only solution was to take Song Li to the Zhai family to apologize. Song Tiany's face darkened ominously. I will personally seek her out tomorrow. In the study upstairs, hearing the commotion below, Song Zixuan wanted to go down and see, but was restrained by Lin Xia. Frowning, he protested, Mother, that wild girl Song Li is bullying Sister Yue again. I must go check, don't stop me. This son had always been close to Song Yue, often to the point of appeasing her, even joining her in disparaging himself at times. Yet he was still her own son. Although Song Li had returned to Jincheng, she had not interacted much with them, but Song Li's sharp demeanor was certainly not to be trifled with. The feud between Song Tiany and his daughter was their affair. Lin Xia pressed her lips together and locked the study door, coldly informing Song Zixuan. That does not concern you. There's no need for you to interfere. Song Yue was cunning. She did not prevent Song Zixuan from being close to her. But she also would not allow her son to be used like a pawn by Song Yue. The sudden withdrawal of the Dragon team from the 319 incident left various factions in a state of uncertainty, yet the East had not given up on the investigation. However, without the Dragon team's involvement, they would uncover nothing. Song Li was not concerned about this matter. Demonis, boss, ever since your grand tour last time, several parties have sought your services, particularly to investigate a racer known as S-God, with an outrageous price tag. Would you like to take the job? Investigate S-God? Song Li raised an eyebrow, reclining back, her long, slender legs tapping rhythmically on the table, exuding an air of a powerful figure as she opened a can of milk and typed one-handed. Who is the client? Demonis. There's only one non-anonymous client, the young prince Fu Shi from the capital, offering 2 billion.
Fu Shi?
Song Li paused momentarily, recalling that Fu Shi had previously dabbled in racing and owned a racing club participating in international competitions. However, S-God had vanished from the scene over 3 years ago. What could be his motive for suddenly seeking S-God? Nevertheless, offering 2 billion was indeed befitting of a young prince's extravagance. Narrowing her eyes, Song Li typed slowly, not accepting. At the Zhai family, Fu Shi's arrival left the elder Zhai both astonished and apprehensive. After a prolonged silence, elder Zhai finally spoke gravely. If Mr. Fu and Mr. Gu are still here concerning the 319 incident, I believe I made my position clear at Shangyun restaurant. I am but an old man wishing for a peaceful retirement. Gu Wuyan raised an eyebrow, casually twirling the blue diamond earring on his left ear. He did not respond directly to this statement, but instead asked, I have heard that Elder Zhai has a greatly favored grandson? Chapter 45. Song Li? Which Song Li? How did this become about his grandson? Elder Zhai paused, his gaze shifting to Fu Shi. The man, clad in a black silk shirt, lounged on the sofa with an air of elegance, his demeanor exuding authority and an unapproachable aura. In contrast, Gu Wuyan's enigmatic smile left Elder Zhai pondering the unexpectedness of his query. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded with a smile, yes. These two individuals held such esteemed statuses that their late-night visit to the Zhai family was certainly not for casual conversation. Now, with the mention of his grandson, Elder Zhai's murky eyes shifted. Straightening his stooped back, he said solemnly, Mr. Fu and Mr. Gu, if you have business tonight, it would be best to speak plainly.
Fu Shi remained seated, resembling a deity, silent.
Gu Wuyan smirked, his gaze piercing into Elder Zhai's, laced with coldness. Does Elder Zhai know that your grandson has been driving recklessly while intoxicated, endangering lives in the city? Elder Zhai was taken aback. I do not comprehend Mr. Gu's implications. Wise individuals should refrain from feigning ignorance. Fu Shi rose, hands slipping into his pockets, his tall figure radiating a chilling demeanor as he spoke in a deep voice. I am here personally to inform you, Elder Zhai, that Song Li belongs to me. With that single statement, he turned and strode out. And that declaration left not just Qi, but even Gu Wuyan momentarily stunned, contemplating whether this distinguished young prince had genuinely developed feelings for Song Li. Just as he was preparing to follow, Gu Wuyan recalled something and shot Elder Zhai a devilish grin. Just a reminder, Elder, sometimes a grandson needs to be kept in check. Otherwise, the entire family may face ruin without even realizing it. Song Li? Which Song Li? Before Elder Zhai could voice his inquiry, the group had already exited the living room. As the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Elder Zhai came back to his senses and commanded his butler, go investigate what Zhai Chen has been up to lately. Zhai Jingyi attended an art school, and after finishing her classes, she practiced dancing in the studio for a while before returning home. As she approached, she noticed several individuals exiting the Zhai family estate and boarding a Volkswagen parked by the roadside. Among them was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an ethereal charm that could overshadow the very heavens. Zhai Jingyi found herself momentarily taken aback. She recognized him from a few nights prior at Xiangdian's, where he seemed to be acquainted with Song Li. With a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, she entered the courtyard and made her way to the living room. Oblivious to the dark expression on the elder Gu's face, casually she inquired, "Grandfather, who were those two men just now?" After that night, she had asked Song Yuer, but even she was unaware. Having never met Gu Wuyan, and with Zhai Chen not having disclosed anything to her, she remained unfamiliar with him. Zhai Jingyi, known for her gentle demeanor and understanding nature, slightly softened the elder Zhai's countenance, prompting him to respond in a warm tone. The heir of the Fu family in the capital, and the young master of the Gu family, one of the four great clans. Zhai Jingyi was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in astonishment. The heir of the Fu family in the capital, Fu Shiyi? It was said online that while many bore the surname Fu, there was only one Fu family in the capital. This family was shrouded in mystery, particularly their heir, Fu Shiyi, who had never revealed his true abilities yet was infamous, with no one daring to utter his name directly. To think that this man was indeed the heir of the Fu family. He was as magnificent as the rumors suggested, not of this mundane world. But how could he be associating with someone like Song Li? Within that brief moment, Zhai Jingyi's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, her eyes betraying a glimmer of greedy obsession. At that moment, the butler entered from outside and whispered a few words into the elder Zhai's ear. Upon hearing, the elder's expression darkened further, gripping his cane tightly, a hint of anger lacing his voice as he commanded, "Go and bring that wretch back to me." The following morning, Song Li stepped onto the campus, instantly attracting the attention of every passerby, their gazes laden with peculiar intrigue. After striking Zhai Chen, she still dared to return to school. Did she truly fear nothing? It was evident she hailed from the countryside, displaying a naivety that could lead to her undoing. Chapter 46. Song Li must be expelled. After all, she had connections with Zhong Xian. What did she have to fear? If Song Li were truly Zhong Xian's aunt, I would swallow my math textbook whole. Nevertheless, I must admit, this sister is undeniably impressive. Whispers filled the air, yet they were hushed, fearful of inciting Song Li's wrath should she overhear them. As Song Li entered, her hands tucked casually into her pockets, the previously lively class 24 fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated upon her, the stillness so profound one could hear their own breathing. Unfazed, Song Li sauntered to her seat, adopting a nonchalant posture with her legs crossed. The previous day's altercation had been executed with such decisiveness and ferocity that it was nothing short of astonishing. Although Chu Lu was curious, she dared not breathe a word. After much internal conflict, Zhong Xian approached Song Li, speaking in hushed tones. "Someone recorded you fighting Zhai Chen at the school gate. It's already gone viral across Qingting." Song Li rummaged through her desk, retrieving a math paper which she spread out before her, her pen swiftly filling in answers without even lifting her gaze.
"Oh,"
she replied nonchalantly. Zhong Xian, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by oh?" Still unconvinced, Zhong Xian pressed, "Should I tell my dad?" If her father intervened, even if Zhai Chen was left half dead, the Zhai family wouldn't dare retaliate. "No need," Song Li answered, her pen moving with remarkable speed, completing a problem every 2 seconds. Her expression so placid it was as if she were not the one who had assaulted Zhai Chen. Her demeanor left Zhong Xian at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, she discreetly pulled out her phone and sent a message. In the principal's office, Principal Shun watched the video, captivated by the steady, precise movements of the girl as she engaged in the fight. After a lengthy pause, he remained silent. Hu Lanji, her disdain unabashed, fervently declared, "I said people like Song Li are a scourge. Qingting cannot admit her. It's only been a few days since she publicly fought at the school gate. And not only that, she assaulted the heir of the Zhai family. If we don't expel her, are we waiting for her to ruin Qingting?" Principal Shun lifted his gaze, casting a cool glance at her. If one student could ruin Qingting, then there would be no need for the school to continue operating. It could simply close its doors. Principal Yu Hulanji started, but was interrupted by Wenzhong, who stood resolute. While it's true Song Li's actions were wrong, this clearly falls under self-defense. If self-defense is deemed incorrect, does that imply that in a world where everyone is bullied, no one can retaliate? That's not the same. Hulanji retorted sharply. Wenzhong scoffed. And what's wrong with the heir of the Zhai family? Does being a Zhai grant him immunity from the law? Can he bully others and expect no one to retaliate? In this situation, Song Li was not in the wrong at all. You be quiet. Hu Longji attempted to argue further, but was silenced by a thunderous reprimand from Principal Shun. Principal Shun regarded Hu Longji with a cold stare. Is Song Li a student of Class 1?
No, Ulanzi instinctively replied.
Then it is currently class time. What are you doing here? Caught off guard by Principal Shun's questioning, Hu Longji faltered, raising her voice. Isn't this for Qingting? For Qingting? Do you take me, the principal, for a mere decoration? Hu Longji fell silent. Principal Shun's demeanor indicated a clear intent to protect Song Li. With gritted teeth, Hu Longji coldly huffed. A scourge like Song Li will inevitably ruin Qingting. Don't say I didn't warn you. Regret? Principal Shun scoffed at Hu Longji's retreating figure. What significance does the Zhai family hold? Qingting need not fear the Zhai family, but rather, it is Song Li who commands respect. Moreover, even if Song Li were to indeed ruin Qingting, it would be because Qingting committed an unforgivable sin. Chapter 47. Am I daring to apologize while the Zhai family dares to accept? The students eagerly awaited Song Li's expulsion from Qingting and the inevitable confrontation with the Zhai family. However, the morning passed in a tranquil silence. Just as noon recess began,
Her phone rang.
glancing at the caller ID, Song Li expressionlessly concluded her motorcycle design and answered the call. An irate voice surged through the line. I'm at the entrance of Qingting. You need to come out immediately. Song Li licked her lips, hung up, slung her bag over her shoulder, and, clutching her motorcycle design, made her way outside. Zhong Xian hesitated, but eventually followed her quietly. After a few steps, she noticed someone trailing behind her and turned to see Chu Lo, who grinned and asked, What are you doing?
Que le quickly gesture for silence, whispering.
I want to see my aunt fight. If Zhai Qin dared to hit her, who wouldn't say she's impressive? Zhong Xian. Suddenly, they were confronted by Tan Beixing, who anxiously grasped Zhong Xian's arm. Where's Li? She just went out, Zhong Xian sighed, attempting to reassure her. Don't worry. I've already informed my dad. Outside the school gate, as a girl strode out with an air of defiance, Song Tianyi suppressed his distaste and instructed the driver to call her. In the past, during parent-teacher meetings for Song Yuer, he had been the one receiving praise.
Now,
He wished to keep his shameful daughter, Song Li, a secret. Song Li approached with a calm demeanor, hands in her pockets, standing nonchalantly at the roadside. Her school uniform billowing in the wind, with an air of indifference. Without exiting the car, Song Tianyi barked, Get in the car. We're going to the Zhai family to apologize. Apologize? Song Li rose onto her toes, her exquisitely pale features radiating a rebellious spirit, her eyes glinting with defiance. I dare to apologize. Does the Zhai family dare to accept? Her tone was brimming with arrogance, a hint of wickedness evident in her demeanor. Song Tianyi's expression darkened instantly. Observing the throngs of students milling about the school gate, he refrained from slapping her, commanding instead, Get in. With Xiao Kong still suspended, a visit to the Zhai family seemed inconsequential. Song Li squinted, opening the back door of the car, ready to enter, when her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar Qian parked 10 meters away. Upon meeting the man's pitch-black, profound gaze, she raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips, before slipping into Song Tianyi's car. The Mercedes driven by the girl departed the street. Chu Qi hesitated for a moment and inquired of the man behind. Sir, shall we follow them? Before Fu Shi could respond, Gu Yan shot him a look of incredulity. Isn't that an obvious question? Recently, this young heir's behavior had been increasingly peculiar, and it was evident he had taken a fancy to that enchanting beauty. Only someone as foolish as Chu Qi would remain oblivious to it. At the Zhai residence, in the study, old Master Zhai sat firmly at his desk, while Zhai Qin knelt beneath him. Grandfather. Zhai Qin squirmed, attempting to rise but hesitating. His voice tinged with grievance. That wild girl provoked me first, striking me in front of so many people. It's a blatant affront to the Zhai family. A country bumpkin treating the Zhai family like dirt, she. Silence. Old Master Zhai's cane slammed against the desk with a resounding crack. His expression darkening. Your usual antics might be tolerable, but now you're driving under the influence, speeding, and injuring people in the city. All while using the Zhai family to pressure others into resignations. Do you think I'm unaware of your misdeeds? Grandfather, Zhai Chun retorted boldly, still kneeling. Such things have happened before, without consequence. Zhai Chun was the only surviving heir of the Zhai family, having been indulged and spoiled. In the past, when trouble arose, a bit of money and influence could easily suppress it. But now, things had changed. Old Master Zhai, frustrated, admonished. You are now offending the young prince of the capital, who wields immense power. Just then, a knock echoed through the study, and the butler's voice called out, Sir, there is someone named Song Tianyi outside who wishes to see you, claiming to bring his daughter to apologize to young Master Zhai. In the Zhai family's living room. This was Song Tianyi's first visit, which should have been a pleasant occasion. However, considering the purpose of his visit, he found it hard to hold his head high before old Master Zhai. He forced a smile, stating, It is my daughter Song Li who is at fault for not recognizing young Master Zhai. This entire incident is solely her responsibility, and I have brought her here to apologize. Zhai Chun, standing nearby, couldn't he help but sneer. What are you even worth? Song Tianyi's smile faltered. I am Song Li's father. As long as it appeases young Master Zhai, she will accept any punishment you deem fit. Zhai Chun, initially irritated, squinted and chuckled upon hearing that he was Song Li's father. At least you are sensible. Never had Song Tianyi experienced such humiliation, but he couldn't afford to lose his temper. He gritted his teeth and shouted outside, Get in here and bow to young Master Zhai to apologize. Song Li leaned against the doorway, hands tucked into her pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, her skin pale and cold, radiating a rebellious spirit, akin to an untamed wolf. With a languid tone, she remarked, I would kneel, but I fear he cannot bear it. Zhai Chen's gaze swept over her strikingly beautiful face, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Rubbing his still painful wrist, he smirked, Look how sensible your father is.
Now,
you must kneel and call me daddy while admitting your mistake for striking me. Otherwise. Silence. Before he could finish, a cane suddenly swung out, striking Zhai Chen's back. The force of the blow sent him sprawling forward, eliciting a pained cry. He writhed on the ground, wide-eyed. Grandfather, why did you hit me? Yet, old Master Zhai did not spare him a glance, instead striding to the door and fixing his gaze on Song Li, his murky eyes widening. It truly is you. With a slight lift of her brow, icy and mischievous, Song Li smiled. Your grandson drove recklessly while intoxicated, disregarding the law, and even used his status to have Shao Kong suspended. You dare lay hands on my people? Tell me, does your grandson deserve to be punished? Song Li. This statement snapped Song Tianyi back to reality from the commotion surrounding Zhai Chen's punishment. He grasped her sleeve, pulling her into the room, his expression darkening. I brought you here to apologize to young Master Zhai. How dare you speak to old Master Zhai like that? Angering him could ruin the Song family in Jin City. Firmly, Song Li steadied herself, smoothing the wrinkles in her school uniform sleeves, her cold gaze skewering Song Tianyi, radiating an air of frost. Ask him if he dares to have me apologize. Such audacity. Even at this juncture, she remained defiant. Song Tianyi raised his hand to strike her, but before he could, a firm grip seized his wrist. Seeing the man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, Song Tianyi's expression shifted. You again. The same man had thwarted his attempt to strike Song Li that night at Shangyun restaurant. He was indeed an unwelcome specter. Fu Shi flung him aside, his gaze icy, voice crisp. Only a fool would strike a daughter. Gu Wein peeked in, a charming smile devoid of warmth. Without even inquiring into right or wrong, you drag your daughter here to bow and apologize. Are you sure you're her father? The sudden entrance of these two men caught old Master Zhai off guard, his expression sharpening. Fu Shao, Gu Shao. The men exuded an everlasting aroma of sandalwood, soothing and calming, a stark contrast to the tension in the room. Song Li, unfazed by their presence, turned her attention back to old Master Zhai. Impatience evident. Do you have anything further to say? Old Master Zhai fixed his gaze upon her, his lips quivering slightly. Before suddenly bowing, I apologize on behalf of my grandson to Miss Song. Regarding Shao Kong, I will ensure he is reinstated immediately. Zhai Chun is the only heir of the Zhai family, having lost his father early. I implore you to show mercy this once. And I promise to educate him properly in the future. Had you been this honest from the start, it would have sufficed. His tone was both respectful and anxious. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint tremor of fear in his voice. The Zhai family, a prominent household in Jin City, and old Master Zhai, a participant in the 319 biomedical engineering project, was a recognized figure in international biomedical organizations, a veritable scientist. Who had ever witnessed him bowing and apologizing? For a moment, the entire living room fell silent, everyone taken aback, including Fu Shi and Gu Wein. Zhai Chen clambered to his feet, rubbing his sore wrist in disbelief. Grandfather. She was the one who struck me. Why are you apologizing to her? Before he could finish, old Master Zhai kicked him sharply. hissing, "If you don't want to ruin the Zhai family, you better shut your mouth and behave." Grandfather. Zhai Chen had seen his grandfather discipline him before, but never with such severity. He wanted to protest, but the fierce glare from Old Master Zhai silenced him, causing him to cower. "Miss Song." Old Master Zhai turned to Song Li, his tone cautious. "My grandson has been spoiled since childhood. I apologize on his behalf. Please consider." Song Li tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. "If you wish for my forgiveness, that can be arranged." Realizing the implication of her words, Old Master Zhai paused and tentatively suggested, "This incident was indeed his fault, but it does not warrant such extreme punishment. As long as you feel appeased, would you care to strike him once more?" Song Li narrowed her eyes, a wicked smile playing on her lips. "He just said I should kneel and bow to him in apology." Though her sentence trailed off, Old Master Zhai grasped her meaning without hesitation, spinning around to seize Zhai Chun by the collar, pulling him forward. "Kneel and apologize to Miss Song." "Grandfather?" Zhai Chen thought he must have misheard. "Do as you are told." Old Master Zhai offered no explanation, kicking Zhai Chen forcefully behind the knees, causing him to drop to his knees before Song Li, his head pressed to the ground. Only after Zhai Chen was compelled to bow did Old Master Zhai release him. "Miss Song, please see." Song Li arched an eyebrow. "It seems you're still missing a certain phrase." Old Master Zhai's face stiffened, yet the overwhelming aura radiating from Song Li left no room for negotiation. Suppressing his anger, he kicked Zhai Chen once more. "Speak." Zhai Chen had never witnessed his grandfather in such a state, yet the heir of the Fu family and Gu Wen stood behind Song Li. He gritted his teeth and addressed Song Li. "Father, I was wrong." His unwillingness was palpable. The light in his eyes seemed ready to shatter Song Li into a million pieces, and his voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Song Li chuckled derisively. "If you had been honest from the beginning, it would have sufficed." With that, he turned away without casting a glance at Song Tianyi and departed. Fu Shiyi and Gu Wuyan exchanged glances, suppressing their bewilderment, and followed the girl out. It was only after everyone had left that Song Tianyi regained his senses. The earlier scene felt surreal, as if he had been dreaming. He struggled to find his voice. "Old Master Zhai Yu." "Mr. Song." Old Master Zhai regarded him with an unusually courteous demeanor. This incident was indeed a misstep on the part of the Zhai family. Miss Song's reprimand of my grandson was warranted. "Unfortunately, I cannot entertain you today." With that, he summoned the butler. "See them out." As Song Tianyi was escorted out of the Zhai residence, he felt as if he were floating, utterly dazed. He had come to apologize to the Zhai family on behalf of Song Li, yet somehow the tables had turned, and the Zhai family was the one apologizing to her. Old Master Zhai had actually bowed to Song Li, and he had made Zhai Chen kneel and call her father? How could this be? What on earth was happening? Once everyone had departed and the door was shut, Zhai Chen finally expressed his frustration. "Grandfather, is it because of the heir of the Fu family that you made me kneel and bow to a wild girl? You are humiliating the Zhai family's reputation."
What do you mean by that?
Old Master Zhai struck him with his cane, his expression darkening. "Am I afraid of the heir of the Fu family?" Zhai Chen got up and dodged, defiantly retorting, "Then are you afraid of that wild girl?" Looking at his unworthy grandson, Old Master Zhai steadied himself with his cane. His sunken eyes filled with gravity. Song Li's background is such that even the Fu family in the capital would not dare provoke her. Chapter 50. He fears Song Li. When Fu Shi came to the Zhai family to deliver a warning, Old Master Zhai felt an unsettling premonition upon hearing Song Li's name. However, he knew that the powerful figure he was acquainted with was enigmatic and elusive. How could they possibly be at a high school, mingling with children? Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Song Li, all his hopes were dashed. It truly was the Song Li he knew. But how could she possibly be the daughter of Song Tianyi? Old Master Zhai wrestled with his thoughts for a while before summoning the butler again, quietly instructing him to investigate the relationship between Song Li and Song Tianyi. In the afternoon, as Fu Shi escorted Song Li to school, silence enveloped them. The girl walked with an air of independence, her figure slender and aloof, exuding an undeniable defiance. It was only after she vanished from view that Fu Shi averted his gaze. Gu Wuyan, pulling his head back, pondered, "Brother Yi, don't you find this situation peculiar?" Even in the presence of the intimidating heir of the Fu family, Old Master Zhai would typically be merely respectful. Yet today, he was so subservient before Song Li, as if fearing that a delayed apology would result in the annihilation of the Zhai family. This was certainly not due to the two of them. Fu Shi's eyes darkened, his long fingers unconsciously tapping against his knee, his thoughts as deep as the ocean. He fears Song Li. But few individuals could instill such fear in old Master Shiyi. The young lady was not only fierce, she harbored many secrets. It was still before class. Upon seeing Song Li return, Zhong Xian and a few others who had been anxiously waiting in the corridor brightened, hurrying to greet her. Tan Beixing grasped the girl's delicate hand, anxiously asking Ali, "Where have you been? Are you all right?" Song Li pinched her cheek playfully, grinning mischievously. "What could possibly happen to me? There are hardly any who can touch me in this world." Tan Beixing scrutinized her, relieved to confirm her safety, and smiled brightly, whispering, "That is indeed true." Zhong Xian and Chu Lo were nearby. Chu Lo blinked with curiosity. "Andy, did the Shiyi family give you any trouble?" Song Li raised an eyebrow. The Shiyi family wouldn't dare. Her audacious aura, dismissive of all, left Chu Lo momentarily speechless. He silently gave her a thumbs up. As Zhong Xian sighed in relief, he recalled the message he had sent to his father and felt a twinge of guilt as he touched his nose. Returning to class 1, Song Yuer sat at her desk, her fingers nervously scratching the pages of her book, the sound sharp and grating. Her father had clearly taken Song Li to the Shiyi family to apologize. How could Song Li possibly return unscathed? How could the Shiyi family let her off so easily? What had gone awry? That night, at a nightclub in Jincheng, amidst the deafening music, Zhaichen sat in a corner sofa, downing drink after drink, his temper raging. A group of sycophants dared not speak to him. It was Shiyi who, after some thought, proposed a scheme. "Brother Chen, if you want to settle the score, there is indeed a way." Zhaichen slammed the table, gritting his teeth. "She has the backing of the capital's elite. If I provoke her again, my grandfather will break my legs." Shiyi shook his head, whispering, "We can act openly, ensuring that those elite figures have nothing to say." Zhaichen paused, eyeing him suspiciously. "What plan do you propose?" Being forced by his own grandfather to kneel and apologize to that wild girl was a disgrace he could not endure. While Song Li was indeed skilled behind the wheel, they too were players in that arena. With a cunning smile, Qi leaned in and shared his idea. Upon hearing it, Zhaichen downed another drink, a savage grin spreading across his face. "This time, I will make her kneel before me." The next day, the results of the weekly exam were released. Seeing Song Li's row of scores, Wen Zhong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Well, at least this time it wasn't a row of zeros. Progress, at least. Upon learning the news, Tan Beixing couldn't help but chuckle. "I didn't want you to score 0, and you ended up with a 123,456? Chapter 51. I want half of the Shiyi family's fortune. At the royal court villa, due to his grandfather's recent obsession with a girl named Song Li, the 7th of the month secretly began monitoring her, even creating an account to infiltrate the Qingting High School forum. Today, the homepage featured a report of her exam results. The caption read, "Last week's exam results were a row of zeros. This week, she scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wonder what kind of luck she has." The 7th of the month clicked in, observing the scores arranged neatly as if ascending a staircase, his facial muscles involuntarily twitching. He looked up at Gu Wuyan, quietly asking, "Young Master Gu, do you think my grandfather truly has feelings for the Song Li?" Although he had seen Song Li and knew her driving skills were remarkable, her reputation on the Qingting Forum was far from favorable. Gu Wuyan shot him a glance, his gaze drifting behind him. "I too am curious." The 7th of the month felt a chill run down his neck. Turning, he saw Fu Shi standing behind him, prompting a survival instinct that made him shuffle awkwardly. Offering a sheepish smile, "I was merely curious." Fu Shi, his expression inscrutable, walked around to snatch the phone from the 7th of the month's hand. Casually reclining on the sofa, with one leg crossed over the other, opening the image of Song Li's results. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It seemed the girl's reported grades were all fabricated. Her time at school was anything but mundane. A faint smile crept onto Fu Shi's lips, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he tossed the phone back to the 7th of the month, casually asking, "Under normal circumstances, could you achieve scores this consistent?" The 7th of the month stammered, "I cannot." Wait a moment. Did his master imply that Miss Song was intentionally manipulating her scores? Surely not. After school in the afternoon, Song Li emerged from the campus, clutching a leave request for evening classes. Outside the school gate, several sports cars were lined up in a row. It was Zhaichen again, clad in a leather jacket, sporting slick-back hair, exuding a rebellious charm with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Song Li, gripping her backpack strap with one hand, raised an eyebrow. "Here to seek a beating?" Shiyi instinctively shrank back. Zhai Chen exhaled a plume of smoke, eschewing any trivialities, and stated directly, Song Li, I wish to challenge you to a race. Song Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What shall we compete in? Zhai Chen replied assertively, in racing. Song Li paused momentarily, tilting her head slightly, her dark, luminous eyes exuding a sense of casual indifference. Why should I race you? Because I refuse to concede. Zhai Chen declared, discarding his cigarette butt onto the ground and crushing it underfoot with fervor. Aren't you quite the skilled driver? If I win, you must comply with whatever I demand. If you win, I shall kneel before you and call you father once more. This audacious proposition was the brainchild of Shiyi. Unable to confront Song Li's formidable allies, Fu Shi and Gu Wuyan, they could boldly compete against Song Li in this race, with the outcome rendering any further disputes moot. Determined to reclaim his dignity, Zhai Chen was prepared to go all in. Song Li, hands tucked into her pockets, let out a low chuckle. Her features alight with mischief. That sounds rather entertaining. Sensing her interest piqued, Zhai Chen's eyes glimmered slightly as he suggested, let us race motorcycles. I will choose the venue. Very well, I accept your challenge, Song Li replied, licking her lips, her eyes narrowing with a glint of intensity. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish. If you lose, in addition to kneeling and calling you father, I demand half of the Zhai family's fortune. Her brazen arrogance was palpable. Shiyi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You say that without fear of biting your own tongue. This group had practically grown up in cars, with several members belonging to underground motorcycle clubs. Merely being adept in driving four wheels did not guarantee prowess on two. Given the location they had chosen, if Song Li managed to win, Zhai Chen would be left with nothing. Zhai Chen's followers erupted in laughter. While he could not unilaterally decide on half the family fortune, he was resolute in his intention to win. Gritting his teeth, he retorted coldly, half it is. The race will take place tomorrow night. With that, he departed. A Cayenne soon pulled up, coming to a stop by the roadside. The door swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome man, exuding an enchanting fragrance of sandalwood, who approached with a soothing voice. Do you require assistance? Song Li shrugged, dismissing the offer, no need. Fu Shi cast a meaningful glance her way, his elegantly defined hand resting on the car door, a subtle smile gracing his exquisite face. Allow me to drive you. Song Li met his gaze without reservation, stepping into the vehicle and providing the address for the Xiao family residence. Chapter 52. The Art of Medicine, a modicum of knowledge. In the passenger seat, Gu Wuyan turned to the girl in the back, who had been engrossed in her phone. Are you truly going to race Zhai Chen? They had all overheard the exchange. Song Li, still focused on her messages, replied without lifting her head, her voice languid. I'm a bit short on cash lately. The balance in her bank account barely sufficed for Tan Beixing's college tuition and dance expenses. With an opportunity presented, she saw no reason to decline. Gu Wuyan smirked slightly. So you haven't even considered the possibility of losing? Song Li lifted her eyelids, a smile playing on her lips. I have no intention of losing. Her inherent confidence radiated with an air of nonchalance. A phone call interrupted, and Gu Wuyan answered it in a hushed tone. Song Li's phone was equipped with a privacy screen, rendering it impossible for Fu Shi to discern its contents. He could only see her delicate fingers swiftly tapping the keyboard, seemingly engrossed in messaging. The atmosphere around her felt chilly, suggesting a mood of discontent. Fu Shi withdrew his gaze, his voice low. You needn't compete if you don't wish to. Shiyi had witnessed Song Li's driving prowess. Daring to challenge her in a race and wagering half the family fortune indicated they possessed unwavering confidence in their victory. His skepticism stemmed not from a lack of faith in Song Li, but from concern over Zhai Chen's potential underhanded tactics. After all, while a blatant attack could be avoided, a covert strike was far more treacherous. Song Li raised her gaze from her phone, inhaling the sandalwood scent in the car. Her bright eyes earnest. I need the money. Brother E. Gu Wuyan suddenly turned back, handing the phone to Fu Shi, his expression growing serious. Fu Shi accepted it, placing it to his ear, and upon hearing the report from the other end, he spoke without avoiding Song Li's presence. His voice icy. Then let us add an additional 500 million. After he hung up, Gu Wuyan retrieved his phone, frowning. 20 billion isn't enough? This X has resurfaced. Could it truly be just a survey and caution everyone? Fu Shi's expression hardened, responding coolly. Then let us bombard X with money until he complies. Listening to their exchange, Song Li remained focused on her phone, though her expression shifted slightly. Fu Shi's willingness to expend such wealth to sway X hinted at a deeper agenda regarding his investigation into Shen. What was he truly after? A flicker of curiosity crossed Song Li's features as she sent a message to Yeoheim. Xiao Kong had officially resumed his duties the afternoon prior and was now home after work. Upon seeing Song Li, he scrutinized her closely. Concern etched on his face. Has the Zhai family troubled you in any way? Song Li shook her head, tucking her phone into her pocket, instructing Fu Shi and the others to wait downstairs as she followed Xiao Kong upstairs. Has she been taking her medication regularly? Xiao Kong nodded. She has been sleeping more and more lately. From last night until now, she has been awake for barely over an hour. I'm a bit worried and wanted you to take a look. Are there any other symptoms?
None.
Xiao Kong opened the door, inviting Song Li inside. The curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room in shadows. He turned on a small light by the door, revealing Guanqin lying in bed, still clutching a framed photo of her daughter, even in sleep. Song Li took her pulse. The nervous system appeared suppressed. In simpler terms, it was a manifestation of self-imposed isolation, a manifestation of mental distress. From her bag, she extracted a black cloth pouch, laying it open to reveal an array of silver needles of various sizes, meticulously arranged. With focused precision, she grasped a needle, her expression earnest as she inserted it into several acupoints on Guanqin, Huagai, Shinfeng, and Zigong. Half an hour later, after withdrawing the needles, Song Li prepared a prescription for Xiao Kong. Take her for a walk when you can. Downstairs. Gu Wuyen was idly playing a game when he heard footsteps on the stairs. He looked up to see Song Li and, disregarding his game, dashed over, his peach blossom eyes sparkling. Little beauty, you're skilled in medicine too? Having overheard the dialogue between Song Li and Xiao Kong, Fu Shi turned his attention towards her, 7 parts curiosity gleaming in his dark eyes. Song Li paused, a casual smile gracing her lips as she replied nonchalantly. The art of medicine? I possess a modicum of skill. Indeed, she did. Gu Wuyen conceded inwardly, realizing he had underestimated this exquisite beauty who had once repaired cars in a rural town. Chapter 53. Who courting death recklessly. The Song family. Song Yue held her chopsticks but found herself unable to eat, biting her lip as she questioned Song Tianyi. Dad, has the Zhai family truly not held any grievances against my sister? Zhai Chen, such a brazen second-generation heir. How could he possibly let Song Li off after being humiliated before so many? Song Tianyi remained silent, his gaze contemplative, even though the afternoon had passed. He still felt as though he were dreaming of the moment when old man Zhai bowed to Song Li in apology, forcing Zhai Chen to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Why had it unfolded this way? Dad? Noticing him lost in thought, Song Yue called out softly, her grip tightening around her chopsticks. What transpired when you took my sister to the Zhai family this afternoon? Song Tianyi seemed to recall something abruptly and, ignoring Song Yue, abruptly tossed his chopsticks aside and ascended the stairs. This afternoon, Zhai Chen had once again confronted Song Li at the entrance of Qingteng, a situation Song Yue had not witnessed firsthand but had heard about. Rumor had it they had made a wager to race. How could Song Li possibly race? She would never allow Song Li to overshadow her in any way. Song Li must remain beneath her. Having failed to extract answers from Song Tianyi, Song Yue's eyes darkened with malice as she discarded her chopsticks, stating coolly, I'm full. Sister, finish your soup. Seeing Song Zixuan rise to accompany her upstairs, Lin Xia swiftly grasped his arm. Mom? Song Zixuan frowned. Dad has been troubled since he returned at noon, and my sister is unhappy. It's all that wretched Song Li's fault. Song Li is your sister too. Hearing such words from her son's lips, Lin Xia's expression soured considerably. Song Zixuan scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. She is not. Lin Xia's lips pressed into a straight line, her eyes clouded with darkness. It seemed she would have to keep her son away from Song Yue in the future. The following day, the weather was oppressive, with dark clouds accumulating as if a storm were imminent. Song Li and Zhai Chen had made a wager, competing in a motorcycle race. The news spread like wildfire, as if it had sprouted wings, circulating throughout the entire Qingteng in just a morning. Zhai Chen, a formidable motorcycle racer who had competed internationally and claimed championships,
Was the talk of the town.
Everyone was saying that Song Li was courting disaster, eagerly anticipating her downfall. In the evening, many students even skipped class to witness the spectacle. Chulo was anxiously tugging at Zhong Xian, fidgeting. Brother Xian, aren't you worried? Zhong Xian's expression remained nonchalant. What is there to worry about? In this world, no one can win against my aunt in a race. They haven't even been born yet. The venue was bound to be chaotic, and Tan Beixing had no intention of complicating matters for Song Li. He simply reminded her repeatedly, "Take care of your health. Come back after the race, and avoid any fights if possible."
All right.
Song Li chuckled lightly. "I've got it all noted." She changed out of her school uniform, donning an all-black outfit, a cap perched jauntily on her head, a single shoulder bag slung casually, hands tucked into her pockets, striding with an air of carefree defiance, radiating both coolness and flair. Upon her emergence, Fu Shi's gaze deepened as he opened the car door. "I'll give you a ride." Song Li cast him a sidelong glance, leisurely climbing into the vehicle. The racing venue was one Jai Chen had chosen, a vast abandoned junkyard on the western outskirts, transformed into a motorcycle track. The crumbling walls and errant steel frames, shrouded in a gloomy twilight, bore witness to decay and desolation. At that moment, the place was crowded with onlookers. A fiery red motorcycle roared into view, its rider, a woman clad in a light purple denim jacket and hot pants, her long, slender legs exposed, removed her helmet, letting her purple hair cascade down. Though youthful, her heavy makeup exuded a sultry allure, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Before anyone could approach her, a voice rang out, "Song Li has arrived." All eyes were drawn to her. The girl stood tall, her legs straight and elegant, resembling a character stepped out of a comic book, accompanied by a strikingly handsome man whose commanding presence was impossible to overlook. As the red motorcycle approached, the woman leaned forward, blowing a wolf whistle at Song Li and casting a flirtatious glance. "Who dares to challenge you by name? Who is so reckless as to seek their own demise?" Chapter 54. 100 million, betting on Song Li's victory. Song Li raised a slender finger, playfully flicking the brim of her cap, nonchalantly responding, "In the face of death, does it really matter who it is?" Her audacious and brash tone affirmed her reputation as a formidable figure. Wang Yu, glancing at the stern man behind Song Li, raised an eyebrow. "Is he your boyfriend?" Fu Shi. He instinctively turned his gaze towards Song Li, who simply curled her lips into a slight smirk and succinctly replied, "Just a friend." At least she did not claim he was a mechanic. It seemed the girl had some sense of morality.
A subtle smile graced Fu Shi's lips,
his eyes reflecting a depth of meaning. Wang Yu refrained from further inquiries, nimbly leaping off her motorcycle and tossing the helmet to Song Li. "This bike is yours for the taking. Don't forget you promised to modify another one for me later." The red motorcycle, emblazoned with flame patterns, was modified to be both flashy and audacious, with each component meticulously upgraded. Who could resist such a magnificent machine? Gu Wuyen had already rushed forward, circling the bike in admiration. "Gorgeous. Please don't tell me this bike is yours." Bets were being placed, with Song Li standing at 10-1 odds. Before Song Li could respond, a sudden uproar erupted nearby. Someone had started taking bets. No one believed Song Li could win. Jai Chun, surrounded by admirers, emerged, his eyes sparkling upon seeing the red motorcycle. He asked Song Li, "Is this your bike?" Song Li's voice was flat. "You never said I couldn't use my own bike." Jai Chun hadn't he specified, but this motorcycle was the finest he had ever encountered in his years of racing. He was immediately captivated by it. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he raised his chin. "You can use your own bike, but after the race, this one belongs to me." His arrogance and bravado suggested he had already secured victory. Wang Yu regarded him with disdain, laughing derisively. "You should be more concerned about surviving to win." Song Li's presence at the motorcycle was transcendent. "Foolish humans," Jai Chen scoffed. "I will not lose." His determination was palpable. After a moment's contemplation, he fixed his gaze on Fu Shi, though wary. He still asserted, "This is a fair contest between Song Li and me, Mr. Fu, being in a high position. Surely wouldn't resort to coercion, would you?" "Coercion?" Fu Shi retorted coolly. "Do you even measure up?" His gaze was as frigid as a deep pool, the faint smile at his lips barely concealing his disdain, his 3 words laying bare Jai Chen's arrogance and folly. Jai Chen's expression darkened. If Fu Shi were to intervene, the race would lose its significance. Clenching his fists, he muttered through gritted teeth, "Fu family you." On the 7th day, Fu Shi interrupted whatever Jai Chen was about to say, his voice crisp and unruffled. 100 million, betting on Song Li's victory. 100 million? Betting on Song Li to win? The surrounding chatter fell silent, stunned by his declaration. Wang Yu, cracking the lollipop in her mouth, shifted her gaze between Fu Shi and Song Li, narrowing her eyes. What a wealthy big shot. Indeed. Gu Weyan suddenly appeared, his flirtatious gaze landing on Song Li. "Miss, what's your relationship with the little beauty, and did you modify this motorcycle?" Wang Yu shot him an exasperated glance, grinning wickedly. "A bed relationship. Gu Weyan, are all of the little beauty's friends this wild?" Zhai Chen was momentarily taken aback by the mention of 100 million, then narrowed his eyes. His smile thin. "All right, Mr. Fu is wealthy. I wouldn't dare say otherwise. Now, enough with the blather, can we start?" Song Li interrupted impatiently. Zhai Chen huffed, kicking Shiyi. "Explain the rules to her." Shiyi stood tall. "The rules are simple. There are no rules. The first to navigate through all the obstacles to the finish line wins." Song Li removed her backpack, tossing it to Wang Yu, and swung her leg over the motorcycle, preparing to put on her helmet when someone grasped her wrist. She looked up at the man, frowning slightly. This was Fu Shi's first contact with a girl's skin. Her wrist was slender and icy, not reminiscent of normal body temperature. His brows furrowed slightly as he gazed into her defiant, steely eyes, and after a moment, he simply said, "Be careful." The scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, refreshing and pleasant. Her gaze fell on the ring on his pinky finger, and after a few seconds of silence, Song Li nodded. "All right." She appeared, quite earnest. Fu Shi released her wrist, watching as she sped off on the motorcycle. A thin layer of frost settling in his eyes. Seventh day. Go. Chapter 55, The Big Shot Goes to War, leaving no trace behind. Betting 100 million on her victory, he was either deranged or had money to burn. Zhai Chen was a notorious underground racing king in Jin City. Challenging him would indeed be reckless for this girl. I heard she gave Zhai Chen a beating just a few days ago. If she could win against Zhai Chen today, I'd eat this by coal. The motorcycle was truly impressive. I got a close look earlier, and if it were put up for sale, it would fetch at least 500 million. Are you serious? Every part of that bike was extraordinary. Amidst the discussions, Zhai Chen seemed to have thought of something and handed 2 sheets of paper to Song Li. "To prevent you from cheating if you lose or seeking Mr. Fu's help. Sign these as evidence." Thoroughly prepared, Song Li glanced over the contents of the paper, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she signed without uttering a word. "How foolish of you to offer this," Wang Yu remarked, laughing uncontrollably, leaning against a Kian while unwrapping another lollipop. "The Zhai family is in for a world of hurt. The big shot goes to war, and indeed, leaves no stone unturned." Gu Weyan was called away by Chu Qi, leaving him in ignorance of her purpose. Standing aloft, Fu Shi's penetrating gaze pierced through the throng, locking onto Song Li, his fluid contours taut, his exquisitely beautiful visage cloaked in an air of chill. An oppressive atmosphere enveloping him. The referee's whistle echoed. Zhai Chen let out a cold scoff, twisting the throttle fully. The black motorcycle beneath him surged forward like an arrow, kicking up a cloud of dust. Song Li, unhurried and composed, leisurely fastened her goggles before twisting the throttle to pursue, the roar of her motorcycle deafening, devoid of any exhaust. With both riders now in motion, Chi's eyes sparkled as he activated his Bluetooth headset, murmuring instructions. Without hesitation. "As long as it does not result in loss of life, feel free to smash any obstacles. This is their territory. No matter how formidable Song Li may be, victory here is beyond her reach." The girl maneuvered her motorcycle through the junkyard, weaving through chaotic steel obstructions like a vibrant red flame, resplendent against the dim, yellow-tinted night. Burning fiercely. To everyone's surprise, Song Li indeed possessed remarkable riding skills. It appeared Zhai Chen's earlier assertion about her involvement with the traffic police was indeed true. In a shadowy yet secure corner, Song Yuer, donning a wide-brimmed hat, clenched her grip on a steel pipe, resentment boiling within her concealed, delicate features. Song Li, a mere country girl, had overshadowed her upon arriving in Jin City. What right did she have to captivate so many? Even her brother overseas had warned her against provoking Song Li. Why was this so? Song Yuer fixated on the rapidly moving figure, malice gleaming in her eyes. "Song Li, you narrowly escaped death at 4. Today, I shall witness how you survive." She had clandestinely overheard Shiyi and his cohort's conversation upon her arrival. If Song Li were to lose today, she would face the most excruciating torment imaginable. "Song Li, I must witness your downfall." This makeshift racetrack, transformed from a junkyard, allowed for wooden pipes and iron frames to serve as the course, deviating from traditional roads. There were no rules. Hence, any interference or attack from competitors was not deemed a violation. Such was Zhai Chen's confidence. As Zhai Chen soared past a steel frame, Shiyi calculated Song Li's position and spoke into his earpiece. Prepare to throw. Those hidden above released their grip, sending a wooden stake plummeting from the sky, hurtling towards her. Damn it, they resorted to deceit. Gu Wuyen, just returning, witnessed this scene and leaped up in outrage. Fu Shi's fingertips curled, his breath tightening, his gaze icy, as if encased in frost. All onlookers held their breath, some even covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Song Li being struck down. Only Wang Yu remained smiling, devoid of concern. Suddenly, as if divinely intervened, a resounding shout erupted from the crowd just as the wooden stake was about to crush Song Li. In an instant, she executed a sharp turn, her motorcycle gliding effortlessly on the narrow steel frame, lifting its front end and soaring through the air, landing gracefully 3 meters ahead on a pipe, without missing a beat. She continued to accelerate, effortlessly surpassing Zhai Chun and leaving him in her wake. A breathtaking aerial drift. This was a feat even professional racers might struggle to achieve. This skill. Was she not a professional racer? Who dared to label her merely a pretty face? After that maneuver, I suddenly felt Zhai Chen's chances today were dwindling. Could I place my bets on her victory again? After a moment of stunned silence, gasps of astonishment filled the air, disbelief etched upon every face, and some even began to rally behind Song Li's triumph. The motorcycle streaked past like a shooting star, leaving Zhai Chen momentarily stunned, his speed unrelenting as he yelled into his headset, "Stop her at once." In his territory, losing to Song Li would strip him of all dignity in the racing world. This shout snapped Shiyi back from his shock, suppressing his astonishment as he barked orders into his headset. Quickly. Stop her. Stop whom? Obviously, Song Li.
Shiyi instintivevel replied.
Only to realize the voice was coming from behind him, not his earpiece. Whirling around, he found a man had silently appeared, exuding an intimidating aura that sent a jolt of fear through him, prompting him to retreat. You, bang. Without granting him a chance to speak, Chu Chi's fist landed squarely on his face. Meanwhile, those concealed above had not heard the unfolding chaos through the headsets and unleashed the prepared obstacles upon Song Li. What despicable debris, wooden stakes and stones, maliciously hurled. Yet, Song Li danced on her motorcycle, evading each airborne threat with uncanny precision. As she approached the final turn, a metal plate suddenly fissured, causing her trajectory to veer downward uncontrollably. Just as everyone braced for her fall, Song Li stood upright on her motorcycle, twisting her body midair to dodge the incoming metal slab, landing deftly back on her bike, swiftly altering her path to avoid destruction. In an instant, her motorcycle soared into the air, landing with a thud on the ground, tires screeching against the surface, and with a deft drift, she evaded all dangers. Racing toward the finish line, Zhai Chun was still 50 meters behind. Song Li had triumphed. Against a multitude of perilous obstacles, she had emerged victorious. This was no mere competition. It felt more like a solo motorcycle exhibition.
Un spectaculaire final.
Silence reigned. The entire junkyard fell into a profound stillness. Gu Wuyen's eyes widened in disbelief, tugging at the sleeve of the man beside him. Is she not rivaling the legendary S-God? He had witnessed Song Li's prowess in Taiping Town and knew she was formidable, but never had he imagined her to be this extraordinary. Song Li's final leap indeed reminded Fu Shi of the time when S-God had defied gravity in a similar fashion. Yet it still fell short. The dim light above cast shadows over Fu Shi's dark eyes, shimmering with emotions unknown to others. Song Li had won. How could this be? A girl raised in the countryside, how could she possibly race so adeptly? In the corner, Song Yue, who had planned to witness Song Li's disgrace, wore a face etched with shock and disbelief, her grip on the steel pipe causing her nails to fracture, drained of color. If anyone in attendance was utterly incredulous, it was undoubtedly Zhai Chen. Despite his furious shouts into the headset, no one paid him any heed. Arriving at the finish line, his expression resembled one who had bitten into a rotten rat. Song Li had removed her helmet, leaning casually against her motorcycle, her hair dancing in the night breeze. Her delicate features adorned with a touch of disarrayed beauty, her skin pale, alluring as a siren. Her voice rang ethereal. You lost. Just 3 words drove Zhai Chen to the brink of fury, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. What nonsense about 4 wheels not guaranteeing mastery of 2. Here, on the very ground where he had grown, he had been bested by a newcomer, and in such a magnificent manner. In an instant, the formerly arrogant provocation felt like more than a slap in the face. Zhai Chen felt as though he had endured a full military training regimen. He yearned to rush forth and tear apart Shiyi, the mastermind behind this disastrous ploy. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Song Li strode toward him with an air of indifference, lifting her long leg to rest upon her motorcycle, gazing down at Jai Chen. Her lips curling into a pronounced smirk, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Kneel down, call me daddy. Chapter 57. A second blow to the face, collecting debts overnight. Her voice was chilling yet languid, imbued with an inherent arrogance and audacity, radiating an aura that left others in awe. Jai Chen's fists were clenched so tightly that the sound of creaking bones echoed through the air, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury. Through gritted teeth, he spat. Call your mother. Victory in this match was imperative to him. He had never entertained the notion of defeat, let alone such an abysmal one. The humiliation burned through Jai Chen's reason, and with a curse, he swung his fist towards Song Li's face. A cold smirk graced Song Li's lips as she deftly seized Jai Chen's arm just before impact, yanking him backward and slipping behind him to deliver a swift kick to his knee. With a painful thud, Jai Chen collapsed to the ground. Song Li pressed down on his arm, her foot planted firmly on his back, her eyes narrowing with a chilling intensity. Call me daddy. Pain radiated from the grip on his wrist, coursing through his body like a venomous tide. Jai Chen's face twisted in agony. Yet he found himself unable to break free from her overpowering hold, stubbornly clenching his jaw. With a slight increase in pressure, Song Li delivered her ultimatum amidst Jai Chen's cries. I lack the patience to play with you. One last time, call me daddy. The oppressive atmosphere sent shivers down Jai Chen's spine, and he suddenly sensed that refusing might cost him his life. Through gritted teeth and amid the shame, he murmured, Daddy. Song Li raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Jai Chen replied, I was wrong. A mocking laugh escaped Song Li as she released him, leisurely adjusting her wind-tousled clothing before striding towards Fu Shiyi and the others. Wang Yu leapt forward, her purple pigtails swinging as she offered a lollipop. Winking, you went easy on him, huh? While others might not have perceived it, she recognized that Song Li had only showcased about 60% of her true capabilities today. Song Li declined the candy and the conversation, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. Drive the car back. Next month, I'll modify it for you. Wang Yu had come solely to deliver the motorcycle, which originally belonged to Song Li, yet she seized the opportunity to extract a little favor from her. Upon hearing the promise, her eyes lit up. All right, boss, have fun tonight. I'll take my leave. Gu Wuyan's enchanting eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Song Li, his voice filled with fervor. Little beauty, could you also modify a car for me? I'll pay whatever you ask. That motorcycle was undeniably stunning. Yet, even more captivating was the little beauty herself. If it weren't for the presence of this young master, he would have whisked her away without a second thought. As darkness enveloped the sky, the clouds dispersed, and a cool autumn breeze carried a hint of moisture. Rain began to fall. Song Li, dressed rather lightly, recalled the frigid touch of the girl's hand earlier. Fu Shi removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, asking, Shall we head back? The scent of sandalwood wafted from his coat, pleasant yet not overwhelming. Remarkably, Song Li felt no aversion to another's belongings. She adjusted the jacket slightly, narrowing her eyes with a mischievous grin. To the Zhai residence, after all, debts should not be left unpaid. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the still prostrate Jai Chen, then kicked the returning Chi lightly, stating, Let's go collect the debt. Chi instantly understood and turned towards the group that had gathered. Fu Shi nudged Gu Wuyan's leg. Drive. Gu Wuyan sighed, realizing he had been commandeered once more. Grinding his teeth, he mused that Fu Shi's decision to spare him from collecting the debt was a sign of his kindness. He resigned himself to the role of chauffeur, and the Qian rolled out of the junkyard. With one of the key participants in the race now absent, the red motorcycle also departed. And it was as if a switch had been flipped. Everyone in the junkyard snapped back to reality. Damn it, Jai Chen lost. Not merely lost, but in his own territory, employing underhanded tactics, he had been utterly crushed. What a disgrace. Jai Chen, who had always held an air of arrogance due to the Zhai family's reputation, never anticipated such a day would come. I feel like I just witnessed a circus act. Speaking of which, who was that girl who raced against him? Her driving skills surpassed even those of professional racers. Rumor had it she was a high school student who had somehow crossed paths with Jai Chen, leading to their confrontation. Chapter 58. Debt Collection. The esteemed underground racing champion of an entire province had fallen to a high school girl, and now, reduced to kneeling and calling her daddy. Jai Chen would likely find it impossible to hold his head high in this circle again. This was the most exhilarating race I had ever seen.
Ah,
I bet on Song Li to lose. Damn it, I lost everything. Voices of speculation and excitement filled the air. A cacophony that somehow penetrated Jai Chen's ears with crystal clarity. Gritting his teeth, he dug his fingers into the ground until they bled. He had been so certain of victory, without a moment's hesitation, he had wagered half of the Zhai family's fortune.
now.
It seemed that the piece of paper he had signed, fearing Song Li might default, was merely an invitation for disaster. Given his grandfather's attitude towards Song Li yesterday, along with the warning he had received, a chilling realization settled over Zhai Chen. He was truly in deep trouble. Damn it, this is all Shiyi's fault. With a sudden outburst, he sprang to his feet, shouting into the crowd, "Shiyi, get the hell out here." After several moments, there was movement in the throng. Shiyi was carried out, unconscious, his face bruised and bloodied. One of the underlings, trembling with fear, reported, "Young Master Chen, Chigo has been beaten." Zhai Chen trembled with rage. "A bunch of useless fools. All of you are worthless. Meanwhile, at the Zhai residence, go check on your brother." "Grandfather, you've asked me to check 10 times in the last 2 hours. My brother is simply grounded in the backyard." Hearing another inquiry from his grandfather, Zhai Jingyi feigned helplessness. "Grandfather, it's late. You should get some rest." Since the afternoon, Zhai Leoi's right eyelid had been twitching, and an unsettling feeling gnawed at his heart. After much contemplation, he surmised that the trouble could only stem from Zhai Chen's reckless antics. However, after sending people to check all evening, they reported that Zhai Chen was behaving himself in his room. "This one to do." Zhai Leoi, leaning on his cane, stood up, furrowing his brow as he made his way outside. "I must see for myself." Zhai Jingyi's expression shifted slightly, and she hurried to stop him. "Grandfather, it's so late. My brother must be asleep." Just then, the butler rushed in, visibly anxious. "The girl, Song Li, and young Master Fu have returned to the Zhai residence. They're waiting outside." Zhai Leoi tightened his grip on the cane, his unease deepening. "Let them in." The presence of these individuals radiated power. Especially the girl at the forefront, with her pale fingertips clutching a piece of paper, exuding a chilling aura that hinted at trouble. Particularly, her arrival at such a late hour intensified Zhai Leoi's apprehension, and he cautiously inquired, "May I inquire what brings you here?" Song Li, standing casually, handed over the paper, her tone nonchalant as she uttered 2 words, "collecting debts." Zhai Leoi paused, taking the paper to read its contents. It detailed the racing wager between Song Li and Zhai Chen, stating that should Song Li lose, Zhai Chen could act as he pleased, while if Zhai Chen lost, he would kneel and call her daddy, surrendering half of the Zhai family's fortune to her. Half of the Zhai family's fortune? As he reached this line, the muscles in Zhai Leoi's face began to twitch uncontrollably. "Miss Song, Zhai Chen has been grounded by me and has remained at home today. This must be a misunderstanding." Song Li raised an eyebrow. "Are you insinuating that I fabricated this?" Zhai Jingyi, having read the content of the paper, froze in place. She was well aware that her brother had ventured out tonight and had promised to provide cover for him, which was why she had stayed back to accompany their grandfather instead of practicing her dance. But now, her brother had lost? And wagered half of the Zhai family's assets? How could her brother, who was so skilled, possibly lose to this Song Li?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
If their grandfather learned of this, she would not escape unscathed either. Suppressing her rising panic, Zhai Jingyi pointed an accusatory finger at Song Li. "Stop spouting nonsense. My brother hasn't he left the house today. Song Yue was right. You're just a country girl who has never seen the world, attempting to deceive the Zhai family with a piece of paper anyone could write." Chapter 59. Is the Zhai family worthy? Song Li cast a sidelong glance at her, slightly tilting her head, a low laugh escaping her throat. "The Zhai family, do you think they are worthy of my deception?" Her voice, light and airy, sent shivers down the spine, brimming with disdainful arrogance. Zhai Jingyi had always been the center of admiration in the art school, particularly in the dance class. The last incident at Shangyun Pavilion, where she embarrassed herself alongside Song Yue, could be overlooked, but this was the Zhai family. No one in the entire Jin city dared to slander the Zhai family. "You, be quiet," she was about to retort fiercely, yet was silenced by an authoritative shout from old Master Zhai. The old man, having lived to such an age, was no fool. The moment he heard of Song Li's arrival, he suspected it was yet another incident caused by Zhai Chen. Now, confronted with the contents of the paper, what more was there to understand? The unease in his heart had become a grim reality. The wrinkles on old Master Zhai's aged face trembled with rage as he gazed at his usually obedient and understanding granddaughter, nearly fainting from anger. You, too, have joined your brother in this folly, even assisting him in deceiving me. Grandfather. Seeing him sway, Zhai Jingyi truly began to panic, steadying old Master Zhai's arm. Her eyes reddening. It was my brother who insisted he would definitely win, I just. Infatuated fool. Old Master Zhai flung her aside, collapsing into his chair. Gu Wuyan, ever the spectator reveling in chaos, laughed boisterously. Old Master Zhai has raised quite the grandson. Old Master Zhai's face was a tapestry of wrinkles, devoid of color. If it were just Fu Shi and Gu Wuyan, he would not have feared them, but he had already investigated. And this Song Li was indeed the Song Li he knew, a true force from the Zhai family that could not be trifled with. His sunken eyes fixed upon Song Li, he opened his mouth, struggling to articulate. Since Miss Song is here, it must indeed be true. My grandson is at fault. And he must accept the consequences of his wager. I shall give half of my fortune to you, grandfather? Zhai Jingyi stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Yet, old Master Zhai paid her no heed, summoning the butler, his voice trembling as he instructed, Go and settle all of the Zhai family's accounts, transfer half to Miss Song. The butler, having served the Zhai family for nearly 30 years, had never witnessed the master so agitated, especially in the presence of a mere girl. Shock coursed through him. But he knew better than to question at this moment. The Zhai family's total assets amounted to 76 billion. Half of that, 38 billion. As the sound of money transferring echoed in her ears, Song Li felt an unusual delight. With one hand propping up her chin, she texted a few messages. A wicked smile gracing her lips as she addressed old Master Zhai. If he continues to be disobedient, I wouldn't mind teaching your grandson a lesson or two. A hint of rogue mischief, brimming with audacity. Old Master Zhai's hands gripped his cane tightly, veins bulging, the corners of his mouth twisting into a grimace. I shall ensure he is properly disciplined. Miss Song's debts are settled. Now it is my turn, Fu Shi suddenly interjected. He had been seated on the nearby sofa since his arrival, exuding a chilling presence that demanded attention even in stillness. His words sent a jolt through old Master Zhai's heart. Fu Shi nudged Gu Wuyan with his foot. Gu Wuyan's mouth twitched as he resigned himself to play the role of the intermediary. Your grandson, open the betting, with odds of 10 to 1. We won. And your grandson now owes us 10 billion.
Crack.
The cane in old Master Zhai's hand splintered against the floor, the tiles shattering beneath. Fu Shi glanced down. His voice sharp and devoid of emotion. Your grandson's debts are to be settled by the grandfather. That shouldn't pose a problem, right? On the 7th day, Zhai Chen was unable to produce the funds. Offending the Fu family in Beijing was a risk the Zhai family could not afford. Old Master Zhai trembled for what felt like an eternity, struggling to speak. And no problem. In one night, the Zhai family liquidated their company, their assets dwindling, plummeting from the pinnacle of Jin City to the brink of ruin. As Fu Shi and Song Li departed, old Master Zhai collapsed backwards. Master. Grandfather. The butler and Zhai Jingyi rushed forward in a panic, the Zhai household thrown into chaos. Chapter 60. Song Li. Old Master Zhai is a good man. Zhai Jingyi, crying, pinched his acupoint. Grandfather, please wake up. You must not leave us. Regret washed over her. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have clung to her brother, preventing him from going out, let alone covering for him. Yet, she couldn't comprehend why her grandfather feared Fu Shi. And even more so, why he feared that wild girl, Song Li. Half of the family fortune, without a struggle, given away as easily as that. But regret was futile. Old Master Zhai, still clinging to a thread of consciousness, grasped the butler's arm, his eyes widening as he trembled. Go retrieve that wretch. Bring him back to me. With that, he slipped into unconsciousness, and the entire Zhai family descended into turmoil. Outside, the rain intensified, the night wind biting cold. Walking nearby, one could feel the chill emanating from the girl, and upon entering the car, an accidental brush against her skin felt as if one had just emerged from an ice cave. Fu Shi frowned, instructing Chu Qi to turn up the car's heating. Gu Wuyan, seated in the passenger seat, fiddled with his ear studs, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. He refused to heed our polite invitation to step down. And now, just a few days later, his grandson has caused the downfall of the entire Zhai family. I doubt he will recover from this blow. Old Master Zhai had but one son, who had died young. Zhai Chen, this grandson, was utterly inconsequential. Should the elderly patriarch fall, Given the current state of the Zhai family, they would soon be devoured by those who had long been eyeing their assets. Once in the car, Song Li busied herself replying to messages, the oversized jacket draped over her shoulders failing to conceal her chill. Her exquisite brows lowered, concealing a hint of defiance. Fu Shi retrieved a thermos from the storage compartment, poured her some tea, and handed it over, hot water. Song Li paused for a moment, lifting her gaze to meet his, accepting the thermos with one hand. Thank you. Zhuqi. He had previously harbored reservations about Song Li, but tonight, he was utterly won over. Glancing at his master through the rearview mirror, he dared not speak more, focusing intently on the road. This young heir had never before shown such deference to a woman. Could it be that he had truly developed feelings? Gu Wuyen, unable to decipher his thoughts, cast a sidelong glance at Song Li, his peach blossom eyes sparkling. Little beauty, I can't help but wonder why that old Zhai fellow is so afraid of you. Whether yesterday or today, anyone with a modicum of sense could see that old Master Zhai was both anxious and fearful of Song Li. Despite his attempts at suppression, it was still evident. However, according to the information they had gathered, Song Li had grown up in Taiping Town without any discernible connection to the Zhai family. Song Li took a few sips of hot water, lightly licking her lips, her eyes bright and nonchalant. Honoring commitments, repaying debts, old Master Zhai is indeed a good man. Zhuqi. Gu Wuyen. Had they been chewing on something, they would have spat it out in disbelief. Such words were preposterous, hardly believable. A glimmer of profundity crossed Fu Shi's eyes, his dark pupils flickering as he pulled out his phone. His voice low and casual. I have transferred 10 billion into your account.
Me?
Gu Wuyen's eyes widened in surprise. You gave it to me? Fu Shi shot him a look of incredulity, his gaze returning to Song Li. Song Li raised an eyebrow. Fu Shi's gaze was clear. Weren't you in need of money? After all, this is rightfully yours. Song Li scrutinized him for 2 seconds, a smirk curling at her lips, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Indeed. I won it through my own merit. Old Man Sang's recent projects involve the most advanced, precise, and costly equipment, requiring significant investment, and she was indeed in dire need of funds at this moment. Gu Wuyen. He had been overly sentimental. He should have known that Fu Shi would not be this generous. However, on a different note, even though they had not uncovered why old Master Zhai feared Song Li, there was still one matter they could be certain of. Little beauty, he pressed on, your beautiful friend mentioned that motorcycle was modified by you. Could you help me modify one? He had brought this up during their previous meal at Shangyun Pavilion. Song Li glanced at him. For international racing? Chapter 61. X appears at Qingting. Gu Wuyen nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is it possible? Is it possible? You can set the price. Song Li cast a sidelong glance at Fu Shi, recalling how he had splashed money to investigate S-God. After a moment of contemplation, her head tilted slightly as she slowly replied, the racing cars used in international competitions are standardized, correct? Although obtaining a permit was relatively easy for me, one cannot guarantee that others would not be judged for cheating. Gu Wuyen remarked, the little beauty seems to know quite a bit. She is not so easily deceived. He stole a glance at Fu Shi, tilting his head back, covering his mouth partially, and whispered, the rules for international competitions involve private racing. Song Li had little interest in delving deeper. Modifying a car was not a significant issue. When I have the time, as for the compensation. She paused, shaking her phone at Fu Shi with an innocent gaze. That 10 billion earlier? 10 billion to modify a car? Are you using gold components? This business is for her. Chu Chi almost slipped again, but since the master did not speak, he dared not voice any objections. The rain had poured all night, and only ceased at dawn. Withered branches and fallen leaves blanketed the ground as Song Li stepped into the campus, her uniform fluttering in the wind, exuding an aura of elegance and beauty. Surrounded by a chill, attracting attention wherever she went. Though this was a daily occurrence at Qingting, today the students' gazes contained a hint of fear, along with intense shock and complexity. Little ant, you're famous. From afar, Chu Lu dashed over with lightning speed, brimming with excitement. Little ant, you're amazing. Are you some kind of secret professional racer? Song Li, you're incredible for defeating Zhai Chen. How long did you practice that airborne drift yesterday? Did you study acrobatics? With Chu Lu initiating the conversation, others quickly joined in, surrounding Song Li in an instant. Song Li furrowed her brow, feeling a chill rise. Her gaze landing on Zhong Xian outside the crowd. Meeting her cold and fierce eyes, Zhong Xian jolted and hurriedly pulled the students apart. What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Get back to your own classrooms. Once the crowd was dispersed, she approached Song Li and whispered, I don't know who recorded your match with Shiyi last night and posted it on the Qingting forum. This matter had already garnered everyone's attention. When the video surfaced, all were left gasping in awe at Song Li's maneuvers, igniting a frenzy throughout Qingting. With the current scene, Chu Lu eagerly pulled up the post for her to see, eyes sparkling. Little aunt, from today onwards, you are my idol. Song Li watched the video, her expression growing colder as she turned and walked away. Zhong Xian was momentarily stunned. Little aunt, class is about to start. Where are you going? Song Li replied coolly, to the restroom. At the Royal Court Villa, building A03, a red exclamation mark icon suddenly popped up in the corner of the computer screen. Chu Chi's expression tightened, swiftly activating the counter-tracking mode, clutching the computer as he rushed upstairs. Master, X has appeared.
Where?
Gu Wuyan was even more excited than Fu Shi. The alarm on the computer had already ceased. Chu Chi frowned. It only appeared for 7 seconds, but the location is. His eyes widened. At Qingting High School? Fu Shi's gaze sharpened coldly. Are you telling me X is a high school student? Chu Chi shrank his neck, weakly handing over the computer. On the screen, amidst a string of garbled characters, the confirmed location was indeed Qingting High School. Gu Wuyan scoffed. This is clearly X trying to mislead us. The legendary leader of Dragon Team S 3rd Unit, X, whom they had been tracking for so long, had last been seen in Jincheng and now he was in a high school? The X who had dominated the hacker world 6 or 7 years ago was a high school student? Clearly, they were being toyed with. Yet, it couldn't be ruled out that X was using their thoughts to mislead them in return. Fu Shi furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before instructing Chu Chi, keep an eye on Qingting and see if there are any suspicious individuals. Chapter 62, A Leg Broken. At Qingting, each time X appeared, countless individuals attempted to breach his computer and track his location. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. Even if Song Li were to step forward and claim it was her, no one would believe that X was a high school girl like her. Her age was merely a disguise. With a scoff, Song Li wiped away her traces, dismantled the makeshift computer, casually tossing it into her backpack as she exited the restroom. Class 24. Hey, where did the video go? Chula was watching the video of Song Li's match against Shiyi for what seemed like the 100th time when it suddenly froze. He refreshed the page only to discover that the video was gone. The post was gone too. All of it. Initially, he thought it was just his internet lagging, but after searching around, he found that all videos related to Song Li's match last night had vanished from the forum and the internet entirely. It was as if they had never existed. Song Tong scrolled through her feed and casually remarked, could it have been hacked?
Who has the time to hack that? Que le doute dit.
Yet the videos were indeed gone along with all the photos of Song Li from the school forum, completely cleaned out, as if they had never appeared. As the class bell rang, Song Li walked in, her once carefree uniform now zipped up neatly, appearing exceptionally well-behaved. However, her exquisitely defined features and rebellious aura did not resemble that of a typical student. Seemingly in a foul mood, the atmosphere around her was notably low. Zhong Xian, who had initially wanted to ask something, no longer dared to and instead smacked Chu Lo on the back of the head. If it's gone, it's gone. Let us get to class. Enduring this unwarranted misfortune, Chu Lo rubbed the back of his head, pouting, and muttered softly, luckily, I saved it. At noon, as school let out, seeing Song Li sitting still, Zhong Xian cautiously asked again, little aunt, my parents would like to invite you over for dinner. What do you think? No time, Song Li replied, engrossed in her messages without even lifting her head. Zhong Xian felt a little disheartened. Ever since his parents learned of Song Li attending Qingting, they had been too scared to disturb her, constantly nagging him. Sigh, having such a formidable little aunt could sometimes be a burden.
Ali.
Tan Beijing appeared at the back door, her bright almond eyes sparkling. After Song Li finished her last message, she put away her phone, slung her bag over her shoulder, and walked over, first pinching her cheek. Let us go. Near the school was a small shopping street, just a 10-minute walk away.
They found a small food stall to sit down.
And Song Li first put on her headphones and called Xiao Kong. I've sent you the information on the illegal car modifications and street racing in Jincheng to your email. Whether you want a promotion is up to you. The streets at night were too congested, and she had stayed up late last night, uncovering all the gangs behind Shiyi. Once Song Li hung up, Tan Beijing dragged a plastic stool to sit beside her. Blinking her eyes and softly inquiring, I heard that artist Liao Chuansue from the International Dance Association will be performing in Shengjing at the end of the month. Can I go see it? Song Li raised an eyebrow, chuckling. What is so interesting about that? Tan Beixing clung to her arm, her voice sweet. She dances folk dance. And I also learn folk dance. I heard Shiyi is going to take in disciples. Please take me to see. Unable to resist her charms. Song Li sighed in resignation. Fine. I'll take you, but let us eat first. It seemed that this trip to Shengjing was inevitable. Little aunt, big news. Big news. Upon returning to school in the afternoon, as soon as she entered the classroom, Zhong Xian and Chu Luo rushed over with peculiar expressions, visibly excited. Song Li extended a long leg to pull out a chair and sat down, propping her chin on one hand, looking at the two with little interest. Speak. Chu Luo blurted out. Zhai Chen's leg was broken by Zhai Leoi. Song Li's expression momentarily paused, raising an eyebrow at Zhong Xian. Zhong Xian nodded, his expression serious as he quietly explained, last night, Zhai Chen was taken back by Zhai Leoi's men, and this morning, when Zhai Leoi woke up in the hospital, the first thing he did was break Zhai Chen's leg. Chapter 63. Delta, seizing the opportunity. The news emanated from a hospital.
Que le siged.
It seems that Zhai Chen will no longer be able to stand tall in the future. Yet, no one could comprehend why the elder Zhai would resort to such ruthless measures. Zhong Xian remained silent, casting a profound glance at Song Li. Song Li squinted, leaning against the wall, spinning a pen rapidly between her slender, fair fingers. Was the elder Zhai attempting to curry favor with her, fearing she might bring ruin to the Zhai family? Yet, it remained unclear whether Zhai Chen's leg was genuinely broken or merely feigned. TSK. That evening, Song Li returned to the royal court. Standing on the balcony of the third floor, she could glimpse the balcony of the adjacent building A03. The two villas stood in close proximity, separated by a garden lawn of 100 meters, with a white fence over half a meter high. Still lush and green in the autumn. Fu Shi was unaware of her residence here. Meanwhile, the opposite villa was shrouded in darkness, clearly unoccupied. After enjoying the breeze on the balcony for a while, Song Li returned to her bedroom, donned a bathrobe, and was about to wash up when a message popped up on her computer. From Yaoji. Boss. The Sima family in M State has had a shipment worth 4 billion intercepted at the Delta. They are requesting Team 3 to take action, offering a quarter of the goods as payment. Will you accept? The Delta, an independent zone beyond the jurisdiction of any nation, was shrouded in mystery, with no one having seen its true form or known its identity. It was rumored in the underworld to be ruthless and adept at black-on-black operations. Regardless of the origins, any goods traversing the Delta would be devoured if caught in its sights. The Sima family, fully aware of this, still chose to go through the Delta. 4 billion. Money was inconsequential. The goods held significance. Song Li's eyes narrowed, a wicked gleam flickering within, and her delicate fingers tapped twice on the keyboard. Half. The following day, the weather was mild. When Song Li arrived at school, she held a black thermos, adorned with a vivid depiction of 2 white cranes chasing the sun, seemingly alive. Upon spotting her, Tan Beixing's brows furrowed as he glanced at the black bracelet on her left wrist. Has it been beeping lately? Feeling somewhat languid after taking on a job the previous night, Song Li replied lazily no. This bracelet, crafted from nanotechnology, monitored her health. Over the past few years, she had been under considerable strain. Her temperature remained normal, and the bracelet had never emitted a sound. Tan Beixing, still uneasy, observed the thermos in her hand. Then you. Song Li raised an eyebrow, uncapped the thermos, and offered it to him with a devilish smile. Care for a sip? The aroma of alcohol wafted enticingly. Tan Beixing hesitated, sensing the medicinal undertones in the rich scent. Is it medicinal wine? Song Li clicked her tongue. Indeed. As autumn approached, her body temperature would drop, and physiological warmth became elusive, necessitating the use of medicinal wine for sustenance. Concern flickered in Tan Beixing's eyes as she recalled Song Li's health condition, but chose not to press the matter further. Opting instead to discuss another issue, Song Yue has taken a consecutive half-month leave starting today. As a top student in the senior class, known for her consistent presence on the Qingteng leaderboard, Song Yue had never taken leave before, making this unprecedented. With the month drawing to a close, Song Li took a sip of her wine, her expression inscrutable, and replied nonchalantly, "We shall begin our leave tomorrow." On a nameless island in M State, within a dimly lit room, a burly man, shirtless, cursed with irritation. The Dragon Team's third squad is too audacious, demanding half right off the bat. Such blatant greed. The voice emanating from the computer screen in front of him belonged to someone seated with their back turned. Coldly reprimanding, "You knew well that the Delta devours everything without leaving a trace, yet you still chose to traverse it." The man clenched his fists, feeling somewhat constrained. Only X, the captain of the Dragon Team's third squad, could extract these goods from the Delta. X's tone indicated he was seizing the opportunity to extort them. Yet, they had no alternative. After a moment of contemplation, the figure on the screen spoke with a somber tone. "Half it is. Better that than being completely devoured by the Delta." Chapter 64. The Banquet of Hongs, Winning Her Favor. At noon, they headed to the cafeteria for lunch. After receiving their meals, Song Li and Tan Beixing noticed Song Tong waving at them. "There's space here." Having been at school for nearly a month, despite her intimidating appearance, Song Li was actually quite approachable. While Song Tong still felt a twinge of fear, it was no longer overwhelming. Chu Le and Zhong Xian were also present, and the group engaged in hushed conversations regarding Zhai Chen. Just as Song Li settled into her seat, her phone rang, displaying a call from Song Tianyi. With one foot perched confidently on the chair, she answered, casually tearing into a piece of pork rib. "What's up?" Song Tianyi's voice was dark as he inquired, "Did you take half of the Zhai family's assets?" Song Li uttered a soft ah. Knowing it before was one thing, but hearing Song Li admit it was an entirely different experience. Disbelief and astonishment etched across Song Tianyi's face. After returning from the Zhai family that day, he had investigated Song Li's past in Taiping Town, her history of truancy, fighting, and even having been to the police station for a chat. After being expelled from middle school, she had merely learned to repair cars, accomplishing nothing else and never leaving Taiping Town. Yet now, the prestigious Zhai family, a titan in the business world, had humbled themselves before Song Li. Where had things gone awry? Song Tianyi could not uncover the truth, nor could he fathom it. But possessing half of the Zhai family's assets would undoubtedly elevate the Song family to a new pinnacle in Jin City. Regaining his composure, he spoke with a softened tone. "You will be going to Xinjiang to apprentice tomorrow. You are to come home for dinner tonight." The stark contrast in tone made it evident that this was a banquet of hidden motives. Song Li responded with a perfunctory "oh." After school that afternoon, just as she exited the school gate, a driver approached, blocking her path. He addressed her politely, "Miss Song, my boss has sent me to pick you up."
Tan Beixing,
Unfamiliar with him, nervously grasped Song Li's arm and whispered, "Who is his boss?" Song Li chuckled, "Song Tianyi." It was hard to believe that Song Tianyi would extend such kindness toward her. Tan Beixing, not being naive, quickly grasped the underlying implications. Blinking rapidly and lowering her voice further, "Li, is he trying to win you over?" Song Li narrowed her eyes. Perhaps. After all, it's a matter of 2 to 3 billion. How could Song Tianyi, as a father, not be tempted? He might fear I would run away, hence sending a driver to intercept me. Tan Beixing looked worried. "Then you." The distant roar of a sports car interrupted her. A blue convertible screeched to a halt at the roadside, exuding an aura of extravagance. Behind the wheel, a man with vibrant blue hair removed his sunglasses, resting his elbow on the car door, and whistled flirtatiously at the two. "Hey, gorgeous. What do you think of my new ride?"
he was a picture of flamboyance.
Following closely was a Kian, and from the lowered rear window emerged a man clad in a black silk shirt, strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility and aloofness. Fu Shi glanced at Song's family driver, his deep gaze landing on the girl, his expression gentle, and his voice smooth. "Shall we?" Regardless of his intentions in approaching her, he appeared to have impeccable timing. Song Li narrowed her eyes, playfully draping an arm around Tan Beixing's shoulder as they proceeded toward the Kian. The driver's expression stiffened slightly. "Miss Song." Song Li paused, turning her head slightly, her exquisite features radiating an icy demeanor. "Tell him, if he wishes to inherit the fortune, he should refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts." Her tone was both arrogant and compelling. Once in the car, she seemed to recall something and leaned against the window, looking down at Gu Wian in the sports car below. A word of caution. Her bright eyes swept over the vehicle, her voice cool and crisp. This limited edition sports car utilizes a newly developed intelligence system by Illusionary World Technology. The bugs have yet to be fixed, so be cautious of losing control while driving. Had the charming gentleman merely glanced at its appearance? Or did he know the specifics of the intelligence system, which company collaborated on its development, and whether there were bugs? Gu Wian gasped, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 65. Fu Shi is the boss of Delta. When the girl spoke these words, an innate confidence radiated from her core. Fu Shi recalled that night when she first entered his car, displaying an astonishing familiarity with its intelligence system. It is not common for car enthusiasts to possess such profound knowledge of the AI systems within their vehicles. She even knew the name of the company responsible for the technology, without needing to glance at it. Fu Shi's dark eyes concealed a flicker of curiosity and inquiry. As he gently inquired, "Shall we go for a meal?" Song Li nodded, her head bowed as she continued to gaze at her phone. A message arrived from Shengjing. The fifth director will be attending this year's business conference. In the North China Chamber of Commerce, aside from the president, there are 5 directors on the board. The most enigmatic among them is this fifth director. He joined the chamber 5 years ago, acquiring a staggering 40% of its shares, wielding immense influence. However, he only attended the conference in his first year, masked, and has not been seen since. Most decisions are delegated to his subordinates, and apart from the president, no one knows his name or appearance. Given that there are no significant affairs this year, why would he choose to attend the meeting? Song Li tapped her fingers lightly on her leg, a glint of cold light passing through her eyes, and replied, "I will be heading to Xingjing the day after tomorrow." Half an hour later, at Zhongyun restaurant. While dining, Chu Qi stepped out to take a call. Upon returning, his expression was grave, his gaze sweeping over Song Li with a hint of hesitation. "Sir." As Fu Shi observed Tan Beixing placing the deboned fish into Song Li's bowl, he shifted his gaze, his voice deep and resonant. "Speak." It was evident that there was no need to shield anything from Song Li. Chu Qi paused for a moment before speaking. "Delta has just received news that the shipment from the Sima family, which was seized 2 days ago, has been taken back." Song Li, who had been eating fish with her head lowered, momentarily froze. Fu Shi's expression sharpened instantly, a chilling aura enveloping him as he asked coldly, "What happened?" The temperature in the private room dropped several degrees. Chu Qi shivered and quickly explained, "The Sima family hired Team 3 of the Dragon Group to intervene, and personally disrupted all crucial networks in Delta." Gu Yuan's charming eyes also turned sharp, frowning. "Do you know what price the Sima family paid?" Chu Qi shook his head. The shipment was originally intercepted. Regaining it did not incur any losses for them. However, it is the first time that something consumed by Delta has been snatched away again. A shadow fell over Fu Shi's gaze. Yet Gu Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Unperturbed by Song Li and Tan Beixing's presence, reveling in the unfolding drama. "You spent over 3 billion to hire X to investigate us, and X refused, but accepted the Sima family's order, launching an attack above Delta. Do you think this X has a personal vendetta against you?" Fu Shi narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Perhaps it was for that shipment. The value of that cargo exceeds the mere 40 billion labeled. Team 3 of the Dragon Group has never failed. If they could compel X to act, the Sima family must have paid an exorbitant price. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Fu Shi's lips curled into a cold smirk as he commanded Chu Qi, "Inquire about the price for hiring X to investigate us, and raise it to 50 billion. Chu Qi, this obsession has persisted for nearly 4 years, yet you still cannot let it go." Gu Yuan was at a loss for words about whether to deem him wealthy or foolish. He smirked, still wanting to ask, "What exactly did S do to you back then?" This question had been posed multiple times over the years, always without an answer. Fu Shi cast him a sidelong glance, rolling down the sleeves of his shirt with an icy tone. "It has nothing to do with you." Suddenly, Song Li set down her chopsticks and stood up. "I need to use the restroom." In the restroom, Song Li squatted on the toilet lid, pondering for a long time. Unable to recall any interaction she had with Fu Shi from years prior. Furrowing her brows, she decided to set that matter aside. Taking out her phone and donning her headphones, she dialed a number, her tone laced with cold mischief. "Have you received the payment?" Yes. The enchantress is currently counting the goods with Team 3, utterly exhilarated. "Boss, you wouldn't believe it. Even if we don't use this batch, selling it would allow us to indulge for 4 or 5 years without taking any orders. It's exhilarating." Song Li, to become the boss of Delta, one must emerge from a hail of bullets. The conversation in the private room had made it abundantly clear. Fu Shi was indeed the legendary mysterious leader of Delta. This meant that the shipment she had seized was taken from Fu Shi himself. Considering this, it was undeniably thrilling. Chapter 66. Next time, offer him an 80% discount. Song Li touched her nose, pondering for a moment, her delicate, fair fingers entwining around the headphone cord. She stated, "Do not move this batch of goods to the warehouse. Aside from the inquiry regarding S, all future orders from Fu Shi will receive an 80% discount." Enchantress, Why are we suddenly talking about Fu Shi? What does he have to do with this? Boss, you didn't finish your question before the call was disconnected. Enchantress, are we really abandoning the path to overnight wealth for Team 3 and still offering an 80% discount? Is this still our boss? The Song family. Lin Xia went to the Taekwondo gym to pick up Song Zixuan. Song Tianyi was at home, and upon hearing the driver's message, he was infuriated and hurled a cup across the room. Unfilial daughter.
Dad.
Watching the shards of glass scatter across the floor, Song Yuer spoke with an impassive expression. Isn't Song Li just relying on those rich young masters to dare act against the Zhai family? You don't need to be angry with the troublemaker. She was set to go to Xingjing tomorrow. With her aunt and cousin there, she would surely become Liao Chuansui's disciple. At that time, she would leave Qingting and step onto the international stage, becoming a dazzling star. By then, that wretched Song Li would only be beneath her feet. Song Tianyi's anger remained unabated. Half of the Zhai family's fortune was worth tens of billions, and how dared Song Li demand what she had already swallowed? Even now, she refused to return their invitation for dinner and had the audacity to warn him. He would not relinquish his hold on the inheritance. He would certainly extract those tens of billions from Song Li's hands. A storm cloud brewed in Song Tianyi's eyes. Song Li's remarks had rendered Gu Yuan too afraid to drive that sports car, opting instead for a tow truck to return it, taking the passenger seat in the Qian. Tan Beixing and Song Li had classes that evening. After dropping the two back at school, Gu Yuan did not rush to leave. Avoiding Fu Shi, he lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before extinguishing it, dispersing the pale smoke, and retracting his head, blowing a few strands of hair from his forehead. X has intervened. That shipment won't be recovered, right? Engaging Team 3 means confronting the entire Dragon Group. They have yet to grasp the full extent of the Dragon Group's capabilities and cannot act lightly. However, it seems they haven't suffered too much. Rather, the Sima family is likely reeling from a significant blow. The man in the back seat, dressed in a black silk shirt, had one arm casually resting on the car window, his finely sculpted profile illuminated by the dim streetlights like a masterpiece. Upon hearing this, he raised his exquisite brows and, with a nonchalant demeanor, stated, "Eventually, the Sima family will pay for it. This gentleman is formidable." Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, shifting to another matter, his expression turning serious. "The event we are committed to is still 6 months away. If S cannot be located, I genuinely believe the little beauty can handle it. Just look at her. She cannot." Fu Shi interrupted, his gaze icy and laden with warning. "The rules of this competition dictate that those who cannot prevail on this circuit will meet their demise in the next round. Regardless of how skilled Song Li may be, he would never permit her to participate." Gu Yuan frowned. "In that case, you cannot personally compete. Then I will compete myself." Fu Shi's aura was imposing, his voice laced with frost. Chu Qi held his breath in silence, accelerating the car, too afraid to breathe, lest he incur unwarranted disaster in the next moment. Fu Shi's demeanor deepened Gu Yuan's frown, and after a moment's hesitation, he smirked mischievously. "You can't possibly have feelings for the little beauty, can you?" Fu Shi's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. "Things in the East are still unsettled. Your grandfather is under surveillance due to the 319 project. You must return to the capital tomorrow." Gu Yuan responded with irritation. "Damn. Just because he asked a couple of questions, they want to chase him away. Are they afraid he'll be a third wheel? What a proud prince. He is just another heartless man who forgets his loyalty at the sight of beauty." Chapter 67. Journey to Xingjing. The next day, noon, Royal Court, Building A04. The computer on the table was running, displaying a girl with purple hair styled in twin ponytails, dressed in a tie-dyed denim jacket, exuding a vibrant yet somewhat enchanting aura. Behind her, a backdrop of a lavish party filled the air with raucous music. Wang Yu picked up a glass of red wine from the bar and moved to a quieter corner. "I flew to the east yesterday. It's a chaotic mess over there. Aren't you concerned?" Song Li leaned back, casually crossing her legs on the table, embodying the relaxed demeanor of a defiant mogul. Glancing at Tan Beixing, who was diligently working by the floor-to-ceiling window, she suppressed her cold gaze and replied indifferently, "Not my concern. This chaos, even if it compels the world to acknowledge the significance of the 319 biomedical engineering project, won't be allowed to drag on too long. It won't lead to a catastrophe." Wang Yu took a sip of her wine and chuckled. "Speaking of which, that man was Fu Shi, right? How did you end up with him?" Song Li licked her lips and replied nonchalantly, "He thinks my car repair skills are quite impressive and asked me to fix his car." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "The prince of the capital? In need of a mechanic? Who would dare to treat the esteemed Mr. S as a mere repairman? Just as Wang Yu was about to drink, she spat it out in surprise, hurriedly grabbing a napkin to clean up. Stop with the humble bragging. I've got a job today, and once I finish, I'll head to Xinjiang to find you. The excitement of the North China Chamber of Commerce is quite a sight to behold. After ending the video call, her phone buzzed with a message from Shiyi. Did you skip class today? Song Li replied, I had something to attend to and took a leave of absence. Including Tan Beixing, she had taken a week off. When she mentioned she had matters to attend to and would catch up on missed classes upon her return, Wen Zhong approved her leave. Meanwhile, in Class 1, Song Yue had taken a half-month leave to apprentice under an esteemed artist, aiming for a future in the National Theater, which would elevate her status as a dancer. Even without attending school, she could still boast about being associated with Hulanji, especially since Tan Beixing, who shared a reputation with her, had also requested a week off. At that moment, Hulanji was adamant about not letting anyone go. Her words sharp as daggers. Song Yue dances. She practices every day. You're taking leave to apprentice? I haven't seen you practice. Are you going to tell me you're also going to Xinjiang to find a mentor? Song Li ignored her and slid her leave request across to Principal Shen. He signed it without hesitation, even kindly asking, is 7 days enough, or do you need more time? Hulanji was infuriated, swallowing several calming pills. Outside the Qingting school gate, Shiyi withdrew his gaze from the car window and absent-mindedly twirled the small ring on his pinky. His eyes darkened with thought. I also have matters to attend to and will be leaving Jin City for a few days. You can call me if you need anything. Below his message was his phone number. From her seat, Song Li could see the balcony of building A03 through the window, where lush green vines swayed against the white railing, with no sign of life inside. Her thoughts drifted momentarily. After a while, she replied, okay. The afternoon flight lasted over 3 hours, arriving at Xinjiang Airport at 8:30 in the evening. Clad entirely in black, her long, slender legs moved with an air of defiance. Despite wearing a black fisherman's hat, her outstanding poise and formidable aura were undeniable. Zhou Ziji, who had been waiting at the airport, hurried over Mississippi. Song Li lifted her eyelids slightly. What are you doing here? Her disdain was palpable. During her last visit to Jin City, he had remained in the car, not daring to step out or even roll down the window, as if he were hiding. Now, in Xinjiang, his territory, he personally came to greet her, only to be met with disdain. Zhou Ziji's handsome face twitched slightly, his narrow eyes filled with apprehension. If someone else came, wouldn't that be a slight to you? Song Li shot him a sideways glance, pulling her hat lower to obscure most of her face, her hands stuffed in her pockets as she strode out of the airport. Her silhouette was cold and aloof. Zhou Ziji remained silent. Chapter 68. North China Chamber of Commerce, 5th Board Member. He shifted his focus to Tan Beixing, taking the suitcase from her hands. Tan Beixing smiled shyly in response, expressing her gratitude. The temperature in Xinjiang was lower than in Jin City. Autumn had barely begun, and the wind was already biting. Song Li felt no chill. Upon arriving at their accommodation, Tan Beixing immediately turned on the air conditioning, setting the temperature to an uncomfortably high level. After Zhou Ziji finished reporting to his father, Zhou Xiangshan, he walked in to see the girl sitting casually on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, the sounds of chaos emanating from her phone. Little beauty, save me.
Quick.
Left side incoming. Reinforcements. Little beauty, help me, I'm dying. Little beauty, I have no healing items. She sounded utterly inept, yet she was still referred to as Miss. Zhou Ziji couldn't help but smirk, quietly saying, my dad has prepared a welcome dinner. Song Li, fingers flying over her phone as she shot down her enemies, finally tossed a few healing items to rescue Gu Wuyen and curtly replied, not going. Her response was succinct and utterly frigid. Realizing it was a wasted effort, Zhou Ziji rubbed his nose. During your stay in Xinjiang, my dad wants me to be your driver. No need, was Song Li's unwavering reply. As the son of the president of the North China Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Ziji was quite prominent, both in status and appearance. Not daring to provoke her further, he said, I'll head back then. If you need anything, just give me a call. In 2 days, Liao Chuansue's art performance would take place, preceded by the shareholders' meeting of the North China Chamber of Commerce. This meeting was not particularly special. It was just the board members discussing the chamber's development and investment directions for the year. However, rumor circulated that the heir chosen by Zhou Xiangshan years ago might attend the meeting, and everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of this elusive figure. Early the next morning, in the conference room of the chamber, the 4 shareholders settled into their seats, passionately protesting. We are all shareholders here, with decision-making power. What heir? Have we been consulted? They argued. If the heir is Zhou Xiaodang, we could accept that, but to choose an outsider and keep it from us, even depriving us of our voting rights, what is that supposed to mean? The president has his own decisions. What decisions? Disregarding the president. There are 5 major shareholders in the chamber, and the 5th holds a third of the shares. I hear he's coming too. Rest assured, he won't support the president's decisions. The 5th? Having joined the chamber for 5 years, no one knows what he looks like. No one even knows his name. He could be someone unsavory. Be careful not to be overheard. The 5th is not an easy character to deal with. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was kicked open. A figure dressed in a long black coat strode in, exuding an air of cold elegance, tall and imposing. His face was obscured by a black mask, the material reflecting a chilling light, with a slightly eerie upward curl of his white lips. The 5th board member of the North China Chamber of Commerce, the most enigmatic figure, looked just as he had 5 years ago when he joined the chamber. His presence was overwhelming. In an instant, silence fell over the room. At the long conference table, Fu Shi walked straight to the end, taking a seat in the first position to the left of the main chair. He crossed his legs and leaned back, his hands casually resting on his thigh, exuding an aura of authority. Beneath the mask, a pair of profound eyes swept over the 4 individuals present with a nonchalant demeanor. Why has the discussion ceased? The voice was deep and somber, laced with an icy chill and a hint of foreboding. The other 4 instantly regained their composure, but dared not utter another word. No matter their protests, they could not contest the authority wielded by this 5th director within the Merchant Association, second only to the president. In the president's office, Zhou Ziji furrowed his brow as he observed the footage on the monitor, yet he remained silent. Retracting his gaze from the masked 5th director, he addressed Zhou Xiangshan, saying, "Father, the young lady is en route." The young lady was emerging from her seclusion, and the 5th director of the North China Merchant Association was making an appearance. Today's meeting promised to be lively. Zhou Xiangshan, nearing 50, had cultivated a demeanor of composure throughout his years in high office. While he was a businessman, he lacked the typical sharpness associated with his kind, exuding an air of amiability instead. After scrutinizing the enigmatic 5th director for a moment, he spoke steadily, "Since we are all gathered, let us make the announcement today." Although the North China Merchant Association had only been established for a decade, it had rapidly expanded, controlling the commercial exchanges across the entire North China region. This year, a new investment initiative was underway, with various directors harboring differing ambitions to seize the spotlight. The sudden introduction of a mysterious heir would surely not be met with unanimous approval. However, their agreement was not theirs to dictate. Zhou Xiangshan's sole concern was the potential encounter between this 5th director and Song Li, for both held uncommon backgrounds and were known for their fiery tempers and formidable tactics. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and instructed Zhou Ziji, "Go to the entrance and welcome Song Li. I shall attend the meeting." Zhou Ziji nodded and proceeded towards the exit. The headquarters of the North China Merchant Association towered majestically, reaching for the clouds, a grand edifice completed the previous year. Situated in the heart of Xingjing, now a landmark of the city. As the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, Yuan Xingde disembarked and instructed his daughter, "Yuan Xingya, wherever you wish to go, let the driver take you, and take good care of your cousin." At 25, Yuan Xingya had spent years performing ethnic dance and graced international stages, emanating an elegant aura, strikingly beautiful and poised. She smiled and nodded. "I understand, father. You may go without worry." This was Xingjing, far more bustling than the smaller locale of Jincheng. Song Yue gazed out the window, filled with a sense of novelty and greed as she stepped into this new world. Just then, her attention was captured by a figure at the roadside. From a blue taxi emerged a person clad in black cargo pants and a white shirt, topped with an oversized black casual blazer and a low-brimmed black fisherman's hat, obscuring much of their face with a black mask. The individual was tall and exuded a commanding presence, with an air of rebelliousness. With hands tucked into pockets and a shoulder bag slung casually, they embodied a cool and daring spirit, reminiscent of Song Li. "What are you staring at?" Yuan Xingya inquired, noticing her cousin's unwavering gaze outside. The figure was ushered into the building by a strikingly handsome young man, vanishing from sight. This was Xingjing. How could Song Li possibly appear here, welcomed so courteously into the North China Merchant Association? It was utterly implausible. Surely, she must have misseen. Suppressing her thoughts, Song Yue returned to herself, smiling shyly. It's my first time in such a place, and I'm a bit curious. What's this? Yuan Xingya chuckled, pride evident in her tone. Today, I will introduce you to my teacher. You must perform well. Should you gain acceptance, a much larger world awaits you. Upon hearing this, Song Yue swiftly cast aside the earlier image, filled with determination and ambition. Cousin, have no fear. I shall succeed. The notion of being a top student and Belle held no weight for her. Once she embarked on this path, her future lay on the international stage, while Song Li would remain beneath her, forever trampled underfoot. Such a place was unfit for Tan Beixing. Song Li had not brought her. Zhou Ziji, son of the North China Merchant Association's president, though lacking significant influence, was respectfully referred to as young Master Zhou and was well-versed in the association's affairs. Upon entering the elevator, he imparted crucial information to Song Li. The fifth director has arrived. My father merely mentioned that their identity is extraordinary. He asked me to request you, should disagreements arise, to refrain from dismantling this building. Everything else is negotiable. That individual is indeed formidable, just as you are. And this building, valued in the hundreds of millions, has become a symbol of Shengjing. Zhou Ziji felt a tinge of humility. Song Li responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement. Her attention focused on replying to a message from Fu Shi.
Ding.
The elevator came to a halt on the 28th floor. Exiting into the reception area, they encountered a portly middle-aged man clad in a suit, adorned with a large gold chain, exuding an unmistakable air of a nouveau riche. Upon spotting Zhou Ziji, he approached with a polite smile. Young Master Zhou. Song Li glanced up, her eyes narrowing slightly. Zhou Ziji regarded him, embodying the esteemed presence of the son of the Wari Merchant Association's president, and inclined his head respectfully. Boss Yuan, my father, and the others are still in a meeting. Please wait a moment. Yuan Xingda chuckled, shaking his head. Let them proceed. My matters are not urgent. Though his demeanor was casual, he felt a sense of urgency within. This year, the North China Merchant Association was set to expand its shareholder base, and even a mere 5 stake would elevate one's status in the business world significantly. After preparing for so long, he could not afford to let anyone else seize the opportunity. Please take a seat and enjoy some tea. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yuan Xingda, Zhou Ziji turned to Song Li. I will lead you to the conference room, his tone imbued with respect. Who else could command such deference from the young master of the North China Merchant Association, except for Zhou Xiangshan? Yuan Xingda's scrutinizing gaze swept over the girl. Yet her visage was obscured, rendering her nearly indistinguishable. In the conference room, the atmosphere was taut with anticipation when a sudden knock echoed through the air. Zhou Xiangshan called out, "Enter." Zhou Ziji pushed the door open, scanning the long table before lingering on the masked figure for a moment longer, then leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhou Xiangshan. Zhou Xiangshan glanced toward the door. Please, allow her to enter. All eyes in the conference room turned toward the entrance. The newcomer was shrouded in darkness, discernible only as a female. A strong aura radiated from her, igniting a sense of familiarity within Fu Shi. As his gaze fell upon the black backpack slung over her shoulder, his pupils dilated in realization. Could this legendary heir of the North China Merchant Association truly be Song Li? Yet, one cannot simply deduce identity based on a backpack. Fu Shi leaned back, casting his gaze over the girl's left wrist, but the sleeve was too long to discern whether she wore a bracelet. Narrowing his eyes, he retrieved his phone and sent out a message.
Ding.
The notification from her phone reverberated loudly in the otherwise silent conference room. From the moment she entered, the pair of eyes concealed beneath the enigmatic black mask fixated on him with increasing intensity. Song Li cast a cold glance, her brow furrowing. A chill enveloped the room, causing Zhou Xiangshan to feel an inexplicable unease. In this world, no rules could constrain this formidable figure. Clearing his throat, he broke the stillness, rising from his seat to invite the young woman to take her place. He introduced her to those seated on either side of the table, saying, "This is the heir to the North China Merchant Association that I have been telling you about." Without any pretense, Song Li seated herself at the head of the table, crossing her legs, and caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance in the air, causing her to squint slightly. It was sandalwood. Although faint, she could discern that it emanated from the individual seated at the left of the head seat. Sandalwood, a scent that inevitably reminded her of that man, Fu Shi. Song Li cast a composed glance in that direction, observing that the individual's right hand lay casually atop the table, devoid of a pinky ring. This suggested that it could not possibly be Fu Shi. Retracting her gaze, she lethargically retrieved her phone to check messages, exuding an air of brazen confidence. She radiated an untamed spirit, replete with defiance. Fu Shi did not overlook the intensity of her stare, although he made no overt move. Nor did he err in any regard. He found himself nervously toying with the pinky ring he had just removed beneath the table. "I have already expressed my dissent regarding this heir," declared the first director, Deng Jianben, rising with a frown of disapproval. The second, Wei Hongfu, followed suit with a derisive snort. "With such a heavy veil of secrecy, is this yet another individual with something to hide? Chairman Zhou, what jest are you making?" The third director, Wan Yong, bespectacled and scanning the room with a disdainful eye, remarked, "This is the North China Chamber of Commerce, a battleground of business. It is one thing to disregard our opinions, but to appoint a woman as the heir? How do you perceive our board?" Chapter 71. The true founder of the North China Chamber of Commerce. The final director, Bu Chong, slender and in his 30s, appeared upright. He held a 10% stake in the board. Listening to the outrage of the other three, he maintained his silence. After responding to several pressing messages, Song Li put her phone away, lifted her gaze, and pointed a delicate finger toward the brim of her hat, her bright eyes infused with mischief. "Do you believe I am unworthy of being this heir, or is it merely because I am a woman?" Her voice remained unchanged, a clear and melodic tone. Yet her demeanor was placid. However, upon hearing her words, Zhou Xiangshan's brow twitched, a clear sign of her rising ire. "Listen to that voice. She is merely a young girl." Zhou Hongshan interjected. "Chairman Zhou, this is the executive meeting room of the North China Chamber of Commerce. Even if you look down upon us, must you insult us by presenting a mere child as the heir? Women should confine themselves to their proper roles. What can she possibly understand about business?" As Zhou Xiangshan attempted to advocate for them, he was abruptly interrupted. Wei Hongfu, Deng Jianben, and Wan Yong unleashed a barrage of scornful remarks, suggesting that Song Li's presence in that position was an affront to their dignity, spitting vitriol in their disdain. Bu Chong furrowed his brow. "Even if you believe Chairman Zhou has erred, must we resort to collective scorn without understanding?" He had always sided with Zhou Xiangshan. Wei Hongfu scoffed. "The North China Chamber of Commerce is not a one-man show. Even if we lack the qualifications to lead, we possess the right to vote." Deng Jianben nodded in agreement. "If it were young Master Zhou, I would have no objections, but I absolutely refuse to accept this sudden girl appearing from nowhere. A woman as the president of the North China Chamber of Commerce? What a source of mockery that would be." Wan Yong's expression was one of disgust. Their words dripped with derision. Zhou Xiangshan's expression darkened. "I have not yet abdicated." Although he could relinquish his position at any moment should Song Li express her willingness to take it, he feared she might decline. Wan Yong scoffed. "She is already seated in the president's position. What difference does it make whether you abdicate or not? Moreover, even in 10 or 20 years, she will still be a woman." Their dissatisfaction with Zhou Xiangshan had long been simmering. However, the North China Chamber of Commerce had been founded by Zhou Xiangshan a decade prior. In the initial years, although several investors joined as shareholders and a board was established, the lifeblood of the chamber remained firmly in Zhou Xiangshan's grasp. This heir had been mentioned by him years ago, yet only in passing, and no one had ever seen her. At just over 40, in the prime of his life, how could he possibly abandon such a flourishing business empire to seek an heir? They had never taken it seriously. Yet now, that heir had indeed appeared. Seated at the head of the conference room, a woman. How could they possibly accept this? With each utterance of girl and female, their disdain was palpable. Leaning languidly against her chair with arms crossed, Song Li spoke in a subdued tone. "So, your opposition stems from my being a woman? And what of it?" Deng Jianben coldly snorted. The young lady had clearly become incensed, yet these directors remained oblivious to the peril they were courting. Zhou Ziji rubbed his nose, sensing that the board of the North China Chamber of Commerce was on the brink of upheaval. Zhou Xiangshan let out a cold laugh. Stepping forward, "If I were to inform you that the heir you so deride, this young lady, is in fact the true founder of the North China Chamber of Commerce?" "What?" The room fell silent for a moment before Wei Hongfu and the others erupted in laughter. "Chairman Zhou, even if you wish to appoint a girl as the heir, you need not resort to such jest. Her a woman? The founder of the North China Chamber of Commerce? Did she complete elementary school 10 years ago? Chairman, even a fool wouldn't be deceived by such nonsense." Chapter 72. A resounding retort. Clearly, no one believed his words. Old 5, Wan Yong adjusted his glasses. fixing his gaze on the masked individual seated at the leftmost position, who had yet to utter a word, with the largest shareholding in the board. You surely wouldn't wish to be subjugated by a woman, would you? All eyes turned toward him. The man, head bowed as he perused his phone, bore an air of arrogance akin to that of the girl at the head of the table. Upon hearing the voice, he slowly lifted his head. Are you addressing me? His voice was hoarse, evidently forced, and his tone was dismissive, yet the coldness in his eyes was palpable even through the mask. Won Yong was momentarily taken aback but steeled himself, responding, who else could it be but Old Five? His name and identity were confidential, and he bore no code name, simply being referred to as Old Five due to his significant shareholding. Fu Shi's lips curled into a cold smirk. You think you are worthy to call me Old Five? If it weren't for your presence here, I might have mistaken you for some dog barking aimlessly. Won Yong's expression shifted. Is your mother a man? The abruptness of the question caught Won Yong off guard. He instinctively replied, of course not.
Buffed.
Zhou Ziji could not suppress a laugh, surprised that this enigmatic director possessed a sharp tongue. At that moment, Won Yong realized he had been insulted, but the topic could not be diverted. He gritted his teeth. We are discussing the heir of the North China Chamber of Commerce. Fu Shi's long, elegant fingers drummed a rhythmic pattern on the table. His voice a deep timbre that obscured his original pitch. I have no objections to this heir. Zhou Xiangshan's greatest concern had been that Fu Shi might oppose him, potentially inciting a confrontation with Song Li, an explosive scenario that could lead to chaos. However, the unexpected declaration left Zhou Xiangshan momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance in Fu Shi's direction. Bu Chang surveyed the room. While he found Zhou Xiangshan's claim regarding the girl at the head being the true founder hard to believe, he had faith in Zhou Xiangshan's choice for the heir. He interjected, I, too, have no objections to this heir. Won Yong and the others paid no heed to Bu Chang's remarks. However, the most influential voice on the board belonged to Old Five, who commanded a third of the shares. They had been certain he would oppose the appointment. Yet now, he declared his lack of dissent. The expressions of Won Yong and his companions darkened. Deng Jianbin's face soured. You cannot be swayed by Chairman Zhou's words, can you? Only a fool would believe that. Fu Shi turned slightly to regard them, his tone chilling beneath the mask, because what he said is true. From the moment he heard the girl speak, he had ascertained that the heir was indeed Song Li. Zhou Xiangshan's earlier statement had shocked him momentarily. But knowing Zhou Xiangshan's true identity, he trusted that he would not utter such a falsehood. Upon meticulous consideration, it becomes apparent that the whispers of the heir of the North China Chamber of Commerce emerging coincided with the moment the young lady departed from Taiping Town. A decade ago, Song Li was merely 7 years of age, and the notion of establishing a commercial association seemed utterly implausible. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to many, the occurrence of such an event in Song Li's life seemed less astonishing. He accepted this reality with remarkable composure, a trust that left Zhou Xiangshan perplexed but grateful. As he stepped outside, casting a cold glance at the 3 board members who had voiced the most vehement objections. Although the name inscribed by the founder of the North China Chamber of Commerce was his, it was indeed Shiyi who had single-handedly established it. The remarkable ascent of the chamber within a mere decade could be attributed entirely to her efforts. Song Li had always been exceptional, a prodigy of extraordinary intellect, often likened to a genius with a remarkable mind. 10 years prior, the Shengjing Poverty Alleviation Association had sought to assist a group of impoverished children, among them Song Li, who, instead of accepting their aid, proposed the idea of creating a commerce association. Chapter 73 marks the inception of this groundbreaking initiative. Initially, Zhou Xiangshan was skeptical of the words of a mere child. However, when that child presented him with an ambitious blueprint, brimming with confidence, he was left in a state of profound astonishment. Thus, the North China Chamber of Commerce was born. At the tender age of 7 or 8, Song Li provided invaluable counsel, and within a few short years, the chamber established itself firmly and even went public. Given his youth, no one took him seriously, and he entrusted everything to Zhou Xiangshan. He had always envisioned a day when he would return this commercial empire to Song Li, but she never expressed any desire for it. After much deliberation, Song Li eventually accepted the role of heir, not out of genuine interest, but rather to humor Zhou Xiangshan and to witness the 5th mysterious board member firsthand. Upon meeting them, however, she found it quite uninteresting. In this day and age, gender discrimination still persisted. With a cold gaze sweeping over Wei Hongfu and the others, she casually twirled her phone between her fingers and let out a low, chilling laugh that sent shivers down spines. Slightly tilting her head, she addressed Zhou Xiangshan, stating that the 3 board members could be dismissed. Her tone was nonchalant, yet imbued with an air of unyielding arrogance. "Dismiss us? Who do you think you are?" they retorted, incredulously. "Do you truly believe that with a couple of sentences, we will accept you as the founder of the North China Chamber of Commerce? We are the first-generation board members. Even Zhou Xiangshan would not dare to dismiss us." The 3 of them rose abruptly, slamming their water bottles against the table in a cacophony of defiance. "Is that so?" Song Li's lips curled into a sinister smile, her demeanor exuding an unsettling chill. "Congratulations, then, for becoming the first board members to be dismissed from the North China Chamber of Commerce." Wan Yong scoffed. "I have only heard of the board dismissing the chairman. I have never heard of a chairman dismissing the board members." Rising to her feet, Song Li's eyes shimmered with an intense fervor as they scrutinized the trio. Her voice steady and emphatic, "Then let the North China Chamber of Commerce set this precedent." Each word resonated powerfully, her presence commanding, akin to that of a queen surveying her realm, leaving an indelible impact. With a final remark, she slid her hands into her pockets, lowered her hat's brim, and strode out of the conference room, leaving a heavy silence in her wake. It took Zhou Ziji a moment to regain his composure before he hurriedly pursued her. Zhou Xiangshan dialed his assistant, instructing them to convene a press conference at the earliest opportunity. The tumult within the North China Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly attract countless eyes. There was no hiding it, so they would face it openly. The realization that he was indeed following through left Deng Jianben and his companions feeling as if they had been struck by a heavy weight, incredulous. "Zhou Xiangshan, we are shareholders of the North China Chamber of Commerce, and you would truly dismiss us for a mere girl? Have you lost your mind?" They boasted of their status as board members, wielding influence that even provincial governors respected. If they were truly dismissed, they would lose face irreparably and be unable to continue in the business world. Wan Yong's expression darkened ominously. "What precedent are you talking about? Anyone can spout such empty bravado." Wei Hongfu's gaze was grim. "Zhou Xiangshan, don't you fear the collapse of the North China Chamber of Commerce?" A cold laugh escaped Fu Shi's lips as he adjusted the black ring on his pinky finger, rising gracefully to smooth the wrinkles of his attire. "As long as I am here, it will not falter." His tone was casual, yet carried an air of arrogance, laced with an undeniable chill. The atmosphere grew tense, stifling, as a profound silence enveloped the conference room. In the reception area, Yuan Xingde remained, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Zhou Ziji approach. Greeting him with a smile that bore a hint of flattery, "Young Master Zhou." Song Li made her way directly to the elevator. Zhou Ziji frowned slightly. Addressing the obstructive Yuan Xingde, "The recent restructuring of the North China Chamber of Commerce and the expansion plans will be postponed, Mr. Yuan. Perhaps you should return and await further news." He delivered this message swiftly, disregarding Yuan Xingde's reaction, and sidestepped him as he departed. Just before the elevator doors closed, Zhou Ziji squeezed inside, giving Song Li a thumbs up, his eyes reflecting admiration. Song Li cast him a sidelong glance, full. Unfazed, Zhou Ziji continued, "Will you still check on the Poverty Alleviation Association?" "Weo has already arrived in Shengjing," she replied. "I know." She then looked up, not going. Chapter 74. She is quite adept at the art of black market dealings. Upon reaching the first floor, her phone rang, displaying a hidden number. Song Li veered into the restroom, donned her earphones, and answered, her voice low and ambiguous. "What is it?" A hoarse male voice replied, thick with hostility, "Boss. The shipment we intercepted from the Sima family in the Delta has flowed into the East via the dark web." The East, once again. This cargo possesses lethal potential. The viral situation in the East remains unresolved, and now they are dealing in weapons. It seems someone is intent on inciting chaos. A glint of cold light flashed in Song Li's eyes, an aura of innate defiance radiating from her. Go seize it. She was indeed well-versed in the art of black market dealings. Fu Shi had removed his mask, his striking features mesmerizing. Standing with an air of elegance at the entrance of the building, exuding an aura of nobility and unattainability. He was on the phone. His tone icy. "Then let's intercept it again." The vehicle driven by Chuki arrived, halting at the curb. Fu Shi ended the call, shedding his trench coat. Ready to step forward when his peripheral vision caught a shadow through the revolving glass door of the building. His gaze sharpened, and his footsteps faltered. As Song Li emerged, their eyes met, locking onto his deep, dark gaze. Her attention shifted to the ring adorning his right hand, still perfectly in place, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. Silence enveloped them, a serene moment amidst the tumult of the day. After a prolonged pause, Song Li broke the ice, flashing a wicked smile. So, the most enigmatic fifth board member of the North China Chamber of Commerce? This revelation clarified why the mysterious fifth board member had defended her earlier and stood by her side. Thus, Fu Shi's earlier act of removing his ring had been deliberate. Fu Shi chuckled softly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The most mysterious heir of the North China Chamber of Commerce? Song Li playfully tapped her tongue against the roof of her mouth. You truly are a man of many secrets, Fu Shao. No wonder Zhou Xiangshan feared that if the two of us clashed, the building would be blown to pieces. The esteemed prince of the capital, the fearsome ruler of the Delta, was a mere shareholder in a small commerce association in Xinjiang. It was indeed a curious sight. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow likewise. The girl who contemplated establishing a commerce association at the tender age of 7 possessed an intellect that far surpassed his expectations. It appeared that the zeros on her examination paper, along with the records of her expulsion from school, were all fabrications. A breeze rustled through the air. The young woman, with her porcelain skin devoid of color, donned a shirt and suit jacket that seemed insufficient for warmth. A chill clung to her. Fu Shi draped his trench coat over her shoulders with practiced ease, his voice deep and magnetic. Where do you live? I'll escort you home. Song Li regarded him for a moment, offering no objections, and provided an address. They both entered the car together. The driver, Chuki, raised an eyebrow. Why is the young master with Miss Song? Wait, how could Miss Song be in Shenzhen? As the two emerged from the North China Chamber of Commerce building, a profound sense of bewilderment filled the small eyes of the young boy, Chi. Yet, no one was there to alleviate his confusion. Once inside the vehicle, Song Li settled into a comfortable position and launched a game. Gu Wuyan was online and promptly sent her an invitation. After forming a team, he eagerly chimed in, "Little beauty, take me along." Having been kicked back to Beijing by Fu Shi and unable to socialize with his rowdy friends due to the oversight of old Master Gu, he found himself ensnared in a monotonous existence, passing the time with video games. A typical novice who relished gaming. During the journey, they played 3 rounds. Without headphones, Song Li could distinctly hear Gu Wuyan's desperate cries for help in every match. Upon arriving at the mansion, Song Li muted her microphone and languidly announced, "I've arrived. I'll take you along another day." When that day would come was uncertain. Gu Wuyan lamented, "That heartless dog of a man, Fu Shi, not only kicked me back to Beijing but also sent me to M Continent. You probably won't see me gaming for the next half-month." His voice was notably loud, displaying an unexpected audacity to insult Fu Shi behind his back. Chi twitched his lips, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. Song Li glanced at Fu Shi and casually inquired of Gu Wuyan, "Aren't you afraid that Fu Shi will hear you speaking like that?" Gu Wuyan scoffed. "He's in Xinjiang now, and you won't report me. What does he care?" Fu Shi's expression darkened visibly. Song Li presented her phone to him, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. Chapter 75. Always eager to eliminate injustice. The girl displayed an unmistakable interest in the unfolding drama. Fu Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and, in a tone of icy support, addressed Gu Wuyan. "Gu Wuyan." From afar in Beijing, Gu Wuyan exclaimed, "What the hell?" Nearly dropping his phone, he leapt from the sofa, tentatively asking, "Brother E?" Fu Shi raised an eyebrow and spoke again, his voice still chilling. "Are you complaining about being sent to M Continent for half a month? Are you kidding me?" Gu Wuyan's eyes widened, staring at the game interface revealing his current collaboration with Song Li, suddenly questioning his existence. Fu Shi snorted coldly, "What of it?" Gu Wuyan protested. "The little beauty is studying in Jincheng while Brother E is in Xinjiang, presumably still at a meeting in the North China Chamber of Commerce. How could they possibly be together?" Gu Wuyan was utterly flabbergasted. "Can someone explain to me what exactly is going on?" Unfortunately, no one was there to provide clarity. Fu Shi, expressionless, stated, "A new project in F Continent needs a leader. You'll head there tomorrow." F Continent? Gu Wuyan felt tears welling up. "Brother E, I was wrong. Is there any point in my apology now? The little beauty didn't even give me a heads up. It was to no avail."
Fu Shi smirked slightly,
his tone chillingly indifferent. "After all, I am indeed that heartless dog of a man." With that, he muted his microphone. Song Li exited the game. Gu Wuyan was left exasperated. Why must he be so insufferable? And the little beauty didn't he even warn me? At 3 in the afternoon, major news platforms were broadcasting a live press conference. Zhou Xiangshan, the president of the North China Chamber of Commerce, publicly exposed 3 board members for bribery and embezzlement, presenting undeniable evidence that resulted in their immediate dismissal and expulsion from the chamber. This sudden and grand revelation sent shockwaves throughout the business community, capturing the attention even of those in Beijing. Gu Wuyan, momentarily forgetting his grievances, called Fu Shi, "I've long heard about the discord within the board of the North China Chamber of Commerce, but to expel 3 members outright? How bold of Zhou Xiangshan. Did you intervene?" Fu Shi stood on the balcony, gazing into the distant sky, his eyes dark and brooding. "It's not yet my turn to intervene." His words only ignited Gu Wuyan's curiosity further, itching to teleport to Xingjing. What on earth happened?
Tell me.
Fu Shi coldly ended the call. At the Rose Mansion, Wang Yu observed the live broadcast, shaking her head. That was quite a ruthless move. Truly, a big shot is a big shot. Wherever they go, it becomes a battleground. Song Li, relaxed, replied, "I have always enjoyed eliminating injustices." She had entrusted the chamber to Zhou Xiangshan and had since not interfered. The current standing of the North China Chamber of Commerce was entirely due to Zhou Xiangshan's diligence and execution. She hadn't meddled in shareholder selections either.
Today,
a casual inquiry had revealed enough evidence to imprison those 3 for at least 5 years. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Wang Yu tossed her purple hair and smiled playfully. "That princely heir from Beijing is handsome, wealthy, and powerful. Have you truly never considered ensnaring him?" Just then, a message from Fu Shi popped up on her phone. Song Li glanced at it, her fingers typing a reply, and she nonchalantly remarked, "I lack nothing that he possesses." It was merely a matter of perspective. Wang Yu appreciated her confidence, chuckling brightly. What do you suppose his expression would be if one day Fu Shi learned that, in the realms of power and commerce, the true highest authority isn't the Fu family, but you? That would certainly be amusing. A message from a private application chimed in. Bye. Boss, the experiment is nearing completion, but we've run out of funds. Song Li frowned and transferred over 30 billion from the Zhai family. Life was challenging, she sighed. I'm not even the poorest among us. Oh, please. Wang Yu rolled her eyes. With Song Li's wealth, playing around with global supremacy was hardly a challenge. Song Li shrugged, always speaking the truth. Yet no one seemed to believe her. Chapter 76, Obliterate Them. Yuan Family. Yuan Xingde attended the press conference of the North China Chamber of Commerce in the afternoon, and upon hearing of the expulsion of 3 board members, he was initially shocked, followed by unbridled joy. This development would create several vacancies on the board, and when the chamber sought new investments, he was certain he would be included. In the living room, Song Qianlong and others were sipping tea. Yuan Xingya smiled gently. The teacher seems quite fond of you. Song Qianlong nodded in satisfaction, addressing Song Yu. The art performance is the day after tomorrow. Practice your new dance diligently, so you can shine on that day. Today, meeting Liao Chuansue was a monumental experience for Song Yu, who was profoundly impressed by a true international master, deepening her yearning for that world. Rest assured, Aunt, I will give it my all, she vowed earnestly. This obedient niece was always well-behaved and endearing. Once Yuan Xingde joined the North China Chamber of Commerce, he could bring Song Tianyi along, paving the way for boundless prospects. Song Qianlong took a sip of tea. Your brother will return tomorrow. After Yu completes her apprenticeship, let him take you out for some fun. She was proud of her children. Her daughter, Yuan Xingya, was a student of a renowned dance artist, while her son, Yuan Heng, was engaged in scientific research. Both were her pride. At the North China Chamber of Commerce, during the press conference, Wei Hongfu and his associates were escorted away by the police. Zhou Xiangshan declined all media interviews, receiving guests in his private office. His demeanor was quite courteous. Young Master Fu, is there anything you wish to discuss regarding your return? After leaving, Fu Shi returned without a mask or disguise. His black shirt sleeves were casually rolled up, revealing his fair and muscular forearms. Sitting on the sofa like a figure from an ink painting, his gaze was profound, exuding an intimidating presence. His voice resonated. I intend to acquire 3 shares of the 5% stake that has become available in the North China Chamber of Commerce. These shares had previously belonged to Wang Yong and his associates. With their arrest, the chamber was effectively in a state of limbo. Countless eyes were set on the lucrative opportunity of the North China Chamber of Commerce, with potential investors aplenty. Zhou Xiangshan, initially contemplating whether to ask Song Li if she wished to personally select her shareholders, was momentarily taken aback by Fu Shi's statement. Are you certain, young Master Fu? Fu Shi shot him a sidelong glance. Is there an issue? Zhou Xiangshan had always known that this fifth, mysterious board member was the princely heir of the Fu family from Beijing, although he was unaware of Fu Shi's motivations for investing in the North China Chamber of Commerce. Having such a formidable figure involved provided the chamber with considerable leverage. This was the very reason for his initial agreement. Now, if Fu Shi invests 3 more points, he will possess 70% of the total shares. Given his status, holding on to this share would make it remarkably effortless for him to annex the North China Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Xiangshan hesitated slightly. I will step outside to make a call. Please wait a moment, Mr. Fu. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow. Take your time. Within 2 minutes. Zhou Xiangshan returned, politely inquiring, when can Mr. Fu sign the contract? The young lady readily agreed, and a smile flickered in Fu Shi's eyes, his mood inexplicably lifted. Anytime. At the Rose Mansion, Wang Yu had just arrived for a couple of hours when she received a phone call and hurriedly left. Tan Beixing was upstairs practicing dance, the melodious music wafting down, neither noisy nor disruptive. Downstairs, Song Li was engaged in a video call with Yeoheim. Yeoheim rested her chin on her hand. That young prince has raised his offer to 6 billion. Song Li sat with her legs crossed at the corner of the table, exuding an air of arrogance. Unfazed, her exquisite brows remained unmoved as she replied coldly, I won't accept. Yeoheim curled her lips slightly. Just for a race car driver.
6 billion.
I wonder how the big shot maintains such an indifferent attitude towards wealth. Fu Shi sent a message, asking if she would like to dine together that evening. Song Li narrowed her eyes. It was evident that his recent investment in the North China Chamber of Commerce was aimed at her. After a moment's pause, she typed, I have something on. Once sent, she inquired of Yeoheim, what is the current situation in the Middle East? Yeoheim, perplexed by her boss's keen interest in the pandemic in the Middle East, responded earnestly, the situation has begun to stabilize. The shipment from the Sima family, handled personally by Shiyi, is absolutely secure. Shiyi was one of the 6 major members of the 3rd team. Just as Fu Shi exited the North China Chamber of Commerce, he received a call from the Delta.
Boss.
There is another group of unidentified individuals also targeting the shipment heading to the Middle East. Fu Shi's brow furrowed, a hint of ruthlessness shadowing his eyes. Eliminate them. Chapter 77, Saving Lives. 2 days later, the Shenyang Arts Festival commenced. This festival was organized by the Shenyang Poverty Alleviation Association, with sponsorship from the North China Chamber of Commerce, inviting numerous celebrities. The highlight was the renowned artist and folk dancer, Liao Chuansui. All profits from this arts festival would be dedicated to poverty alleviation, making it quite a lively affair. Outside the Shenyang Grand Theater, Tan Beixing wrapped herself in a cream-colored coat, gripping Song Li's slender hand tightly, her anxiety palpable. Ali, do you think I can do this?
Folk dance is inherently niche.
The International Dance Association had only one master, Liao Chuansui, who was ostensibly recruiting disciples during this festival, but in truth, she was seeking a worthy heir. Naturally, those studying folk dance were eager to seize this opportunity. She worried about embarrassing Song Li if she failed. Song Li pinched her cheek and chuckled lightly. Just think of it as a fun outing. There's no need for any pressure. Taking a deep breath, Tan Beixing formed a fist, motivating herself with a determined gesture. I will give it my all. Song Li teased. And I will be here too. Backstage in the Grand Theater, Song Yue gazed at the beautiful costumes and asked Yuan Qingya, Cousin, will you be performing on stage with Master Liao today? Yuan Qingya was trying on clothes in front of the mirror. At just 21, her tall figure and graceful silhouette were accentuated by the ethnic attire, adding an exotic beauty to her appearance. Hearing the question, she turned in a circle, smiling with a flicker of pride in her eyes. Yes. My teacher just informed me that I will perform alongside her. A flash of jealousy crossed Song Yue's eyes, though her face bore admiration and envy as she exclaimed, I truly hope that one day I can perform on stage with my cousin. Yuan Qingya, in a cheerful mood, replied, that day is not far off. Liao Chuansui would accept disciples after the performance, and it was still quite early. After lingering backstage for a while, without seeing Liao Chuansui, Song Yue decided to step out.
Aunt.
She found Song Qianlan seated in the 2nd row, middle section. The theater was already packed. Leaning against Yuan Qingya, Song Qianlan had managed to secure seats in the front rows. Not seeing Yuan Heng, Song Yue inquired, Aunt, where is cousin? Yuan Heng was also in attendance today. Yuan Xingda had only one son, Yuan Heng, and had always hoped he would inherit the family business. Yet he was wholly devoted to research, achieving considerable success in AI, thus Yuan Xingde had ceased to press him. Song Qianlong looked splendidly elegant today. He stepped out to make a call. At the theater entrance, Yuan Heng held a phone to his ear. His brows knit tightly. Are you certain there's a problem? I can't return until tomorrow at the earliest. Fine, just do that.
Baby.
Suddenly, a woman's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Following that were the blaring horns of cars on the road. Yuan Heng looked up to see a little girl holding a balloon standing in the middle of the street, a white sedan speeding towards her, seemingly about to collide. Even if he rushed to save her, the distance was too great. Yuan Heng's grip on his phone tightened. Just as everyone believed the little girl was doomed, a shadow darted like a swift swallow into the street, swiftly scooping up the girl in its arms and pivoting, narrowly avoiding the white sedan. In an instant, they were back on the sidewalk, the speed astonishing all witnesses. Baby, are you all right? The woman regained her senses, rushing to embrace the little girl tightly. Her heart racing. You scared mommy to death. The white sedan came to a halt not far away. The male driver, shaken, took a moment to catch his breath and shouted in anger. Can't you watch your child? If you can't, then don't have kids. The woman, too flustered to respond, suddenly remembered to thank the one who had saved her daughter, only to find that the rescuer had vanished without a trace. From a higher vantage point, Yuan Heng observed the figure that had saved the child, stepping out of the crowd to approach a beautiful young lady.
Ali?
Upon seeing Song Li return, Tan Beixing hastily approached her, examining her closely, relieved to see she was unharmed. You scared me to death. It was a small matter. Song Li pinched her cheek playfully, casually draping an arm around her shoulder, removing her mask with a roguish smile. Let us go inside. The girl's features were exquisitely delicate, rendering all descriptions insufficient. Her carefree demeanor, however, could not conceal her untamed spirit and rebellious charm. As people passed by, Yuan Heng remained momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. Chapter 78. What? Is this place owned by the Yuan family? Zhou Ziji emerged from the theater and, upon spotting the two, declared triumphantly, Li Jie, I managed to get VIP seats in the front row. Being in Shenyang. As the son of the North China Chamber of Commerce's president, many recognized him. Song Li preferred to keep a low profile, so he altered his address. Tan Beixing shyly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Not at all, Zhou Ziji replied. Knowing well she was Song Li's precious darling, he dared not accept thanks. Young Master Zhou. Just as the three prepared to enter, a voice called out from behind. Zhou Ziji turned to see Yuan Heng, wearing the insincere smile characteristic of a businessman. Young Master Yuan. Not at all. Yuan Heng chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Song Li and Tan Beixing, casually asking, and who might these two be? Zhou Ziji's eyes flickered momentarily, maintaining a composed facade. Friends. He showed no inclination to introduce them. Yuan Heng, understanding the hint, refrained from probing further, glancing at the girl with a powerful aura, gesturing for the group. Shall we go in together? They all intended to enter, so avoiding it was impossible. After seeking Song Li's approval with a glance, Zhou Ziji nodded and led the way into the theater. Regardless of whether the girls walked slowly or quickly, his steps always fell behind theirs, imbued with an air of respect. Yuan Heng's expression subtly shifted, a glimmer of interest appearing in his eyes. With 15 minutes remaining before the performance commenced, the theater, which could accommodate 2,000 people, was already a sea of heads. Song Yue, scanning the crowd, spotted Yuan Heng, and her eyes lit up as she eagerly stood up, waving at him. Cousin. As soon as a phrase escaped his lips, his gaze fell upon a few individuals beside Yuan Heng, causing the remainder of his words to become lodged in his throat. The smile on Song Yue's face faltered. That face belonged to Song Li. And there was Tan Beixing. What were the two of them doing here? Were they accompanying her cousin? There was also a young man nearby, exuding an extraordinary aura, who seemed somewhat familiar. It was him, just 2 days prior. She had spotted this young man at the entrance of the North China Chamber of Commerce, where he had emerged to greet a girl. Wait, a girl? Song Yue focused intently on Song Li, who wore a black casual purple jacket and a fisherman's hat, radiating a unique, rebellious spirit. So, that day was not merely a figment of her imagination. The person truly was Song Li. How could Song Li have gained entry into the North China Chamber of Commerce? Song Yue's complexion darkened, her fingertips instinctively tightening as she yearned to rush forward and tear Song Li apart. Her gaze was venomous, akin to a serpent's. Seething with intensity, Song Li cast a casual glance, noticing the elegantly adorned Song Yue, raising an eyebrow as she sauntered to a seat alongside Tan Beixing. Fortuitously right in front of Song Yue. Song Qianlong also spotted Song Li and momentarily froze, her face twisting in disdain. Song Li, who permitted you to come here? Is this the kind of place you belong? Song Li turned slightly, a hint of mischief glimmering in her eyes as she smirked. Oh. Is this establishment owned by the Yuan family? Song Qianlong faltered, her brows knitting together as she scoffed haughtily. Is this how you speak to your own aunt? Growing up in the countryside has clearly left you uncultured. You are leagues apart from heir. Song Li let out a derisive laugh. Have you ever regarded me as a niece? What aunt-niece relationship are you talking about? Upon reaching their seats, Yuan Heng overheard their exchange and paused. Mom, do you know each other? Song Yue pinched her palm, suppressing the envy bubbling within, and forced a smile. Cousin. This is my sister Song Li, who, as a child, caused my mother's demise and grew up in the countryside. Yuan Heng blinked in surprise, his gaze landing on the girl ahead. You are Song Li? He was aware that his uncle had a daughter named Song Li, but he had never met her before. Song Li nodded coolly. Yes. Yuan Heng was further taken aback. Although he had never encountered this cousin, he had heard Song Yue speak of her, describing her as a wild, unruly girl who engaged in brawls and stayed out all night, supported by dubious gentlemen. Yet the girl before him, not to mention her bravery and audacity in saving someone just moments ago, bore an air of sophistication that seemed entirely at odds with those claims. Noticing Yuan Heng's lingering gaze on Song Li, Song Yue bit her lip, a calculating glint flickering in her eyes. With a soft, tearful voice, she called out to Song Li, her eyes welling with tears as she pleaded, I know you resent me for what happened with Mom, but I truly love dancing. I have worked so hard to prepare for today's audition with Teacher Liao. You have already taken my mother from me. Can you not spare me this? The words transformed Song Li into the antagonist, attempting to thwart Song Yue's ambitions. Song Qianlong's eyes sharpened. Song Li, I warn you. It would be wise to behave yourself and not try to sabotage Yue. Truly, siblings sharing the same tone as Song Tianyi. Song Li turned around, propping a foot on her chair, leaning slightly forward with an impish glint in her eyes. I traveled thousands of miles to Shengjing to stop Song Yue from seeking a mentor? A low chuckle escaped her throat, chilling to the bone. Song Yue, do you even have the right? Each word dripped with arrogance and defiance, exuding an innate audacity. Song Yue's expression shifted, her nails digging into her palm to suppress her fear as she glanced around at the onlookers. Choking back her emotions, she said, Sister, I know you have harbored resentment towards Dad for leaving you in the countryside, but if you hadn't caused Mom's death, things wouldn't be this way. You can't ruin me out of jealousy for my superiority. I am your own sister. Today, she wore a white gown and had applied light makeup, yet retained her innocent charm. Her sobbing visage, filled with sorrow and restraint, evoked pity. The girl was indeed quite beautiful, yet her heart was so cruel, rendering her looks wasted. Bullying her sister and acting so brazenly, one could hardly fathom the existence of such a person. The audience seated in the prime middle rows were either affluent or influential. Having witnessed many such family intrigues, they were unfazed, with only 2 or 3 women whispering among themselves. Yuan Heng, who had been working outside and rarely returned, knew little about his uncle's family and had only heard about Song Li from Song Yue. Observing the scene and listening to their exchange, he frowned. Is there some misunderstanding here? What misunderstanding could there be? Were it not for Yuan Xingya preparing to perform soon, Song Qianlong would have likely left in disgust. The Song family has such a daughter. It's truly embarrassing. Cousin. Song Yue gently tugged at Yuan Heng's sleeve, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with tears. I don't wish to speak ill of my sister, but ever since she returned from the countryside, our home has been in turmoil. Zhou Ji also hadn't anticipated that Song Li had such ties to the Yuan family. Frowning, he was about to speak up for Song Li when he noticed Tan Beixing stepping forward. She pursed her lips, her voice icy. Song Yue, when has it ever been you who didn't provoke Ali first? Even Tan Beixing dared to speak to her like that. A flicker of resentment flashed in Song Yue's eyes, her body trembling as if startled, retreating behind Yuan Heng. Tan Beixing, I have never wronged you. Why would you defame me? Engaging with her was fruitless. The performance was about to commence. Tan Beixing maintained a stern demeanor. Ali came to Xingjing to accompany me for the audition with Master Liao Chunshui. This has nothing to do with you. So, don't overestimate your importance. Zhou Ji had begun to grasp the situation, letting out a mocking laugh. Young Yuan's cousin is quite the character. he remarked, disregarding Yuan Heng's reaction, addressing Song Li. I'll go find a different seat. Although the central location was the best, sitting among people like Song Yuer was distasteful and revolting. Sister Li should not have to endure such indignities. As they changed seats, Song Qianlong frowned, turning to Song Yuer. Does your dad know she is in Shengjing? With tears still lingering in her eyes, Song Yuer shook her head, managing a bitter smile. Sister has been back for a month, and Dad has called her several times, urging her to come home for dinner, but she never returned. Humph. Song Qianlong scoffed in disdain. I wonder how she managed to enter the theater. Song Yuer glanced toward Song Li, momentarily pausing on the young man beside her, lowering her head as she mumbled, Sister is beautiful, and wherever she goes, she has suitors. She previously relied on men to gain entry into Qingting and Jincheng, and it seems she is doing the same now. With that remark, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern her insinuation. Yuan Heng turned to her, for the first time realizing that this seemingly obedient cousin was not as innocent as she appeared. His gaze darkening. Do you know who that young man beside Song Li is? His tone was severe and grave. Song Yuer felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart. But before she could respond, Song Qianlong interjected, what could possibly come from associating with that wild girl? You should stay far away from them. Yuan Heng's expression soured further. Mom, that is Zhou Ji, the son of the president of the North China Chamber of Commerce, and a minor leader in the Shengjing Poverty Alleviation Association. Yuan Xingda had significant business dealings, and Song Qianlong was a socialite in Shengjing. She frequented the theater to enjoy performances, indulge in beauty treatments, and play cards with wealthy ladies, having gleaned her understanding of the business world solely from Yuan Xingda's words. She had never encountered Zhou Ji, and thus did not recognize him. Upon hearing Yuan Heng's revelation, Song Qianlong's expression shifted. What did you say? Having spent several days in Shengjing, Song Yuer had heard plenty about the North China Chamber of Commerce.
Now,
upon realizing that the young man was the scion of the chamber, her smile froze, her lips curving into a taut line. Cousin, you must be joking. How could Song Li possibly be with the young master of the North China Chamber of Commerce? Yuan Heng cast her a cold glance and spoke in a low voice. I am indifferent to any grievances you may have with Song Li. However, while you are in the Yuan family of Shengjing, it is advisable that you refrain from harboring any ulterior motives beyond simply paying your respects to your master. Otherwise, should you offend those who ought not to be offended, the Yuan family will be unable to protect you. His warning bore the chilling weight of a slap across the face. Song Yuer, her fingers digging into the armrest, lowered her head, biting her lip in frustration. To think that her usually amiable cousin would be so protective of her. Song Li truly was a vixen. Seated slightly to the west, Song Li and her companions had an unobstructed view. Zhou Ziji lowered his voice to inquire, Sister Li, shall I teach that Song Yuer a lesson? Song Li, crossing her legs with an air of nonchalance, retrieved a thermos from her bag and took a sip. Her demeanor relaxed as she replied, Is Yuan Xingda attempting to invest in the North China Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Ziji hesitated momentarily, intending to affirm her statement, but upon catching the rebellious spark in her eyes, he realized the implication of her words, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze. I comprehend now. As the lights dimmed in the audience, signaling the imminent start of the performance, a resonant voice, deep and crisp, broke through from above, infused with the scent of sandalwood. May I change seats? The man possessed an extraordinary presence, his appearance striking, with dark, profound eyes that exuded an air of frigid elegance. Zhou Ziji, under his scrutiny, mustered the courage to glance at Song Li, who slightly lifted her chin, prompting him to rise, casting 3 glances back as he pondered the identity of this formidable individual. Fu Shi sat down, his gaze falling upon the carefree girl before him, his eyes darkening further as he spoke in a grave tone. Do you have any idea how perilous that was? His questioning laced with concern and reproach. Perilous? Song Li paused, suspecting he had witnessed her saving someone in the street. Furrowing her brow, she replied coolly, That was a life I could not stand idly by. Fu Shi was silent for a moment, a blend of sigh and amusement in his quiet chuckle. In the future, do not place yourself in danger. The moment she dashed into the oncoming traffic, he felt a jolt of panic grip his heart. Song Li hesitated, stealing a glance at him. The man, clad in a black long coat, bore an air of solemnity. In the dim light, his features were obscured, leaving her unable to decipher his thoughts. As the performance commenced, the host took to the stage. Song Li averted her gaze, lazily inquiring, What is your objective? Fu Shi's fingers curled slightly, unconsciously twirling the ring on his pinky. After a moment, he let out a soft chuckle. You are unmarried. And I am unmarried. Do you truly believe I have any ulterior motives towards you? Amidst the lively opening dance, the dulcet tones of Yuer echoed clearly in Song Li's ears. She paused, a smirk gracing her lips, and chose not to respond further. Chapter 81. The Dress is Ruined. Liao Chuansue was the final performer, the grand finale. The drums thundered like rolling thunder, and a beam of light illuminated the dark stage, revealing a figure who began to dance slowly to the music. The strings resonated, the sound of the pipa ringing like exquisite jade. Adorned in ethnic attire, the performance transitioned from gentle to fervent rhythms, and with the passionate execution of the dance, it felt as though one had witnessed a journey through cultural history, leaving the audience profoundly moved. The applause echoed incessantly. Tan Beixing grew increasingly anxious. Ali, the assessment is this afternoon. Song Li tilted her chin, smiling. Consider it a game. No need for any pressure. After all, I will be there. In truth, Liao Chuansue had not decided when she would take on apprentices. It was unclear how the rumor spread that she might retire after this artistic performance in Shengjing, seeking a successor. Consequently, those eager to apprentice flocked to her. After some contemplation, Liao Chuansue decided to formalize it here. This was not a traditional art examination. It merely required the candidates to display their dance skills before her. All who came were fully prepared. At 3 p.m, the front of the Grand Theater emptied, yet the backstage was bustling with people. A total of 23 individuals, of varying ages, including 3 young men, awaited their turn. Song Yuer drew number 7. To enhance their performances, many had brought costumes that complemented their dance styles. Yuan Xingya provided Song Yuer with a fitting outfit, instructing, "You have already seen the teachers dance. I have incorporated some elements into your performance. Do not be nervous. Just perform well." Song Yuer accepted the attire, smiling. "Thank you, cousin." Yuan Xingya raised an eyebrow. "Aside from being cousins, we will also be master and apprentice. No need for formalities." Song Yuer cheekily grinned. "Master sister? You haven't even been accepted yet, quite the opportunist." Yuan Xingya playfully flicked her forehead, chuckling. "Go change your clothes." As Song Yuer nodded and turned, her smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a shadow of gloom. At the dressing room entrance, she encountered Tan Beixing. So pretentious. Having spent over 2 years at Qingting, she had never heard Tan Beixing could dance, let alone perform a challenging ethnic dance, and inwardly scoffed. Tan Beixing held the number 23 card, the last one. Song Yuer's eyes flickered, and she softly inquired, "Beixing, I am feeling a bit unwell. Could we switch places?" Tan Beixing frowned, her guard rising. "What are you up to?" Song Yuer casually scanned her surroundings, noting several people present. She swayed slightly, rubbing her forehead, her pale face suggesting she might faint at any moment. "I truly do not feel well." "It's just one position," some girls chimed in. "Let her rest for a bit." It was no secret that Song Yuer's cousin was a disciple of Liao Chuansue. Tan Beixing observed the others fawning over Song Yuer with a cold expression, impassively walking over to change the order of the cards, clutching her costume box as she entered the dressing room. Song Yuer gazed at the number 23 card in her hand, a smug smile curling her lips. She would undoubtedly be the one to dazzle the entire audience. "Is Tan Beixing here? Someone is looking for you." A voice called from outside. Only Song Li would be searching for her. Halfway through changing, Tan Beixing hurried out. Her costume was a deep blue, resembling a Tibetan robe, yet distinctly different, intricately embroidered with colorful silver threads, enhancing her fair complexion with exquisite beauty. "How stunning! Which ethnicity is this from?" Several girls expressed their envy. As Song Yuer glanced at her own attire, a glimmer of malice crossed her eyes. Tan Beixing quickly returned, entering the dressing room to change into the lower half of her skirt. Upon opening the box, her hand grasped a handful of fabric strips, causing her to freeze in shock. Trembling, she stepped out of the dressing room, shouting, "Who tampered with my costume?" The once lively backstage fell silent, all eyes on her, filled with confusion. "What costume? Who would mess with your clothes?" With a cold glare, Tan Beixing hurled the remnants of her costume to the ground, her voice steady as she demanded, "Who did this?" Chapter 82. Revenge, Serve Hot. Her attire, indeterminate in its ethnic origin, was exquisitely crafted, far surpassing anyone else's in beauty, radiating elegance and grace. Yet, it had been reduced to tatters by an unknown assailant.
Certainly not me.
Who would be so ruthless? Who knows? This backstage is crowded and chaotic, and there are no cameras. With such inquiries, who would confess? Surrounding individuals expressed their dismay, some sympathetic, others reveling in her misfortune. Knowing that with one less competitor, their chances increased. Meanwhile, Song Li sat in a corner of the theater, the glow of her phone illuminating her face with an eerie pallor. Yao Ji. Boss, a group is competing with us for goods. X. Who are they? Yao Ji. The Delta. Their tactics are ruthless. Blood Crow nearly face losses. Song Li's expression darkened.
Damn.
It seems I truly cannot let this matter slide with Fu Shi. The Delta was known for its abundant medicinal resources. Yet it housed a research institute ranked third in the world. However, there had been no reports of Delta engaging in smuggling. Song Li brushed her tongue against her palate. Typing. Tell Blood Crow to back off. Let Delta have this batch of goods. As soon as she sent the message, her phone rang. Tian Beixing was calling. Song Li answered the call. Tian Beixing's voice trembled with tears. Suddenly, the backstage door was kicked open. The intruder was tall and strikingly beautiful, exuding an aura of bloodthirstiness. Their presence was powerful, radiating an unmistakable warning. I am not to be trifled with. Tian Beixing's eyes were red, overwhelmed with emotion. The outfit she wore had been specially designed by Song Li for her performance, and now it lay in tatters. Song Li surveyed the room with a cold glare, her eyes glinting ominously. Who entered Tian Beixing's dressing room just now? After a prolonged silence, as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a barely audible voice emerged from the corner. Song Li's gaze shifted. The girl, no older than 18 or 19, dressed in a simple cloth dress, shivered under Song Li's piercing stare. Taking a deep breath, she pointed at two girls beside Song Yuer and spoke softly. After Tian Beixing was called out, they went in. These were the very girls who had earlier insisted on switching places with Tian Beixing, Shishan and Ho Hui. Upon being identified, their expressions soured. Don't spout nonsense. Do you have any proof that we went in? Protested one girl, Yin Huan, pulling back slightly. She defiantly added, I saw the two of you with scissors. Saying you wanted to prevent Tian Beixing from performing. Tian Beixing fixed her gaze on them, demanding why? Ho Hui replied, we had the scissors to mend our own clothes. Shishan gritted her teeth. We had no grievances with you when we first met. Why would we target you? As long as they denied the accusations and there was no evidence, their words held weight. I saw them go in as well. They deliberately deceived Tian Beixing to get her out. With one less competitor, some among the onlookers, despite their initial reluctance to get involved, began to step forward in support of Tian Beixing. Don't make baseless claims. The two girls retorted, their eyes darting towards Song Yuer, who, however, had lowered her gaze. Stepping back to distance herself. Panic flickered across their faces. They hadn't even changed clothes yet. Song Li inquired coldly, which is their dressing room? With an instinctive gesture, someone pointed to room 3. Song Li strode over with purpose, kicking the door open and swiftly drawing a short dagger concealed beneath her blazer. With a flick of her wrist, the blade glinted menacingly as it sliced through the garments hung in the dressing room, moving with such speed that only a blur was visible. Within moments, torn fabric filled the air like confetti. A collective gasp echoed through the backstage, leaving everyone in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. With only 5 minutes until the performance began, chaos reigned. At that moment, the supervisor entered. Shishan, seeing a glimmer of hope, rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. We don't know where this lunatic came from, but she just shredded the dance costumes we were supposed to wear. You must help us. Chapter 83. An eye for an eye. It was only then that Ho Hui realized what was happening, rushing over to point at Song Li and Tian Beixing, crying out, Teacher, we have lost our costumes. You must uphold justice for us. The supervisor, Yun Fongfong, who was temporarily assisting with the backstage arrangements, furrowed her brows as she listened to the girl's cries. Turning her gaze toward the figure standing at the dressing room entrance. The girl was strikingly beautiful, clad in a stark black ensemble, with a dagger still gleaming ominously in her hand, enveloped by an unsettling chill. Who are you? Yun Fongfong asked, her frown deepening. The security at Shengjing Grand Theater was stringent, and anyone allowed backstage held a significant status, especially today. Song Li lifted her gaze, bloodshot eyes revealing her disinterest, a parent accompanying a candidate. The backstage was filled with individuals far older than her. A parent? It sounded unbelievable. Teacher. She came in with Tian Beixing and immediately started slicing our clothes. She's a maniac. Those costumes were painstakingly prepared by us. Now we have nothing. We can't dance. Please help us. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the girls, feeling threatened by Song Li's fierce presence, leaned toward the idea that she was either a country bumpkin or someone of considerable influence. Yin Huan from the corner interjected, "You are the ones who cut Tian Beixing's clothes first." This girl merely retaliated in kind. Shishan shot her a warning glare, her eyes filled with tears and shadows of anger, silently urging her to stay out of it. Having already spoken, Yin Huan felt emboldened. Stepping forward, "You were jealous of Tian Beixing's beautiful outfit and tricked her into leaving so you could cut it. Do you have any evidence?" Ho Hui sneered. In the backstage, there were no cameras. Without proof, even if scissors were found on them, no one would believe it. With less than 2 minutes to go before the competition, Song Yue, catching a glimpse of Song Li, her eyes narrowing with malice, ceased watching the unfolding argument and quietly stepped into her dressing room to change. Silence fell upon the others. They were not particularly close. And there was no need to take sides at that moment. We traveled a long way, and without costumes, how can we dance? Shishan continued to sob. Yun Fongfong, growing increasingly annoyed by the commotion, fixed her gaze on Song Li. "You have no proof that they cut Tian Beixing's clothes. But everyone witnessed you damaging theirs. This is intentional harm." "What harm?" Just as she was about to accuse Song Li, the backstage door swung open again and a cool, mocking voice entered. It was a man's voice. Yun Fongfong turned to see a young man appear, her expression shifting to one of respect. "Young Master Zhou." Sometimes, Zhou Ziji found it quite absurd. His father had only him as a descendant, and yet everyone insisted on calling him Young Master Zhou, as if there were another older master. However, he had grown accustomed to it. He remained at the entrance, surveying the scene with a cold gaze, and once more inquired of Yun Fongfong, "What harm?" Handsome and impeccably dressed, he bore the air of a privileged young man. The watch on his wrist alone was worth over 300,000. Several girls looked at him, their eyes lighting up, while Shishan and Ho Hui appeared even more distressed. Recognizing his voice, Song Yue cracked the dressing room door open slightly, her fingers tightening involuntarily. The son of the North China Chamber of Commerce, Yun Fongfong, feeling intimidated by him but also relieved, relayed the previous events. Pointing to the girl at the dressing room door, she barged into the backstage and destroyed someone else's clothing, causing property damage. "I was about to call security to apprehend her." Chapter 84. That person is my sister Li. Though Zhou Ziji was one of their own, Tian Beixing could not allow anyone to defame Song Li. She stepped forward to interject. "I can compensate you for your costumes, but, regardless of the circumstances, you destroyed my clothes first." "Compensate?" Shishan scoffed. "With the competition about to start, what good is compensation now?" "Exactly," Ho Hui chimed in. "Can you compensate for our performance? You indeed lack evidence, and mere words hold no weight." Tian Beixing bit her lip, glancing between Song Li and Zhou Ziji, feeling helpless. In response, Song Li absently traced the blade of her dagger with her fingers, raising her head with a mischievous smile. "Without costumes, you believe you cannot dance?" Though the girl appeared rather formidable, Yin Huan subconsciously sensed that she was not a malevolent person. She blinked and murmured softly, "We usually practice our dance without wearing our costumes. Today, we simply wish to enhance our performance on stage." After all, the ethnic dance department is quite extensive, with each group showcasing their unique styles. Wearing attire that complements the dance inevitably elevates the audience's experience. "Teacher Wen, it's already time. What is happening backstage?" Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. When Fongfong regained her composure and glanced at the time, realizing that the matter regarding the damaged clothing would take some time to resolve, she cast a quick look at Zhou Ziji and sprinted outside, informing the person who had called her, "There has been a situation backstage. Please let Liao Qianbei know." "What's there to discuss?" Zhou Ziji at the entrance smirked coldly, pulling out his phone to make a call. "There's someone causing trouble backstage. Send a few security guards." Observing Wen Fongfong's demeanor and the way she addressed him, it was evident that his status was not trivial. Hearing him call for security, Shishan and Ho Hui exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of smugness and provocation directed at Tan Beixing and Song Li. Yin Huan furrowed her brow, pressed her lips together, and approached Tan Beixing, whispering, "I'll go out with you." She pointed out Shishan and Ho Hui, knowing that even if she stayed, they would target her. Ultimately, her purpose for being there was merely to broaden her horizons. Being chosen by Liao Chunshui was of no consequence to her. Tan Beixing studied her for a moment, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. The security arrived swiftly, 5 in total. Leading them was Qinshu, Zhou Ziji's bodyguard. A man of imposing stature who stood like a small mountain. Zhou Ziji nodded slightly towards the interior, commanding, "Take them away." Qinshu and the security personnel advanced, their presence intimidating. Yin Huan instinctively shrank back, her fear evident. "You don't need to drag me. I can walk on my own." As she attempted to move towards the exit, Tan Beixing grasped her arm and shook her head. "They're not here to apprehend us." "What are you doing? You're supposed to catch that lunatic." "Let go of me. You've got the wrong person." Just as Yin Huan was bewildered, Shishan and Ho Hui's shrill voices pierced the air. The security guards surged towards them, each seizing an arm and forcibly dragging them out, their frantic struggles and screams echoing through the corridor. Zhou Ziji covered his ears. "Shut them up." Qinshu nodded, unable to find anything suitable on him. His gaze fell to the ground where he snatched up some torn fabric and stuffed a wad into each girl's mouth, leaving them unable to articulate their protests. "How dare they provoke our young lady? They're truly courting disaster." Shishan's eyes widened in disbelief, but she could utter nothing, her gaze pleading for help from Wen Fangfang. Wen Fangfang was equally taken aback, turning to Zhou Ziji. "Young Master Zhou, it seems you've apprehended the wrong individuals." Zhou Ziji raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly gestured towards Song Li. "That one is my sister." Wen Fangfang, her expression oscillating between confusion and shock at an alarming rate. "Does the president have a daughter?" No, that girl appeared to be at most 18, while Zhou Ziji was 21. How could they possibly be siblings? Chapter 85. Discovering nothing of substance. Not only Wen Fangfang, but everyone backstage was taken aback, having no familiarity with Zhou Ziji, leaving them bewildered by the unfolding scene. Yin Huan stood in stunned silence, gazing at Tan Beixing for an extended period. Unable to comprehend the situation, Song Li approached, idly twirling a dagger, and addressed Tan Beixing languidly. "Just dance in your dress." Tan Beixing nodded, smiling. "Sure, don't worry. I'll be watching from the sidelines." Song Li playfully pinched her cheek before striding out.
Liya.
Zhou Ziji greeted her, his smile obsequious. "My father just called. He wants to invite you to dinner tonight." Song Li glanced at him. "We'll see." They conversed casually as they made their way outside. Listening to their exchange and observing Zhou Ziji's sycophantic demeanor, Wen Fangfang felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Yin Huan watched Tan Beixing and the two figures who had already exited, her mouth agape, as if she had just encountered someone of great significance. In the corridor at the exit, Fu Shi stood tall, engrossed in a phone call. Upon noticing the girls emerge, he exchanged a few more words before hanging up. He handed over the milk tea he had been holding, inserting a straw with a clear voice. "Has everything been resolved?" He was aware of the earlier incident backstage and had returned with the milk tea before he could intervene, only to find that it had already concluded. Song Li took a sip of the milk tea, the flavor of peach providing a pleasant sweetness. The scent of sandalwood nearby eased her earlier agitation, and she nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Beside her, Zhou Ziji mused, "Earlier during the performance, I thought this person seemed familiar. But it was only just now that I recalled this is the legendary heir from the capital. How is Li Jia associated with him? Moreover, this heir actually buys milk tea for a girl? It's astonishing, considering Li Jia usually shows no interest in such things, yet she accepted and even drank it?" Zhou Ziji's face displayed an expression of disbelief. Shishan and Ho Hui were expelled from the Grand Theater, and Zhou Ziji's actions left no room for dissent. The examination schedule remained unchanged. At the front, thousands of seats lay vacant, with only a dozen or so individuals occupying the central rows nearest the stage. Aside from Liao Chunchui's team, the rest were the families of those set to perform. Song Qianlan remained present, while Yuan Heng was nowhere to be found. "Teacher." Yuan Qingya emerged from backstage, speaking softly to Liao Chunchui. "Everything is fine. It's just that Song Yuer felt a bit unwell and has been moved to the last position." She had gone backstage after Song Li and the others had exited, thus avoiding any overlap. She understood that Song Yuer shifting her number to the last spot carried implications. However, employing a little strategy among so many competitors was not unusual. At 60 years old, Liao Chunchui maintained an impressive physique and beauty, attributed to her dancing. Adorned in an ethnic-style dark red cotton and linen long dress, she appeared no older than 40, exuding elegance and grace, with an aura rich in artistic flair. Nodding at Yuan Qingya's words, she offered no further commentary. As the music began, the first performer took the stage. Tan Beixing was assigned to number 7, with 5 others yet to perform. Song Li chose not to sit at the front, finding a corner that would not obstruct her view. Sipping her milk tea, she used one hand to reply to messages on her phone, while beside her, Shiyi did the same. Messages from the 3rd year of the Delta Guard appeared. Boss. It seems the other party is inclined to withdraw, and they have a formidable hacker assisting in concealing their tracks. We can't uncover anything about them. Shiyi's expression darkened ominously. Monitor all situations in the Middle East. If X does not emerge, the Dragon team will withdraw. And the fragile leads in medical bioengineering from 319 will once again be severed. If he could not unearth the truth, neither would the World Health Organization yield results. It seemed this matter would require delving into the past, seeking answers from the ancient elder. Half an hour passed and finally, it was Tan Beixing's turn. Unlike the others, she wore a simple white cotton and linen long dress and flat shoes, pure and unadulterated, resembling a lotus blooming atop a snow-capped mountain. Just from her appearance and demeanor, she captured Liao Chunchui's attention, who had been dissatisfied with the first 6 performers. Chapter 86. You must be quite pleased now. The music was played on an ancient harp. Tan Beixing inhaled deeply, her toes poised on the ground, her arms unfurling as she began to dance. Her movements transitioned from slow to swift, each step perfectly synchronized with the beat. Under the dim yellow lights, the ethereal white of her attire transported the audience to another realm, witnessing a caterpillar emerge from its cocoon, transforming into a butterfly that soared towards the heavens. 5 minutes later, as the music ceased, so did her dance. Tan Beixing bowed in gratitude, perspiration dotting her forehead, her cheeks flushed, exuding a demeanor of innocence and shyness. Excellent. Liao Chunchui, after a brief moment of astonishment, finally responded, applauding enthusiastically. Regardless of the choreography or your level of maturity and performance, you could grace any international stage. After a pause, she inquired, what ethnicity is the dance you performed?
Tan Beixing hesitated briefly,
instinctively glancing towards a dark corner of the audience. Song Li raised her eyebrows slightly, illuminated her phone screen, and waved it in the air, receiving cheers of encouragement. Tan Beixing's eyes sparkled with mirth as she answered Liao Chunsui with poise. It's a dance created by a dear friend of mine, named Breaking the Butterfly, 3 years ago. At the moment she awoke, Song Li composed this dance for her to celebrate her transformation from a cocoon to a butterfly. And Song Li is not merely a friend. She is family, the brightest moon in her life. Liao Chunsui did not inquire further, savoring the words for a while, thoroughly pleased with the young girl. Meanwhile, Yuan Qingya, seated nearby, furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. With a flicker in her eyes, she rose and headed backstage. Song Yue was at the entrance, witnessing Tan Beixing's performance and Liao Chunsui's reaction. She was genuinely astonished. She had never anticipated that Tan Beixing not only could dance but did so with such excellence. Yet, during their time at Qingtung, she had never seen Tan Beixing dance. Upon seeing Tan Beixing descend, Song Yue dug her fingers into her palm, unable to suppress the resentment bubbling within her. As they brushed past each other, she muttered through gritted teeth, Tan Beixing, pretending you can't dance. And now basking in the limelight, how proud you must be. Tan Beixing cast her a glance but paid her no heed, returning backstage. Song Yue bit her lip, seething with fury.
Yue, kusa.
Hearing Yuan Qingya's call, she instantly regained her composure, donning a facade of innocence. Yuan Qingya peeked at Tan Beixing and whispered, the teacher seems quite pleased with Tan Beixing, you must surpass her. She found Tan Beixing's dance stunning. Song Yue clenched her fingers tightly, lowering her head. What should I do then? Yuan Qingya furrowed her brow, contemplating, then leaned in to whisper a few words to Song Yue. With the elimination of Shishan and Ho Hui, the number of participants was reduced by 2, and 1 more was added. With Tan Beixing in the lead, the subsequent performances appeared rather lackluster and flamboyant. Yin Huan performed on the 17th, clad in green attire reminiscent of the spring breeze. While she could not match Tan Beixing, she still stood out among the others. Liao Chunsui took note of her name. Finally, it was Song Yue's turn. Recalling their previous meeting and Yuan Qingya's remarks, Liao Chunsui steeled herself, filled with anticipation. Song Yue's dance attire was colorful, adorned with feather-like embellishments, somewhat akin to what Liao Chunsui wore during her performance earlier that morning. Out of the corner of her eye, Liao Chunsui noticed Yun Qingya emerging from backstage and seemed to grasp something, frowning slightly. Having accompanied Liao Chunsui for 5 years, Yun Qingya was familiar with her temperament, Sensing her displeasure, she nervously said in a soft, coaxing tone, "My cousin has always admired you, teacher. Today she finally got the chance to perform before you and wanted to present her best, which is why she insisted on me for so long." The similarity in attire was merely coincidental. One garment could hardly signify anything significant. Liao Chuansue remained silent as Song Yue danced to the music. Her style diverged from all previous performers, exuding an antiquated elegance. After finishing, she stood there, awaiting Liao Chuansue's praise. However, Liao Chuansue frowned, staring at her in silence for a considerable time before speaking flatly. "Your movements and posture are commendable. But the dance you perform today is merely an imitation layered atop an original. It does not suit your age," resulting in a lack of coherence. It could even be described as comical. Chapter 87. Becoming the subject of laughter. Since last month, Yuan Xingya had been extolling her cousin's dance talent, claiming she was remarkably gifted. Having formed a favorable impression of the young girl during their last encounter, she held high hopes for her today. Yet now, Liao Chuansue was engulfed in profound disappointment. As her words settled, the proud and expectant Song Yue felt her face flush crimson. Seeing Liao Chuansue prepare to rise and leave, she hastily spoke up, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Teacher, I only imitated you because I admire you so much. If you dislike it, I won't do it again. Please grant me another chance." Liao Chuansue's expression remained impassive. Each person is afforded but one opportunity. Granting you another would be unfair to others. Song Yue bit her lip, the corners of her mouth bleeding. Liao Chuansue sought a disciple to inherit her legacy, one whose dance style aligned with her own. This was Yuan Xingya's perspective. Thus, she had approached Song Yue earlier, and they had deliberated for some time, integrating elements of Liao Chuansue's choreography into her dance, and even swapping for a costume that mirrored her ethnic style. However, Yuan Xingya had not anticipated the teacher's response and quickly interjected, "Teacher, Yue managed to incorporate elements into her dance after just one viewing of yours, which indicates her talent is indeed remarkable, does it not?" Liao Chuansue shot her a glance. "Do you think your little schemes can escape my notice?" Yuan Xingya's smile faltered. The performers who had finished their routines were gathered at the backstage entrance, watching. Liao Chuansue held a microphone, her voice carrying clearly. All eyes turned to one another in disbelief. Yin Huan scoffed quietly. "I intended to be the last to take the stage and dazzle the audience. Yet I have become the subject of ridicule instead. I thought her dance would be something exceptional, only to discover she was imitating the esteemed Liao." Rumors circulated that Yuan Xingya was her cousin. Did she believe that mimicking the esteemed Liao would win hearts and open doors? Who could have known? TSK, among us, even those who performed poorly received the encouragement of "keep striving" from Liao. To be so harshly criticized was unprecedented. Her remarks felt like a slap to the face, leaving Song Yue's visage a canvas of humiliation, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. Just as she exited backstage, she overheard the incessant chatter. Unable to contain her anger and shame, she shouted, "What are you looking at? We've all been scolded, yet you remain so arrogant." Indeed, what does it matter that her cousin is a student of the esteemed Liao? She is still inferior to us. A few scoffed derisively. Yin Huan leaned towards Tan Beixing, whispering, "Is she not just lashing out in shame?" Tan Beixing, her words muffled, replied, "Perhaps."
Tan Beixing.
Song Yue suddenly turned her head, her eyes blazing with indignation. "You must be feeling quite proud right now, huh?" Tan Beixing regarded her calmly. "Why would I feel pride?" With teeth clenched, Song Yue retorted, "After all my hard work and practice, I finally reached this day, only to lose to someone who has never danced before. You must be reveling in this."
Tan Beixing,
almost laughing, took a deep breath to steady herself. "You've never seen me practice, but that doesn't mean I haven't trained." She had begun dancing at 4, enduring countless hardships for 10 years. After suffering an accident, she had been in a coma for 3 years. Upon awakening, she underwent 2 years of rehabilitation training before Song Li finally permitted her to resume dancing. Yet, she felt no need to publicize her efforts. She practiced diligently in private. Even now, her current state was merely 1/10 of her former self. Song Yue, Tan Beixing observed the seething jealousy in her eyes, her tone indifferent. "Do you understand why you find yourself in this predicament?" Song Yue bit her lip, glaring at her in silence. Tan Beixing continued, her expression unyielding. "Among us, the average age does not exceed 20. Everyone dances what they love and excel at. Yet you, who cannot express even a fraction of the essence in her dance, still attempt to mimic her antiquated and profound style. In trying to please her, you have discarded your own identity, naturally resulting in a dance that lacks coherence and, ironically, is counterproductive. Chapter 88. A temperature lower than normal. Whether in dance or any endeavor, even admiration and imitation should serve as homage. However, Liao Chuansui today was seeking disciples, evaluating each student based on their foundational dance skills and individual style, rather than a display of mimicry. Well said, a voice suddenly exclaimed from outside. Everyone turned in surprise. Greeting the newcomer, esteemed Liao. Liao Chuansui nodded, her gaze towards Tan Beixing now radiating satisfaction. She fixed her gaze on the mortified Song Yuer and spoke with a steady voice. This is not a mimicry showcase. If you truly admire me, you ought to present your own full prowess, dancing what is appropriate for your age. The essence of the national dance lies in the stories it conveys. Liao Chuansui remarked. Only when one's belief in oneself is unwavering can one perform the finest dance. Yet you have forsaken your true self, having devoted her life to the national dance. She has experienced countless stories through various styles, and it is her faith that has sustained her until now. Selecting disciples to inherit her legacy does not mean transforming them into another version of herself. Song Yuer's ears burned with humiliation, her head bowed, her eyes brimming with shame and resentment, biting her lip until it bled. Liao Chuansui was one thing, but how dare Tan Beixing also lecture her? The streetlights flickered in succession, the bustling traffic creating a cacophony. With the rain having fallen, the wind carried a chill. The girl's skin appeared pale, exuding a coolness that could be felt from her. Fu Shi grasped her hand, icy as frost, his brows knitted in concern. Why is it so cold? His large hand, warm and comforting, penetrated her skin to reach her very bones, causing Song Li's fingers to curl slightly, her feather-like eyelashes fluttering. She looked up, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Taking advantage of me so brazenly? Her eyes, dark and bright, reflected a chill, the dim streetlight casting a mottled haze around her. Fu Shi's gaze, deep and unfathomable like an abyss, inexplicably softened. Without answering her question, he removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. His voice low, Xingjing is colder than Jincheng, you should dress warmly in the future. The fragrance of sandalwood emanated from him, as if it had been infused over time, lingering even on the coat. The scent was quite pleasant. Song Li narrowed her eyes, nonchalantly stating, my body temperature has always been lower than normal. With a normal body temperature hovering around 36 degrees, hers was considered high at that level. Fu Shi paused, casting a deep glance at her before saying nothing further. Behind them, Tan Beixing emerged from the Grand Theater. Zhou Ziji approached, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the ember flickering with a hint of mischief. Let us go. To the best restaurant in Xingjing, it's on me to celebrate Beixing's success. Tan Beixing chuckled softly. What success is there to speak of? Liao Chuansui would be staying here for 3 days. It was already 7 in the evening, and they would have to wait until tomorrow to leave, if at all. Song Li's phone buzzed with a message from an internal application. After glancing at it, her starry eyes darkened. I have something to attend to tonight. Liao Chuansui, accompanied by her assistant, exited the Grand Theater and paused momentarily as her gaze inadvertently swept over a Hummer parked by the roadside. The assistant followed her line of sight. Teacher, what's wrong? The girl in black had already entered the car, the window rising. Liao Chuansui stood in a daze. I think I saw an acquaintance. The assistant, intrigued, asked, Who? Liao Chuansui watched the Hummer disappear from view, her expression somewhat forlorn. Someone who once declined to be my disciple. What? Someone refused the teacher? The assistant thought she must have misheard. Liao Chuansui shook her head. It's nothing, let us go. That person should not be here. She must have seen wrong just now. At the Yuan residence, upon returning, Song Yuer locked herself in her room, crying incessantly. Yuan Qingshan, taken aback by the outcome, furrowed her brow and pondered. Qingya, could you invite your teacher to dinner tomorrow afternoon? Perhaps if we bring a gift and say a few kind words, it might work out. Today's incident had tarnished her image in her teacher's eyes. Yuan Qingya's expression was not pleasant, but upon hearing the cries from upstairs, she nodded. I'll give it a try. She ascended the stairs and gently knocked on Song Yuer's door, soothingly saying, Yuer, it's all my fault. Once I return, I'll plead with the teacher, and everything will be fine. Inside, Song Yuer's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. her hands tearing at her clothing in distress. This was the most humiliating day of her life. Song Li,
Tan Baixin.
I cannot become Liao Chunsue's disciple. And neither should you. Dark clouds swirled in her eyes as she rose to open the door, wiping away her tears. I'm fine, cousin. Her voice trembled. Her eyes swollen from crying, appearing pitiful. Yuan Xingyao frowned. How can you be fine like this?
Song Yue inhaled deeply.
Forcing a stiff smile. I'm just worried this incident might implicate you, and then with Liao's seniority. Yuan Xingyao handed her a tissue. Sighing, the teacher has always favored me. Don't worry. Song Yue's face brightened with a smile. That's good to hear. She lowered her head to dry her tears, then paused, as if casually mentioning, Cousin, do you know whom Liao Senior has chosen tomorrow? Yuan Xingyao thought she was still upset and replied softly, I'll speak to the teacher again. Just admit your mistake and perform your own dance for her. The gloom in Song Yue's eyes deepened, though her expression feigned gratitude. Thank you, cousin.
I knew you were the best.
But soon, her mood soured again. However, Liao Senior seemed quite pleased with that Tan Beixing today. What if Tan Beixing had made quite a name for herself today? Yuan Xingyao frowned. Rest assured. Even if the teacher doesn't accept you now, there will be opportunities in the future. That Tan Beixing is my classmate, Song Yue replied, biting her lip. Yuan Xingyao was taken aback. Song Yue continued, her head lowered. She's a good friend of my sister, Song Li. Back in school, she always competed with me for the top spot. Your sister, Song Li? Yuan Xingyao had heard of her, but had never met her. Her brow knitting. Is your sister in Shengjing? Where is she? Yuan Heng had an urgent matter and left Shengjing in the afternoon. The matter concerning Song Li had not been mentioned to Yuan Xingyao at all. Song Yue spoke vaguely. She must have come secretly behind my father's back. My sister is beautiful. Since returning to Jincheng, she has had a different man with her every day. Even in Shengjing, she is surrounded by several men. Today in the backstage, she ruined someone's costume, and a man defended her. A girl, surrounded by different men every day. Yuan Xingyao felt a surge of disdain rising in her eyes. Is Tan Beixing like that too? Song Yue shook her head. I don't know. Don't know? Yet thinking about it, anyone who associated with Song Li couldn't possibly be a good person. Liao Chunsue's first requirement for a disciple was good moral character. Yuan Xingyao's eyes flickered. Don't worry. I will plead with the teacher again tomorrow. I will surely secure you another chance. Song Yue smiled gratefully. Cousin, please don't put yourself in a difficult position. After a pause, she added enviously. Cousin, you've been with Liao Senior for so long. If she takes in disciples, she will undoubtedly pass her legacy to you. This legacy encompassed not only her lifetime of experience, but also her influential status in the International Dance Association. Liao Chunsue had taken in only 3 disciples throughout her life. The other 2 had already established their own paths in midlife. The third was Yuan Xingyao, who was accepted by Liao Chunsue at 17, due to a stroke of luck. Yuan Xingyao had always believed she would inherit Liao Chunsue's legacy. Until Liao Chunsue announced her intention to take in another disciple. If someone with greater talent than her truly arrived, the competition would be fierce. And it was uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Thus, she fervently recommended Song Yue, determined that neither experience nor talent would overshadow her brilliance. Yet, who could have anticipated today's turn of events? Observing her expression, a flicker of resentment crossed Song Yue's eyes, though it did not show on her face. She murmured, that Tan Beixing is not even a fraction as capable as you, cousin, but if she were to become Liao Senior's disciple, with Song Li around, she would certainly not behave herself. What if, in pursuit of that position, she schemes against you? Yuan Xingyao was no fool, yet at this moment, Song Yue's insinuation seemed to be for her benefit. Her brows knitted tightly, her gaze darkening. Rest assured, I will find a way to ensure the teacher accepts you. Song Yue's eyes glimmered with mockery. Biting her lip, she shook her head. No matter what, I lost favor in front of Liao Senior today. It will be quite difficult. But that Tan Beixing. Today, Tan Beixing's dance was nothing short of extraordinary, imbued with a profound sense of liberation from confinement. Even Yuan Xingyao would not dare claim that her own performances in the past surpassed Tan's. Following Tan Beixing's exhibition, the instructor showered her with praise, dedicating 7 out of 10 remarks to her commendation. With every word from Song Yue, Yuan Xingyao's countenance darkened further. Yet, seemingly oblivious to this, Song Yue sighed. I have a friend in Jincheng who also studies ethnic dance, but due to some family issues, she couldn't come. Otherwise, even if I falter, There would be no need for this Tan Beixing to compete with you, cousin. It would be ideal if Tan Beixing were unable to dance in the future. Yuan Qingyao paused, narrowing her eyes. Unable to dance?
Ah.
Realizing her slip of the tongue, Song Yuer hastily shook her head. I was merely speaking out of turn. Please don't take it to heart, cousin. Indeed, if Tan Beixing were to be rendered incapable of dancing in the future, the instructor would have no choice but to accept Song Yuer as the sole heir to the legacy. A flicker of something inscrutable passed through Yuan Qingyao's gaze as she smiled. Your eyes are red. Apply some ice, eat something if you're hungry, and retire early. With that, she descended the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, Song Yuer lifted her chin, her smile vanishing, replaced by a brooding expression. At the Rose Mansion, in the bathroom on the 3rd floor, Song Li stood under the shower, her pale, cold body finally regaining some color. Observing the light blue swallowtail mark on her left elbow, it faded under the scalding water, leaving her skin pristine once more. Only then did she furrow her brow and turn off the water, wrapping herself in a white bathrobe before stepping out. In the living room, Tan Beixing diligently worked on her homework, utterly engrossed. Song Li chuckled softly, towel-drying her hair as she returned to her bedroom. The computer on her desk was running, notifications for video calls incessantly popping up, all of which she ignored. She opened an internal application. Yao Ji, boss, the Dragon Head held a meeting a few days ago. Several other team leaders are impeaching you. Song Li pressed the towel against her head to absorb moisture, crossed her legs atop the desk, and retrieved a cigarette from the drawer, lighting it. Amidst the swirling blue smoke, she typed, X. It's not the first time. Yao Ji. True enough. X. Any developments regarding the 319 biomedical engineering? Yao Ji. None. The Who has been relatively low-key lately. After exchanging a few more details, Song Li switched applications. Wang Yu. Boss. Ancestor.
Aunt.
Save my life. The urgency was palpable in the words. Song Li. Wang Yu. I accidentally stumbled into 2 gang transactions in F province, and they lost something. They're insisting I stole it. And now they're hunting me down all over F province. Please help me hide. Song Li extinguished the cigarette she had barely smoked, rinsed her mouth with water, and took a couple of sips from her thermos, suppressing her rising irritation. Typing. You didn't steal it? Wang Yu. Who would dare lie to you? Song Li clicked her tongue, her fingers flying over the keyboard, a series of incomprehensible characters pouring forth from the screen. In a 5-star hotel under the Huabei Chamber of Commerce, in a VIP presidential suite. I took it from them. There was just an unfortunate fellow passing by, and I redirected the blame. Gu Wien's voice came through the screen, dripping with schadenfreude. Now, the whole world is hunting that poor soul. Fu Shi sat upright on the sofa, his freshly washed short hair tousled, his brows knitted in a cool frown. What was the item? Unperturbed, Gu Wien continued to smoke unabashedly, exhaling clouds of smoke. I sent you a photo. Fu Shi opened his phone to view the image. A red diamond, as large as an egg. Gu Wien puzzled. While red diamonds are rare, they aren't exactly the most extraordinary treasure, and South Africa is littered with diamonds. What makes this one so special that it warrants such a commotion? Fu Shi, too, found nothing particularly unusual. What are the backgrounds of those 2 groups? At this, Gu Wien straightened. Both are notorious smuggling gangs from F province, with no trail to trace back. The next day, after a rain shower, the morning fog enveloped Xinjiang. With a biting chill in the air, Tan Beixing rummaged through her closet, pulling out thick sweaters and jackets for Song Li, wrapping her up warmly. Descending the stairs, 2 cars awaited, one belonging to Zhou Ziji and the other to Fu Shi. Chapter 91. The Red Diamond of the K Kingdom Royal Family. Tan Beixing glanced back and forth, her eyes sparkling as she suppressed a smile before climbing into Zhou Ziji's car. Observing the imposing man standing silently beside her, Zhou Ziji scratched his nose and said to Song Li, sisterly, I'll take Beixing with me now. With that, he hopped into the car and sped away. Song Li stole a glance at Fu Shi, clutching her thermos, and climbed into his Hummer. The young girl had finally learned the importance of staying warm. Watching her grip the thermos, Fu Shi felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. With a smile, he joined her in the vehicle, inquiring, Shall we stop for breakfast first? Song Li lazily raised an eyebrow. Sure. Taking out her phone, she launched a game. Fu Shi retrieved a laptop from the storage compartment and set it on his lap. The 3rd junior sent a message. Boss, no leads on the gem's origin. This red diamond appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet the enormity of the transaction involving two gangs suggested it was anything but simple. Fu Shi enlarged the image, narrowing his eyes in deep contemplation. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Gu Wian. Fu Shi answered. Found anything? Gu Wian's voice sounded somewhat defeated. Those two gangs are the largest smuggling operations in F province, but there's no information on this diamond whatsoever. Even if it's a rare red diamond, it shouldn't warrant such a transaction. Something about this situation felt off.
Fu Shi se brows furrowed.
His voice cold and stern. Continue investigating. He spoke on the phone without regard for Song Li, who was nearby and not wearing headphones, allowing her to hear Gu Wian's voice clearly. As she eliminated opponents in the game, she glanced up and spotted the image on Fu Shi's computer. The red diamond surface was smooth, showing no signs of cutting or polishing, crystalline and ethereal, speckled with starlight, exuding a dreamlike quality. Her pupils constricted slightly, and she spoke softly. Ira red diamond. Fu Shi paused, turning to her. What? Song Li nodded towards the image on his screen. Speaking with an air of nonchalance, the seventh-generation king of K country, Ira, unearthed a naturally formed rare red diamond a century ago. Due to its exceptional quality and substantial size, it was dubbed the second diamond in the world, enshrined in the royal scepter of K country, and passed down through generations. 5 years ago, it fell into the hands of the 11th prince, and 3 years ago it went missing. Her lengthy exposition left the car enveloped in silence. It was the first time she had spoken so much since they met. Fu Shi regarded her, his eyes betraying a rare flicker of astonishment. The third junior, observing from the rearview mirror, wore an expression of disbelief, suspecting that Song Li was fabricating the story.
Wow!
Gu Wian exclaimed, dropping his cigarette. Little beauty. Are you for real? Song Li raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and replied slowly, due to its loss and the embarrassment it could cause. The 11th prince had hackers erase all records of this diamond. It has left no trace in the world, except for a few hints lingering in the dark web. Another silence fell over the vehicle. Gu Wian, little beauty, you know about the dark web? Song Li lowered her head, continuing to play on her phone, and nonchalantly replied, I know a little. Fu Shi scrutinized her for a few moments before ordering the third junior to investigate further. 2 minutes later, the third junior returned with a message. Boss, found something on the dark web. They scoured the entirety of the dark web and discovered only the mention of the 7th-generation King Ira of K country having unearthed a red diamond, along with images of the K country royal scepter, just enough information to corroborate Song Li's earlier claims. Fu Shi cast a sidelong glance at the girl, his gaze deep and contemplative.
Wow!
Gu Wian exclaimed, still on the line and astonished. There's nothing about this online.
How do you know so much?
Song Li, she could hardly admit that it was she who had initially destroyed the data. Exiting the game, she vaguely remarked, I heard it from a friend. Chapter 92, The Unexpected. Glancing once more at the image, before Gu Wian could press further, Song Li interjected, Is this diamond in your possession? It was merely a casual question to divert the topic, as she had not managed to track down the whereabouts of the diamond back then.
Fu Shi se gazedipend.
After ending the call with Gu Wian, he maintained his composure and stated, Gu Wian found it. Song Li, the legitimacy of this find aside, if this diamond were to be leaked, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. K country would certainly issue a bounty, stopping at nothing to reclaim it. She raised her head, her eyes glimmering with a hint of peculiarity, and cautioned, this red diamond is now a hot potato. Fu Shi glanced at the image, closed his laptop, his eyes dark and his lips curling into a slight smile. Once something is in hand, it cannot simply be discarded. Song Li shot him a sidelong glance, observing the sinister smile on his face, and snorted derisively. She discreetly sent a message. The Yila red diamond has appeared in F continent. Please keep an eye on the major underground auction houses. The morning was reserved for Liao Chuansui's performance. Song Li did not linger, having breakfast before visiting the North China Chamber of Commerce. There, she encountered Yuan Xingda. Zhou Ziji approached, whispering, he has been coming here every day. The shares of the North China Chamber had been seized by the fifth shareholder, who now held 70%, and Bu Chong had seized the opportunity, investing all he had in a share. He was the only one who stood by Zhou Xiangshan that day, earning his trust. Now only one share remained, and many merchants were competing for it. Yuan Xingda, once confident, found himself in a precarious situation and had been coming daily, offering gifts and making pleas. Due to the incident involving Song Qianlong at the Grand Theater yesterday, Zhou Ziji informed Zhou Xiangshan, who merely scoffed and did not disclose to Yuan Xingde that he was unwelcome at the North China Chamber, yet neither did he explicitly refuse him. Thus, Yuan Xingde continued his relentless visits. Song Li cast a fleeting glance in that direction before striding towards Zhou Xiangshan's private office.
Zhu Ziji observed Shiyi,
who had been shadowing them, wondering if he intended to enter as well. However, Song Li showed no intention of making him wait outside.
Song Li, Fu Shao.
Zhou Xiangshan greeted them. Song Li had no desire for the chamber. The position would eventually belong to Zhou Ziji. Noticing his son's foolish demeanor and fearing he might cause trouble, Zhou Xiangshan pulled him aside and whispered a few words.
What?
Zhou Ziji's pupils dilated. Staring incredulously at Fu Shiyi in the office, he is the most mysterious fifth board member of the North China Chamber? Zhou Xiangshan nodded, cautioning. Be careful with your words from now on. Zhou Ziji. So this is why the fifth board member has kept himself so enigmatic? Not lingering at the chamber for long, Zhou Xiangshan reported some important matters. After Song Li and Fu Shiyi offered their suggestions, they took their leave. In the afternoon at the Shengjing Grand Theater, backstage in the reception room, when Fangfang noticed Zhou Ziji trailing behind Song Li and recalled the events of yesterday, it was common knowledge that President Zhou had no daughters. Yet, Zhou Ziji's constant reference to her as Sister Li was genuine. This, however, was not within her purview to question. When Fangfang brought over tea, cautiously saying, "The results will be out soon. Please have a seat for a moment, young Master Zhou." Fu Shiyi was on the phone nearby. Song Li, with her brows lowered, was engrossed in a game, her black sweater accentuating her fair complexion, exuding an air of aloofness that enveloped her in a chill.
Meanwhile,
the group of competitors from yesterday gathered, including Song Yuer. Despite the previous day's incident, her cousin was still Liao Chuansui's favorite pupil, surrounded by admirers showering her with flattery. In contrast, Tan Beixing was noticeably sidelined. Tan Beixing, however, remained indifferent. Yin Huan, accompanying her, whispered, "Your dance yesterday was truly magnificent." After the events of the previous day, the two had somewhat forged a friendship. Tan Beixing smiled, her eyes sparkling. "I'll teach you when the opportunity arises." Yin Huan's eyes lit up. "Really? I absolutely adored your dance yesterday." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out behind Tan Beixing. Responding instinctively, she turned, only to collide with someone, causing an unknown object to fall from their hands. Chapter 93, Lockdown at the Grand Theater. Be careful. Yin Huan instinctively pulled Tan Beixing aside, but was knocked away herself. The object fell, scorching hot liquid splashing onto Yin Huan's legs, soaking her cotton dress.
Ah!
A scream pierced the air as Yin Huan collapsed, her face contorted in pain. Tan Beixing rushed to support her. Yin Huan. As she pulled up the hem of her dress, she saw that Yin Huan's fair legs were already covered in a network of painful red blisters. Tan Beixing's face turned pale. Amidst the cries, Song Li abruptly lifted her gaze, her game character drowned in the river. She shut her phone, rising to approach Tan Beixing.
Fu Shiyi frowned slightly,
muttering a few more words before ending his call and following her. Upon reaching the backstage area, they found a crowd gathered, with Tan Beixing's voice calling out for Yin Huan. Her tone was laced with tears. "Quick! Call an ambulance." The people around seemed to snap back to reality, but only a few took action. Zhou Ziji frowned. What the hell happened now?
"Clear the way."
A cold, authoritative voice emerged from the crowd, and the onlookers stepped back, recalling her earlier actions of cutting clothes with a knife. In the center, Yin Huan had already lost consciousness, and Tan Beixing held her tightly, calling out desperately. Nearby, a shattered hot water kettle lay on the ground, a large puddle of water spreading out. "Ollie!" Upon seeing her, Tan Beixing looked as if she had found a savior. "Ollie, Yin Huan was injured while saving me. You must help her." Song Li glanced at Yin Huan's legs, her brow furrowing, and instructed Zhou Ziji, "Get ice and call an ambulance." "I've already called the ambulance." A girl in the crowd weakly raised her hand. The ice arrived swiftly. Song Li shed her heavy coat, tossing it to Fu Shiyi, rolling up her sleeves to begin administering basic cooling treatment to Yin Huan. Fu Shiyi observed the coat she had thrown and then glanced at the earnest girl kneeling on the ground, a flicker of emotion crossing his features. Tan Beixing, consumed by fear, exclaimed, "Ollie, that kettle was aimed at me. If it weren't for Yin Huan, I would be the one lying there now." A chill spread through Song Li's eyes, the temperature around her not much higher than the ice in her hands, the vast backstage space feeling constricted. she inquired. Who did this? Tan Beixing scanned the crowd, everyone instinctively retreating, and whispered, I think I saw Yuan Qingya just before. After the kettle fell, Yuan Qingya had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Zhou Ziji, usually mild-mannered, was known to be irritable when it came to matters involving Song Li and Tan Beixing. He cursed vehemently. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Do they have a death wish? If something had happened to Tan Beixing today, the Grand Theater would likely be reduced to ashes before nightfall. Zhou Ziji summoned Chen Shu. Go check the surveillance in the corridor at the entrance. Gather everyone and bring them here. When Liao Chuansue was summoned, Yin Huan was already being loaded onto the ambulance. Unable to reach Yin Huan's family, Tan Beixing accompanied her to the hospital. Chen Shu organized the personnel, sealing off the entire Grand Theater. Amid the chaos, Fu Shi remained unaffected, draping his coat over the girl and gently warming her cold hands, his voice steady. Don't worry, not a single one will escape. The sandalwood scent emanating from him always soothed the heart. Song Li glanced at him, adjusting the coat on her shoulders as she moved forward. Exiting, she brushed past Liao Chuansue. The girl's striking beauty caught her eye, and Liao Chuansue stood frozen, exclaiming, You are Song Li? Song Li cast her a sidelong glance, responding coolly, indeed. Liao Chuansue stood there, stunned for a moment. How did you end up here? Song Li raised an eyebrow, a carefree smile playing on her lips, accompanying exam parents. Liao Chuansue gazed at the retreating figure of the girl, still entranced. The assistant called out softly, inquiring, Teacher? Who was Song Li? Liao Chuansue's eyes darkened, a cryptic warning laced in her tone. The name Song Li is not one you should utter. Then, as if struck by another thought, she commanded, Find out which student accompanied Miss Song. Chapter 94. Do I need to teach you how to apprehend someone? At the Grand Theater's reception, the lights blazed brightly, illuminating the thousands of seats in plain view. Everyone present in the theater was summoned, arranged in neat rows. Security personnel stood vigil in the aisles and at the entrance, casting a somber atmosphere over the proceedings. On the expansive stage, typically reserved for performances, Zhou Ziji, clad in a sleek black suit, paced with one hand in his pocket, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers. Smoking was prohibited here, yet he was the one dictating the rules. Amidst the blue-white haze, his countenance remained shrouded in obscurity, silence enveloping him as those below, aware of his identity, fell into hushed stillness. Little hall master. After counting the heads, Jinshu approached, nimbly leaping onto the stage, whispering a few words into Zhou Ziji's ear. Zhou Ziji narrowed his eyes, his gaze settling on Liao Chuansue, who was seated 3 places away, speaking softly to the strikingly handsome man beside her. And he addressed the esteemed artist with a hint of courtesy, whereas Yuan Qingya, Liao Chuansue had already learned of the backstage incident, including the destruction of costumes that transpired yesterday. She had even heard from Wen Fangfang that Song Li shared a significant relationship with this young master of the North China Chamber of Commerce. As a venerable artist of her generation, she feared neither power nor influence, yet she was unsettled by the girl who sat conversing with the captivating man. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhou Ziji, scrutinizing him closely. The wrinkles on his face were still quite prominent, and his makeup could not mask the ravages of time. His voice was deep and resonant. She requested leave after the morning performance. I haven't seen her this afternoon. After the midday performance, Yuan Qingya claimed to be unwell and left. Zhou Ziji extinguished his cigarette, his eyes darting towards Song Li, who was seated below. 2 individuals engaged in hushed conversation. Fu Shi spoke gently to the girl. Chuqing has gone to the hospital with Tan Beixing. Don't worry. Song Li regarded him earnestly. Thank you. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow. You're welcome. Only then did Song Li lift her gaze to Zhou Ziji, her exquisite features radiating a blend of coldness and fervor. Do I need to teach you how to apprehend someone? Her voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the emptiness of the theater, laden with insolence. Zhou Ziji felt a chill at the nape of his neck and kicked Chen Shu's calf. Did you not hear that? Chen Shu felt the weight of unwarranted misfortune upon him, yet dared not resist. He complied and took his leave. It's not our doing. Keeping us here is futile. You're unlawfully detaining us. I demand to go home. If you refuse to release me, I will call the police. Some in the audience could no longer remain seated, rising to voice their accusations. Zhou Ziji surveyed them, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, dialing a number. Once connected, he spoke nonchalantly. Captain Liu, a deliberate assault has occurred at the Shengjing Grand Theater. I have secured the scene and detained all suspects. I didn't wish to trouble you, but some claim I am unlawfully detaining them, so I'm calling to report. Would you care to come and take a look? After concluding the call, he set the phone to speaker mode, placing it next to the microphone. Captain Lu's voice emerged, somewhat timid. This is hardly a bother. I'm on my way with a team, and we will fully cooperate with young Master Zhou. After hanging up, Zhou Ziji directed his gaze at those who had resisted. What more will you report? I've already called for you. The defiant individuals fell silent. Zhou Ziji scanned the crowd, gripping the microphone. I am not one to act indiscriminately, as long as you cooperate honestly. Once the truth is revealed, I shall naturally release you. Those familiar with Zhou Ziji understood that he, the young master of the North China Chamber of Commerce and the little hall master of the Shengjing Poverty Alleviation Association, was benevolent and never wielded his influence oppressively. Today marked an unprecedented moment. It seemed he had reached his limit. Those acquainted with him dared not utter another word in light of his proclamation. Sitting in the back, Song Yue observed the spirited young man on stage, her gaze flitting between him and Song Li and Fu Shi in the front row. She nervously tugged at her skirt, the resentment in her eyes nearly spilling over. Her intended target had been Tan Beizing, yet that foolish Yin Huan had stepped in to shield her. And Yuan Qingya, incapable of handling such a trivial matter, was utterly useless. Chapter 95. Truly, she is living on borrowed time. Yuan family. The kettle had been specially prepared by Yuan Qingya. The lid not properly secured, filled with scalding hot water, capable of inflicting severe burns, reaching the point of muscle atrophy. Yet, who could have known that someone would dare to shield Tan Beishing? Hearing Yin Huan's agonizing cries, she momentarily panicked, covering her face and seizing the opportunity to flee. Upon returning home, she ascended to her room. Qingya. Noticing her prolonged absence, Song Qianlong climbed the stairs and knocked on her door. What has become of your cousin? The Song family had only 2 children, her and Song Tinyi. Having married early, she had always doted on her niece, Song Yue, who was the pride and hope of the Song family. To arrive only to find emptiness was disheartening. Yuan Qingya stood before the mirror, adjusting her hair and attire, regaining her elegant demeanor before finally opening the door. Mother, I am still. Madam. The voice of the housekeeper suddenly echoed from below. There are several individuals outside looking for a young lady. Yuan Qingya paused. What sort of people? The housekeeper shook her head. Unfamiliar faces, but they appear rather intimidating. Yuan Qingya's fingers tightened slightly, unease creeping into her heart. However, Song Qianlong remained oblivious, instructing, let them in. Chen Shu entered with his men, ignoring Song Qianlong entirely, and pointed at Yuan Qingya. Take her away. Several burly men behind him advanced, reaching for Yuan Qingya. What are you doing? On what grounds are you seizing me? Let go of my daughter. Yuan Qingya struggled, attempting to flee upstairs, but was swiftly obstructed. 2 men seized her arms, pushing aside the obstructive Song Qianlong and dragging Yuan Qingya down, taking her towards the exit. This is kidnapping. Song Qianlong, still reeling from the unfolding chaos, witnessed her daughter being forcibly taken away and rushed after them. Release my daughter. This is the Yuan family. We are affiliated with the North China Chamber of Commerce. How dare you kidnap her in broad daylight? Don't you fear my calling the police? As her subordinates shoved Yuan Qingya into a car, Chen Shu stood at the entrance, blocking Song Qianlong's path, looking down at her. What a coincidence. I, too, am associated with the North China Chamber of Commerce. Song Qianlong was momentarily stunned. You. Chen Shu offered no opportunity for her to finish. My young master is Zhou Ziji of the North China Chamber of Commerce. If you wish to report this or seek assistance from the chamber, which would you prefer? I can't facilitate either. Song Qianlong's expression froze. How could this be? Chen Shu snorted coldly. If you must place blame, direct it at Yuan Qingya for provoking those she ought not to have. Perhaps you should inform Yuan Leo Banzu and devise a plan to protect the Yuan family. How audacious to touch Tan Beishing. She truly was courting disaster. Upon receiving Zhou Ziji's call, Captain Lu promptly arrived with a dozen officers. Several stood guard at the main entrance. The entire area was under lockdown. As the ambulance departed, a crowd began to gather at the steps outside the Grand Theater, some filming, others discussing the unfolding drama. Even reporters had been drawn in. Clear the way. Clear the way. Several men in black emerged from below, pushing through the throng, escorting a woman forward. Hey, isn't this Yuan Qingya, Liao Chuansui's disciple? She seems to be the eldest daughter of the Yuan family. How did she end up in this predicament? What on earth had transpired inside the theater that could possibly involve her? At this moment, Yuan Qingyao was bound, her mouth gagged, in a state of utter disarray. Those who recognized her murmured in astonishment, cameras clicking incessantly. Chen Shu walked at the end of the line, casting a sidelong glance at the nosy onlookers, and warned in a booming voice, "If any of you post a photo taken today online, it will amount to a month behind bars." Yet, his words failed to intimidate anyone. After all, once the photos were out, who could discern their source? Moreover, those reporters from the news agency were eagerly awaiting their headline scoop. Inside the theater, a group fell silent as Yuan Qingyao was led in from outside. As she was pushed into the open space, Chen Shu swiftly severed the ropes binding her. Now liberated, Yuan Qingyao tore off the black tape that had sealed her mouth and, with a look of panic, rushed toward Liao Chuansui, exclaiming, "Teacher, save me." However, Liao Chuansui did not offer her support. Instead, she took a step back, creating distance, and asked in a low voice, "Was it you who did this?" "What do you mean, did I do it?" Yuan Qingyao feigned ignorance, clutching at Liao Chuansui's sleeve and shaking her head vigorously. "I don't know what happened. I was just resting at home when suddenly, I was captured." Liao Chuansui signaled her assistant to bring over a computer and played a video. In it, a woman was seen entering the backstage with a water jug, clad in attire identical to what Yuan Qingyao was currently wearing. Liao Chunky calmly inquired, "Is that you? Did you forget that there are no cameras backstage, but the corridor is monitored?" A flicker of panic crossed Yuan Qingyau's eyes as she bit her lip and admitted, "It was me. I was just delivering water that had just been boiled." She realized she could no longer hide the truth. Desperation took hold. Yuan Qingyao grasped Liao Chuansui's arm, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Teacher, I didn't mean for this to happen. I was just passing by when I happened to run into her." Yuan Qingyao, who had always been graceful and composed, had never been known to plot against others. Whether today's incident was intentional or mere coincidence, Liao Chuansui could not ascertain. Her gaze instinctively shifted towards Song Li, who was on a phone call. On the other end was Tan Beixing from the hospital, speaking with a voice choked with tears. "Ali, the doctor has determined it to be severe burns." In the Grand Theater, it was not cold, and the dancers wore skirts for ease of movement, with sheer fabric providing no warmth. The water had cascaded down Yin Huan's legs, soaking from thigh to calf, and although the injury did not reach the bone, both the subcutaneous fat and muscle had been severely damaged. Now, Yin Huan's legs were in a horrific state of decay, a sight that was utterly terrifying. After hanging up, Song Li disregarded the gazes fixed upon her and took a few steps forward, her aura commanding respect even from Liao Chuansui. She stood before Yuan Qingyao and, in a composed tone, stated, "Whether it was intentional or accidental, I am granting you one chance." Observing the girl's face, Yuan Qingyao felt a flash of jealousy cross her features. Listening to her audacious words, a sense of despair flooded her heart as she steadied her nerves and retorted,
Who are you to give me a chance?
Liao Chuansui's expression shifted, and she opened her mouth to respond, but a single glance from Song Li silenced her.
Sister.
At that moment, a slender figure emerged from the audience. It was Song Yu-er, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Song Li. "Cousin. She didn't mean to do it." Tan Beixing wasn't hurt. "You don't need to be so unforgiving." These two sentences stirred a murmur among those seated in the front rows. Sister? Cousin? Are they relatives? The relationship sounded rather convoluted. Yuan Qingyao's eyes widened in sudden realization, her pupils narrowing. "You are Song Li." Sister Song Yu-er clasped her hands together. Appearing fragile, you inexplicably barged into the backstage yesterday and shredded their dance costumes. Thanks to young Master Zhou protecting you, the teachers didn't hold it against you.
Today.
Cousin also didn't act with malice. Your behavior is simply unforgiving. Song Li cast a sidelong glance at her and settled into an empty seat, crossing her legs with an air of confidence. With a smirk that was both superficial and chilling, she replied, "You mentioned I am justified. Since I am justified, why should I show mercy?" Song Yu-er faltered, biting her lip. "But she is our cousin. She is yours, not hers." Young Master Zhou Ziji was actually shielding Song Li.
Why?
The realization struck Yuan Qingyao like a lightning bolt, leaving her pale with fright. Her only hope for salvation now lay with Liao Chuansui. She clung desperately to Liao Chuansui, pleading, "Teacher, I truly didn't mean it. I'll pay for the medical expenses of that girl. I'll compensate her." Song Li raised her gaze, her eyes tinged with a faint, sinister red. "Can money buy you a pair of legs?" Chapter 97. The slap in the face. That person is Song Li. You didn't mean to do it. Yet you fled without apologizing? Zhou Ziji leaped off the stage. He was someone Yuan Qingya could not provoke. She pressed her lips together. I was scared.
Ha!
Zhou Ziji scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Song Yu, as he casually remarked. Has your dear cousin Song Yu, not informed you that Tan Beixing is under my protection? This revelation left Song Yu, visibly shaken. Yuan Qingya paused for a moment before comprehending, her eyes widening as she fixed a piercing stare at Song Yu. You've met young Master Zhou before?
Cousin.
Listen, smack. Before Song Yu could finish her feeble defense, Yuan Qingya delivered a sharp slap across her face. The strike was fierce, leaving a clear mark on her fair skin. Song Yu clutched her face in disbelief. Cousin, you hit me? Yuan Qingya trembled with rage. Her mind clouded with fury as she glared at Song Yu. Those words you uttered yesterday were intentionally directed at me, weren't they?
Song Yu heir.
With her swollen face, harbored a flicker of hatred in her eyes. Tears welled as she shook her head in fear. Cousin. It was you who was jealous of Tan Beixing, afraid she would become Liao's disciple and inherit her legacy. You wanted to ruin her legs. Why are you blaming me? Yuan Qingya stared at her in disbelief, her eyes wide as if she were meeting her cousin for the first time. Having followed Liao Chuansui to the international stage, she had encountered many individuals. She was neither a fool nor easily provoked. The only reason she dared to act today was that she believed Song Yu would rely on her apprenticeship, lacking the courage or ability to scheme against her. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow. Fully aware that this man was Zhou Ziji, Song Yu still accused Yuan Qingya of recklessly associating with men to gain entry. Yuan Qingya gritted her teeth, wishing she could slap her again. You were waiting for me, weren't you? Song Yu remained innocently defiant. Cousin, I said nothing. It was all you. You can resume your bickering later. We have no time to witness the two of you tearing each other apart, Zhou Ziji interrupted impatiently. He turned to Song Li. Sister Li, how shall we proceed? Song Li's expression remained impassive. Detain them until Yin Huan regains consciousness. Zhou Ziji glanced toward the back. Lu. Gather the team? The group, each radiating a powerful aura, remained still until Lu arrived, having clarified the circumstances. When called upon, he promptly stepped forward to apprehend them. At this moment, Yuan Qingya was truly alarmed, grasping Liao Chuansui desperately. Teacher, I was wrong. Please save me. At this juncture, words were unnecessary. The truth was nearly evident. A flicker of disappointment crossed Liao Chuansui's eyes as she sank into a chair, her back slumping. I cannot save you. Teacher? Yuan Qingya pleaded. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. You are a member of the International Dance Association. You must be able to save me. I truly understand my mistake. Having failed to protect her only disciple, Liao Chuansui closed her eyes, appearing to age a decade in an instant. As of today, you are no longer my disciple. Teacher? Yuan Qingya's face turned ashen as she fell to her knees, crawling to embrace Liao Chuansui's legs, desperately begging. Teacher. I was set up. I acted out of fear. I have followed you for so many years. Qingya. Liao Chuansui pressed her shoulders firmly, enunciating each word. I truly cannot save you. She glanced toward Song Li. Do you know who she is? Yuan Qingya clenched her lips. My cousin, Song Li. Liao Chuansui shook her head, her tone distant. Do you still remember the story I once told you? Yuan Qingya paused, momentarily lost in thought. Liao Chuansui had an unresolved grievance. 4 or 5 years ago, she performed in a certain city and encountered a young girl dancing. She introduced herself and expressed her desire to take her as a student, only to be met with an unhesitating rejection. At that time, she remarked that the girl had no appreciation for true talent. However, Liao Chuansui shook her head repeatedly, her expression complex, unwilling to elaborate further. Why had the teacher suddenly brought this up? Yuan Qingya's eyes widened in disbelief. Could that person be Song Li?
Impossible. How could that be?
It certainly could not be. In Chapter 98, the third revelation unfolded. The vice president of the International Dance Association. Liao Chuansui confirmed with a nod under Yuan Qingya's incredulous gaze, her expression weary and intricate. I was unworthy to be her teacher. Back then, she had been too self-assured, wanting to take that little girl as her apprentice. Yet, the girl had merely tilted her head and stated, You are not worthy. Her tone was polite and calm, yet it was laced with boundless arrogance. Liao Chuansui had found it amusingly infuriating. Do you know who I am? She had introduced herself, but the girl simply repeated, "No matter who you are not worthy." At that time, she believed the girl was blind to true greatness. It wasn't until 2 years ago that Liao Chunsue saw someone resembling that little girl at the International Dance Association, and upon inquiry, discovered it was indeed the same person. Then, she heard with her own ears the president of the Dance Association addressing her as the vice president. At just 15, she occupied the position of vice president within the International Dance Association. Liao Chunsue had thought she was dreaming and confronted the president, who simply responded, "Yes, she is indeed young, but she possesses the capital and capability. If she desires it, I could even give her the position of president." Liao Chunsue had assumed the president was confused and sought confirmation from others, only to find that they all admitted defeat to Song Li. Although Song Li possessed real power as vice president, she had never exercised it, rendering her title largely nominal. Besides the core members of the Dance Association, no one was even aware of the existence of this vice president. Later, Liao Chunsue was fortunate enough to witness Song Li dance again. That time, she humbly acknowledged her superiority. Subsequently, whenever she took on apprentices, she would subconsciously compare them to Song Li. Yesterday's dance by Tan Beixing bore a resemblance to Song Li from years ago, which piqued her interest. However, she never anticipated that the usually gentle and graceful Yuan Qingya would commit such an act. Qingya. Liao Chunsue held some affection for this apprentice. But no matter how deep the affection, if she provoked Song Li, it was beyond her capacity to protect her. She earnestly advised, "Since she is your cousin, if you sincerely admit your mistake, she will surely forgive you." Forgive? Zhou Ziji scoffed. If the water had not splashed on Tan Beixing, it was uncertain whether Yuan Qingya would still have her head on her shoulders. He kicked Lu Team. This is a case of attempted murder. Lu Team took the recording device and forcibly escorted Yuan Qingya away. Zhou Ziji glanced at the rows of spectators, akin to statues, watching the spectacle unfold, instructing Chen Shu to disperse the crowd, saying, "You may leave now." Everyone snapped back to reality. Even as they observed the unfolding events, they were still perplexed about what exactly was transpiring. Some attempted to linger for further amusement, but were forcibly driven away by Chen Shu and his team. Zhou Ziji turned his gaze to the swaying Song Yue still standing there, raising an eyebrow. "What? Do you wish to go in and accompany your cousin?" Song Yue's expression tightened, glancing at Song Li, biting her lip before turning to leave. She and Yuan Qingya had now severed ties. Her aunt might not side with her, and it seemed impossible to return to the Song family. Miss Song, as the vice president of the International Dance Association. "If you wish for Tan Beixing to be my disciple, a mere word will suffice. There is no need for such elaborate measures." Just as Song Yue had taken a few steps out, she heard a voice from behind, turning abruptly to grasp Liao Chunsue's arm. Her eyes wide with disbelief. "What did you just say about Song Li?" Fu Shi, who had been playing the role of a mere backdrop, appeared momentarily stunned. His gaze fixating on the girl, his expression deepening with contemplation. Liao Chunsue frowned, the vice president of the International Dance Association. In that instant, Song Yue felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. Her gaze rigidly shifted to Song Li, her complexion paling, utterly incredulous. The vice president of the International Dance Association. How could this be? It was absolutely impossible. Only then did Liao Chunsue sense something amiss, cautiously glancing at Song Li. "Miss Song has not informed your sister of your identity." Song Yue bore no resemblance to Song Li, had she not just spoken. One could hardly deduce they were siblings even if they stood together. Song Li's eyes still held remnants of crimson as she cast a glance at Song Yue. Her tone indifferent. She did not inquire. "Liao Chunsue." There was no need for Liao Chunsue to fabricate such matters. "You are the vice president of the International Dance Association, vice president." Ha ha ha, Song Yue suddenly seemed to lose her mind, mumbling to herself, alternating between tears and laughter, resembling someone driven to madness. In Chapter 99, the greatest joke in the world unfolded. I have practiced diligently in dance, aspiring one day to become Liao Chunsue's disciple and enter the dance association. Yet you, my own elder sister, raised in the countryside without any dance training, are the vice president of the dance association? It felt like a grave blow. Song Yue muttered to herself, tears streaming down her face. After a while, she managed to regain some composure, fixating her gaze on Song Li with a fierce expression. "You are the president of the dance association," with a single word. "You could have opened the door for me, yet you did not. Not only did you refrain, but you also allowed Tan Beixing to compete with me for this opportunity.
Why?
This is truly the greatest joke in the world.
Get her out.
As she appeared to lose her mind, fearing she might cause further trouble, Song Li ordered an immediate crackdown, and Zhou Ziji called for assistance. Song Yuer was restrained and dragged away, without resistance, her venomous glare fixed on Song Li as she gritted her teeth. Song Li, you are a calamity. A wretched person you. Her mouth was silenced. Liao Chuansue kept silent, too afraid to speak further. Song Li maintained an expressionless demeanor, adjusting the coat draped over her shoulders, turning back to accept a thermos from Fu Shi. Let us depart. Her tone betrayed no emotion, yet a chill enveloped her presence. A race car driver, the founder of the North China Business Association, the vice president of the International Dance Association. The young lady held numerous identities, hidden beneath layers. Fu Shi followed closely behind her, his hands tucked in his pockets, his gaze as dark as ink. One could only wonder if there would be a chance to witness the young lady dance in the future. At the Yuan family, Yuan Xingde rushed back upon receiving a call from Song Qianlong, his beer belly shaking. What on earth is happening? Song Qianlong replied anxiously. Zhou Ziji has sent people to take Qingyao away, accusing her of intentional injury. How could my daughter possibly harm anyone? It is clearly a frame-up. Zhou Ziji? Young Master Zhou? Yuan Xingde's expression shifted. Where is he now? Song Qianlong stated. At the Shengjing Grand Theater. At the hospital, upon seeing Song Li, Tan Beixing immediately plunged into her embrace, burying her head in her shoulder. Unable to contain her tears, her voice muffled. Ali. Song Li gently patted her back, soothingly assuring, nothing will happen, do not worry. This tender, indulgent demeanor was one she reserved solely for Tan Beixing. Observing the two tightly intertwined, Fu Shi narrowed his eyes, a sudden pang of jealousy stirring within him, prompting a desire to smoke. Tan Beixing lifted her head, wiping her tears, but Yin Huan. Song Li pinched her cheek, using her fingertip to wipe away her tears, raising an eyebrow with a playful grin. Have you forgotten what my original profession is? Tan Beixing blinked in surprise, her eyes gradually brightening. How could she have forgotten? Her Ali is the most formidable divine doctor in the world. Leave it to me. As a favor to Tan Beixing, Song Li accepted the responsibility. Master. Chuki, who had been standing nearby, approached with a hushed tone. Fu Shi's expression shifted slightly as he stepped aside. Chuki lowered his voice. There is news. X has appeared in Shengjing. Fu Shi's eyes gleamed with cold light. When? Chuki replied. Last night, their presence was noted for a mere 30 seconds, likely within this area, but we were unable to pinpoint the exact location. Shengjing is devoid of significant events. What purpose does X have in coming here? Fu Shi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before commanding. Add another billion to that offer. Chu Chi paused. Sir, it's already 70 billion. If X still refuses, what more can we do?
Fu Shi remained nonchalant, stating,
I have said I will increase the offer until they accept. Chu Chi dared not voice any further objections. Yin Huan did not awaken until evening. An anesthetic had numbed her legs, rendering her entirely unaware of any pain, and her lower limbs had lost all sensation. Tan Beixing let out a heavy sigh of relief. You have finally awoken. Yin Huan wriggled her body, attempting to recall the sensation of her legs, but found herself utterly powerless. She gazed at the ceiling of the hospital room for what felt like an eternity before clutching Tan Beixing's hand and weeping. Have I lost my legs? Will I never be able to dance again? If my mother finds out, she will surely kill me. She cried for nearly half an hour, and only when her sobs subsided did she cease. Tan Beixing was equally taken aback by the depth of her emotion. Seizing the opportunity to intervene, she discarded a pile of tissues used to dry Yin Huan's tears and softly reassured her, Your legs are still intact. Do not worry, you will not be amputated. Really? Yin Huan questioned, skepticism clouding her eyes as tears threatened to spill once more. Fearing another bout of tears, Tan Beixing grasped her hand and gently touched her leg. The anesthetic was administered to prevent you from feeling pain. Upon feeling the reassuring presence of her legs, Yin Huan finally ceased her tears. Her expression a mixture of vulnerability and need. I want some water. After crying so much, her throat was parched. Tan Beixing presented her with a glass of warm water she had prepared beforehand. Yin Huan drank 2 cups in quick succession before pausing, glancing at her legs with trepidation. They must look terrible now, right? Having known each other for only 2 days, yet she had already risked herself for Tan Beixing. Leaving her with complicated feelings, you need not feel guilty or indebted for my protection. I acted willingly.
Yet.
The thought of Yin Huan's legs brought a pang of sorrow to Tan Beixing's heart. She bit her lip. Yuan Qingya has been captured. She has confessed to her intentions. Ollie asked me to inquire about your thoughts. Yin Huan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Can I see my legs?" Though bandaged, there were photographs. Tan Beixing hesitated, but ultimately presented them to her. The images revealed her legs, grotesquely mangled and bloodied. Yin Huan struggled to contain her emotions. Will I never be able to dance again? Although Song Li possesses exceptional medical skills, he is not a deity. Tan Beixing could not promise anything and remained silent. Yin Huan did not press further but turned to her, asking earnestly, "Can I do anything I wish to Yuan Qingya?" "Yes," Tan Beixing replied with a firm nod. Yin Huan looked again at the photo of her injured legs, then handed it back to Tan Beixing, her clear eyes filled with a serene resolve. "Then, I want her to end up like me." Tan Beixing paused, sensing that Yin Huan was not jesting. Previously timid and gentle, today in the hospital, she had displayed an unexpected resilience and a playful spirit in the face of adversity. This newfound determination was striking. The two shared a long, meaningful gaze before Tan Beixing nodded with conviction. "All right." Outside, Song Li sat in the corridor, engrossed in her phone. Fu Shi approached her, offering a paper bag. "I brought some snacks from outside. Have a bite." It was 8 in the evening, and dinner would not be served for a while. Song Li looked up, her gaze meeting the abyssal depths of his dark eyes, and politely accepted. "Thank you." Tan Beixing emerged from the hospital room, conveying Yin Huan's response. Fu Shi glanced toward the room, appearing rather nonchalant. This girl's background is quite extraordinary. Song Li narrowed her eyes. "I am aware." When Yin Huan was brought to the hospital, there was no record of her emergency contacts or family, which is why Tan Beixing remained by her side. Song Li sent the photographs to Zhou Ziji. "Style this for Yuan Qingya." Yuan Xingda rushed to the Grand Theater, only to find the performance had concluded. Bystanders informed him that Yuan Qingya had been taken to the police station, prompting him to hurry there. Under Zhou Ziji's orders, Captain Liu had not permitted them to see Yuan Qingya. Yuan Xingda's expression darkened, and he hurried to the North China Chamber of Commerce. However, upon arrival, he learned that Zhou Ziji had gone to the police station. Grinding his teeth, Yuan Xingda dragged his hefty frame back to the police station. Upon seeing him, Captain Liu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Mr. Yuan back again?" Having made several trips, Yuan Xingda was now fraught with anxiety and perspiration, breathless as he inquired. "Has young Master Zhou arrived? Looking for me?" Zhou Ziji's had appeared from within, a cigarette held delicately between his fingers, his cool demeanor wrapped in an air of detachment. "If you seek my intervention on Yuan Qingya's behalf, Mr. Yuan, you needn't waste your time here." Yuan Xingda's facial muscles twitched. "Young Master Zhou, I fail to comprehend what crime my daughter has committed." Zhou Ziji exhaled a plume of smoke. "You must have heard the rumors about an heir to the North China Chamber of Commerce?" Yuan Xingda, confused by the abrupt shift in topic, nodded. "I have." Zhou Ziji continued, "That heir is Song Li. I dare not provoke her, yet your daughter intended to cripple her friend." The name rang a bell. Song Li was the daughter of Song Tianyi, raised in the countryside. She was the heir to the North China Chamber of Commerce? If so, how could Song Tianyi be unaware and still expect to gain entry into the chamber? Yuan Xingda's small eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Ziji flicked the ash from a cigarette, casually stating, however, "My sister is kind-hearted and does not plan to harm Miss Yuan. Since you are here, you might as well wait a moment and take her home." With that, he extinguished the cigarette and strode toward the innermost room. A piercing scream echoed 2 minutes later, reverberating through the building. Those who heard it shuddered in horror. It was Yuan Qingya's voice. Yuan Xingda's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed inside. "What are you doing to my daughter?" Captain Liu hastily blocked his path. "Mr. Yuan." Moments later, Yuan Qingya was carried out, her legs shrouded in white cloth, her face devoid of color as she lay unconscious. Yuan Xingda trembled as he lifted the cloth, recoiling in terror as he staggered back. He pointed an accusatory finger at Captain Liu and the others. "You are acting outside the law." Zhou Ziji scoffed. "She intended to ruin another's legs. It is only fair that she pays the price with her own." He examined the photographs he had just taken, went slightly, though it seems a bit worse than anticipated. He sent the images to Song Li. The following morning, Liao Chuansui visited the hospital to see Yin Huan. Yin Huan was somewhat flabbergasted. "Thank you, Senior Liao." Liao Chuansui shook her head, sighing, "It is my inadequacy as a mentor. Please focus on your recovery." Tan Beixing was also present and could not resist asking, "Tan Beixing, would you like to be my disciple?" After a moment's hesitation, she pursed her lips. I had considered it before yesterday. So now you are no longer interested? This was her second rejection. Liao Chuansue's expression grew complicated, and she ultimately refrained from saying more, letting out a soft sigh as she departed. She had her final performance that day. Tan Beixing had come with hopes of entering the dance association on her own merit, aspiring to one day dance alongside Song Li. Yet, this journey had resulted in a myriad of troubles. Tan Beixing sat on the edge of the bed, wielding a fruit knife to peel an apple for Yin Huan. Whispering softly, once your parents arrive, we shall return to Jincheng. Given the gravity of the situation, Yin Huan could not evade it any longer. She ultimately confided in her parents. They rushed to Shengjing overnight and would arrive shortly. Yin Huan pouted. Will we still be able to meet again?
Tan Beixing paused,
Looked up with a smile, and replied, of course we will. Do not worry, Ali will certainly find a way to treat your leg. I promise to teach you how to dance. Yin Huan gazed at her and nodded, all right. When Yuan Qingya awakened, she found herself lying on a hospital bed. The painful memory of Zhou Ziji scalding her flooded back, causing her to tremble with anguish as she abruptly threw off the covers. Her legs were tightly bandaged. Qingya, you finally woke up. Song Qianlong entered the room and rushed to her side upon seeing her awake. Yuan Qingya, filled with trepidation, uttered, my legs, Mom, my legs. Song Qianlong's expression stiffened. The doctor said you will never be able to dance again. Never again. Those words struck her like a bolt from the blue. And Yuan Qingya felt as if the world had crumbled around her. She collapsed back onto the bed, her face ashen. Her life was over. Chapter 102. Take it to auction. Song Yuer, it's all because of Song Yuer. She cried out.
Mom.
Yuan Qingya gripped the bed sheet tightly, gritting her teeth as she demanded, where is Song Yuer? The mention of her name jolted Song Qianlong's memory. She paused momentarily, after she went to the Grand Theater yesterday. I haven't seen her since. She ran away. So, what if she did? Yuan Qingya's resentment boiled over. Song Yuer, I regarded you as my cousin. Yet you conspired against me. One day, I will make you pay for this ruined leg. Her fury was palpable. Fu Shi had long since resolved his matters in Shengjing. But due to Song Li's extended stay, he naturally returned with her. At the airport at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a tall and extraordinarily handsome man pulled a wheeled suitcase, upon which sat a girl clad in stark black, her striking features exuding an air of cold elegance. Their presence commanded attention, drawing glances and photographs from onlookers. Behind them, Chu Qi struggled to keep pace, assisting Tan Beixing with her suitcase, his mouth twitching in disbelief. He had never seen this side of his master. If the people from the capital knew, they would surely be left agape. Tan Beixing remained unfazed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, wondering if Fu Shi harbored feelings for Song Li. Zhou Ziji called, and Song Li lazily swung her feet, her eyebrows knitting in annoyance. What is it? Zhou Ziji's voice carried an unusual tone, sisterly. Yuan Heng wishes to see you. Yuan Heng had returned a few days prior, but had to leave on urgent business that same night. Now, due to Yuan Qingya's incident, he had been summoned back by Song Qianlong. After understanding the situation, Yuan Heng wanted to meet Song Li, but he did not know where she resided. So he sought Zhou Ziji's assistance. The wind tousled her hair as Song Li adjusted her hat, leaning back against the suitcase, while inhaling the faint scent of sandalwood. I have classes tomorrow, she replied lazily. Zhou Ziji remarked with a hint of sarcasm. If you don't want to meet, just say so.
What kind of excuse is that?
He smirked, got it. Fu Shi glanced at her, raising an eyebrow and speaking in a low voice. The control freak? Song Li, not lifting her gaze, replied nonchalantly. One must give others a chance, right? Fu Shi chuckled softly. So you scored a 123,456? Song Li shrugged, her demeanor carefree. I like it. Her audacity and rebellious spirit amused him even further. By the time they arrived in Jincheng, it was already night. Returning to the royal court, Tan Beixing watched as Song Li followed Fu Shi into building A03, while she herself stared at building A04 from a distance, whispering, Ali you. Song Li touched her nose. Doesn't he know I live in the royal court? Tan Beixing understood. If Ali chose not to disclose, there was a reason. And she promptly sealed her lips. It was only October, and heating was still a ways off, yet the floors of building A03 were already warm. Something flickered in Song Li's eyes as she glanced at the serious man engrossed in his computer work. She refrained from mentioning that the warmth of the heating was of no use to her. After finishing her personal care, Song Li returned to her bedroom. She retrieved her laptop from her bag and opened it, prompting a message from the internal software. Yaoji, boss. The Yila red diamond has appeared in F continent. The dragon head has dispatched Team 2 to seize it. X. Let them be. She too was curious to see if Team 2 could manage to achieve anything under Fu Shi's command. Downstairs, Fu Shi was on the phone with Gu Weyan. The person I led astray has vanished. Both gangs can't locate either the individual or the diamonds, and they've released the news. It is likely to attract attention from K country soon. Fu Shi stood by the window, gazing at the shimmering sea outside, pondering for a moment before saying, "Bring the diamonds back." Gu Weyan's eyes sparkled mischievously. "This is indeed a hot potato. I regret snatching it now. How do you wish to handle it?" Despite his words of regret, his tone held no trace of fear, but rather a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama.
Fu Shi replied coolly.
"Take it to the first floor for auction." The first floor, situated in the capital, was ostensibly a restaurant where even a simple dish could fetch exorbitant prices. Yet it functioned as an auction house with an unfathomable background, impervious to any external disruption. Items brought in could only be retrieved with sky-high bids. No other means existed. Gu Weyan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "To be ruthless, you truly surpass all, Your Highness." Chapter 103, Raising a Backstabbing Wolf. The Song Family. Following the incident at the Grand Theater, Song Yuer did not return to the Yuan household, neglecting even to retrieve her belongings, and instead fled back to Jincheng.
Dad.
Song Li is the vice president of the International Dance Association. "She made me lose face," she lamented. "Dad, Song Li is nothing but a calamity." Song Yuer blamed all her misfortunes on Song Li, her cries of anger echoing from upstairs, while her father's astonished and furious voice resounded below. Lin Xia feigned ignorance.
Until today.
Song Qianlong called, her voice laced with fury. "You have two wonderful daughters. One plots against my Qingya, while the other has ruined her legs. Song Tianyi. You are truly something." Song Tianyi's expression darkened. "If you are referring to Song Li, I agree she is a calamity, but Yuer has always been obedient, innocent, and kind. How could she possibly conspire against her cousin?" Song Qianlong scoffed. "I was blind to have treated her so well, only to raise a backstabbing wolf." Song Tianyi frowned. "Sister, is there a misunderstanding here?" "A misunderstanding? Qingyao lies in a hospital bed, her legs ruined, and can never dance again, and you dare tell me it's a misunderstanding?" Song Qianlong's anger intensified. "From now on, do not contact me." With that, she hung up. Yuan Qingya's leg injury was unknown to Song Yuer, who only spoke of the Grand Theater incident, where Song Li had ruined her clothing and humiliated her. However, Song Qianlong would not have made such accusations without reason. Pondering over the situation, Song Tianyi furrowed his brow, suspecting that Song Li had orchestrated the incident and framed it as Song Yuer's fault. He promptly dialed Song Li's number. After several attempts with no answer, he was so enraged he nearly smashed his phone. "I knew you were a calamity." The next day, Tuesday, outside the gates of Qingting School, a figure clad in a white pullover sweater stood by the roadside. Tall and handsome, he exuded an artistic aura that drew the attention of passing students who whispered and speculated about his identity. As the limousine came to a halt, Fu Shi caught sight of the figure through the window, his eyes glinting with cold light. He turned to the girl beside him. "Is he looking for you? Do you wish to see him?" Song Li glanced out the window, her pupils narrowing slightly. It was Yuan Heng. He had followed her all the way from Shengjing, and it appeared he had come overnight. "TSK, Song Li shot the man a sideways glance, leisurely replying, "I have class." Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, opening the car door to follow her out. The young woman possessed long, slender legs, her school uniform casually unbuttoned, a single strap of her backpack slung over one shoulder. Her hands tucked into her pockets, striding forward with an air of indifference. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, captivating beyond compare. Following closely behind her was a man, equally stunning, exuding an undeniable aura of nobility in every gesture. It was evident that he was no ordinary person. Yuan Heng endeavored to dismiss his presence. Turning his attention to Song Li, his gaze unwavering, "You have 15 minutes until class begins. May I borrow 5 minutes of your time? Please go ahead." Song Li motioned with her chin towards Tan Beixing, who, after a brief glance at the group, reassured by Fu Shi's presence, whispered a few words before entering the campus. Song Li activated her phone, licking her lips, her expression cool and aloof. 2 minutes. The man loomed behind the young woman, casting a shadow filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure and warning directed at him. Yuan Heng stole a glance at the man and, pursing his lips, Address Song Li. Although Qingya has been spoiled since childhood, she is not devoid of reason. This time, she was misled by Song Yue. I apologize on her behalf to you and Tan Beixing. I am truly sorry. Song Li raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Yuan Heng regarded her, his expression complex. Song Li was unlike Song Yue in every conceivable way. She was rebellious and audacious, exhibiting a fierceness that was palpable, as evidenced by her sister's long legs.
Yet,
Recalling how Song Li recklessly dashed into the street to save someone, despite her sister's prior wrongdoing, he found it difficult to lay blame upon her. You have 30 seconds left, Song Li reminded him coolly. Yuan Heng snapped back to reality and stated, my sister's legs are already ruined. This is a consequence of her own actions. I will ensure they are managed properly in the future. Please do not implicate the Yuan family. Chapter 104. The school is rather intriguing. It was a plea on behalf of the Yuan family. Song Li scoffed lightly. I possess few virtues. One of them is being protective. Yuan Heng's expression shifted slightly. I understand. As long as the Yuan family does not provoke her again, she will naturally refrain from targeting them. 2 minutes elapsed. Song Li turned her head to glance at Fu Shiyi and lazily remarked, I'm heading to class. Fu Shiyi's demeanor was gentle, nodding as he replied, call me if you need anything. I will pick you up in the evening. Song Li acknowledged with a soft hum, turning her back to him and waving goodbye, strolling into the campus with a leisurely gait. After a week of absence, her allure remained undiminished. Wherever she went, she commanded attention. Last week, Song Yue had taken a leave of absence, as had Song Li and Tan Beixing. What could they have been up to? I heard Song Yue went to Shengjing to study under Liao Chuansui. Is that so? Did Song Li and Tan Beixing accompany her? Who knows? The atmosphere in class 24 was lively. Song Li is back, someone exclaimed, and the entire class fell silent in an instant. Zhong Xian's eyes lit up as he leaped from his seat, hands pressed against the desk. Auntie, you're back. Song Li shot him a glance, approached her seat, extended her leg to pull out the chair, and sat down, resting her chin on one hand, appearing somewhat listless. What is up? Zhong Xian stammered. Nothing. Just happy to see you back. Chu Le turned around, brimming with curiosity. Auntie, where have you been these past few days? Song Li nonchalantly retrieved a notebook. Shengjing. Zhong Xian paused, leaning closer. Auntie, you didn't actually go with Tan Beixing to participate in Liao Chuansui's apprentice selection, did you? Song Li raised an eyebrow. Just for fun. Meanwhile, Song Tong approached, handing her a practice booklet with a smile. Here are the important notes from class while you were away. The notebook was not thick, yet contained notes from various subjects, meticulously written and highlighting key points. After a brief pause, Song Li chuckled softly, her dark, bright eyes earnest. Thank you. The girl's beauty was striking, exuding an aura that was both fierce and captivating, her smile utterly enchanting. Song Tong felt her ears flush slightly. No need. As long as it helps you improve your grades. Class monitor, you're so biased. Chu Li's jealousy flared. I haven't seen you help us with notes. Song Tong's blush faded instantly, glaring at him. Did you take a leave of absence? Chulo. Being biased is being biased. What does it matter if I took a leave? He huffed. My aunt is friends with the top student, Tan Beixing. Does she need your notes? Song Tong ground her teeth, kicking him lightly. Mind your own business. The school is indeed quite fascinating. Song Li flipped through the pages of Song Tong's notes, set the notebook aside, and began doodling on a scrap of paper. Class 1. Song Yue had also returned to class. Yue, didn't you take a half-month leave? Why are you back so soon? Didn't you get selected? Isn't that obvious? If I had been selected, I would have gone with them, not returned to class. Yue dances so well. How could she not be selected? Something must have happened. What do you think, Yue? A group of students surrounded her, chattering incessantly. This trip to Shengjing felt like a farce, as Song Yue gripped her pen tightly, her fingertips turning pale. Her peripheral vision inadvertently scanning the back row where Tan Beixing sat. Lowering her head, she murmured, there was a bit of an accident. Senior Liao cancelled the apprentice selection. I see. I knew it. With our Yuer's talent, how could she possibly not be chosen? Listening to their remarks, Tan Beixing maintained her stoic expression, diligently copying the borrowed notes. After school in the afternoon, Fu Shiyi sent a message. Shall I take you out for dinner? Song Li leaned against the wall, typing slowly. I'm staying at school tonight. After a while, Fu Shiyi replied, I have to return to the capital for something. I'll leave Qi behind. You can direct him as you wish. Song Li raised an eyebrow. All right. Chapter 105. Would the person I choose be lacking? Auntie, Beijing is looking for you. Zhong Xian burst in, holding a basketball. Song Li looked up to see Tan Beijing standing at the back door, pulling out a chair beside her. Come sit. Tan Beijing entered and sat beside her, arms crossed on the desk, resting her chin on them, quietly proposing, Ali, may I transfer to class 24 to attend classes with you? Song Li turned her head, stray locks brushing against her brow, exuding a cool, ethereal grace. Is someone bullying you? Tan Beijing shook her head, leaning her head on her arms. I just want to be in the same class as you. She did not press further, and Song Li, caressing her soft cheek, languidly remarked, then come along. Tan Beijing and Song Yuer had always been tied for first in the school. Hu Lanji depended on their excellence to maintain her reputation.
Now.
Tan Beijing suddenly wanted to transfer to class 24? Who didn't he know that class 24 was considered the weakest and most dismal class? Hu Lanji was furious. How is this any different from self-sabotage? Tan Beijing remained expressionless. As long as I work hard, I can shine even in a quagmire. Her tone carried a hint of defiance. Knowing Hu Lanji would never agree, Tan Beijing politely informed her, but did not seek her approval. She then approached Principal Shun and Wen Zhong, and that very evening, with all her books in hand, she entered class 24. Hu Lanji was infuriated, instantly consuming several heart-saving pills. In class 24, Tan Beijing took the vacant seat beside Song Li, standing at the front. Grinning as she addressed the astonished gazes from class 1, I've transferred to class 24 today. I hope everyone will take care of me. Is this for real? A prestigious scholar seeking assistance from us? The statement, while seemingly innocuous, was undeniably insulting. Did they think class 24 was garbage? How could a top student possibly come here? Was class 24 now a treasure trove? The students murmured among themselves. Ahem. At the podium, Wen Zhong cleared his throat to restore order. Everyone should strive to learn from classmate Tan Beijing. Even he hadn't anticipated Tan Beijing's arrival in class 24. In the capital, the Fu family's old residence sprawled across a vast area, its vintage architecture adorned with green bricks and dark tiles, intricate eaves and solemn grandeur. Young Master 4. Young Master 4. As he stepped further inside, all the servants bowed respectfully. Fu Shi traversed the moon gate and entered the innermost courtyard. The elder Fu sat dignified upon the sofa, peering through his reading glasses at his mobile device. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze, narrowing his murky eyes. I heard you've been residing in Jincheng lately. Fu Shi settled beside him, crossing his legs nonchalantly, and replied, Since you all have chosen not to discuss the matter of biomedical engineering 319, I have no choice but to conduct my own inquiries. The elder Fu snorted coldly. What does that have to do with your stay in Jincheng? Have you perhaps found a lead regarding that young lady? Fu Shi abruptly raised his head, a cold glimmer flickering in his eyes, his voice heavy with warning. Do not lay a finger on her. The elder Fu removed his reading glasses, his wrinkled visage bearing the marks of time, his sunken eyes still brimming with vitality. The girl's background leaves much to be desired. His grandson had always been solitary and aloof, and yet now he found himself enamored with a countryside girl, prompting further investigation. Upon delving into her information, he was met with unsightly revelations. Fu Shi lifted his gaze, his features sharp and resolute, the depth of his eyes darkening as he stated calmly. Do you truly believe that the person I have chosen would be lacking? The elder Fu scrutinized him for a few seconds before scoffing. Your affairs are of no concern to me. After all, it is you who will marry, not this old man. The complexities of biomedical engineering 319 are arduous. Perhaps it would be wise for you to relinquish it sooner rather than later. Fu Shi narrowed his eyes. Abandoning my efforts has never been my style. I refuse to believe that aside from your mouth, I cannot uncover anything. The elder Fu glared at him, eyes wide with indignation. Did you return merely to vex me? Fu Shi cast him a dispassionate glance before rising. Then I shall take my leave. Chapter 106. This path suits her well. As he declared his intent to depart, he indeed stood up and walked away, exhibiting a striking indifference. The elder Fu was livid, yet he was well aware that his grandson was ungovernable, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Upon leaving the ancestral home, Fu Shi proceeded to the Gu family mansion. Gu Wuyan presented him with a diamond, his peach blossom eyes glancing over with a hint of mischief. Iga, I discovered last night that the person I lured seems to belong to the little beauty. Fu Shi lifted his gaze from the diamond, a teasing glint in his eyes. Gu Wuyan appeared even more anxious. The last time we raced with Shai Chun, the one who delivered the car to the little beauty, I believe was named Wang Yu. This was the individual identified by the F continent on the fifth day, accompanied by a profile photo. Ever since returning from F continent, he had been on edge. For his actions there had nearly cost a life. The young girl was fiercely protective of her own. Fu Shi licked his teeth, narrowing his eyes. Where is she now? Gu Weyan scratched his nose. She's vanished. A formidable hacker has concealed her whereabouts. Those two factions have scoured all of South Africa and found nothing. That meant there was nothing to worry about. Fu Shi collected his thoughts, his gaze returning to the velvet pouch containing a fist-sized red diamond, his voice cold and grave. Deliver it to the first floor.
Jincheng.
Qing Tung, dormitory. Having completed her ablutions, Song Li nimbly flipped onto her bed, eliciting a chorus of shrieks from Tsong Tong and the others. Li Jie scoffed disdainfully. What are you pretending for? Tsong Tong frowned, pouting. If you have the ability, go ahead and pretend. Li Jie raised her chin. Full of arrogance. I have no desire to play the fool. Lacking ability is simply lacking ability. What excuses do you seek? Enough. Just as the two were about to quarrel, Qi Xia hastily intervened. Extracting a rolled-up paper from her backpack and handing it to Tsong Tong, a poster of Chu Shifeng's latest work, a gift from a friend. Chu Shifeng debuted 4 years ago as the male lead in the film The Sea of Unforeseen Events written by the legendary screenwriter Shiyi, garnering numerous awards for his superb acting skills and earning the title of Best Actor. He became the youngest Best Actor in history at 18, shocking many. He refrained from participating in variety shows, had no scandals, and was both handsome and down-to-earth, primarily known for his acting prowess. He was hailed as a national idol, captivating the hearts of women everywhere.
Zhu Saifang.
Instantly, Tsong Tong's attention was diverted as she unfurled the poster, gazing at the cool and charming figure. Planting several kisses on it. My husband is truly handsome. No wonder he is the national idol. Qi Xia's lips twitched as she retrieved another poster from her bag. Handing it to Song Li. Song Li, I also managed to get you one. This poster featured Chu Shifeng's latest shoot. Rumored to be promoting his new film The Phoenix Slayer, her friend had painstakingly acquired a few copies ahead of time. Song Li glanced at it and accepted it. Thank you. The fervor of fan culture was indeed omnipresent. Lowering the bed curtain, she admired the sunlit, charming visage on the poster, clicked her tongue, and switched accounts on her phone. Entering the chat with Chu Shifeng, she typed leisurely. I will send the promotional poster to you by the end of the month.
Ding.
A message notification popped up on the computer. Yao Ji. Boss. The red diamond has been sent to the first floor and will be auctioned in 10 days. Song Li's gaze sharpened as she tossed aside the poster of Chu Shifeng, her fingers gliding across the keyboard with an air of desolation. What is happening in K country? Yao Ji. It's exploded. Song Li leaned back against the wall, reaching for the thermos beside her pillow, unscrewing the lid to take a couple of swigs of wine to quell her restlessness. To dare auction even the royal diamonds of K country, this young prince truly had audacity. However, this path suited her taste perfectly. Song Li lightly licked her lips, setting down the thermos, a wicked glimmer igniting in her eyes. The next day, at noon after school, Song Tiany's call came through once more. Over the past few days, he had called no less than 20 times. Song Li's brows furrowed with cold impatience as she finally decided to answer. Yue said, You are the vice president of the International Dance Association? As expected, he launched straight into an interrogation. With her left hand clutching the phone and her right hand sketching motorcycle parts on paper with a pencil, her voice stripped with frost. And if I am? Chapter 107. I offer you a choice. After the racing incident with Zhai Chen, which had instilled a sense of trepidation in Zhai's elder, Song Tiany resumed his investigation into Song Li. However, he found nothing amiss. Yet, Song Li was not at all akin to the person described in the records. The daughter he initially believed he could easily manage now seemed to have slipped from his grasp. No, rather than slipping away, it was more accurate to say he had never truly managed to control her from the outset. Song Tiany inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. With such a significant matter at hand, why did you not inform me? Song Li paused her pencil, leaning against the wall, twisting it between her pale fingers, her lips curling into a cold smile. You never asked. Her tone was so light it might infuriate someone. Song Tiany's face darkened, his expression stormy for quite some time. This time you not only ruined your cousin's legs but also jeopardized your sister's future. I do not care how you became the vice president of the dance association. You must ensure your sister's entry into the association and have Liao Chun Shui accept her as an apprentice, and I won't hold this incident against you. His tone was commanding. By the end, he adopted a tone of condescension as if bestowing a favor. Song Li burst into laughter, yet her eyes were frigid. Song Tianyi, have you ever regarded me as your daughter? The laughter resonating through the phone bore no warmth. Song Tianyi scoffed. If I did not see you as my daughter, I would have long since abandoned you to your fate. Song Li retorted with a smirk. Did you ever care for me? Song Tianyi was momentarily at a loss. His face paling. Do not divert the conversation with irrelevant matters. You have brought humiliation upon your sister. You must compensate her and ensure her entry into the dance association. The pencil that had been spinning in her fingers came to a halt. Allowing Song Yuer into the dance association is not an issue. Before Song Tianyi could respond, she lowered her long eyelashes, casting a shadow over her eyes, and softly asked, So, do you wish for Song Yuer to join the dance association? Or do you covet the legacy left by Yi Qin? Song Tianyi's heart, which had just settled, leaped once more, his brows knitting together. What do you mean? Song Li replied nonchalantly. The literal meaning. You have a choice to make. Song Tianyi gritted his teeth. Let Yuer join the dance club. This is your compensation to her. That inheritance belongs to the Song family. He desires it all. As if he hadn't comprehended his words, Song Li lowered her head with her unruly brows and replied indifferently. You have one day to consider. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Rebellious girl. Scourge. Listening to the busy tone from the phone, Song Tianyi restrained himself from throwing the device against the wall, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. What nonsense is this? Ugh. So infuriating. I was all prepared. And then this happens. Chu Le and Zhong Xian entered, cradling basketballs, their faces adorned with complaints. Following closely were Tan Beixing and Song Tong, who had just returned from the convenience store. Tan Beixing handed a cup of milk tea to Song Li, saying, Ali, the next PE class has been cancelled.
Ah.
Hearing this, Chu Lu, seated in his place, felt a surge of madness. High school seniors are so bothersome. Song Tong shot him a glance. The senior year is a sprint towards the college entrance examination. All classes have cancelled PE. You still want a basketball match?
Dream on.
The senior year and junior year had organized a basketball match for the end of the month, but now the senior PE classes had suddenly been scrapped. Zhong Xian expressed his annoyance. This is our only bit of enjoyment, and now it's being stripped away. Tan Beixing found it amusing. You can play ball anytime. Your grades are poor anyway. You'd better focus on studying. After school that afternoon, when Zhong announced that there would be a parent-teacher meeting the next day, Zhong Xian, holding a basketball, youthful and handsome, brimming with youthful exuberance, remarked, Annie, should I have my parents attend the meeting for you? The Song family had no expectations in this regard. Xiao Kong was to attend on behalf of Tan Beixing. Song Li lifted her eyelids lazily and replied, Let's talk about it later. Just as she stood up to shoulder her bag, a message popped up on her phone. Fu Shi, are you all having a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow? The message was quite timely.
Song Li, yes.
Fu Shi, I believe I can act as your guardian. Song Li. Chapter 108 had many who wished to take on the role of Sister Li's guardian. Fu Shi, I doubt Song Tianyi will attend. That stepmother was even less likely to show up. Song Li chuckled softly. Is young Master Fu attempting to ascend through a cunning strategy? Fu Shi. That depends on whether Miss Song grants me this opportunity. Song Li. Let's discuss it later. The next day dawned bright and clear. It was the first parent-teacher meeting of the spring semester for the senior class. Qingteng, a prestigious school, held the event with great solemnity. At the school gate, several luxury cars were parked, with parents of students arriving in throngs. The girls, clad in loose-fitting uniforms, stood by the roadside, exuding an air of defiance. Their faces radiating a wild charm, mingled with a hint of rebellion. Their presence commanded attention, making them stand out even in a crowd. As a prominent figure at Qingteng, Song Yuer felt embarrassed by her stepmother. Every parent-teacher meeting was attended by Song Tianyi personally. Today was no exception. Noticing the girl who resembled a picturesque view, Song Tianyi strode over, his voice low and stern. Song Li raised her brows slightly. Her unruly demeanor softened by a wicked smile. So, have you made a decision? The recollection of the phone she purchased yesterday stirred a wave of anger in Song Tianyi. But Song Li was a madcap. She dared to say it and dared to act on it. Hatred surged in Song Yuer's eyes as she tugged at Song Tianyi's sleeve, whispering, Dad, why not attend the meeting for my sister? Otherwise, she might seem too pitiful. Attend her meeting? Song Tianyi scoffed coldly. I have no face to bring her shame. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Song Yuer lingered a step behind. Glaring at Song Li, her previously concealed disdain now fully apparent. Song Li, one day, I will trample you underfoot. Unfazed, Song Li replied nonchalantly. I wish you reached that day soon. With a cold huff, Song Yue turned and made her way towards Song Tianyi. It was at this moment that Xiao Kong approached cautiously, saying, I can help you attend with Beixing. A few days prior, based on the information Song Li provided him, he had dismantled 2 illegal street racing gangs and was due for a promotion, which he declined. He had no children of his own and harbored no grand ambitions, merely wishing to safeguard his wife and lead a simple life as an ordinary traffic officer. The morning breeze carried a slight chill as Song Li pulled up her open uniform. With a touch of defiance in her exquisite features, she stated, You, Miss Song's parent, need not trouble Captain Xiao. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from above her, laced with the scent of sandalwood. Without looking up, Song Li knew who it was. Xiao Kong was momentarily stunned. Young Master Fu. He had already learned the true identity of this individual and felt a twinge of trepidation.
Fu Shi stood tall.
Today clad in a black suit, impeccably neat, exuding an air of solemnity. His angular features appeared even sharper, his handsome face resembling a masterfully painted landscape. Noticing the girl scrutinizing him, Fu Shi's eyes sparkled with a light smile, his voice melodic. I hope I won't embarrass you. Song Li raised an eyebrow, grinning nonchalantly. Even if young Master Fu wore rags, none would dare say you are disgraceful.
Auntie.
Zhong Xian emerged from the crowd, initially intending to speak to Song Li. But he froze upon seeing the elegant, distinguished man. Little fourth master? What brings you here with my aunt? The Zhong family was one of the 4 great families. Although Zhong Xian had been in Jin City for years, he recognized Fu Shi.
Fu Shi nodded slightly in acknowledgement.
Zhong Xian. Song Li glanced at him. Is there something you need? Zhong Xian snapped back to reality. My parents are here. He turned, waving to a distinguished couple in the distance. Mom and Dad, over here. As the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, Zhong Jingfeng often interacted with artifacts and wore thin-framed glasses, embodying a gravitas. Yuman donned a sky-blue cotton dress paired with a cream-colored coat, elegantly poised. Truly a lady of high standing. Upon approaching, they were momentarily taken aback to see Fu Shi. After regaining composure, they politely greeted, Little Fourth Master. Chapter 109. Lin Xia also arrived. It had long been rumored that the elder of the Zhong family had taken in an adopted daughter, the apple of his eye. Yet no one had ever seen her, and few believed it. Recently, when Zhong Xian referred to her as aunt, the entire Qing Tun learned of her identity. The legendary adopted daughter of the Zhong family had turned out to be Song Li. Fu Shi had been astonished at first, but then understood why this countryside girl was unfazed upon hearing about the Gu family, one of the 4 great families in the capital. Now, as he observed Zhong Jingfeng and his wife, Fu Shi squinted slightly and casually inquired, Are you two also here to be Miss Song's guardians? The inclusion of also caught Zhong Jingfeng off guard. Prompting a cautious inquiry, Little Fourth Master, you wouldn't be. Fu Shi brushed off imaginary dust from his shoulder, decisively affirming, Yes. Zhong Jingfeng's family of 3. What kind of arrangement was this? Fu Shi remained unflinching, his presence imposing. Leave Miss Song's matters to me. Were they to have come for nothing? Zhong Jingfeng and Yu Man exchanged glances filled with unspoken questions, silently demanding, Why didn't you mention earlier that your aunt is acquainted with Little Fourth Master? Zhong Xian instinctively took 2 steps back, blinking innocently, feeling wronged. He had only learned of this today. Yu Man discreetly pinched Zhong Xian's arm, whispering through clenched teeth, You'll get it when we get home. Zhong Xian. Yu Man scrutinized Song Li, her brows knitting together. You've lost weight. Song Li chuckled. Haven't I always been like this? The crowd around them bustled with distinguished individuals, each radiating exceptional charm, becoming the center of attention. From a distance, Song Tianyi, who had yet to enter the campus, cast a glance their way, his pupils constricting in shock. Director Zhong. The fact that Zhong Xian referred to Song Li as aunt must not reach his father's ears. Song Yue pinched her palm, tugged at Song Tianyi's sleeve, and whispered, Dad. My classmates have all entered. Let us join them. As Lin Xia alighted from the car, her gaze immediately fell upon Song Li, surrounded by a group of individuals, each exuding an air of refined elegance. Despite her own meticulous preparations for the day, she felt somewhat diminished in comparison. After hesitating for a moment, she steeled herself and approached. Song Li, she called softly. The group turned their attention toward her, their eyes filled with inquisitive appraisal. Lin Xia felt a surge of anxiety, striving to maintain her composure as she met the girl's slightly surprised, luminous gaze. I heard from Heir that there's a parents' meeting today and your father. She paused, then continued, I had intended to attend on your behalf. Glancing at the surrounding crowd, she added with a smile. But it seems that my presence is no longer necessary. It had been over a month since Song Li had any interaction with Lin Xia. Save for the day she returned to Jincheng, she had not anticipated Lin Xia's attendance at the meeting. After a moment of silence, Song Li shook her head. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Foreseeing this outcome, Lin Xia felt little disappointment, though her smile remained slightly stiff, tinged with awkwardness. Then I shall take my leave. If Song Tianyi and Song Heir learn that you attended the meeting on my behalf, life at the Lin household might become even more challenging for you. Song Li pondered for a moment before speaking again, acknowledging Lin Xia's concern. This remark left Lin Xia momentarily taken aback, but as she grasped its implications, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, her smile becoming more genuine. I will head back now. Please take good care of yourself. If you ever find yourself in need of anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Song Li replied earnestly. Thank you. Lin Xia shook her head, gathered her bag, and turned to leave. Yu Man observed her retreating figure for a while before quietly inquiring of Song Li. Is that Song Tianyi's new wife? Song Li nodded. Yu Man raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing her features. She seems rather decent. Perhaps, Song Li replied, narrowing her eyes as she noted the time. She zipped up her school uniform jacket, looking quite obedient. Let us head inside. With Fu Shi accompanying Song Li and Tan Beixing with Xiao Kong, Yu Man lingered behind. As they watched the trio stride into the school. Even after they were out of sight, Zhong Jingfeng's gaze remained fixed, pondering how the young master could possibly know Song Li, and if he was aware of her connection to the 319 project. Contemplating this, a glint of icy determination flickered in Zhong Jingfeng's eyes. Chapter 110. Could he be the little uncle? Wow, that man is incredibly handsome. Ah, really? Even more attractive than Chu Shifeng. Such youth, who is that parent? That person beside him is Song Li. No way, could he be Song Li's father? Come on, he looks too young for that. He might just be her brother. I heard Song Heir has a brother studying abroad, so it can't be him. Hey, look at that aura and looks. They seem quite compatible with Song Li. Whoever he is, let us take a picture. Look at those long legs and that face. I could admire it for 100 years. As Song Li and her companions entered the campus, their exceptional demeanor and striking features immediately captured the attention of all present. Whispers of admiration filled the air, and the sound of cameras clicking resonated throughout. Not just Xiao Kong, but even Yu Man felt a hint of pressure walking alongside these two prominent figures, quietly stepping back to maintain some distance.
Wow.
Just as I brought my mom into the classroom, Chu Lu dashed out and spotted the scene, rushing to Zhong Xian's side. Curiosity brimming, he exclaimed, Xian, who is that beside my little aunt? The young lad now called her little aunt even more affectionately than he did himself. Zhong Xian smirked, locking Chu Lu in a friendly headlock, and whispered, My mom is here today. Don't say anything out of line. He had already felt the sting of her displeasure earlier and wished to avoid a double reprimand upon returning home.
Que le relais décise.
How many times have you repeated that? I simply want to know who is that beside my little aunt. The little fourth master couldn't reveal anything, so Zhong Xian racked his brain for a suitable introduction. Hearing the word little uncle from Chu Lu made his eyes widen in shock. Is he really going to be a little uncle? Zhong Xian, unable to contain himself, playfully smacked Chu Lu on the back of the head and kicked his leg. What little uncle are you talking about? If my little aunt and the young master hear you, they might just take offense. As Tan Beixing returned from the restroom, she overheard their conversation and chuckled softly. Perhaps one day, he truly will become your little uncle. After all, the affection that Fu Shi held for Song Li was unmistakable, the tenderness in his gaze betraying his feelings. After leading her into the classroom, Song Li gestured toward a corner, right there, last row by the window. Fu Shi sauntered over, his long legs elegantly sweeping the chair aside as he settled down, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Each frame of him could easily serve as a wallpaper, without any filters. His commanding presence naturally instilled a sense of awe in those around him. Xiao Kong, feeling the weight of the atmosphere, mustered his courage to pull out a chair and sit beside him. This was the first collective parents' meeting since the beginning of their senior year, primarily discussing the academic pressures faced by the students and their current performance. Following that, they would head to the playground for the so-called Dreams Unleashed event where parents and children participated together. During the meeting, Song Li and her group made their way to the playground. Chu Lu rushed over with a bunch of inflated balloons and said, "Come on, everyone gets one. What wishes will you write?" Song Tong took one, her expression earnest. "I wish to get into a good university." Despite being in class 24, she still held aspirations for her academic performance. Chu Lu, clutching a balloon, excitedly wrote, "I hope we can get our PE classes back." A chorus of laughter erupted from the group. Tan Beixing approached, whispering to Song Li, "Do you have a wish?" Song Li raised an eyebrow, teasingly flicking her finger under Tan Beixing's chin, a smirk on her lips, "For you to be healthy and happy for a lifetime."
Tan Beixing blinet,
smiling as she darted off to write her wish in secret. Half an hour later, the parents' meeting concluded, and they gathered on the playground. The area was filled with students dressed in identical uniforms, many red balloons floating in the air, creating a vibrant scene. Fu Shi casually scanned the crowd, quickly zeroing in on the location of the girls, and made his way over. Chapter 111. Ego. I have all the time in the world to wait for her to come of age. Song Li sat confidently on the steps, her presence radiating authority. She held a thermos, and even in her school uniform, she seemed slightly out of place among the exuberant students. Fu Shi settled beside her, noticing the black bracelet on her left wrist. His voice low, he remarked, "Your homeroom teacher specifically asked me to supervise your studies." Song Li tilted her head slightly, responding earnestly, "I will certainly put in my best effort." Her seriousness made Fu Shi chuckle softly, shaking his head as he gazed at the sea of red balloons. "What university are you planning to apply to?" Song Li pondered thoughtfully before answering, "Yun University." "Yun University?" Fu Shi's expression shifted slightly. "Yunjing Biotechnology University." Song Li nodded. Fu Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. Yunjing was the capital of Yongzhou, and the old base of the 319 biomedical engineering program was located there. Yun University was renowned as one of the world's leading institutions in biotechnology, with an exceedingly high admissions threshold. Fu Shi was not skeptical of Song Li's capabilities, rather. His long lashes fluttered as he gazed deeply into her eyes. "What draws you to that university?" Resting her chin on the lid of her thermos, Song Li watched Tan Beixing playing in the distance, responding slowly, "I find biology quite intriguing." Fu Shi regarded her for a moment, but refrained from pressing further. Rising to leave, before long he returned, holding 2 balloons. He handed one to Song Li, his expression gentle. "What would you like to write?"
Song Li looked at the balloon, then up at the sky.
Twirling the pen in her hand, she punctured the balloon with the pen tip, and with a pop, it burst. She rose to her feet, her posture impeccably straight, and took a couple of sips from her thermos, gazing into the distance. Her exquisitely sharp brows and eyes radiated a chilling defiance, an aura of mischief enveloping her. "I have no desires." She was someone who pursued her whims with unhesitating resolve. Under the sun, the girl's skin glowed with a luminescent fairness, the autumn breeze lifting the hem of her school uniform, her long hair fluttering, exuding an ethereal, enchanting quality. The young lady he had set his sights on was indeed one of a kind. Fu Shi let out a low chuckle from his throat, mimicking her by bursting the balloon in his hand. He then stood up and positioned himself beside her, surveying the students on the playground with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, emanating an aura of regal authority. The two of them, standing side by side, created a striking visual, as if all the light had coalesced in that slice of sky, the myriad red balloons unable to overshadow their presence. How captivating! Some nearby students whispered, speculating whether he could be Song Li's boyfriend. Regardless of the truth, one could not deny their compatibility. Students close by exchanged furtive glances and snapped photo after photo with their phones. Song Tong couldn't resist capturing a few images herself. Zhong Xian, clutching a balloon, stood behind you man, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Mom, do you think the 4th young master and little auntie?" If the 4th young master truly became her uncle, he couldn't bear to imagine such a horrifying scenario. Although he had to admit that they looked well matched, and with Fu Shi's status, he should indeed be worthy of Song Li. But Song Li was still so young. How could the 4th young master dare to pursue her? Yu Man's mood suddenly soured. After the parent-teacher meeting, they had a half-day off. As everyone filed out together, Song Li and Tan Beixing veered off towards the restroom. Yu Man approached Fu Shi with a polite smile and inquired, "Might I ask how the 4th young master came to know our Li?" Fu Shi loosened the buttons of his top cuffs and calmly rolled them up, replying, "By sheer coincidence." "Yu Man, that is akin to saying nothing at all." She cleared her throat, adjusted her coat, and subtly remarked, Though Arlie may appear aloof and solitary, capable of standing on her own, she is still quite young. I've heard the Fu family is currently selecting a bride for the fourth young master. Her implication was unmistakable. Fu Shi did not beat around the bush. His back straightened, his dark eyes unwavering. He stated with a calm demeanor, "It's of no concern. I have ample time to wait for her to grow up." You man, she was clearly trying to subtly warn the fourth young master to steer clear of Song Li. Not far off, Song Li and Tan Beixing returned. Yu Man collected her thoughts, approaching the two with a gentle smile. "Beixing, do come home for dinner with Zhong Xian sometime." She knew Song Li would likely decline. But if Tan Beixing accepted, Song Li would undoubtedly follow.
Tan Beixing nodded obediently. Okay.
After giving them her instructions, she spotted Zhong Xian in the distance, clutching a basketball, seemingly ready to head off on another wild escapade, and called out to him. Zhong Xian tossed the ball to Chu Le and hurried over. "Mom, what is up?" Yu Man, exasperated, admonished him. "Your previous antics were one thing, but now that your auntie is here, you should learn from her and protect her well. If your grades don't improve in this month's exams, or if your auntie faces any undue hardship because of you, I'll cut off your allowance." Zhong Xian, "Improving my grades is no problem, but does auntie really need my protection? What a disaster." Yet he still promised with a thump on his chest. "Got it." Yu Man, too weary to see him, waved him off. "Go on." She exchanged a few more words with Song Li, reminding her to visit old Master Zhong. Before heading back, Fu Shi glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock. He lowered his gaze and asked the girl, "Shall we go for lunch?" Song Li turned to Tan Beixing. "Are you hungry?" Tan Beixing blinked a bit. Song Li nodded and replied to Fu Shi, "Let us go." Fu Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a keen glance at Tan Beixing. Outside the school gate, a bullet-red limited edition convertible sports car stood out among a sea of black and white luxury vehicles. Even more eye-catching was the figure leaning against the car. Dressed in a pink shirt with matching hair, sporting flirtatious peach blossom eyes, he exuded a flamboyant charm. One hand held a wafting cigarette, while the other twirled a pair of sunglasses. From the car to himself, the boldness was undeniable. Upon spotting the students exiting the school, he quickly extinguished his cigarette and threw a playful wink. "Hey, gorgeous. Missed me?" Song Li raised an eyebrow and slowly asked, "Has he always been this ostentatious?"
Fu Shi,
somewhat reluctant to admit acquaintance with his character, replied flatly, "Just treat him like a lunatic." Tan Beixing stifled a laugh behind them. Meanwhile, Gu Wuyin, seemingly oblivious, continued to throw flirtatious glances at Song Li. "Hey, beauty, how do you like my new hair?" Song Li found it difficult to compliment the peach blossom pink but still nodded. "It looks good." Her tone was serious. "Of course it looks good," Gu Wuyin said, tousling the fringe of his hair.
"So, how about it?
Am I charming enough to captivate you?" Fu Shi's eyes narrowed dangerously, still wishing to return to F City. "Gu Wuyin, you brute, always threatening people." He pouted, patting his car behind him, and asked Song Li, "What do you think of my new ride?" Song Li glanced over. Her tone relaxed. "Quite nice. At least it's safer than the last one." The vibrant pink car drew attention at the school gate, with numerous passers-by casting curious glances. Fu Shi instructed Shiyi to bring the car around, opening the door for Song Li. "Let us go." Song Li walked over with Tan Beixing, not sparing Gu Wuyin another glance as they departed. "Gu Wuyin, why do I feel like these two don't want to see me?" He looked into the rearview mirror, tugging at his freshly styled hair, puzzled. "I look pretty handsome, right?" In the afternoon, with no classes after lunch, they returned to the royal court. The sun was shining outside, and Song Li relaxed on the balcony sofa facing the sea, rummaging through her bag for a book. It was the Buddhist scriptures she had purchased at the bookstore. Gu Wuyin leaned in curiously, unable to comprehend the obscure phrases. "Hey, beauty, do you still believe in Buddhism?" Song Li turned a page, her voice clear. "Not really." "Then why read Buddhist scriptures?" "Because I like them." Gu Wuyin found himself at a loss for words. "Young master." Shiyi approached. "The master is calling for you. Just too much going on every day." Gu Wuyin sighed dramatically, yet his body obediently followed Shiyi into the house. Tan Beixing was video chatting with Yin Huan, and recalling Yin Huan's long legs, Song Li placed a decorative bookmark on her current page, closed the Buddhist scriptures, and made a call, lowering her voice. "Is the medicine ready?" Chapter 113, The Proximity of Water and the Platform.
Boss, boss.
At that moment, a loud shout echoed from the northwest. Following the voice, they noticed a figure waving from the balcony of the adjacent Villa A04, draped in purple. Tan Beixing instinctively looked at Song Li. "It's Wang Yu." The two villas were merely 100 meters apart, with both backing onto the sea. Standing on the open balcony, their voices carried clearly.
Boss.
Wang Yu leaned over the railing. Her voluminous purple hair styled in bouncy twin tails swaying in the wind. When did you buy Villa A032? Song Li. Startled by her shout, Fu Shiyi and Gu Wuyin emerged from the house, gazing at the woman on the neighboring balcony, Tan Beixing. Wang Yu. It felt as though the very air had thickened into silence. 10 minutes later. In the living room of Villa A03, several individuals sat facing one another. Wang Yu leaned closer to Song Li, her tone flirtatious and teasing. Boss, you're impressive. In just a few days, you've managed to snag the heir of the Fu family. Song Li. She pinched the bridge of her nose, suppressing the urge to lash out, and reminded her, this house belongs to Fu Shiyi. Wang Yu blinked, realizing, I thought it odd that you'd leave Villa A04 unoccupied and buy another one. Gu Wuyin, catching on, pointed at the adjacent villa. So, beauty, this villa is yours? Song Li raised her head, meeting Fu Shiyi's profound gaze, and languidly replied, indeed. 3 years prior, Tan Beixing had come to Jincheng for her studies and, seeking convenience, contemplated purchasing a residence. Nothing else caught her fancy, and ultimately, she acquired a villa here. However, she had scarcely resided in it since then. Gu Wuyin stared in disbelief. Why didn't you mention this before? Song Li slightly lifted her eyelids. You never inquired. Gu Wuyin. The Royal Court Villa District, Area A by the sea, each edifice commands an exorbitant price. They had recently visited Jincheng and purchased this A03 villa, which had been newly renovated at the cost of nearly $1 billion. Yet, Song Li had already possessed a seaside villa here. The atmosphere grew tense, once more. Wang Yu, though rather oblivious, sensed something amiss. Glancing around, she felt quite perplexed. Did I say something wrong? Several pairs of eyes were fixed upon her, silent. Wang Yu felt a chill creep up her spine and shifted closer to Tan Beixing. Tan Beixing tugged at the corner of her mouth and whispered, Fu Shiyi doesn't know that A04 belongs to Ali. Oh, Wang Yu understood. So, she had inadvertently exposed her boss's little secret? She thought it was a big deal, just a measly villa after all. Wang Yu pouted, you two are neighbors. Their SA saying about how proximity leads to advantage. You two. Be quiet. A sharp glance from Song Li silenced her, laced with menace. Wang Yu shrank back, mumbled, I didn't say anything wrong. It was clear that this young master Fu Shiyi, who lingered by their boss's side, had ulterior motives. Song Li's lips curved into a subtle smile as she suddenly directed a question at Gu Wuyin. Is the yellow red diamond still with you? It was just delivered to the first floor yesterday. The word slipped out before Gu Wuyin realized, and he instinctively glanced at Wang Yu. The yellow red diamond? Wang Yu heard clearly. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized Gu Wuyin, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, You're that bastard from F province? Gu Wuyin. Song Li had done this on purpose. He ground his teeth. Little beauty, I don't believe I've offended you, have I? Song Li tilted her head, a wicked smile playing on her lips. I'm protective of my own. Gu Wuyin. But Wang Yu had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Counting on her fingers, she moved step by step toward Gu Wuyin, her eyes gleaming with fury. I was unjustly hunted down, nearly losing my life. And it turns out it was your mother behind it. I didn't know it was you at the time, so I just... Stay back. I'm telling you. I don't hit women. Gu Wuyin exclaimed, a shiver running down his spine as he darted behind Fu Shiyi. Iga, save me.
Fu Shiyi, expressionless.
Brushed Gu Wuyin's arm off his shoulder, rose, and approached the girls. Shall we take a walk? Song Li raised an eyebrow, rising leisurely. All right. Wang Yu advanced menacingly. Gu Wuyin swallowed hard and retreated.
You
can't just stand by and watch. Bastard, today I'll show you the consequences of dragging others in. I don't hit women. Don't push me. Then I'll hit you.
Damn.
The bickering and scuffling erupted behind them. Fu Shiyi and Song Li descended the stairs together, as if oblivious, engaged in quiet conversation. Are you going to check out the auction at the first floor? Later. A villa, two worlds. Tan Beixing's face twitched as she rubbed her nose and distanced herself from the battleground on the second floor. Chapter 114. Sacrifice one for the happiness of the whole organization. The noise from upstairs persisted for an hour before it finally quieted. Wang Yu was the first to come down. Apart from her twin ponytails now having come undone, she appeared unscathed, her makeup intact, looking quite vibrant and cheerful. 10 minutes later, Gu Wuyin finally descended. His pink hair was a disheveled mess, part of it missing at the temples. His shirt was torn, his face bore bruises, and there were bloodstains on his arms. To sum it up in one word, tragic. Utterly tragic. Gazing at Fu Shiyi and Song Li, who were seated on the sofa engrossed in a game, Gu Wuyan, in his tattered state, slumped on the stairs, pressing his bruised mouth. His eyes, tinged with grievance, were red. I told you it was unintentional. You just watched me get beaten, have you no conscience?
None.
Song Li and Fu Shiyi spoke in unison. Wang Yu retrieved a can of beer from the fridge, popped the tab, and took a couple of swigs, glancing at him. If you keep whining, I'll give you another beating. Shrew. Gu Wuyan cursed through gritted teeth, rising to kick the nearby Chu Chi. Get me some medicine.
Damn.
The little beauty being wild is one thing, but the people around her are even wilder. As the esteemed young master of the Gu family, he couldn't even overpower a woman. Damn it. One day, he would avenge this humiliation. The house was finally quiet. That evening, Song Li took Tan Beixing and Wang Yu back to A04. Tan Beixing retreated to her room to study, while Wang Yu stepped onto the balcony and handed Song Li a lady's cigarette as she caught sight of the A03 villa across. Boss, is the Yila red diamond really in their possession? The moon hung low, casting shimmering reflections on the sea. The girl's exquisite features were enveloped in wisps of smoke. Her eyes sparkling. It's at the first floor, set to be auctioned in 10 days. Wang Yu clicked her tongue. They really dare. Song Li flicked the ash from her cigarette, lazily leaning against the railing, her expression languid. Fu Shiyi is the boss of the Delta. The Delta is not governed by any nation. It's essentially an autonomous region. There's nothing they wouldn't dare. What? Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. Song Li repeated it with indifference. Wang Yu was quick to adapt to new information, her mind racing through possibilities before settling on one. Her eyes widened with excitement. Then you should make a move. Seduce him. Tempt him. Conquer him. Turn the Delta into a medicinal field for the organization, sacrificing yourself for the happiness of all. Song Li cast a faint glance in her direction. Do you wish to dive into the sea? Wang Yu, not at all. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a figure standing on the opposite balcony under the dim yellow light, tall and straight. Though not entirely discernible, the outline was unmistakably Fu Shiyi.
His eyes,
sharp as a hawk's, scanned the night. Wang Yu turned to the girl, a teasing smile gracing her lips. You really have no thoughts of capturing him? Song Li looked up at the opposite side, her stunning brow and eyes shrouded in ambiguity, her emotions unreadable. He is investigating the 319 biomedical engineering. Wang Yu's expression sharpened, instinctively glancing at the room upstairs where Tan Beixing was, and turned serious. If yes around you, doesn't that put you in great danger? Song Li let out a disdainful laugh, her hand resting on the railing, the crimson glow flickering. That is only if he can actually move against me. The next day, at the parent-teacher conference the previous day, Song Li once again became the center of attention. The school forums and bulletin boards were abuzz with photographs of her and Fu Shiyi, incessantly speculating about their relationship. Song Yuer was on the verge of shattering her silver teeth, her gaze venomous as a viper. In class 24, Zhong Xian wanted to inquire about the relationship between Song Li and Fu Shiyi, but his mouth opened several times without uttering a word. Song Li was engrossed in her phone. Fu Shiyi, study well for the exam. Today was a weekly test. Song Li lazily replied, As she watched Wen Zhong enter with the test papers, Tan Beixing shifted closer to Song Li and quietly urged, Ali, your score cannot be lower than last time. Song Li chuckled, twirling a pen between her fingers with a mischievous grin. All right then. Chapter 115. They were just a bunch of trash. After the exam, Wen Zhong announced another matter. In 2 months, there would be a biology competition, and those who hadn't signed up yet could still do so. Regardless of the competition, the top students from Qingting always emerged from Class 1. Class 24 didn't even have anyone passing, let alone competing. However, this time it was biology, and although he held no hope, Wen Zhong still mentioned it. After contemplating, just before leaving, he called out to the back row, Tan Beixing, come with me to the office. The third year had already divided into subjects, and Tan Beixing had chosen biology and chemistry. She was participating in the biology competition. After informing Song Li, she rose and followed him out. Song Li finished her last stroke, lifted the paper to dust it off, and took out her phone to send a message to Wang Yu. The blueprint has been finalized and is ready for construction at any moment. Before that, I need you to assist me with a matter in K country. In the office of the Integrated Science Department, Wen Zhong gazed at the obedient and bashful Tan Beixing. After several attempts to speak, he finally uttered, "You are well aware of the situation in class 24. There are hardly any diligent students among them. Your participation in the competition." In an instant, Tan Beixing comprehended his implication. With a smile illuminating her clear and resolute gaze, she reassured him, "Rest assured, Teacher Wen, I will not falter. I shall secure first place for class 24 in the upcoming monthly exam." Her confidence radiated. Confidence is a commendable trait, and Wenzhong undoubtedly desired to bask in its glow. However, he let out a heavy sigh, expressing his concern. "I fear that class May 24th hinder your progress." "You are aware that it is indeed a hindrance." A scornful snort emanated from behind. Without needing to glance up, it was evident that it came from Hulanji, her upturned lips betraying a fierce demeanor, directed at Wenzhong with palpable animosity. Previously, whenever the academic prodigies of Qingteng were mentioned, they were invariably attributed to Hulanji's tutelage. Class 1 had earned various accolades, yet since Song Yue returned from Shengjing a few days prior, it was evident that her focus had shifted away from academics. One of the top students had seemingly fallen into disarray. Despite her disdain for Song Li, she had placed the hopes of the biology competition squarely on Tan Beixing's shoulders. To her dismay, in just a few days, Tan Beixing had chosen to join class 24. Whispers among the teachers mocked her, suggesting that perhaps Tan Beixing preferred class 24 over enduring her presence in class 1. Hulanji regarded those teachers as envious. Yet upon witnessing Tan Beixing with Wenzhong, her ire flared. With a frigid glare directed at Tan Beixing, she declared, "I offer you one more opportunity. Return to class 1 immediately." Despite her aversion to Hulanji, Tan Beixing recognized that remaining in class 1 would offer her greater assistance. Wenzhong opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. Tan Beixing shook her head without a trace of hesitation, affirming, "I believe class 24 is quite satisfactory." "Quite satisfactory?" Hulanji scoffed, her anger manifesting in laughter. "Who doesn't know that class 24 is a haven for the academically challenged? Do you wish to wallow in mediocrity?" "Hu Lao sure." Wenzhong interjected, unable to tolerate any further. His expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "Even if class 24 is lacking, you cannot insult them in such a manner." "And what of it?" Hulanji shot back with a derisive laugh, glaring at him with disdain. "They are indeed a bunch of dregs. Am I not entitled to voice that?" "Hulanji." Wenzhong's countenance darkened further as he rose abruptly, fury igniting in his eyes. "Every student deserves the right to an education. As an esteemed teacher, do you not feel it beneath you to malign your students?" Wenzhong, though slight in stature and often looked down upon as the homeroom teacher of class 24, had long battled his own insecurities. Yet now, standing before Hulanji with his head held high, he realized that even his anger could not intimidate her. "Malign my students? Look at your indignant expression," Hulanji mocked. "Do they even require my derision? Class 1 will undoubtedly account for half of this year's admission rates, and the top scorer in the National College entrance examination could easily emerge between Song Yue and Tan Beixing. Yet now, one of those promising students has departed." Hulanji could barely contain her fury. Having seen Wenzhong escort Tan Beixing to the office, she had followed closely. "Hu Laosher." Tan Beixing's expression soured as she pressed her lips together. Finally speaking up, "I transferred to class 24 of my own accord. You may deem my decision as a descent into mediocrity, but I implore you not to involve Teacher Wen and the other students of class 24 in this." Hulanji turned to her with an air of arrogance. "If you return to class 1 now, this matter shall be forgotten." As the homeroom teacher of class 1, Hulanji's pride was palpable, and she possessed the support of other teachers who turned a blind eye to her behavior. She had long harbored disdain for class 24. Seizing every opportunity to voice her criticism, Tan Beixing's transfer to class 24 was merely a catalyst for her disdain. Initially, Wenzhong had intended to persuade Tan Beixing to return to class 1, but now his resolve shifted. He turned to Tan Beixing and said, "This matter does not rest solely upon you. I will handle it. You should return to class." "You will handle it?" Hulanji leaned against the side of the desk, arms crossed. "Why don't you produce a genius, then?" Wenzhong's anger flared as he positioned himself protectively behind Tan Beixing, his voice low and resolute. "Do not push your luck, Hulanji. What have I done to overstep?" She countered, raising an eyebrow. "What have I said that is inaccurate? Is class 24 not filled with dregs? You are a failure, and a failure teaches failure." Suddenly, the office door was kicked open with a forceful thud. A tall figure, standing at 1.8 meters, strode in, exuding an air of chill, his handsome face etched with coldness. You prattle on about being the homeroom teacher of Class 1, boasting of all the talents you have nurtured, as if mere words could elevate them without effort on their part. Indeed. Another voice chimed in. You incessantly berate the teachers and students of other classes, devoid of any sense of professional integrity, yet somehow you were elected an exemplary teacher. Bullying a girl. Is that what you call teaching? The newcomers, Zhong Xian and Chu Lo, accompanied by two boys from class 24, hurled scornful remarks at Hulanji. When Zhong was momentarily taken aback, frowning as he inquired, "What brings you here?" They had intended to discuss the basketball match with him, a shared passion amid their academic struggles. However, upon reaching the door, they overheard Hulanji's piercing voice and Zhong Xian's temper flared, prompting him to kick the door open. At this juncture, their original intent became trivial. The immediate situation took precedence. Zhong Xian seized Tan Beixing's arm, fixing a cold stare on Hulanji. Did you think that because we previously ignored you, Class 24 was an easy target for your derision? How brazen, Hulanji retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. What do you intend to do? Revolt? Apologize, Zhong Xian demanded. Placing the basketball, he clutched firmly on the ground, his expression grim. To Tan Beixing, to Teacher Wen, and to the entirety of Class 24. What? Hulanji laughed derisively, as if hearing a jest. You expect me to apologize to a bunch of failures? Have you lost your minds? Apologize to this group of rubbish? In your dreams. She regarded Zhong Xian with a cold smile. I am unconcerned about your backgrounds. This is Qingting, and if you continue to cause trouble, I will ensure the school issues you severe reprimands. You need not wait until graduation. I can have you expelled from Qingting right now. My students do not require your admonishments. When Zhong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhong Xian and the others, his gaze piercing. What Zhong Xian said is correct. You ought to apologize. Hulanji raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Do you think you are worthy? And what would make us worthy in your eyes? Tan Beixing interjected, stepping forward to inquire. Seeing her earnest expression, Hulanji blurted without hesitation, unless Class 24 achieves an average score higher than Class 1 in this month's biology exam. At this proclamation, even when Zhong's expression shifted, Hulanji continued, if you lose, you will concede that Class 24 is indeed comprised of failures, and Tan Beixing will return to Class 1.
And if we win?
Tan Beixing interrupted Zhong Xian's inquiry, her gaze fixed on Hulanji. Win? Preposterous, Hulanji scoffed. If you manage to win, I shall publicly apologize to Class 24 and teacher when before the entire school. When Zhong clenched his fists tightly. Hulanji, you. What's the matter? Afraid? Hulanji interrupted him. You. Bet with her. At that moment, a clear and steady voice resonated from outside the door. The individuals blocking the entrance quickly stepped aside as a formidable girl strode in. Zhong Xian instantly softened his demeanor, adopting a more compliant posture.
Auntie.
Chu Lu and the others also stood aside obediently. What brings you here again? When Zhong asked, somewhat exasperated. Song Li, with her hands tucked into her pockets and an expression devoid of emotion, replied, bet with her. Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. Class 24 currently had fewer students passing than could be counted on one hand. For their average biology score to surpass that of Class 1, it implied that every student would need to pass, a feat that seemed utterly unattainable. When Zhong's countenance darkened, Song Li, this matter is not as simple as you imagine. Song Li narrowed her eyes, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. As long as one sets their mind to it, it is indeed that simple. Her words echoed with an audacity that was almost lunatic, akin to the ease of drinking water or eating a meal.
Ha!
Observing her, Hulanji suddenly recalled something. Her lips curling into a cold smile. I must add a stipulation. Should you lose, aside from Tan Beixing returning to Class 1, you, Song Li, must also vacate Qingtung.
Fine.
Zhong Xian's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, ready to strike, but Song Li interjected. All eyes turned towards her. With a piercing gaze, she regarded Hulanji, her voice icy. If Class 24 wins, you will be the one to leave Qingtung. Truly. The audacity of her aspirations matched the vastness of the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Hulanji replied, very well. Song Li's expression remained impassive. I shall wager with her. Hulanji sneered. You clearly have no understanding of your own limitations. This wager was substantial and somewhat unrealistic, yet, gazing at Song Li's unwavering confidence, Zhong Xian furrowed his brow and chose to trust her without hesitation. Looking at Zhong Xian with an unprecedented seriousness, he remarked, "Old one, you can trust my aunt. Since Ali has spoken, it shall surely come to pass." Tan Beixing chimed in, "Teacher Wen, regardless of whether we wager today, this matter is already at a standstill. We might as well take a chance. If we win, Class 24 will gain rightful recognition." Observing their resolute expressions, when Zhong finally gritted his teeth and addressed Hulanji, "We accept your wager." The words of a wild girl who had been expelled countless times for scoring 0 dared to be heated. Winning against her? It was utterly impossible. Hulanji could not suppress her derisive laughter. Just wait for Class 24 to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Watching Hulanji leave in a flourish. When Zhong slumped into his chair, his back hunched, appearing to age several years, weariness etched across his features. Even if they had agreed, what of it? Given Class 24's current state, achieving passing grades in biology within a month was truly wishful thinking. "I am not afraid. Why should you be?" Song Li approached and patted his shoulder, her brows and eyes imbued with a rebellious spirit, enigmatic yet aloof. "Old Wen, be a bit bolder." "Wen Zhong, what use is boldness? You must believe in my aunt." Zhong Xian encouraged him as he joined in, asserting that since they had already committed, it would be better to muster their spirits and fight Hulanji, that old witch, to the bitter end. Tan Beixing pressed her lips together. "Teacher Wen, my biology grades are excellent. I can tutor them." Now, it was no longer just her own affair. It was the entirety of Class 24 at stake. Observing these individuals, even Chu Le and the others behind them wore determined expressions. When Zhong straightened his back, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Then, let us wager. Regardless of winning or losing, to refrain from gambling would be the act of a coward." Song Li represented Class 24 in accepting Hulanji's wager. This news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Qingting in the shortest time possible. All the students erupted in astonishment. Biology averages surpassing Class 1? Had Class 24 lost their minds? Hulanji had wagered with Song Li. If Class 1 triumphed, Song Li would be expelled from Qingtung. If Class 24 won, Hulanji would be the one to leave, and she would owe an apology to Class 24 in front of the entire school. Song Li was truly audacious. Given Class 24's reputation and performance, should they manage to win, I would gnaw on my desk. Scoring 0 across the board, having entered senior year, without completing middle school. And yet she dared to engage in a wager. It seemed she was merely posturing. Yet, somehow, I felt a flicker of hope for Class 24's victory. Chapter 118. The handwritten documents of the biological sage, Sang Yuan. Class 24 was filled with lamentations. Who did she think she was? So arrogant? Indeed. She could wager for herself, but why drag us into this? With Class 24's current level, how could they possibly exceed Class 1's average?
Dream on.
Had she lost her senses? Song Li arrived. Someone shouted, and the discussions abruptly ceased. Instead of returning to her seat, Song Li ascended the podium. Surveying the students of Class 1 from an elevated position, her chilling voice resonating, "I dare to accept this wager, as long as you wish for it. I possess the ability to help you realize it. It is for you to decide whether you wish to rise or remain as useless as you are." Her brows and eyes sparkled with defiance, each word resonating with conviction. Her aura radiated confidence, a regal presence that commanded submission. The classroom fell into a silence, stunned. Zhong Xian and Tan Beixing entered from the back. "My aunt always speaks and acts upon her word, as long as you are earnest in your studies. I guarantee you will all pass within a month. Do you not think it would be exhilarating for us, the so-called useless Class 24, to emerge victorious?" Class 24 possessed a unique phenomenon. Internal disputes aside, they were always united against external challenges. The words of Zhong Xian, the school bully, commanded their attention. Initially, their complaints stemmed from the abruptness of the situation, feeling that no one had consulted them before being swept into this. Yet, they had now calmed down. Someone smirked. "It sounds delightful, but executing it is more difficult than reaching for the stars. Within a month, and in biology, how could they possibly manage?"
Xianye.
"It's not that we don't want to. You're well aware of our academic standings. Many harbored grievances against Hulanji and yearned for an opportunity to retaliate. This was indeed a chance, yet the difficulties seemed insurmountable." When Zhong sighed, entering the room and gesturing for them to take their seats. Once they were settled, he stood at the podium, surveying this group of students who typically indulged in merriment during class. He sighed deeply. Even without Song Li and Tan Beixing today, Class 24 would still be labeled as useless. As we have entered senior year, I do not seek your passing rates or dwell on victories or defeats. Let us simply strive together. Silence enveloped the room. As the class leader and one of the few students in class 24 to have passed, Song Tong stood up. Lips pressed together. Even if not for old one's sake, we should fight for ourselves. Being labeled as useless for so long, has that not been enough? Flattering words are easy to utter, but the reality of this matter was far from simple. Song Li narrowed her eyes, remaining silent as she retrieved her phone and sent a message. Tan Beixing stole a glance at her and rose. Her voice soft yet firm. I will help everyone with extra tutoring. Just do your best. But merely trying was not enough. An air of despondency hung over the class. The following morning, Song Li collected a package from the gate, a not overly heavy brown envelope, wrapped in plastic, devoid of any superfluous markings save for the delivery note. Returning to the classroom without opening it, she handed it to Tan Beixing, playfully pinching her cheek. Take this to print. Each person in the class gets a copy. Tan Beixing obediently acknowledged, opening it to reveal a pristine set of biological materials, approximately 20 pages thick, without a watermark.
Công tông, Tan Beixing stood up.
Calling out, will you accompany me to the office? Song Tong looked up, sure. The two shared similar personalities and got along well. Class 24 comprised 39 individuals. The printed materials piled high. Just then, when Zhong entered the office and Tan Beixing approached him with a stack of documents, Teacher Wen, could you please distribute this biology material to the class? As long as everyone pays attention and studies diligently, by the end of the month, they will surely surpass the passing mark. Wen Zhong was momentarily taken aback, examining a copy. As he read, his hands began to tremble, his lips quivering with excitement. Where did this material come from? Other teachers were present in the office, and Tan Beixing lowered her voice. Ali provided it. Wen Zhong's eyes widened. Where did she acquire this? Tan Beixing's gaze flickered slightly, shaking her head. I do not know. Wen Zhong flipped through a couple more pages, his face reflecting sheer exhilaration, his muscles twitching in anticipation. This was the handwritten material of Sang Yuan, a titan in the field of biological medicine. Chapter 119. She will not lose. Sang Yuan was a legend in the realm of biology. During his scholarly days, he once encountered a handwritten version of this document at the hands of a professor in the biomedical department of Kyoto University, just a solitary copy, which the professor cherished dearly. Now, astonishingly, it has surfaced in one of the lesser classes at Qingting, and everyone is clamoring for their own copy? Observing the fervor radiating from him, Song Tong flipped through the document and quietly inquired of Tan Beixing, is this document truly remarkable? Tan Beixing smiled and nodded. It should be, otherwise Ali wouldn't have brought it to everyone. In truth, she was uncertain of the document's true value, considering she had a considerable collection stacked in her own bookshelf. Yet, witnessing Wen Zhong's excitement, and to avert any potential complications, Tan Beixing contemplated for a moment before whispering, since Teacher Wen recognizes the significance of this document, it would be prudent not to disclose it to others. After all, Sang Yuan is a prominent figure in the biological community, and Wen Zhong is undeniably aware of the document's importance. Wen Zhong grasped the underlying message from Tan Beixing and promptly suppressed his excitement, nervously asking her in a hushed tone, could you possibly provide me with a copy? Tan Beixing, maintaining her polite smile, replied, there is already a copy for Teacher Wen. Wonderful, wonderful, Wen Zhong exclaimed, clutching the document, unable to temper his elation. When the document was distributed among the class, each student received their own copy. What is this? I can barely comprehend it, let alone learn from it, murmured the students, flipping through the pages, their sighs echoing in dismay. Fully aware of the document's value, Wen Zhong stood at the podium and scanned the last row, where Song Li leaned against the wall with an air of authority. Even his expression turned reverent. Classmates, he began in a solemn tone, this document has been graciously provided to us by our classmate, Song Li. If everyone diligently studies and comprehends this material over the next 20 days, the biology questions in the upcoming monthly exam will be far from challenging. The biology questions from previous college entrance examinations have referenced this very document. Even if the monthly exam questions prove difficult, they will not surpass the complexity of the college entrance examination. The usually carefree and mischievous class 24 began to engage earnestly in their studies, a phenomenon that astonished many. Ha! Even if we study, it will be in vain. If they can all pass biology in a month, wouldn't teaching soar to new heights? No one dared to voice such sentiments in class. Some bystanders, munching on sunflower seeds, offered sardonic comments. After class, Hulanji summoned Song Yue to a deserted corridor outside. She sounded the alarm. Tan Beixing has gone to class 24, that is self-sabotage. You must not follow her example. She warned gravely. If you cannot surpass even the rubbish of class 24, you will truly be ridiculed far and wide. Teacher, I will not falter, Song Yue replied, her head bowed, concealing her expression and emotions. In the principal's office, Principal Shun held the document in his hands, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his weary eyes behind his glasses. Reflecting on the wager between Song Li and Hulanji, he felt a sense of gratification and nostalgia. It appeared that this year's admission rate for Qingting was poised to reach new heights, although it might lean heavily towards biology. In and out of class, Tan Beixing and Wenzhong took turns explaining the material to their peers. The atmosphere of learning in class 24 surged to unprecedented heights. After school, Song Li received a phone call. The other party's words seemed to stir something within her, as a cold glint flickered in her eyes, and a chilling demeanor enveloped her. No need, I will go myself. The ominous air was unnerving. Tan Beixing, startled by the sudden shift, whispered, Is something wrong? Song Li took a few sips from her thermos, her voice icy. I have matters to attend to outside, for at least 3 days, possibly a week. Tan Beixing hesitated slightly, her brows furrowing. Is there danger? Song Li brushed her face, reverting to her usual carefree demeanor. Rest assured. With some relief, Tan Beixing smiled brightly. Don't worry. I'll keep a close watch over the class and ensure they study diligently. Chapter 120. Could it be that he truly likes me? Upon hearing that she was requesting a short leave, Wenzhong hesitated momentarily but ultimately signed the leave request for her. Clutching the leave form, Song Li exited the school gate and spotted a Kian parked by the roadside. Leaning against the vehicle was a man clad in a black silk shirt, topped with a long black coat that reached his calves. He was strikingly handsome, as if he had stepped out of a comic book. However, upon closer inspection, he bore an air of severity. It seemed like 2 days had passed since she last saw him, and she had not received any messages from him. Song Li raised an eyebrow and approached him. Noticing the leave form delicately held between her alabaster fingers, Fu Shiyi's thin lips curved into a slight smirk, his amusement evident. Requesting leave now. Are you confident in your chances of winning? Song Li looked up at him, her dark, bright eyes penetrating as if reading his soul, and replied meaningfully. On an autumn evening, the sun cast a golden hue, and the sky was awash with fish-scale-like crimson clouds, enchanting and ethereal, accompanied by a gentle breeze that shimmered like rippling water. Fu Shi took a few steps forward, enveloped in a faint scent of sandalwood, his eyes reflecting soft, fragmented light. His voice resonant. As your guardian, it is imperative for me to be informed of your circumstances at the earliest opportunity. After the parent-teacher conference, he exchanged contact information with Wenzhong, who also added him to the parent group chat. Yesterday, Wenzhong had privately informed him about the wager with Hulanji. However, he had been occupied with important matters in the capital and only returned today. 10 minutes ago, Wenzhong had mentioned that Song Li had requested 4 days off. He had promised to provide her with tutoring, which was why Wenzhong had been so decisive in signing. Fu Shi opened the car door and softly inquired, Where to? Song Li tucked the leave form into her pants pocket, leisurely entered the vehicle, finding a comfortable position before replying. First, back to the royal court. The driver was still Chu-Chi. Although everything appeared unchanged, the lingering scent of sandalwood still permeated the air. Song Li detected a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. Her eyes flickered, but she refrained from asking, lowering her gaze to respond to messages on her phone. With a privacy screen applied, Fu Shi could only see a patch of darkness from his angle. He leaned back, casually asking, Do you need my assistance with a wager? Song Li looked up at him.
Fu Shi replied earnestly, I excel in biology.
Suddenly, the car skidded, but Chu-Chi managed to regain control just in time to avoid crashing into the greenery. Fu Shi kicked the back of the driver's seat. If you can't drive, find someone else. Chu-Chi, taken aback, thought he had seen it all. He believed that no matter what the master did to Miss Song, he would no longer be surprised. Yet, he had underestimated his master's boundaries. Song Li reclined in her seat, gazing at the sharply defined profile of the man beside her. She propped her chin on her arm, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. Fu Xiao, lowering yourself to drive for me. Could it be that you truly harbor feelings for me? The vehicle slid again. Outside, the neon lights flickered in a mesmerizing array, reflected in Fu Shi's eyes like shattered glass. Amidst the illumination, he turned to her, his pupils as dark as ink. A slight smile gracing his thin lips. What if I do? Before Song Li could respond, he sighed with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, Mrs. Zhong stated that you are still a minor and cannot engage in romantic relationships. Song Li. Fu Shi continued. But fear not, I shall wait until you come of age. With a sharp screech, the tire spun again, this time genuinely colliding with the greenery. The two passengers jolted in their seats. Fu Shi instinctively reached out to steady Song Li, preventing her from hitting the back of the seat, his gaze narrowing at Chu Qi through the rearview mirror. Sharp as a blade, Chu Qi shivered. I was wrong. Who would have imagined that their master could utter such unconventional, shocking words that defied his status? Steadying herself, Song Li cast a nonchalant glance at Fu Shi, chuckling lightly. That line doesn't quite fit your Prince Charming persona. Fu Shi's eyes darkened, and he remained silent. Reclining against the seat back, Song Li curled her leg up, typing on her phone, her voice clear. I will be going to the capital tomorrow. I have time to help you with the car. Chapter 121, A Night for Intrusion and Confrontation. She had not forgotten her promise to Gu Wuyen to assist him with his vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, she would work on it together. Fu Shi collected his thoughts and nodded. All right. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, a flight was scheduled. At the capital's airport, Gu Wuyen arrived to pick someone up. Having switched vehicles to a luxurious red Hongqi, the latest model, its license plate adorned with 6 ones. His hair, once dyed pink, had been returned to a raven hue and cut short. The remnants of a lock pulled by Wuyo were hardly noticeable. The bruises beneath his large sunglasses remained hidden. His charming eyes concealed, yet his smile retained its frivolity. Little beauty, your sister beat me up so badly, yet here I am personally to greet you. How generous of me, wouldn't you say? Song Li glanced at the Hongqi's license plate, her expression devoid of emotion. I never asked you to come. Gu Wuyen was momentarily taken aback. It seemed these two prominent figures truly matched. Both were devoid of conscience. Fu Shi took the time to stow Song Li's luggage before getting into the car. First stop, Shuizhu. Shuizhu, among his many residences in the capital, was the one with the prime location and the most exquisite surroundings. A pathway of blue stones meandered alongside a babbling brook, where flowers still bloomed in autumn, and a 3-story white building was enveloped by lush greenery. Besides the scheduled cleaning staff, no other servants were present. The decor featured a minimalist palette of black, white, and gray, immaculate and pristine. Once Song Li's room was arranged, Fu Shi inquired, would you prefer to rest first or dine? Leaning casually against the doorway, Song Li replied while attending to a few messages. Let's eat. Gu Wuyen trailed behind them, several times tempted to ask Song Li when she would assist him in altering his vehicle. However, noticing the seemingly discontented demeanor of both dignitaries, he refrained from speaking, fearing to provoke them. After their meal, Song Li received a phone call, her brows knitting into a frown as she coldly reported an address. Cross Street. Fu Shi's eyes flickered with concern as he gently asked, is there an issue? Song Li nodded, her agitation palpable even beneath the scent of sandalwood wafting from her thermos. Taking a few sips of liquor, she languidly responded, I'll help you modify the car tomorrow. 5 minutes later, a black Mercedes halted at the intersection of Cross Street. Song Li lowered the brim of her hat and entered the vehicle. Not far off, hidden behind a lamp post, Fu Shi's gaze was profound and contemplative. After a couple of blocks, Song Li exited the Mercedes and switched to another car, ensuring she had evaded anyone tailing her before driving into an ancient street. There, she was awaited. Shue Sun bowed respectfully. Mississippi Song Li raised a finger, lifting her hat to reveal her eyes. Her demeanor icy. Are you certain the yellow red diamond is in the first floor? This ancient street was lined with shops selling antiques and luxury items, thriving even after 3 years of inactivity. Shue Sun escorted Song Li into an antique store and up to the 2nd floor, responding reverently. Confirmed. Because of this, Gu Wuyen was ambushed yesterday, prompting even the Fu family's young master to take notice. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Song Li's eyes. I understand. That useless prince. It seems we'll have to rely on my intervention. That night, the sky was devoid of stars or moonlight. The atmosphere was oppressive, laden with a sense of an impending storm. Receiving the news, Gu Wuyen raced upstairs, frantically banging on the bathroom door. Brother E, something terrible has happened. A major crisis. The door opened to reveal Fu Shi, clad in a bathrobe, water cascading down his hair, his elegant collar exposed to the air. His gaze enveloped in a veil of mist, What's the matter? Gu Wuin's expression turned grave as he handed over a laptop. Someone infiltrated the first floor, attempting to steal the Yila red diamond. Just then, Chu Chi rushed up, clutching another computer. Anxiety etched on his face. The network of the first floor has been attacked by an unknown hacker. The system is completely paralyzed, and the Yila red diamond is lost. Fu Shi's pupils constricted as he took the computer, settling onto the sofa, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard, an aura of chill radiating from him. Chu Chi fell silent, hesitant to speak. Gu Wuin clenched his fists, disbelief etched on his brow. To dare infiltrate the first floor is one thing, but to disable all its defenses and abscond with the diamond in mere 5 minutes, does such a formidable individual truly exist? Chapter 122, A Tangential Connection. The first floor had stood for a century, shrouded in mystery. There had been disturbances in the past, yet the families of those who dared to stir trouble vanished overnight. Its fearsome reputation on the streets rivaled even that of the Fu family. Those who offered a semblance of respect to the Fu family did so out of reverence for Fu Shiyi. It had always been an entity no one dared to provoke. Furthermore, items auctioned at the first floor could only be retrieved through the auction process. There was no other means of extraction. Yet now, someone had brazenly infiltrated? The computer screen flashed a red exclamation mark. Fu Shi's intrusion had failed. He set the computer down, his expression darkening as he rose and strode toward the bedroom. 2 minutes later, he emerged in a fresh set of clothes, his attire exuding an air of authority, to the first floor. In the ancient street, Song Li returned to her room, changing out of her gloves and black bodysuit before retrieving a sandalwood box to seek out Shui Sun. Without a hint of delicacy, she tossed it onto the table, settling onto the sofa with her legs crossed atop the coffee table, radiating an imperious aura. Offer him a discount, 50 billion. Shui Sun replied respectfully. Understood. By the time Fu Shi reached the first floor, the security system had returned to normal. Wen Chuan, the head of the first floor, wore an expression of deep remorse. We will exert every effort to recover the lost auction items. Should we fail, the first floor will compensate for your losses. Young Master Fu. Gu Wuin interjected before Fu Shi could respond. Sneeringly querying Wen Chuan, is this the first time someone has dared to breach the first floor and steal something, only to escape unscathed? Wen Chuan's face darkened. Indeed. The security system of the first floor had never been breached before, yet today it had been entirely incapacitated. This hacker was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling X. Upon departing the first floor, Fu Shi faced the wind, contemplating for a moment before instructing Chu Chi, keep a close watch on Country K, whoever it is. They are undoubtedly linked to Country K. The following morning, Song Li took a taxi to Shuizhu. The courtyard featured an artificial lake, adorned with a glass greenhouse at its edge. Within, flowers of various hues blossomed, radiating warmth akin to spring. Fu Shi sat inside, engrossed in a book. Clad in a white shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, 2 buttons undone, his collar hinting at his collarbone, exuding a cool, austere demeanor. Little beauty. Upon seeing Song Li, Gu Wuin's eyes lit up. When will you assist in modifying the car? The girl donned a white shirt paired with high-waisted black cargo pants and a black trench coat, her black ankle boots adding to her formidable presence. Crossing her legs, she assumed a commanding posture. What route are we discussing? Before Gu Wuin could respond, Fu Shi turned the laptop towards her. The screen revealing, the most perilous death race in M continent. Song Li scrutinized the information on the computer, pausing momentarily as her brows furrowed. Are you racing against someone? Those who dared to compete on this track were risking their lives. Given Fu Shi's esteemed status, how could he engage in such reckless competition? However, since Song Li was now considered one of their own, requiring her assistance in modifying the car, there was nothing to conceal. Gu Wuin exchanged glances with Fu Shi, noting his lack of objection, then asked Song Li, you must have heard of the S-God, the national champion of the F1 event 3 years ago? With her chin resting on one hand, her fingertips idly tapping the table, Song Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Does this concern the S-God? Gu Wuin frowned. It's a bit complicated. You could say there's a connection, but not entirely. After winning the championship, many sought the S-God. Yet he disappeared as if into thin air. Fu Shi interjected, shifting his chair closer to Song Li. His voice was low and clear. Someone is impersonating the S-God and engaging in fraudulent activities. I dismantled their 2 nests, forging an unbreakable grudge. And they are now vying for territory in M continent, leading to this wager. While his explanation was somewhat vague, Song Li grasped the essence.
So,
Fu Shi's substantial investment to have X investigate the S-god was to aid him in this race? Song Li's brows knitted in contemplation as she accepted the hot milk Fu Shi offered, taking a few sips before thoughtfully stating, "This route is treacherous. It's not speed that matters, but stability." Chapter 123. A brazen provocation to Song Li. Gu Wuyin owned a racing club named Leading Person. Years ago, in a time of youthful exuberance, this venture into the world of racing was born. Over the past few years, we have participated in international competitions, garnering numerous accolades. Our headquarters is located in M Continent, with a branch here in the capital. This branch, situated in the northern suburbs of the city, spans over 70,000 square meters. In a modest conference room, Fu Shi lightly tapped on his computer, projecting the racetrack onto the tabletop using advanced 3D technology for Song Li to observe. Song Li was intimately familiar with this track. After a few glances, he redirected his gaze, requesting, "Take me to see your cars." The club was bustling at that moment, with several individuals engaged in friendly matches. After a brief tour of the underground garage with Fu Shi, Song Li playfully tapped his cheek with his tongue and remarked, "Your car components are impressive, yet predominantly designed for acceleration. They wouldn't fare well on the M Continent's track. Its steepness, landslides, and cliffs are defining features. To be dubbed the death track speaks volumes of its perilous nature. On that track, victory is not merely about who crosses the finish line first, but rather who can survive to reach it. Besides speed, stability is paramount." Just then, a white racing car surged across the finish line, eliciting cheers from the crowd. As the door swung open, the driver emerged, removing their helmet to reveal flowing black hair that cascaded behind them, unveiling a strikingly beautiful face. Spotting their direction, the driver's eyes brightened and they waved, "Gu Xiao, Fu Xiao." This salutation drew the attention of all present.
Fu Shi remained unperturbed.
Gu Wuyan nodded towards them from a distance, introducing, "This is Gu Ling, 24, currently the only female racer in the club, yet exceptionally skilled. She won a silver medal in an international competition last year." Gu Ling approached, cradling her helmet, donned in a pristine white racing suit, radiating confidence with a bright smile. Gu Wuyan leaned closer to Song Li, whispering, "She has a crush on Iga." Raising an eyebrow, Song Li inquired, "Is that so?" As Gu Ling reached them, her demeanor was refreshingly bold, greeting the two with warmth. "What brings you gentlemen here today?" Gu Wuyan gestured towards Song Li. "I brought a friend to assist with car modifications." Only then did Gu Ling notice Song Li, her gaze sweeping over him. The girl was tall, her delicate features rivaling those of the man beside her, exuding a formidable aura that was both cool and striking, though she appeared quite youthful. Gu Ling's eyes sparkled slightly as she smiled. "This young lady seems barely of age. You're joking about her modifying cars, right, Gu Xiao?" Gu Wuyan touched his earring, his flirtatious gaze lingering. "Don't underestimate her. She not only excels at modifications, but is also quite adept at racing." Gu Ling chuckled. "I certainly wouldn't belittle a friend of Gu Xiao and Fu Xiao, but this young lady hardly resembles someone skilled in car modifications."
Fu Xiao.
"You wouldn't jest about her capabilities, would you?" Her attention shifted to Fu Shi, her eyes brimming with suppressed ardor. Cloaked in an air of indifference, he replied coolly, "She is the one I hired for the modifications." Gu Ling's smile faltered momentarily. Fu Shi then glanced at Song Li, his expression softening. "There's no rush. Shall we head back for today?" Standing side by side, they appeared as if crafted by fate, strikingly well matched. It was previously unheard of for Fu Xiao to be accompanied by a woman. This was a first. Gu Ling scrutinized Song Li's features, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. Before Song Li could speak, Gu Ling cheerfully suggested, "Speaking of which, I've yet to race against a female driver. How about a friendly competition, little sister?" Fearing rejection, she added, "Rest assured, it will be a friendly match. I won't bully you." Gu Ling was clearly viewing this charming beauty as a rival, issuing a bold challenge. Gu Wuyan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Gu Ling, you're bound to lose if you race against her." The implication was clear. This girl hardly seemed like a racer, especially when pitted against someone who had claimed silver in international competitions. Gu Ling suppressed a flicker of darkness in her gaze, maintaining a bright smile, "Until we compete.
Who knows who will win?"
Gu Xiao, don't count your chickens before they hatch." She regarded the silent Song Li, her smile not reaching her eyes, laden with provocation. "You wouldn't decline my request, would you, little sister?" Chapter 124. I never strike without purpose. With skill, accolades, beauty, and intellect, Gu Ling was indeed a prize flower of the club. Gu Wuyan and Fu Shi seldom visited this place. Today, however, Those practicing below gathered around, eager for insights. Their attention was entirely focused on Songli, who donned black work pants and a white shirt, exuding both beauty and charisma, though her age seemed quite young. Someone jested. This young lady is a friend of Fu Xiao and Gu Xiao. Gu Ling, don't bully her. You might find Gu Xiao displeased. Their camaraderie was evident, and while they joked freely, no one dared jest with Fu Shiyi. Gu Ling shot a playful glare at the speaker, her expression one of annoyance. I know my limits, without your reminders. Prideful as ever, Gu Ling was aware of her own feelings, and sensing the change in atmosphere, someone discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Whispering, you dare provoke someone brought by the air. Are you courting disaster? Gu Ling frowned, casting a glance at Fu Shiyi, who stood with unyielding poise, his indifference palpable. She knew he was out of reach, yet why was this girl allowed to stand by his side, receiving his gentler demeanor? Gu Ling's gaze shifted back to Songli, her eyes glinting with challenge. You've been silent, so I wonder if Fu Xiao and Gu Xiao are merely jesting about you? A cold light flashed in Fu Shiyi's eyes. How had he not recognized her foolishness before? A death wish. Gu Wuyan succinctly assessed her current behavior with 2 words. Yet he remained silent, curious to see how Songli would respond.
Ding.
A notification chimed. Songli pulled out her phone to check a notification of 50 billion in funds received. Squinting, her mood brightened considerably. She then lifted her gaze to Gu Ling, her eyes icy and her tone both cool and audacious. When I take action, I never miss. Fu Shiyi raised an eyebrow, his lowered gaze reflecting the girl's image. Care to play? Songli languidly replied. That depends on whether she can present enough capital for me to engage with her. Gu Ling was simply unqualified to compete with Songli, and for Songli, this was merely a game. However, to Gu Ling, this statement felt like a profound insult. Her fingers tightened slightly, yet her smile remained intact. It's just a friendly match. Are we friends? Songli let out a scoff. Gu Ling's expression soured, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Ah, the big shot was about to make a move. Excitement surged in Gu Wuyan's eyes as he pondered, pulling out his phone to send a message to a friend. A spectacle is about to unfold. Come quickly. To those around, Songli appeared exceedingly audacious. A man, enamored with Gu Ling, squinted, visibly displeased. Gu Ling is a professional racer. Even if this young lady is Fu Xiao's friend, she shouldn't be so arrogant. Gu Ling secured silver in last year's national competition. Even I bow to her skills. How could a mere girl like you stand a chance? Hearing the comments from the crowd, Gu Ling's expression shifted, her pride swelling as she cast a triumphant glance at Songli, smirking. If you manage to win, I vow never to race again. Songli replied nonchalantly. Half of your fortune. Gu Ling. The onlookers. Fu Shiyi lowered his gaze upon the girl, uncertain whether she was genuinely in need of money or simply consumed by greed. That bold proclamation of half your fortune reminded Gu Wuyan of the time in Jincheng when Songli had challenged Zhai Qin, demanding half of the Zhai family's assets. Arrogance and bravado, indeed, the demeanor of a formidable beauty. Gu Wuyan, nearly bursting into laughter, coughed twice to suppress it and explained to Gu Ling, whether you race or not in this lifetime has nothing to do with her. If you lose, simply give her half of your fortune. This was utterly audacious, an outrageous display of arrogance. How dare one speak such words? Did she truly believe herself untouchable, sheltered by her princely status? Gu Ling's expression was inscrutable as her gaze flitted between Gu Wuyan and Fu Shiyi, her lips licking nervously. I fear that when the time comes, both gentlemen might protect her, or if my sister loses, she will come crying to you too. Chapter 125. Miss Song becomes wealthy overnight. Her words were laden with implication. Gu Wuyan narrowed his peach blossom eyes slightly. You need not worry about that. For Gu Ling cannot possibly win. Gu Ling, oblivious to his thoughts and harboring doubts, turned to Fu Shiyi, seemingly waiting for his affirmation. Fu Shiyi's eyes glinted with coldness. His voice was crisp and succinct. She won't. Miss Song will not require my protection in this matter. Gu Ling scrutinized him for a moment longer before addressing Songli. Then let us prepare to begin. Unhurriedly, Songli removed her bag and handed her thermos to Fu Shiyi. Please wait for me. Fu Shiyi accepted it with a faint smile. What would you like to eat afterward? I can have someone prepare it. Songli furrowed her brow in contemplation. Spare ribs. Fu Shiyi nodded. Very well. They behaved as if others were non-existent, exuding an air of nonchalance. Gu Ling gritted her teeth and chose to remain silent. She would ensure Fu Xiao witnessed firsthand how she triumphed over this girl. The venue was not a formal racing circuit, but rather a vast circular track reminiscent of a playground. The appointed referee stepped forth to outline the rules. Beginning from the starting point, 5 laps would determine the victor. The distance from the stands made it difficult to catch the conversation. Gu Ling, clutching her helmet, no longer concealed her intentions. Glaring at Song Li, "I shall add one more stipulation. Should you lose, you must keep your distance from Fu Xiao in the future." TSK, what a troublesome romantic entanglement. Song Li received the helmet from another's hands, smirking. "You might as well say for him to keep his distance from me." Gu Ling clenched her fists. But with the 2 gentlemen watching, she dared not act out of line, huffing, "If you lose, do not go crying to Fu Xiao." Song Li shrugged nonchalantly, a wicked smile playing on her lips as she leisurely donned the helmet and got into the car. With the drop of the referee's flag, Gu Ling slammed the gas pedal, shooting forward with a whoosh, her face dark with determination. "If you wish to win against me, perhaps in your next life." Chusher glanced around, noting that the club members stood idly, murmuring, "Why has no one placed their bets?" Both Fu Shi and Gu Wian shot him a look, one sharp as a thorn, the other charmingly carefree. Chusher instantly recalled his clumsy driving from yesterday and, fearing replacement, timidly suggested, betting on Miss Song to become wealthy overnight. He merely wished to experience that exhilarating feeling. Was that too much to ask?
Fu Shi.
Gu Wian kicked him lightly. "I haven't become wealthy overnight, and you wish to?" It wasn't that they were unwilling to wager. Rather, aside from the 2 of them, no one believed Song Li could triumph over Gu Ling. The outcome of this race was entirely predictable.
Boom.
At that moment, a deafening roar erupted as Gu Ling's car, left in the dust, zoomed past everyone's line of sight. This girl truly knew how to race? Gu Ling's triumphant smile faltered, her grip on the steering wheel tightening as she shifted into a higher gear, veering into the right lane to block the car behind her. Song Li narrowed her eyes, her lips curling into a mischievous smile, executing a drift that sent her car shooting past on the left lane, leaving Gu Ling trailing by several meters.
What?
How could this be possible? Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Gu Ling's face darkened, gritting her teeth as she accelerated. Just as she seemed poised to catch up, her rival surged ahead by another 20 meters. This pattern repeated, each time just falling short of overtaking. Approaching the final lap, with less than 100 meters to the finish line, Gu Ling's expression soured further. With a screech, the car in front skidded to a stop at the finish line, and Gu Ling followed closely behind. The referee, observing the elapsed time, announced the results with a complex and peculiar expression. This young lady reached the finish line 3 seconds ahead of Gu Ling. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. Yet, despite this narrow margin, Gu Ling had lost. Gu Ling lost? How was this possible? Cheng Wen, the referee, glanced at Fu Shi and Gu Wian in the stands, his face contorted in displeasure. "Do you think I would dare to make a mistake?" He, too, was incredulous that the club's flower, Gu Ling, had actually lost. Under the gaze of so many, particularly with Fu Shi and Gu Wian present, she had intended to showcase her excellence before Fu Shi, not to embarrass herself. It had to be luck. Gu Ling clenched her fingers, her expression dark as she glared at the girl before her, stating firmly, "I refuse to accept this. I demand a rematch. Best of 3. Song Li leaned casually against the car door, her smile both relaxed and wicked. "What do you think you can offer to negotiate with me?" Bold and insolent. Losing to a girl who had seemingly appeared from nowhere would tarnish her reputation as a professional racer, potentially even on an international stage. She could not afford to lose. Gu Ling gritted her teeth. "I wager my entire fortune." Song Li raised an eyebrow. "How much?" Both Fu Shi and Gu Wian were not in need of money. Although they did not profit from the racing club, their past hobbies ensured they were well taken care of. Gu Ling had distinguished herself among male racers and had even won international awards, accumulating considerable wealth over the past 4 to 5 years. She mentally calculated, 11 billion. 11 billion? Enough for old Sang to burn for 2 months. Song Li licked her lips. Very well. The second race commenced amidst a blend of carefree and meticulous attitudes. In the stands, Gu Wian pondered a question. "Brother E, just how formidable is this young beauty?" In the previous race, Gu Ling had clearly exerted herself fully. Yet Song Li had maintained a leisurely lead of several meters ahead. Judging by Song Li's past exploits, Gu Wian could not believe her victory over Gu Ling was merely a stroke of luck. She was clearly controlling her speed. This was not Song Li's true velocity. In other words, she could go even faster. Bathed in sunlight, Fu Shi emanated a golden glow, his tousled short hair contrasting with his steely demeanor. His eyes dark as he followed the girl's racing movements. His voice was somber. "I cannot surpass her." Gu Weyan blinked in surprise, glancing at him. "You are not jesting?" He had witnessed Fu Shi's speed firsthand. Fu Shi had only ever faced defeat once, in that F1 race 3 years ago, at the hands of the god of speed. His eyes narrowed, a solemn expression overtaking his features. "I am utterly serious." Gu Weyan's mouth fell open in astonishment. As the race commenced, Gu Ling unleashed her maximum speed. Her mind singularly focused on one thought: win. Yet the other car remained unfazed, tailing her closely. No matter what she did, she could not shake her off. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she gritted her teeth, preparing to take a risk and ram her front end into her opponent. Even if something went awry, she could always find an excuse to absolve herself. However, as she swung her rear end out, her rival mirrored the maneuver, executing an S-curve and, with a roar, surged ahead. But soon after, the opposing car slowed down. A golden opportunity. Gu Ling pushed her speed to the limit, instantly overtaking. The finish line loomed ahead. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. She had won.
Boom.
At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as a white blur brushed past the car, reaching the finish line before her. The smile that had just graced Gu Ling's face froze in disbelief, almost forgetting to apply the brakes. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Chumwon, still acting as the referee, remained silent for a considerable time, failing to register what had transpired. After a prolonged pause, he finally responded, his gaze fixed on the stopwatch in his hand before pointing at Song Li and stating with difficulty that this young lady had arrived first. He dared not declare the time. As Gu Ling stepped out of the car, she snatched the stopwatch from him. 1 second. A full second ahead. In the previous round, it had been 3 seconds. Now it was just 1. Struck as if by a blow, she stood frozen, resembling a statue. Her mind was a blank slate. Song Li leisurely removed her helmet, leaning against the car door, her long hair tousled by the wind. She deftly tucked it behind her ears with delicate fingers, her expressions exuding a fierce independence and an air of defiance. With a slight smirk and a rather nonchalant tone, she asked, "Shall we race again?" Chapter 127. The humiliation trampled underfoot. Even with a best-of-5 format, Song Li had already secured victory in 2 rounds. Another race would only be meaningful if Gu Ling could win all 3 remaining rounds. But what if she lost? Gu Ling would never be able to hold her head high again. From the onset, Gu had warned her that she was bound to lose against this wild girl. Fu Shi displayed no signs of concern either. Throughout both races, the girl had remained unhurried, always trailing just behind, unable to catch up. She had offered a glimmer of hope, allowing Gu Ling to glimpse victory, only to deliver a crushing blow at the last moment. Suddenly, Gu Ling's fury ignited as she fixed her gaze on Song Li, her voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. "You did that on purpose." Song Li tossed her helmet into the car, casually replied to a message on her phone, and remarked indifferently, "And what of it?" Her arrogance was palpable. At that moment, Gu Ling comprehended that perhaps from the very beginning, Song Li had never regarded her as a worthy opponent. Gu had cautioned her, yet she had not heeded the warning and had wagered her entire fortune on the outcome. All those haughty proclamations now felt like slaps across her face. Gu Ling was rendered speechless, the veins on her hands protruding as she nearly crushed the stopwatch. After sending 2 more messages, Song Li languidly stretched her neck and coolly stated, "My account balance will be disclosed by Gu Weyan." With that, she strolled towards the stands, her demeanor indifferent, exuding an air of authority. Surrounding spectators gradually regained their senses, their expressions reflecting a shock akin to being struck by lightning. Gu Ling had lost again. By a second. The first time might have been luck, but what about the second? Observing the girl's previous performance, it seemed she had deliberately held back against Gu Ling, never truly exerting herself. This was no mere contempt. It was a humiliation. "I am here. What spectacle awaits?" In the highest tier of the stands, a man had appeared. Clad in a light blue shirt and silver-rimmed glasses, his features handsome and refined, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Gu Weyan cast a glance at him. "With your speed, you couldn't even catch up to something fresh." Upon receiving his message, Zhang Hai had immediately set aside his work to come and witness the event. "What a description," he retorted, delivering a swift kick towards Gu Weyan. He then greeted Fu Shi with a nod, yet his gaze remained fixed on the girl approaching against the light. He took a few steps forward, offering a thermos cup. The girl was both striking and beautiful, radiating an innate wildness. Jiang Hui squinted, kicking Gu Wuyan again. Is this the reason why Brother Yi hasn't returned to Jincheng? Fu Shi had not returned since the trip to the countryside with Gu Wuyan a while back. Jiang Hui had heard Gu Wuyan and Chu Qi mention that a certain girl, a formidable racer, was the reason for his absence. However, he had yet to encounter her and had not dared to venture to Jincheng. Gu Wuyan smiled. She just defeated Gu Ling. Jiang Hui was momentarily taken aback. Defeated Gu Ling? Gu Wuyan gestured towards the racetrack, a mischievous grin on his face. What do you think? Why do they look so stunned? Jiang Hui observed the crowd, still frozen in disbelief, like wooden figures, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Gu Ling was the most affected. He opened his mouth. How did she win? After posing the question, he felt it was a foolish inquiry. Regret washed over him for having waited at the red light, which had cost him the chance to witness the race. Song Li took a sip from the thermos cup before responding languidly. She wagered her entire fortune, changing it to a best-of-5 format. This explained the need for a second round. Fu Shi nodded, a smile gracing his exquisite features. I'll have Chu Qi collect your winnings. His gentle demeanor was unmistakable. Jiang Hui had grown up shadowing this princely figure. He had witnessed Fu Shi's chilling ruthlessness, seen him soaked in blood, and experienced his indifferent cruelty. Yet, he had never witnessed such tenderness. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Song Li with a sense of inquiry. Chapter 128. The Useless Prince. 114 billion had been transferred to Song Li's account by noon. Chu Qi reported. Gu Ling has been expelled from the club. That was her own declaration. Losing meant she would never again associate with the racing world. Subsequently, she had staked her entire fortune. Now, she found herself with no prospects. Having lost everything. Gazing at the string of zeros, Song Li squinted, her spirits soaring. Fu Shi placed a piece of expertly filleted fish in her bowl, casually asking, Are you in need of money? Song Li nodded earnestly. Desperately. Gu Wuyan raised an eyebrow, skeptical of her statement. With the recent matter regarding the Zhai family and Brother Yi's 10 billion, you must have at least 50 billion at your disposal, right? Even if you were to burn it as cash, it would last you half a year. Indeed, it could last half a year. However, at old man Sang's, it wouldn't suffice for even 2 months. Song Li sighed deeply, choosing to remain silent. Jiang Hui wished to linger longer, intrigued by the girl's allure that had transformed the formidable Fu family heir. However, pressing matters awaited his attention, and he had to return to handle them. After their meal, he departed. Gu Wuyan took a phone call and returned to the Gu residence. In the afternoon, only Fu Shi and Song Li remained at the water mansion. Inside the glass greenhouse, Fu Shi sat before his computer, absorbed in some task, his expression stern and his aura imposing. Song Li lounged on the newly moved soft sofa opposite him, her own laptop in her lap. Xue Sun, the diamond has been dispatched to K country. Song, tell that useless prince that if he loses it again, I'll shatter it. Having received the scepter without having truly earned it, losing the Irala red diamond 3 times within 5 years, what else could he be but the useless prince? Xue Sun. Understood. Xue Sun continued. Miss, for the first time in a century, the first tower has been robbed. The thief escaped unscathed, and we still have no idea who it was. This news has already spread in the underworld, and many are eager to attempt a heist. Song Li reclined deeper into the plush sofa. You needn't concern yourself with that. The first tower's defenses were as fragile as paper in her presence. To others, it was an impenetrable fortress. Even if one managed to break in, survival was not guaranteed. After pondering for a moment, she rummaged through her bag, retrieving a silver phone embossed with the HS symbol. As she powered it on, a flood of messages surged forth, scrolling rapidly across the screen. Fortunately, it was on silent mode. Otherwise, the notification sounds would have composed a symphony. Once the messages ceased scrolling, Song Li entered her password and opened the app. Sifting through the important notifications, there were over 100 messages from the dragon head alone. A cursory glance revealed a myriad of inquiries directed at her. When would she emerge from seclusion, her willingness to accept missions, her thoughts on the 319 biomedical engineering project, and when she would return to the organization as headquarters for a meeting, among other questions. Narrowing her eyes, Song Li lowered her gaze to type a response. X. I will accept depending on my mood and will return when I have the time. The Dragon team convenes biannually. And aside from the relentless impeachment of X, the proceedings remain monotonously unchanged. It is tiresome. After addressing a few pertinent messages, she closed her phone and tossed it back into her backpack. Raising her eyes, she observed the man sitting across from her, his expression notably serious. With a smirk, Songli took a sip from her thermos, opened her laptop, and began sketching a racing car model. Later in the afternoon, Gu Wuyen arrived, settling into the flower shed and pouring himself 2 cups of water before erupting into a tirade. My grandfather has been in seclusion for 3 years, ignoring worldly affairs.
Now,
Due to the pandemic in the Middle East, they summoned him back, and S group of fools dare to suspect his involvement. If it weren't for my grandfather's esteemed status, they might even surveil him. Fu Shi replied coldly, understanding your grandfather's predicament is one thing. It would be wise for you to act accordingly to alleviate his concerns. Gu Wuyen retorted, what do you mean by that? Is he not human? He licked his lips and drank another cup of cold water. Why does everything you say become so irritating? In chapter 129, as the computer was under attack, the romantic-minded Fu Shi continued to type languidly on the keyboard. Perhaps you could extract some information from your grandfather. Gu Wuyen grimaced. You can't even get a word from your grandfather. What makes you think I can get anything from mine? The participants in the 319 biomedical engineering endeavor had vanished, and only a few elders in the capital knew the truth. Yet, they remained silent as if confronting a forbidden topic. The elder of the Zhong family kept himself secluded, while the elder of the Fu family held significant power, making him untouchable. As for Gu's grandfather, he had fled to the desolate typing town to escape. Fu Shi paused, his fingers halting on the keyboard, his gaze deep and unfathomable. What we can confirm is that there is indeed a living experimental subject in the 319 project. Gu Wuyen's expression faltered. Is this experimental subject truly what the Eastern biomedicine institutions claim? A living serum? This recent news suggests that the blood from this subject can be used as a remedy for all ailments. It sounds rather fantastical. Fu Shi shook his head. This remained uncertain. Investigating the 319 biomedical engineering matter was exceedingly challenging. Their conversation did not evade Song Li's ears. As she listened, she deftly maneuvered the mouse, sketching the contours of motorcycle parts, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing her thoughts. The room was warm, with a plush gray-white carpet underfoot, soft enough to sink into with each step. Emerging from the bathroom with her hair towel-dried, Song Li padded barefoot across the carpet to her computer. She casually opened the group chat on QQ, established by Chu Lo, which included 6 members: Song Li, Tan Beixing, Zhong Xian, Wang Xueli, Song Tong, and himself. Chu Lo. I wonder where my aunt has gone. Song Tong. Did you manage to grasp today's biology topic? Chu Lo. You are a devil. Zhong Xian. Beixing has already completed 8 sets of biology papers today.
que le, comme Tong, Wang Xueli, Zhong Xian, reste assured.
Auntie, with me overseeing class 24, no one dares to neglect their studies. Beixing and Old One alternate teaching, and the other teachers, seeing their diligence, have even released time for morning and evening self-study. Song Li pressed the towel to her head, typing. Keep it up. After sending her message, she set her phone aside and returned to her racing drawings, with the stakes of the monthly exam weighing heavily upon her. The promotional poster for Assassinate the Emperor also needed to be completed this month, as did the theme song. This month is rather packed. After meticulously refining her designs, she noted it was just past 9. Fu Shi and Gu Wuyen remained downstairs, along with Chu Qi, all of them wearing serious expressions as they discussed something. Chu Qi was typing rapidly on the keyboard, a hint of anxiety evident on his face. Grandfather, there's only one layer of defense left. Gu Wuyen cursed under his breath. I wonder if they are coming after you, or the Delta documents. Fu Shi's computer housed sensitive information, particularly regarding Delta. He too was typing swiftly, though he was not a hacker and could only do so much, unable to fully thwart the intruder. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of someone descending the stairs out of the corner of his eye. His hands paused momentarily. The girl wore a white bathrobe that reached her ankles, wrapping herself snugly. Her skin was pale as snow, her brows and eyes radiating a cool detachment. She was barefoot, her feet smooth and pale. Fu Shi furrowed his brow. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Gu Wuyen and Chu Qi exchanged incredulous glances. Is this really the time for a romantic mindset? Song Li glanced down, seemingly indifferent, her demeanor nonchalant. It's fine. The carpet is quite soft and warm in this heated room. She settled onto the empty sofa, legs crossed, and lazily remarked, I've sent you the racing model and part details. Grandfather, we're about to be overrun. Chu Qi's expression tightened. In Chapter 130, The Enigmatic Hacker, King Fu Shi regained his focus, his expression dark and frosty, prepared to destroy the critical files. Song Li glanced at the group, shifting her posture casually, her laptop resting on her lap. With a few keystrokes, she switched the screen, revealing a cascade of incomprehensible green characters.
Damn.
Gu Weyan swore. These files were Delta S secrets. If stolen, Delta could be compromised. Grandfather. At that moment, Chu Qi, who was ready to destroy the files, froze, staring in disbelief. The previously uncontrolled computer displayed a single red, indicating an attack. Yet, in that instant, another dot appeared. Chu Qi observed its trajectory. Hesitating. It seems to be assisting us? Fu Shi and Gu Weyan stared at the computer screen, their expressions grim. The progress bar, which had been breached to 90%, abruptly dropped to 0, indicating that the attack had failed. The screen filled with a flurry of black and white characters for less than a minute before returning to normal. As if nothing had occurred, Chu Qi was left astonished. In just 1 minute, not only did it completely thwart the attack, but it even helped us restore our defense system. Gu Weyan's eyes widened. Someone is aiding us? But who could it be? Just then the screen flickered again. And in response to his question, an English name materialized. King. Below it, 3 blue words read. No need to thank me. Holy crap! Gu Weyan exclaimed, instinctively glancing around. They can't hear me, can they? Fu Shi fixated on the name, his brows knitting together, devoid of any thought. Song Li, with a subtle smirk, pressed 2 more keys before leisurely switching the screen back to the design software, continuing to refine the details of the racing model. On an unknown island in the F continent, in a pitch-black room illuminated only by the eerie green glow of a computer, a man with a rugged physique and a completely bald head, exuding an intimidating aura, glared at the screen displaying a derisive expression formed by green characters. Along with the audacious signature, King. He slammed his palm against the table in frustration. Where the hell did this come from? Another figure lurked in the shadows, their features obscured, voice dry. I've never heard of this person on the streets. King, the King, effortlessly neutralizing their attack and even counter-tracking their location, all while exuding disdain. Self-proclaimed as a king. How audaciously arrogant. Yet, this name is one they have never encountered in the hacking community before. Such a formidable hacker could hardly remain anonymous in the underworld, could they? In the capital, at Shuizhu. Gu Weyan furrowed his brow in thought. I have never heard of this hacker in the circles we frequent, and why would they choose to assist us? Chu Qi pursed her lips. The other party has obliterated all traces of their actions, leaving nothing but this name behind. In other words, there is no way to investigate further. Fu Shi's eyes darkened as he gazed at the computer screen, contemplating for a long while before stating calmly, if they are helping us, they must be a friend. As long as the files are preserved, that is sufficient. His elegantly slender fingers, sharply defined, rested on the computer, and he raised his gaze to the girl across from him. Her hair was still damp, glistening with moisture, her swan-like neck exquisitely delicate, and a black bracelet tightened around her left wrist. Her petite, bare feet were as white as congealed fat. He frowned and stepped closer. Aren't you cold? Song Li's low body temperature stemmed from her blood. The external warmth had little effect on her. She lazily lifted her eyelids and replied, It's all right. It is already 10 o'clock at night. Noticing that she was still busy with the racing model, Fu Shi reached over and shut her computer, the chandelier casting a gentle, fragmented light in his eyes. It's getting late. You should rest. Song Li glanced at him, wrapped herself in her bathrobe, and slowly ascended the stairs. Gu Weyan and Chu Qi exchanged looks. Who in their right mind would believe that the ruthless, fearsome heir of the Fu family had transformed into a love-struck fool? Chapter 131. Perhaps this is the essence of genius. After taking a few days off, with nothing much else to do, Song Li decided to modify a car, intending to test it out later. The next day, after breakfast, the group returned to the club. Jiang he initially planned to come, but was hindered by a plethora of tasks at the bureau. Following yesterday's incident, the club members fell silent upon seeing Song Li, whispering among themselves in hushed tones. The man infatuated with Gu Ling watched her from the crowd, his gaze akin to a venomous snake. Song Li selected 2 racing cars, her exquisite features radiating confidence and a sense of rebelliousness. I can help you modify a couple of them for some fun. Her inherent self-assurance and audacity were palpable. Gu Weyan approached with a charming smile, his demeanor ingratiating. Little beauty, could you modify a motorcycle for me as well? Song Li shot him a sidelong glance. retrieving a wrench from a nearby toolbox, casually tossing it in her hand as she leaned against a white racing car, her smile wicked. Sure, but you can set your own price. Gu Wian anticipated her next words and quickly added. Song Li raised an eyebrow, as a favor to a familiar face. I'll give you a 50% discount. 100 million. To Gu Wian, 100 million was a mere trifle. After all, any car in his garage was a limited edition hypercar worth over that amount. With a flirtatious twinkle in his eye, he exclaimed, I'll give you 200 million. How delightful it is to be wealthy. Song Li sighed, then began examining the car beneath her. Fu Shi, nearby, was engrossed in his phone. The once labeled useless class 24 had seen a surge in academic enthusiasm these past few days, even inspiring other teachers, who turned a blind eye to early study and evening classes. When Zhong was consistently praising the students in the parents' group, even through the screen, one could sense the fervor. He also privately messaged Fu Shi, inquiring about Song Li's academic progress. The entire morning was spent at the car factory, as Song Li modified the cars. Fu Shi assisted her by passing tools and parts. For the more laborious tasks, he assigned them to Chu Qi. Chu Qi felt that ever since he met Miss Song, his status had been in a continuous decline. He now moved with trepidation, fearful that one day he might be replaced. After all, staying by Fu Shi's side was preferable compared to the places he frequented with Chu San and Chu Yi. After lunch, Fu Shi received a phone call, his brow furrowed, his aura menacing, his voice dark. Since when did he dare to make decisions regarding my affairs? His tone was as cold as if he had emerged from an ice cavern. After hanging up, he stood in silence for a while, visibly brooding. Gu Wian approached, his charming eyes narrowing. Is it your father again? The only person capable of eliciting such a reaction from Fu Shi is his father, Fu Qing. Recently, the Fu family had been discussing a marriage alliance. As the sole male heir of the Fu family, Fu Shi was often elusive. No one had witnessed his prowess. Yet everyone feared him. Within the Fu family, unrest brewed, as no one would passively allow the elder Fu to pass on his legacy to Fu Shi. With both overt and covert machinations, Fu Qing, prioritizing interests, sought to arrange a marriage for Fu Shi, targeting the Lian family of Yongzhou. Fu Shi's gaze fell upon Song Li, who was busy not far away, his eyes dark with a forbidding intensity. If he wishes to dictate my marriage, he must first prove himself worthy. His relationship with Fu Qing was strained, lacking the warmth typically found between father and son. This was a private matter, and even Gu Wian, despite his carefree nature, refrained from commenting on it. 2 days later, 2 modified racing cars, crafted from used parts, were finally unveiled. Jiang He, having completed his tasks, came to witness the excitement. Gu Wian took one for a spin, completing 2 laps. Afterward, he gazed at Song Li with admiration and envy. Jealousy consumed him. Little beauty, how on earth did you become so brilliant? At such a young age, you drive so well and modify cars with such finesse? This car is more exhilarating than any he had ever driven before. Song Li shot him a glance, lowered her rolled-up sleeves, and nonchalantly replied, Perhaps this is what genius looks like. Gu Wian, although her tone was undeniably self-assured, why did he feel as though she was chastising his own lack of intelligence? Chapter 132. It is not yet his place to decide. This car is not suited for the M-continent track. It is merely capable of being enjoyed on legitimate international circuits. The race is scheduled for next year, so there is no rush. Song Li created a model blueprint and sent it to Gu Wian for him to arrange. This matter was put on hold for the time being. That evening, Fu Shi returned to the old Fu family residence. Where do you think you're going? Over here. Help me. The shouts from within the courtyard were audible. The elder Fu, sporting reading glasses, was engrossed in a game with the housekeeper, Fu Shi. Upon hearing someone enter, he merely glanced up, continuing his game without pause. His voice boomed. Humph, you finally decided to come back? Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, feigning to turn away. Then I shall take my leave. He meant it when he said he would leave. Stop right there. The elder Fu barked, handing him the phone. Help me play. No more food. Fu Shi cast him a sideways glance but ultimately took the phone. 2 minutes later, he concluded the game triumphantly. As the elder Fu reclaimed the phone, he adjusted his posture, removed his reading glasses, and with his sunken, murky eyes, said, Have you brought that young lady from Jinqing back to the capital? Fu Shi, who is usually elusive, had recently been seen frequently in the capital, often accompanied by a young lady. He picked up the porcelain cup that Fu Shi had passed him, the tea frothy on the surface. After taking a sip, he replied, his expression impassive. She must also take care of me. The young lady lacks money, and I happen to have an abundance. However, she has her principles and refuses anything for free. Perhaps I could fix a few cars for her? No, that would be too dirty and exhausting. Observing his demeanor, the elder Fu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Make sure to bring her over sometime for a visit. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, his thin lips curling coldly. His gaze warning, you had better not entertain any ulterior motives. Everything you say has some hidden agenda, doesn't it? Just seeing you irks me. The elder Fu, annoyed, threw his reading glasses at him. Get lost. Fu Shi deftly caught the glasses midair, stood up, and placed them back in front of him, casually remarking, if you don't anger me, I might live a few more years. Old Master Fu shot him a glare, a hint of annoyance evident in his expression. Get out quickly. As Fu Shi reached the doorway, he called out once more, you handle your father's affairs yourself. Fu Shi's demeanor suddenly grew icy. My matters are not for him to dictate. The following day, Song Li prepared to return to Jincheng. Fu Shi had initially intended to accompany her, but was temporarily detained by Chuer, who had mentioned a lead on the 319 case. Fu Shi escorted Song Li to the airport, observing the girl with a thermos in hand, her brows furrowed and her demeanor cool. He spoke in a low voice. Let Chuki accompany you. Song Li glanced at him and then at Chuki, exclaiming softly, after ensuring she had reached her destination safely. Fu Shi offered a few more words of caution before finally averting his gaze. It rained in Jincheng, the chill in the air biting and damp. He returned to the royal court. After tidying up and taking a shower, he emerged in fresh attire to find Chuki reporting back to Fu Shi over the phone. He casually remarked, I'll be staying on campus, no need to follow me. Having a tail complicates matters. Chuki responded respectfully. The next day, at Qingtung, Song Li remained the focal point, a figure of intrigue wherever she went. Chula seized a moment from his studies to visit the restroom and upon returning, spotted a figure skipping towards the room, exclaiming, Auntie is back. Recently, a study group had formed in the class, led by Tan Beixing and Tsong Tong, who were diligent students providing tutoring. Tan Beixing was explaining cell differentiation to a few classmates when he heard the call, promptly setting down his textbook and rushing outside. The girl, clad in her school uniform, exuded a carefree charm, a chill surrounding her, her aura signaling a desire for solitude. She approached, her almond-shaped eyes brightening a li. Chapter 133. If you can win, I'll eat the test paper on the spot. Song Li raised an eyebrow, smirking as she pinched her cheek. Miss me? A crowd of students gathered to observe, while Tan Beixing felt his ears flush, removing her hand and cheerfully reporting, rest assured, everyone in class has been studying earnestly lately. The students' gazes towards her were a mix of complexity and oddity, but after a sharp reprimand from Zhong Xian, they returned to diligently absorbing biological knowledge, with a few even reciting biological elements. Overall, the atmosphere of study was palpable, not yet beyond redemption. As Song Li entered the classroom, her long legs swinging as she sat down in a commanding manner, propping her chin on one hand, the pen in her fingers twirled swiftly. Auntie, we have a weekly test today. Zhong Xian turned to hand her a workbook. This was distributed by Old Wen yesterday. Chu Lu slumped over his desk, looking utterly drained. My head is filled with cells, amino acids, and chromosomes. The boy in front of him chimed in. You wouldn't believe it. I've been memorizing elements and doing problems at home, and my mom thought I was sick, insisting on taking me to the hospital. A slacker who had never studied seriously suddenly became diligent, carrying biology materials everywhere, reciting terms even during meals. Who wouldn't he find that peculiar? Song Li raised an eyebrow. Keep it up.
Que le, det encouragement l'accent sriti.
When Zhong entered the classroom and paused upon seeing Song Li in the last row. She had taken a 7-day leave, and it was only the 4th day of her return. Nonetheless, her return was a good sign. She could study more. He distributed the test papers. Today's weekly test is to assess everyone's progress over the past few days.
Ali, observing tan bashings batayas.
Song Li sighed. I guarantee progress. This week's test was not only awaited by Wenjong but also by Hulanji. Recently, rumors circulated that Class 24 had somehow acquired biological materials from Sangyuan. She found it hard to believe that Wenjong and Class 24 could obtain such resources. Yet their recent earnestness in studies had caught her attention. The biology scores were released first. Out of 40 students, none passed. Song Li scored 12 points in biology. The total score across all subjects did not exceed 50. Hu Lanji burst into laughter, realizing her worries were entirely unfounded. She smirked, her expression sharp. If class 24 manages to win, I'll eat this test paper on the spot. Zhong Xian, collecting the papers, sneered. Then we shall strive to fulfill teacher whose wish. Hu Lonji spun in her chair, chin held high. Her gaze filled with disdain. You better think about how to save face when the time comes. With less than 20 days left in the month, class 24 winning would be as unlikely as the sun rising in the west. During the second period in the afternoon, chemistry class was scheduled. However, it was not the chemistry teacher who entered, but Wen Zhong, accompanied by a man. Gasps erupted throughout the classroom, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement.
Wow.
This guy's looks are even more stunning than the national heartthrob, Chu Shifeng. Hey, isn't that Song Li's parent? Yes. He came for the parent-teacher meeting last time.
Wow.
Zhong Xian's eyes widened as he tugged at Chu Le beside him. Quick, pinch me. Chu Le reached out to squeeze his arm.
Ouch.
Zhong Xian winced, slapping Chu Li's hand away. Are you trying to kill me? Chu Le protested. You asked me to pinch. Zhong Xian had no time to argue, his gaze glued to the man at the podium. Previously, he found it astonishing that the young master attended the parent-teacher meeting. Now, his appearance here was equally perplexing. Dan Beixing depth. Tugging at a nearby girl who was distractedly drawing. Ali, look quickly. Song Li frowned, lifting her gaze just as the man's presence registered. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he was strikingly handsome. With sharp brows and captivating eyes, he exuded an aura of superiority. His chiseled features and thin, slightly pursed lips radiated a cool elegance, as though he had stepped out of an ink painting. Alone, he emanated an imposing aura that commanded respect.
Fushi.
Song Li. Chapter 134. What sort of audacious maneuver is this? Coughing lightly, Wen Zhong sought to regain the student's attention. Introducing, your chemistry teacher is on maternity leave for an extended period, and during this time, Mr. Shi will be your chemistry instructor. A wave of chatter erupted in the classroom, with all eyes instinctively darting towards Song Li. The man's gaze met hers, his eyebrows slightly raised. A hint of amusement in his eyes. Song Li. Upon hearing Principal Shun inform Wen Zhong that this was the new chemistry teacher, he too was taken aback. The man possessed an overwhelming presence, standing there with an air that was nothing short of commanding. Wen Zhong felt compelled to show a degree of respect, almost instinctually, Mr. Sure, I leave the class in your capable hands.
Fushi nodded.
Wen Zhong offered a few more instructions to the class before turning to leave. The students remained entranced by the man's beauty. Have you had your fill of ogling? Fu Shi's cold gaze swept across the room, his voice sharp. The temperature in the classroom seemed to drop several degrees. All students jolted back to reality, hastily flipping open their chemistry textbooks. The man, however, placed his materials aside and spoke in a flat tone. Next, open your biology textbooks. I will discuss eukaryotic cells with you. The entire class. Song Li. One student timidly raised a hand. But you're teaching chemistry. Did you perhaps misspeak? The man narrowed his eyes. Did you pass biology? The student. He then scanned the entire class. Did any of you pass biology? The class. The man. Open your biology textbooks. So, this was a chemistry class where biology was being taught? What kind of audacious maneuver was this? No sane person would devise such a plan, would they? The class. Chu Lo leaned back, using his book to shield his face, whispering to Song Li, Auntie, your parent isn't here just to tutor us in biology. Is he? Zhong Xian tilted his head slightly, joining in the inquiry. Auntie? Song Li raised her eyes, frowning. I don't know. Fu Shi hadn't he mentioned anything about his intentions upon returning to Jincheng? Who could decipher what was going through this man's mind? She leaned casually against the wall, her arm propped on the table, with the corners of her eyes slightly arched, harboring a hint of mischief as her luminous gaze settled upon the podium. The man, with his sleeves slightly rolled up, held a piece of chalk in his artfully beautiful hands, writing on the blackboard in a calligraphic style, as if it were a print. His voice resonated with clarity, akin to a mountain spring. Every gesture exuded an innate air of nobility. It was the kind of perfect moment that, captured without any embellishments or filters, could serve as wallpaper in its every frame. A prince, elevated and enigmatic, commanding respect at the mere mention of his name, now stood at this podium, consuming chalk dust while imparting knowledge of biology to a group of underachievers. Song Li narrowed her eyes slightly, a smirk escaping her lips. Up to no good, are we? Tan Beixing, catching her words, leaned towards her. Li, does Fu Xiao truly have feelings for you? Song Li rested her chin on one hand. Perhaps. Silence enveloped the classroom, the students more engrossed in their studies than ever before. When the bell rang, not a single student stirred. Under the watchful gaze of many, the man set down his book, dusted off his hands, and strode down the aisle. Stopping at the last row, his gaze landing on Tan Beixing. She looked up, their eyes meeting for just a moment before she instinctively withdrew, her clear, bright eyes glancing at the girl beside her, blinking in confusion. Song Li shrugged, a sly smile playing on her lips. Tan Beixing's eyes darted toward Zhong Xian, who silently gestured towards the empty seat behind Song Tong.
Ah!
In an instant, Tan Beixing understood. She gathered her books and papers from the desk, cradling them in her arms as she shifted her position. Fu Shi took the newly vacant seat, his long legs slightly cramped under the desk, leaning to observe the girl's notebook. The pages were devoid of anything but butterflies. He raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you taking notes? Am I not teaching well enough? Song Li, Chapter 135, Installments or Full Payment. The man's teaching style differed from Zhong and Tan Beixing, but it was more concise, with cell diagrams that were easy to comprehend. At the very least, it made the students of Class 24, known for their academic struggles, understand. Biology seemed indeed promising. Song Li chuckled. Fu Xiao is truly intriguing. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, his voice deep and magnetic. It's not due to intrigue. His gaze turned serious. It's because of you. Zhong Xian, caught off guard, sprayed water all over Chu Lo, who wore a disgruntled expression. Xianga, what are you doing? Zhong Xian coughed, struggling to speak. Song Li and Fu Shi simultaneously turned their attention to him, both exuding an intimidating aura. Zhong Xian wiped his face dry, trying to diminish his presence. When his phone buzzed, Song Li glanced at it, then slowly stood. I'm heading to the restroom. The man remained seated. While others may not recognize him, Zhong Xian did, and sensing the atmosphere was too tense, he also stood.
Sit down.
The man's voice was calm, yet commanding. Zhong Xian felt a shiver run down his spine, sinking back into his seat, neck retracted, wearing a pained expression as he listened for the man's instructions. Fu Shi took the girl's notebook, observing the vividly drawn swallowtail butterflies and motorcycle parts. Alongside her notes, though the handwriting left much to be desired, he casually inquired, what type of person does your aunt like?
Zhong Xian. Huh?
Could it be that the fourth young master was truly contemplating becoming her uncle? He swallowed hard. I don't know. His understanding of Song Li as an aunt was quite limited, let alone what kind of person she preferred. Fu Shi closed the notebook, casting a disdainful glance at him. What use are you? Zhong Xian, had the fourth young master been possessed by his parents? A new chemistry teacher had arrived in Class 24, strikingly handsome and graceful, drawing much attention. Isn't that Song Li's guardian? I even have photos from the para-meeting on the playground. Some speculated it might be her boyfriend. Truth be told, the two looked quite compatible from any angle. Class 1. Song Yuer had recently been rather quiet, listening to the murmurs around her with a darkening gaze. By the end of the month, Song Li would be leaving Qingtung, and she looked forward to seeing how she would gloat then. After school that afternoon, a light drizzle fell outside, the wind cool, with dark clouds looming overhead. Song Li leaned against the corridor, holding a black thermos adorned with a vintage crane and cloud design. Just as she reached for a sip, Fu Shi snatched it away. Song Li frowned. What are you doing? Fu Shi leisurely brought it to his nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma, a sweet clarity mingling with a rich scent of alcohol that felt oddly familiar. He had noticed a faint hint of alcohol when he saw her drinking earlier, but it hadn't been overt. Now it was confirmed. Indeed, it contained liquor. The thermos was filled with alcohol, revealing the girl was far from ordinary. Fu Shi then removed the lid from the other thermos in her hand, placed it back on, and expressionless stated, confiscated. Song Li's demeanor turned icy, her eyes glinting with mischief as she extended her hand. Give it back. The girl's dark eyebrows arched elegantly, her skin radiant under the sun, her long hair cascading down her back, wearing her blue and white school uniform loosely, exuding an air of rebellious charm. Her slightly upturned eyes sparkled with a daring glint, her expression shifting to one of defiance. Fu Shi remained unfazed, with an air of authority. Minors and high school students are not permitted to consume alcohol. I am not only your guardian but also your teacher, with the obligation and responsibility to supervise you. Song Li, had it not been for their recent acquaintance, this man's neck would surely be broken by now. Licking her lips, Song Li took out her phone, opened the payment QR code, and with a slight tilt of her head, innocently suggested, The thermos is worth 300,000. Would you prefer installments or full payment? Chapter 136, The Pricey Ancient Wine. Drunk today. Shiyi. He raised an eyebrow. Are you truly that desperate for money? Desperate? No one in the world could be more in need of money than her. Li sighed softly. This wine is 300,000, and I even gave you a discount. It was difficult to discern whether the girl was merely money-minded or genuinely impoverished. Shiyi did not press further. A low chuckle escaping his throat as he took out his phone and initiated a transfer. Soon 300,000 had been sent. Li's mood lightened slightly as she adjusted her sagging school uniform, turning with an air of nonchalance, waving her hand over her shoulder. You still smell delightful, like sandalwood. The chalk dust is rather pungent, ill-suited for a prince so exquisitely refined. Catching the underlying meaning in her words, Shiyi's eyes flickered. A smirk gracing his lips as he glanced at the thermos, taking a sip. The initial taste was rich and fragrant, smooth as it slid down his throat. The next moment, he froze, staring at the thermos in his hand, astonishment flickering in his gaze. This wine was drunk today, from the prestigious family of ancient wines. Produced only 2 jars each year, and in 3-pound containers, each jar capable of fetching billions at auction? No wonder it had seemed familiar earlier. If so, this thermos of wine, priced at 300,000, was indeed a bargain, though perhaps it bordered on the absurd. However, this particular wine seemed somewhat different. The drunk today in the thermos did not possess a fierce potency. Rather, it spread a warm current throughout his body upon entry, leaving behind a medicinal aftertaste. One of the ingredients was clover, known for its warming properties. Shiyi suddenly recalled the girl's lower-than-average body temperature, a glimmer of thought passing through his eyes. The next day in chemistry class, the teacher had transformed from Shiyi to Qi. The lesson was quite commendable. It seemed this man and those around him excelled in biology as well. Li squinted, her mind flickering with thoughts. Day by day passed. With only 5 days remaining until the monthly exam, a countdown was written on the blackboard. Even though class 24 was striving to study, students and teachers in other classes awaited the spectacle of their downfall. Lu, with a sense of urgency, was immersed in biological materials, wishing fervently to annihilate the arrogance of Hulanji, who had become a relic of extinction. In this context, he felt compelled to voice his grievances against Zhongxian, lamenting with deep melancholy. You, a veritable academic prodigy, deliberately score 0 on tests. There was no doubt about Tan Beixing and Song Tong. The 3 of them diligently corrected each other's mistakes and imparted knowledge within their class. Zhongxian, pen in hand, tapped the paper rhythmically, occasionally glancing back, her lips moving silently, yet no words escaped them. The girl sat with her legs crossed in an air of nonchalance, one hand propping her chin lazily, while the other sketched butterflies in her notebook, her brow furrowed with a hint of mischief that deterred any challengers. When the person in front cast a furtive glance for the 8th time, Li lifted her eyelids and said flatly, "Speak your mind." With a tremor of apprehension, Zhongxian finally summoned the courage to inquire, "Auntie, what about you and the 4th young master?" Just then, Lu returned from the snack shop, interrupting his question. "What's wrong now?" Zhongxian furrowed her brow, and the others turned their gazes toward Lu, who was fuming with indignation. Hulanji actually went to the principal, claiming she feared we might cheat in class, and insisted on conducting our biology examination on the playground. For heaven's sake, it's merely a monthly test. The worst part is that the principal actually agreed. Li lifted her gaze, twirling her pen with dexterous fingers, her eyes glinting with a wicked gleam. "Then you all should strive to make her eat more papers," she declared with an air of authority. "Precisely. Why should we fear her?" Song Tong chimed in. "Let it be on the playground. We wouldn't want her to find another excuse to accuse us of cheating." Tan Beixing nodded in agreement, with only a few days left. "Let's all make a final push." This remark elicited a cold laugh from Zhongxian. For the past few weeks, Hulanji has been fixated on our exam scores. Thankfully, I had everyone hold back a bit. Indeed, it was intentional. In truth, the students of class 24 had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their studies over the past month, yielding remarkable results, yet they had purposely refrained from exerting their utmost effort to evade Hu's scrutiny. Chapter 137, The Monthly Exam. In the days that followed, throughout the Qingtun campus, wherever there was a presence of students from class 24, echoes of recitation could be heard. In the restrooms, they tackled exam questions. On the paths, they recited notes. Even in the cafeteria, discussions revolved around the classification of the food on their plates, whether organic or inorganic. Other students gaped in disbelief. Are these really the students of class 24? Have they gone mad? Such diligent study was unseen in other classes. Why do I suddenly feel a twinge of shame? What good is cramming at the last minute? Do they really think they can transform from mediocrity to brilliance in less than a month? What if they truly succeed? Why weren't they diligent from the start? Such pretense. Various opinions circulated, some filled with admiration, while others dripped with disdain. Hulanji, arms crossed, sneered. They bring this humiliation upon themselves. Witnessing their fervor. In the final 2 days, teachers from other subjects turned a blind eye, granting them the time to cram. Finally, the day of the monthly exam arrived. In the past, students would lament at the prospect of exams, yet this time, anticipation filled the air. Class 24's biology exam was held separately on the playground, arranged personally by Hulanji, with a spacing of 3 meters between each student. Aside from a stool, a 2B pencil, and an eraser, nothing else was permitted. Signal jammers ensured no distractions. One teacher monitored from the control room, while 3 biology teachers, all closely associated with Hulanji, supervised on-site. There would be no bathroom breaks, and a single word spoken would be deemed cheating. Hulanji had indeed taken every precaution. As the papers were distributed, every student quickly immersed themselves in their work, their concentration palpable. After a cursory glance at the exam paper, Songli twirled her pencil, preparing to write. She recalled Tan Beixing's words, reminding everyone to maintain neat handwriting and tidy pages, lest Hulanji use it as grounds for point deductions, leaving them with no rebuttal. With a quiet click of her tongue, she switched to a more formal script. The exam lasted 80 minutes. Fortunately, the autumn sun was mild, and there were no gusts of wind or rain. As the time drew to a close, Hulanji collected the papers, observing the grave expressions of the students. Her eyes glittered with deeper mockery. As she left, clutching the papers, she cast a disdainful glance at Songli. Prepare to be expelled from Qingtung. Yet, one should not speak too soon. Perhaps it would be Hulanji who would be the one to leave. Indeed, it would be wise for Ms. Hu to wait for the results before making any hasty judgments. Zhongxian, Chu Luo, and the others emerged to support Songli, exchanging cold stares with Hulanji. Let us see how long you can maintain that arrogance. Hulanji, uninterested in engaging with them further, huffed and departed, clutching the exam papers. She intended to personally oversee the grading by the biology teachers from Class 1. When Zhong exchanged a few words with Tan Beixing before following her, ensuring that Hulanji wouldn't pull any tricks during the grading process. Once the teachers left, the initial bravado of Class 24 evaporated, and they wilted, with Som Tong and Tan Beixing surrounded as they compared answers. Oh no, I chose B for the third multiple-choice question. I filled in that plants only begin photosynthesis at point B. Cries of despair echoed. Meanwhile, at the back, Songli sat with an air of authority, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. She pulled out her phone to check messages. Fu Shi texted, "Are you done with the exam?" "Yes," she replied. Switching to a discreet, unremarkable gray application, she inputted a lengthy and intricate password, her private messaging app. After scanning through, she selected a few messages to respond to. Clicking on the top pin message, she wrote, "When is this year's biology competition?" Old Master Sang responded, "At the end of the year. Why the sudden interest? Are you considering participating in this year's exam?" I've recently discovered some biology prodigies in high school. Perhaps I could recommend a few students?" Old Master Sang quipped back, "You? In high school? I think you're just looking for a backup. Want me to recruit students? You can have Tan Beixing. Whether you accept or not is up to you. After all, they were brought out using your materials." Chapter 138. All pass. Shockwaves through Qingtung. Old Master Sang retorted, "So you were asking for data just to flaunt it. Will you accept them?" Her impatience was palpable. Old Master Sang replied, "Choose as you wish. I will ensure you cultivate a successor before I depart this world." Auntie, Zhongxian approached. Songli lifted her gaze from her phone, her striking features concealing a hint of defiance. Zhongxian awkwardly scratched her nose. "Shall I help you carry your stool back?" Songli responded with a soft sound of acknowledgement, putting away her phone and standing up. She tidied her hair and secured it with a pencil. "Ali, Dan Bashing." Som Tong and Wang Shuili approached, cheerfully asking, "Are you going to the cafeteria for lunch?" Just as she was about to nod, her eyes caught sight of a tall figure not far away. The man, clad in a white shirt and a black trench coat, exuded an air of cool detachment mixed with an alluring restraint. He was strikingly handsome. This man had previously taken on the role of her guardian, escorting her daily.
Now,
Donning the title of a chemistry teacher, he roamed freely around Qingteng. A smile graced Song Li's face as she turned to Tan Beixing. You all go ahead. Tan Beixing and the others noticed Fu Shiyi too, exchanging glances between him and Song Li, before laughing and heading off together. As the girls approached, Fu Shiyi extended a thermos to her, his expression warm and inviting. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. The thermos was pure black, distinctly different from the one she had sold him the day before. Upon opening it, she found it filled with hot water. She took a couple of sips, inhaling the pleasant scent of sandalwood emanating from the man beside her, and languidly remarked, I'll treat you. It was a rare occasion for the young girl to take the initiative. It seemed she still possessed a modicum of conscience. Fu Shiyi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, appreciating the fruits of his long tenure as her dedicated chauffeur. As Song Li exited the playground, her path was abruptly obstructed. She lifted her gaze, speaking coolly. Is there something you need? Beside her, the man exuded an intimidating aura. Yet his striking visage was enough to drive any woman into a frenzy. Nevertheless, he reserved his gentleness solely for the girl at his side, even deigning to teach at such a dilapidated school. Suppressing the jealousy boiling within her, Song Yuer faced Song Li, her expression impassive, and stated, I am here to persuade you to apologize to teacher, who, and then withdraw from school. Song Li regarded her with a frosty demeanor. Song Yuer cast a glance at the man beside her, her eyelashes veiling her emotions as she pressed her lips together and continued. Now that everyone knows we are biological sisters, even if you are the vice president of the International Dance Association, you should not recklessly bet the fate of Class 24 against Teacher Hu. The loss is not just yours but also reflects on me and the entire Song family. Before the results are out, if you go and apologize to Teacher Hu, I might still help preserve some of your dignity. Song Li's expression remained unchanged. Are you finished?
she asked.
Song Yuer bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes, appearing pitiful. I am doing this for your own good. Song Li cast a nonchalant glance at her before sidestepping and continuing on her way. Fu Shiyi did not spare her a glance, closely following the girl. Even as they walked a considerable distance away, they could still hear Song Yuer's melodious voice, akin to a cello, calling out, Zhangdianzhai? Song Li lazily responded. From behind, the two appeared perfectly matched. Yet, Song Li was merely a rustic girl from the countryside. What right did she have? What qualifications did she possess? Hatred surged within Song Yuer. Fortunately, once the results of the monthly examination were released today, Song Li would be expelled from Qingteng. The school belle would still be her. To humiliate Class 24, Hu Longji had taken it upon herself to grade the biology papers from Class 24. The papers were graded by a biology teacher from Class 1. Many other subject teachers joined in the fray.
Passing.
As Hu Longji graded one paper after another, she initially thought it was merely luck. However, as the streak of 10 consecutive passes unfolded, her expression darkened. Until the very last paper, all passed. Even the biology teacher, who was grading, wore a look of disbelief. His pupils trembling. They actually all passed. Chapter 139. Slapping Hu Longji's face.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Hu Longji's mind reeled, and her shrill voice pierced through the air. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. With a ghastly expression, she resumed flipping through the papers. Did Teacher Zhou make a mistake? In just a month, they all passed. I could believe it for Class 1, but Class 24? Let me see the papers. Regardless of whether they taught biology or not, all the other teachers crowded around, eager to examine the papers. The biology teacher, Teacher Zhou, was so astonished that the wrinkles on his face appeared smoothed out, his lips trembling. Indeed, they all passed. 11 perfect scores, and the lowest was Song Li, scoring exactly 60. She hovered right at the passing line. Neither 1 point more nor less. Attempting to deduct points based on the paper's presentation was futile, as it was so neatly arranged that one would feel reluctant to penalize. As Teacher Zhou continued to grade the papers, hearing that all had passed, his mind was engulfed in a cacophony. All passed. The biology scores of Class 24 had all attained passing marks. In just a month, Wen Zhong held Song Li's paper, recalling her words as she patted his shoulder, saying, Old one, be bold. A class that had been persistently derided as a waste collection station had, against all odds, triumphed in the bet with Hu Longji.
Impossible.
Hu Longji continued to flip through the papers, even comparing the answers and grading them again. It was indeed all passing. Her grip on the papers turned white, and she nearly roared, "This is absolutely impossible." Teacher Zhou, startled back to reality, replied, "Hu Laosher, this is true." He feared Hu Lanji might become agitated and tear the papers. When Zhong hurriedly gathered all the biology papers from class 24 from the other teachers, cradling them protectively in his arms. "Hu Laosher," he said, his eyes shining beneath his glasses, enunciating each word clearly. "You have lost."
Impossible.
Hu Lanji's eyes widened, clutching her rapidly beating heart, her teeth clenched. They must have cheated. It has to be them. Especially that Song Li and that new teacher, sure. What a bunch of useless students in class 24. How could they possibly pass without cheating? When Zhong scoffed, "They all heard you arrange for the exam to be held on the playground, maintaining an average distance of 3 meters, apart from the benches and pencils. They didn't even bring a scrap of paper, for teachers were monitoring. How could they cheat? By telepathy?" Hu Lanji shouted. "Then they must have stolen the exam papers in advance." When Zhong stood tall and unyielding, "This month's biology exam papers were personally retrieved by you. I hadn't even seen them before the test. Our students were buried in their studies, and you haven't even visited your office." Every muscle in Hu Lanji's face quivered, desperately considering every possible angle. But time and again, each possibility had already been blocked by her own actions. "This doesn't count. Your class enlisted outside help. That doesn't count." A sudden spark lit up in her mind. When Zhong merely observed her struggle with cold indifference, "That was our new chemistry teacher. It hardly qualifies as outside help." Even if there was outside assistance, the students still needed to put in the effort. Otherwise, no matter how skilled the tutor, it would be of no use. Students who had long been displeased with Hu Lanji rallied behind Wen Zhong in support. "Hu Laosher, please do not use your narrow-mindedness to dismiss the efforts of other students. Moreover, do not so casually belittle the hard work of all students in our class with mere words." Wen Zhong spoke with clarity and conviction. "Now you have lost, and you must apologize to Song Li, Tan Beixing, and the entire class 24. Additionally, you must eat the exam papers. You claimed that if we all passed, you would swallow the papers. Not just one. Besides apologizing, you must resign from Qingting." Suddenly, the door burst open and several students, filled with excitement, rushed out. They had been anxiously waiting outside for the results, and now they erupted. The entire office fell silent. For Hu Lanji, this was a soul-crushing blow. Witnessing the expressions of these students, recalling her previous grandiose proclamations, she swayed and fainted outright. Chapter 140. Self-inflicted misery. The news returned to class 24. After a moment of stunned silence, the classroom erupted like hot water splashing into a frying pan. "We won! We won!"
"Ah, Mom, I passed."
"I actually passed today. Is this real? I can't be dreaming."
"Bang."
"Does it hurt?" "Yes. It's not a dream."
"Ah."
Our class 24 has finally risen. All the students embraced one another, bouncing with joy, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. The jubilant cheers resounded throughout the entire campus, shaking the adjacent classes and teachers below, who emerged to complain. Yet, no one was listening. The news flew through the school like wildfire. All students and teachers were engulfed in shock and disbelief. Even though he had been mentally prepared, Principal Shen felt a jolt upon hearing that all students in class 24 had passed their biology exam. This could be considered a different kind of revitalization for Qingtung. After all, a true powerhouse indeed. One piece of information had elevated an entire class.
"Bang."
The office door swung open, revealing Hu Lanji, who had just regained consciousness. She stormed in, her eyes bloodshot as she screamed, "Principal, they cheated. They must have cheated. It has to be Song Li and that new teacher. They cheated. How could that bunch of useless students in class 24 pass without cheating?" Seeing Hu Lanji's near-manic state, Principal Shen felt a tinge of pity. But she had brought this upon herself. She replied coolly, "Where's the evidence?" "Evidence, evidence." Hu Lanji suddenly had a flash of insight. Her eyes sparkled. The documents they had, the ones Song Li had procured for their class regarding Sang Yuan. That very document had been shown to her by Wen Zhong. Principal Shen pushed up his glasses, his voice grave. The ability to acquire such documents is a testament to Song Li's resourcefulness. But they serve merely as supplementary learning materials, not definitive answers. "Teacher, surely you cannot be so naive?" The implication was clear. You have truly lost. And no amount of struggle will alter that fact. Hu Lanji collapsed onto the ground, her gaze fixed intently on Principal Shin. I have nurtured so many outstanding students at Qingting over the years. My contributions and hard work are evident, and I have earned the title of excellent teacher. Surely, Principal Shin would not allow them to act recklessly? Recklessly? What a splendid word. Chu Lu and her companions, who had followed her all the way, could not suppress a disdainful snort. Wasn't he this wager instigated by you, challenging old one? Zhong Xian stepped forward from the crowd. You are the one who mocked us, called us worthless. You are the one who provoked my aunt for a higher stake, correct? If we were to lose today, would my aunt not call it foolishness? And if class 24 were to lose, would Hu Lanji let them off the hook? Certainly not. She would humiliate and trample them, nailing them to the pillar of shame in the student community. With each question hurled at her, Hu Lanji found herself at a loss for words. Does teacher, who require a heart-soothing pill? I made a special trip to procure some for you today. When will teacher, who apologize? I have even brought the key to the broadcasting room. And the exam papers too. How many would you like to consume, teacher who? We hold our teachers in high regard, so we have even prepared chili sauce for your enjoyment. Papers dipped in chili sauce will surely be a unique flavor. A chorus of students, who had long held a grudge against Hu Lanji, began to jeer from outside the door. Hu Lanji felt a deafening roar in her ears. Her vision began to blur, her body shook violently, and with a roll of her eyes, she fainted once more. TSK. Chu Lu made a dismissive gesture. Don't think you can escape just by fainting. Zhong Xian scoffed, her gaze fixed mischievously on Principal Shin. Wagering entails accepting the consequences. Surely, Principal Shin will not shield her? A self-inflicted predicament. Principal Shin murmured to himself, staring at the fainted Hu Lanji, and said coolly, as the head teacher of a class, one must uphold one's words. Otherwise, how can one maintain integrity in the realms of honesty and education? Chapter 141. Teacher who performing live by eating exam papers. Upon hearing this, Chu Lu leapt up again. Quick, let us pinch teacher who's acupoint. If she's going to faint, let it be after she apologizes and consumes the papers. Indeed, someone rushed over to pinch Hu Lanji's acupoint, bringing her back to consciousness with labored breaths. Looking at the mocking smiles of the surrounding students, she felt as if the world was spinning around her, as if it were the end of days. She couldn't even remember how she ended up in the broadcasting room. Zhong Xian tossed a piece of paper onto the table, grinning mischievously. We are sympathetic towards teacher who, we have even prepared an apology letter for you. Go ahead and read it. Hu Lanji glanced at the contents, her head began to spin again, and her body swayed, as if she might faint at any moment. Rest assured, teacher, the ambulance is right outside. Once you finish your apology and consume the papers, we will take you directly to the hospital, Chu Lu shouted, holding a bottle of chili sauce and a stack of exam papers. Hu Lanji's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. At this moment, she was filled with regret. Utterly profound regret. Yet, regret was of no use now. Amidst the cold mockery of the students outside, she gritted her teeth and grasped the paper. I am Hu Lanji, the head teacher of the rocket class. I used to look down on class 24 of year 3, calling them worthless and trash, and I targeted Song Li. She read each word, tasting the blood in her mouth. Today, in front of all the teachers and students of the school, I sincerely apologize to Song Li, Tan Beixing, and all the students of class 24. You are all geniuses, and I, seeing her pause, her eyes swirling, someone shouted. Hurry up, finish your apology. We still need you to eat the papers. If she didn't complete her apology, she would be unable to leave this place today. I am the worthless one. Someone like me is unworthy to be a teacher. Hu Lanji continued, but her voice was barely audible, squeezed out between her teeth. The broadcast resonated throughout Qingting, leaving the entire faculty and student body in stunned silence. In the last row of class 24, Song Li propped her chin up with one hand, twirling a pen, listening to the broadcast filled with mixed emotions, though the most profound feeling was one of unyielding defiance, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Tan Beixing did not join the fray, but quietly explained to her, these words were written by Chu Lu and the others. They thought Hu Lanji wouldn't recognize them. And even if she did, she might dismiss them due to her seniority and teacher authority. Therefore, after the exam, Chu Lu and the others gathered to write it together. There's nothing too harsh in it. But for Hu Lanji, it carried endless humiliation. I once again extend my sincerest apologies to Song Li, Tan Beixing, and all the students of class 24. I commit to resigning as the head teacher of Class 1 and leaving Qingting. Leaving Qingting. No other school would accept her. Her entire teaching career was at an end. Song Li. Hu Longji's face flushed crimson with fury, her veins bulging as she ripped the paper in half. Next came the segment of teacher, who performing live by eating exam papers. Should I help you make them a bit softer? How many papers is teacher, who prepared to eat? A new wave of commotion erupted at the door. Gazing at the exam papers and chili sauce placed before her, Hu Longji swayed, her vision began to double, and as she rolled her eyes, clutching her heart, she toppled backward. For the third time within half an hour, she fainted. Surely she isn't pretending again? Let us pinch her acupoint. Several girls rushed in to pinch her. Hu Longji trembled, gasping for air, but remained unconscious. A group of students exchanged glances. It seems she has truly fainted this time. Stop fooling around. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from outside. The crowd turned to see Song Li, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. Her school uniform hung loosely, one hand casually tucked into her pocket as she leaned against the railing, exuding a relaxed demeanor yet commanding an undeniable presence. Her pale skin and exquisitely refined features were captivating, her eyes harboring a chilling allure. Her beautiful lips parted as she nonchalantly remarked, "At least she is a teacher. Since she has apologized, it would be wise to stop. We wouldn't want her to truly aggravate herself to death." From this day forth, whether Hu Longji remained at Qingting or not, her arrogance and pride would be utterly shattered, leaving her unable to hold her head high ever again. For someone like her, nothing could be more torturous. Chapter 142. Class 24's Triumph. The girl's voice, though not loud, carried a sense of authority. The students surrounding her regarded her with awe. To let her off the hook felt somewhat unjust considering the value of this chili sauce, worth quite a bit. Since my aunt has spoken, let us heed her advice. After all, no one will dare to look down upon our class again. Indeed. Had it not been for Hu Longji, they would not have realized their potential. Finally, they could exhale a breath of resentment. Class 24 has finally held their heads high. It was unclear when it had begun, but one by one, they began to call Song Li aunt, their tone warm and enthusiastic. Zhong Xian smirked, adopting a school bully's demeanor. Listen to my aunt. Let us celebrate. To reward everyone's hard work this month, I'll treat everyone to dinner at Shangyun restaurant tonight. Hooray! Long live aunt! Long live Xianga! A wave of excitement washed over the group, momentarily casting Hu Longji into oblivion. Zhong Xian glanced at the girl and leaned closer. Aunt, are you coming? No, Song Li replied, lifting her eyelids, her expression neutral. I have matters to attend to. There was never a time when she didn't have something to do, Zhong Xian mused. Song Li's exam papers, except for biology, which barely passed, were filled with zeros in all other subjects, perfectly aligned, astonishing everyone. However, at this moment, the students of Class 24, long disparaged as failures, have astonished everyone by achieving passing grades in biology within a month. It remains unclear who first disseminated this news online, but it has attracted the attention of the Ministry of Education and journalists for interviews. The news spread like wildfire throughout the afternoon, and discussions of zero scores were swiftly eclipsed. It is well known that Qingtung is a prestigious institution that has nurtured numerous prodigies. Yet it has been on a downward trajectory for the past 2 years. How could a class deemed subpar achieve such remarkable results in biology within a month? Is it a testament to the students' innate talent in the subject, or are there other factors at play? Let us delve into Qingtung and explore whether it is poised for a resurgence and to reclaim its global renown. After reading this news, Chu Qi smirked. It's all thanks to Miss Song and you, grandfather. Yet, during that half-month, he had not seen Song Li take any notes or pay much attention in class. And yet she managed to pass. He realized now that Song Li must be a master of score manipulation. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Fu Shi and cautiously asked, Grandfather, we won't have to attend classes any longer, will we? If the third-year students discover that we've been teaching high school students these past 2 weeks, they might not dare to voice their opinions. But they will undoubtedly mock me. Holding the title of a teacher not only allowed him free access to Qingtung but also provided him with a legitimate reason to supervise the young lady's studies. Quite advantageous indeed. Fu Shi uncrossed his legs, his finely chiseled fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard. His handsome profile was shadowed, exuding an air of mystery. And his voice carried a lazy lilt, we shall see. It was rumored that in this month's mock exam at Qingtung, Class 24, the weakest in the senior year, had seen a dramatic rise in biology scores, attributed to a girl named Song Li. It was said that Song Li had transferred just a month prior, having grown up in the countryside, and was a rebellious spirit who had nearly driven her teacher to despair with her antics. Reliable sources indicated that she had been expelled 2 years prior, consistently scoring 0. A shameless wild girl rumored to have entered Qingtung through dubious connections. The following morning, the fervor surrounding Class 24's biology passing scores had shifted entirely to Song Li, with marketing accounts spewing increasingly derogatory remarks.
Damn.
It must be that old hag who Lanji harboring a grudge. Chu Chi thought bitterly. What a waste of my Aunt's goodwill. She should have made her eat that exam paper yesterday. Observing the online frenzy, Chu Le and Song Tong were beside themselves with frustration, banging their fists on the table. Just then, Song Li strolled past the corridor with a bag slung over her shoulder. Regardless of the time, she always bore an air of carefree nonchalance, as if nothing could affect her. It was uncertain whether she was aware of the online news. Tan Beixing bit her lip nervously. Ali. Chapter 143. Someone was quicker than her. Everyone in the class turned to look. The only sound that could be heard was their breathing. Zhong Xian, unable to contain herself, rose and approached, lowering her voice as she angrily declared, "Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely find out who is behind these rumors." The atmosphere in the classroom was rather somber. Song Li frowned. What rumors? It seemed Auntie was unaware. Tan Beixing handed her the phone. The news was overwhelming. Not only had it flooded forums, but it had also trended on Weibo, all aimed squarely at Song Li, clearly a premeditated attack. Song Li scanned the screen. A layer of frost settling in her dark eyes, malevolence surging from her very core. She turned on her heel and walked out. Tan Beixing grasped her arm with concern. "Ali, where are you going?" Song Li's demeanor radiated a chilling aura. The restroom. The moment she stepped out, a gasp echoed through the classroom.
Hey.
Why are the posts on the forums gone? We can't access Weibo either. Could it have been hacked? Once the software returned to normal, all posts regarding Song Li had vanished, including the accounts that had published them. Students exchanged bewildered glances. Zhong Xian trembled slightly. Could it be Auntie? Yet, her parents had never mentioned that Auntie possessed hacking skills. In the restroom, Song Li stared at the assembled computer, her brow furrowed and her eyes clouded with confusion. She had yet to make a move. Someone had beaten her to it.
Who could it be?
At the royal court villa, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow on the sofa. The man's side profile, partially illuminated, was strikingly handsome, almost ethereal, exuding an aura of untouchable prestige. His gaze, fixed on the computer screen, was like a fathomless abyss, devoid of light. "Grandfather." Chu Chi approached. "I found it. The earliest post's IP is traced to the west. Yet the actual location is at Song South Residence on Hongguang Road, number 32. It's likely connected to that Song Yu. There was clearly a hacker involved. But their skills were woefully inadequate." "Grandfather," Chu Chi ventured cautiously, "should we take action? Associating with such individuals is a grave insult to Miss Song." Fu Shi narrowed his eyes. "No need. The Song family's matters. I believe she prefers to handle herself." At Qingtung, Class 1. Observing the disappearance of all online messages, Song Yu scraped her nails across her notebook, feeling no pain as she dislodged a pile of fragments. Ensuring no one was watching, she took out her phone and stepped outside. In the deserted corridor, she dialed a number. When the other end picked up, her eyes darkened, and she gritted her teeth. What is going on? The voice on the other end, altered by a voice modulator, was cold. A more advanced hacker has intervened. They have locked onto both you and me. This transaction ends here. What do you mean ends here? Song Yu's nails dug into the railing. I paid you 100,000. The response was curt. Your price only warrants this. If you're capable, find a more advanced hacker. With that, the line went dead. Song Yu attempted to call back, but the number was already disconnected. What advanced hacker could possibly be protecting that wretched Song Li? It was all just an excuse. They took the money and vanished. Useless. Song Yu cursed under her breath, her face darkening. The incident involving Class 24 would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of school history. Hulanji was hospitalized that very day, reportedly requiring oxygen support. She did not resign personally. Principal Shen, saving face, granted her an extended medical leave. However, Class 1 acquired a new homeroom teacher. The students of Class 24 now walked with their heads held high. Wen Zhong seemed to float as he walked. No one dared to insult them any longer, and many approached them for advice on their study methods. Numerous teachers sought out Wen Zhong to inquire about the shortcuts to success. Yet, Class 24 seemed to have coordinated their responses. Regardless if it was asked, they all mysteriously replied, "It's all thanks to our relentless dedication and talent." Other students could only mutter in frustration. Some even sought to borrow Song Li's purported original notes from Class 24, but with Zhong Xian's presence, no one dared to comply. When Zhong understood the stakes and always deflected with vague responses. Chapter 144. Song Yan. Quite audacious indeed. Wow, that young man is incredibly handsome. Where's the appeal? He doesn't even compare to the new teacher from Class 24. Is that teacher even a normal person? I just think that young man is stunning. He seems to be waiting for someone. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. If you like him, go for it. Don't be so cliché, but I think I've seen you somewhere. Wait, I remember. He's on the Qingtung campus leaderboard from previous years. His name is Song Yan, the brother of the former school belle, Song Yu. After school, the entrance of Qingtung was always bustling. Today, a striking figure in gray and white caught the attention of many. Zhang Hui was momentarily stunned, quickly tugging at Song Yu's arm. Hey you, isn't that your brother? Song Yu looked over. Impossible, my brother is still abroad. Her words trailed off as she caught sight of the person. Her expression frozen in astonishment, and joy surged to her face. Casting elegance aside, she rushed forward, excitedly throwing herself into his arms. Brother. Song Yan pulled her from his embrace. Song Yu clung to him, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Brother, when did you return? Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Song Yan's stern visage bore a faint smile. It was a last-minute decision. A note of detachment lingered in his tone.
Yet.
Song Yu remained oblivious, wrapping her slender arm around his, leading him toward her driver while cheerfully inquiring, Brother, did you come to surprise me? Song Yan's feet remained rooted. His expression slightly awkward, but he replied, I came to find Song Li. Song Yu's smile faltered instantly. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Song Li emerging from the school gates. Song Yan withdrew his arm from her embrace, ruffled her hair, and murmured, I need to discuss something with Song Li. You should return with the driver for now. With that, he strode purposefully towards Song Li. The girl possessed striking features, her beauty exuding an inherent defiance, an attitude of nonchalance that dismissed everything around her. After several years apart, she still radiated a carefree spirit. Song Li, he approached, pausing, his gaze tinged with complexity. His tone courteous, long time no see. At 22, his handsome countenance lacked the vitality typically associated with youth, instead emanating a subdued melancholy. Song Li glanced at him, her expression unchanging. Graduated early? Song Yan nodded, his smile more genuine than it had been with Song Yu. I'll be interning in Yongzhou next month. His eyes swept the area around her, failing to locate the person he yearned to see. He suppressed his disappointment and tentatively asked, Shall we have dinner together tonight? She had other obligations. A man's clear, resonant voice interjected, laden with an undeniable pressure. I'll answer for Song Li. Song Yan looked up, momentarily taken aback by the man's striking appearance, before frowning. You are. Fu Shi scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, a hint of danger lurking beneath his casual demeanor as he brushed off his sleeves. Song Li's guardian, clad in a white shirt and black trench coat. The man exuded an air of aristocratic elegance, his presence chilling yet alluring, his voice soothingly deep. Song Li cast him a sidelong glance, evidently unimpressed by his boldness. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, Song Yan inquired with a more nuanced tone, I heard from Yu that you came to attend her parent-teacher meeting. Song Yu had remarked on Song Li's lack of shame, disapprovingly questioning her decision to bring an outsider to represent her at such an event, tarnishing the Song family's name. Indeed, Song Li replied succinctly. Understanding dawned on Song Yan, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Fu Shi. Thank you for your care. He was all too aware that had a member of the Song family attended the meeting, Song Li would not have sought the assistance of a stranger. Fu Shi's demeanor shifted slightly, an inexplicable displeasure crossing his features. Song Yan's attitude toward Song Li was markedly more amiable than his demeanor with Song Yu. Why was that? Song Li was nothing more than a harlot. Why should she command the attention of so many men? It was one thing for others to treat her with such reverence, but to have her brother return without informing her, only to seek out Song Li first. Wasn't he her brother too? A short distance away, Song Yu, left behind by Song Yan, observed the scene with a seething resentment, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Chapter 145. I can make exceptions for you. Fu Shi fixed his gaze on Song Yan, lightly licking his lips, and remarked coolly, It is my duty. The air was imbued with an unexplainable acidity. As the 7th day of the month approached, she touched her nose, hesitant to speak. A message pinged on her phone from Wang Yu. Song Li glanced at it, her gaze turning icy as she addressed Song Yan. I have matters to attend to. So, I want to be dining. Song Yan opened his mouth. Then you should attend to your affairs. Dressed in her school uniform, she stood in the evening breeze. Her skin a pale, cold hue. Fu Shi shot a glance at Song Yan, shedding his outer coat and draping it over Song Li, guiding her away while his previously austere features softened. Shall we go have dinner first? Song Li lifted her eyelids to regard him, fully aware that his actions were deliberate. However, she remained silent and entered the car. Brother, she called out as Song Yan's attention finally returned to her upon hearing her voice. He cast a complex glance at her, sighed after a moment. Let us go home. Inside the vehicle, the scent of sandalwood was rich yet not overpowering. With the air conditioning set high, finding a comfortable position, Song Li began playing a game. Fu Shi retrieved an item from the storage compartment, presenting it to her with a melodious tone here. As she maneuvered her character away from the battlefield, Song Li slowly looked up at the box. It was rectangular, dark green with gilded edges, adorned with an embossed wave design that exuded sophistication. She furrowed her brow. What is it? Fu Shi leisurely opened the box, revealing its contents. It was a thermos, similar to her own, the only distinction being that this one was pure black, devoid of any patterns. Song Li met his gaze, seeking clarification. Fu Shi chuckled softly, his voice warm. I bought you one, and returned the favor. With winter approaching, it's prudent to drink more warm water. It can also store liquor, allowing for better preservation. Song Li's expression momentarily shifted as she accepted it, her cool fingertips brushing against his hand. The warmth seeping through her skin, causing a tingling sensation. The thermos felt substantial, crafted from a special nanomaterial, its temperature regulation capabilities far superior to her own. After a brief moment, Song Li raised her eyes. Her brows knitted with a wicked glint of mischief. Didn't teacher sure say that minors and high schoolers shouldn't drink alcohol? Fu Shi's expression remained unchanged as he studied her for 2 seconds, a slight smile playing on his lips, his voice low. If it's medicinal wine, I can make an exception for you. In an instant, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Song Li's eyes, only to be replaced by her usual composure. Though the liquor she had been drinking was traditional, it wasn't aged for many years, and due to the brewer's craftsmanship, its aroma was rich, but not overly potent. The one she was consuming had herbs added, akin to medicinal wine, even more intense. Stored in a special thermos, the scent of the liquor remained concealed. Fu Shi was no ordinary person. He could discern the nuances.
Thank you.
Song Li concealed her expression, casually stowing the thermos in her backpack while continuing to focus on her game. The driver, the 7th day of the month, remarked, this thermos was urgently crafted as per our grandfather's instructions just a few days ago. The inner walls are designed with brand new nanotechnology. It can preserve liquor for decades without altering its flavor. How could it be treated so casually by Miss Song? Yet, considering Miss Song's nature, one could hardly apply ordinary logic to her. The Song family. Upon seeing Song Yan return with Song Yuer, Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, why are you back? Song Yuer, already in a foul mood, felt even more irked at the sight of her and retorted coldly, this is my home. Can't my brother come back? Lin Xia was caught off guard by the retort, forcing a sheepish smile. I didn't mean it that way.
Yuer.
Song Yan interjected with a frown, addressing Lin Xia gently. Aunt Lin, I graduated early and came back. He was studying biological information. And although he was originally set to graduate after the new year, a series of events unfolded after Song Li returned to Jincheng, including matters concerning Xingjing. Song Yuer had always harbored animosity towards Song Li, constantly undermining her, and now she even set her sights on Tan Beixing. Fearing he would truly provoke Song Li, he returned early, a decision he had kept to himself. Upon returning, he hadn't even entered the house, heading straight to Qingtung to see Song Li. Chapter 146. He has no face to lose. Song Yan rarely spent time at home. Though he was unfamiliar with his stepmother, he was nonetheless polite. He had long declared that he would not claim a single cent of the Song family's wealth. It would all belong to Song Zixuan in the future. He was a man of many thoughts, somewhat melancholic, and whether or not he meant what he said, he had not used the family's money since high school. He treated his half-brother, Song Zixuan, with a degree of kindness, yet the fact remained that he was not his blood. Moreover, Song Yuer had always regarded him with disdain, complicating their sibling relationship. Lin Xia felt somewhat awkward in front of Song Yan. Even though the embarrassing situation had been diffused, she still felt a certain unnaturalness as she pressed her lips together and remarked, "Your father will be back in a while. You should rest for now. Dinner will be ready shortly." The Song family had housekeepers, yet Lin Xia often took it upon herself to prepare the evening meal. Song Yan, unfamiliar with the household affairs and not planning to stay long, merely nodded and ascended the stairs. Song Yue bit her lip, following him upstairs. At 8:30 in the evening, Song Tianyi returned first. Upon seeing Song Yan, his expression darkened, and he threw his coat onto the sofa. "Aren't you supposed to graduate in a year? Why are you back now?" Song Yan repeated his earlier announcement about graduating early. Song Tianyi frowned. "Who permitted your early graduation? Did you consult me?" He prided himself on having two exceptionally talented children, his eldest son studying at a prestigious school abroad, and his daughter, who was obedient and outstanding. Thus, many envied him. The fact that Song Yan had returned before completing his studies would surely invite unwelcome comments from others. He could not bear to lose face. Song Yan maintained a stoic expression. "I am now an adult. I can make decisions regarding my own life." After a brief pause, he added, "I will be interning at the Biological Research Institute in Yongzhou shortly, so I won't be home for long." Yongzhou University is renowned for its biological sciences, ranking among the top 3 globally. Gaining entry into the research institute there is an achievement even for the most gifted individuals. His implication was clear. He had indeed graduated and secured a position at the best research institution, thus preserving his father's dignity. As for Song Li, that was a different matter entirely. The evident displeasure on Song Tianyi's face suggested that he was losing control over even his eldest son.
Dad.
Song Zixuan returned at that moment, still clad in a white taekwondo uniform. Upon seeing Song Yan, he paused. "Brother." Although they were not particularly close, he had always felt a twinge of apprehension toward Song Yan. Song Yan smiled and ruffled his hair. "You've grown taller. Some sentiments are palpable. For instance." Song Yan's genuine smile towards Song Li revealed his heartfelt concern for her, devoid of any pretense. His demeanor towards Song Zixuan was akin to that of an affectionate elder brother, gentle in tone. However, when it came to himself, despite being indulgent with her whims, Song Yue could always sense a certain distance in his tone and attitude. She was, after all, his blood-related sister. Song Yue chastised herself for perceiving it as a mere illusion, yet each comparison underscored the stark disparity. Surely, that wretched Song Li must have said something to him. With her eyes reddening, a surge of jealousy welled within Song Yue. The atmosphere in the room grew tense until Lin Xia emerged from the kitchen, breaking the stasis. "Everyone's back. Let's eat." It was 8:30, and the housekeepers had left for the day, making this dinner quite late. The 5 family members took their seats around the table. Song Yue looked up, seemingly innocently asking Song Yan, "Brother, didn't you invite sister to join us for dinner?" Song Tianyi froze, his brow sharpening. "Did you go see Song Li?" Song Yue interjected before Song Yan could respond, her tone tinged with a playful lament. "I thought you came to surprise me, but it seems in your eyes, sister is more important than dad." Upon hearing this, the momentary softening of Song Tianyi's expression vanished, replaced by a scowl. He slammed his palm onto the table. "What is so special about that wild girl? Aren't you ashamed?" The tension at the dinner table thickened once more. Lin Xia knew better than to interfere in their disputes. Any attempts at persuasion would only lead to further complications. Both Song Li and Song Yan were not easily swayed, and she needn't waste her breath. As for Song Yue, her earlier remarks were clearly intended to stir trouble. Lin Xia served soup to Song Zixuan, casting him a warning glance to remain silent, while she herself kept quiet. Song Yan glanced at Song Yue and spoke coolly. Song Li grew up in an orphanage in the countryside. She has endured considerable hardship, unlike Yue, who has been pampered since childhood. Is it a problem for me to check on her? As for shame? His gaze turned icy. Song Li is also my sister. What is shameful about a brother visiting his sister? Moreover, he fixed his unwavering gaze on Song Tianyi. If you find it shameful, why did you bring her back in the first place? You brought her back for the inheritance. Yet Song Yan was not like Song Yue. He had always protected that girl, Song Li. His words struck a nerve, darkening Song Tianyi's countenance further. Do you think you can speak that way to me? Have you forgotten who I am? Song Yan let out a derisive snort, tossing his chopsticks down as he stood. Song Yue clutched at his sleeve. Brother, you haven't finished your meal. Song Yan cast a cold glance at her, withdrawing his arm with indifference. I am your brother, not a fool. Those words rendered Song Yue's smile frozen, draining the color from her face. At the royal court, building A04, the villa was vast, boasting dozens of rooms. Yet only 2 had ever been occupied, leaving the rest pristine. Seeing the man who had followed her back from next door, Song Li said nothing and shrugged off her coat, handing it back to him. Make yourself at home. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. After ascending the stairs, he switched on his computer, and a video popped up. Song Li took it. Forget-me-not had dyed her purplish hair with streaks of pink and blue, resembling a color palette. As she slurped noodles, her words were muffled. The theft at the first building has been suppressed. The postponed auction is in 3 days. Are you interested in attending? Song Li replied succinctly, not going. There's nothing of value. Forget-me-not slurped another mouthful of noodles. Oh right, I personally delivered the diamond to the K-country prince. I warned him that if it gets lost again, we won't be responsible for him anymore. Song Li settled into a chair, crossing her legs. Her swivel chair spun around, exuding an air of authority. What is the situation in the east? Forget-me-not swallowed her noodles. The unrest has been quelled. But various factions are still attempting to solicit the Dragon Squad's assistance. However, due to your suppression, they are hesitant to act. She wiped her mouth and looked up. I say, if you're so concerned, why not go to the east yourself? Song Li replied coolly, I'm concerned about 319. Alright then, came the response. After all, this individual was a big shot, and no one could fathom their thoughts. Downstairs, Fu Shi was on the phone with Gu Weyan. Gu Weyan had been busy with cars and hadn't he accompanied Fu Shi to the capital. He called to discuss the matter of the first building. It's set for 3 days later. Aside from a bunch of so-called antiques, there seems to be a piece of warm jade. Fu Shi's expression grew serious. Warm jade? I hear it's natural. The first building wouldn't deal in fakes. It must be authentic. But Gu Weyan didn't seem to care about that. The Fu family is in turmoil again. Aren't you coming back to check on it? The Fu family's 4th branch had only one male heir, Fu Shi, while the other branches were all females vying for power, leading to frequent disputes. Fu Shi's face turned icy. Let them make a fuss. As long as no one dies, it's fine. The next day, Song Yan left without breakfast, merely exchanging a few words with Lin Xia before heading out. Song Tianyi, fuming, also left for the company. Recently, the firm was in dire need of investment, initially relying on the Zhai family, but it had all been disrupted by that wild girl, Song Li, leading even his biological sister, Song Qianlong, to distance herself. Lin Xia ignored Song Yuer and served breakfast to Song Zixuan, earnestly advising, some matters must be observed through your own eyes and felt personally, rather than relying on hearsay. Understand? Song Zixuan frowned, but that's Song Li. Lin Xia pinched his cheek. When you see her, address her as sister. Don't just listen to everything your sister Yuer says. In recent times, although she had not seen Song Li, she had heard enough. Everything indicated that Song Li was far from the ill-mannered country girl she was portrayed to be. Whether Song Tianyi and Song Yuer chose to remain oblivious was their own affair, but she could not afford to be so naive. Her pleas fell on deaf ears. And she had no intention of seeking her own amusement. Song Yuer's errant path was beyond her control, nor did she dare intervene. But she could not permit her son to be led astray. The news of Class 24's unanimous success in biology had sent ripples through Qingtung, reigniting discussions about the biology competition. It was said that the esteemed elder in the biomedical field, Senior Seng Yuan, would be selecting an heir from among the students participating in the competition. The recent monthly exam incident had demonstrated that the students possessed talent. With diligence, success was within reach and they must seize the opportunity. At the podium, when Zhong was once again dispensing his motivational anecdotes, he specifically advised Tan Beixing, feel free to come to me with any questions you may have. Tan Beixing had entered the biology competition. Class 24 was no longer the derided waste bin it once was, and when Zhong now spoke with newfound confidence, Tan Beixing responded with a shy smile. As lunchtime approached, Song Li slowly shouldered her bag after reading a message from Song Yan and called out to Tan Beixing, let us go out for a meal. Little aunt, Zhong Xian exclaimed, rushing over. I want to join you. Chu Lo also bounded over. Where are we eating? I want to come too. In the midst of the commotion, Zhong Xian kicked Chu Lo lightly. Just go away. Chu Lo hopped aside. If you don't want to go, why hit me? The group was quite lively. Song Li glanced at Zhong Xian, whatever. Outside the school gates, standing beside Fu Shi, Song Yan appeared overshadowed in both looks and demeanor. Chu Qi lingered in the back, hesitant to speak. Upon seeing the girls emerge, Song Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tan Beixing. Tan Beixing, too. was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, "Why are you back?" Zhong Xian, however, furrowed his brow. Regaining his composure, Song Yan smiled. "I graduated early." He then turned to Song Li. "I've booked Xiangdian's high. It won't take much of your time." Song Li nodded in agreement.
Fushi aprot.
Scanning the group with his gaze, pausing for 2 seconds on Song Yan and Zhong Xian, and spoke in a rather indifferent tone. "There isn't enough room in the car. I'll need to ask the two of you to take a taxi." Zhong Xian thought, it's one thing for Song Yan to suddenly appear out of nowhere, but why is this fourth young master still around? Eating with fourth young master, how could he possibly stomach it? He rubbed his nose and began to back away. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll eat at the school cafeteria instead. It'll be quicker." With that, he dashed back into the school without waiting for a response. Fu Shi's expression remained unchanged. Then it seems that Master Song will have to take a taxi alone. This person's hostility was palpable, and even his mere presence sent chills down Song Yan's spine. He glanced at Fu Shi, but chose not to provoke him further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At Xiangdian's high, little conversation ensued. Song Yan reported to Song Li about his studies abroad and his early graduation to intern at the Yongzhou Biological Research Institute. When the conversation turned to the Song family, his expression grew complex. "Yuer has been spoiled by my father since childhood, Shi." He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Song Li raised her eyebrows slightly, suppressing her erratic emotions, and spoke casually. "You can provoke me, but if you lay a finger on Beijing again, I'll make her wish she had never been born." Her tone was both arrogant and sinister, her eyes glinting with mischief. Song Yan cast a glance at Tan Beijing, who was silently eating, his grip on the chopsticks tightening with a hint of bitterness. "I will warn them. Then it will be none of her concern." Song Li set down her chopsticks and glanced at Fu Shi. "I'm full." Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, donned his coat, and stood up to follow her. Tan Beijing trailed closely behind. Song Yan lingered alone for a while longer before departing. Chapter 149. What is there to fear for a madman? Upon returning to school, Song Li collected a parcel from the gatekeeper, a modest brown box. She handed it to Tan Beijing, casually caressing her face. "This is your biology material, since you're participating."
Don't embarrass me.
It had some weight to it. Tan Beijing cradled the box in her arms, her eyes sparkling. "Don't worry, Ali. I promise to bring back first place." Song Li chuckled softly. From a distance, as the two joked and walked towards her, Song Yuer's eyes flashed with malice. As they brushed past each other with books in hand, she discreetly extended her foot.
"Ah, Tan Beijing."
Already unable to see the ground clearly with the box in her arms, suddenly slipped, letting out a scream as she tossed the box upwards, her body weightless as she fell backward. Song Li's expression shifted in an instant. She swiftly reached out to grasp Tan Beijing's arm, pulling her into an embrace, and, while pivoting on the stairs, managed to steady herself while catching the falling box with one hand. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, so swiftly that onlookers barely registered what had occurred. How could she? Song Yuer's eyes widened in disbelief. As Song Li released Tan Beijing, handing her the box, Tan Beijing, still in shock from the sudden turn of events, numbly accepted it. Song Li stepped down the stairs, advancing towards Song Yuer with a chilling gaze. Song Yuer stumbled back a step. She fell on her own. "It's not my fault. What do you want?" Song Li's cold laugh pierced the air. "Did I say someone tripped her?" A flicker of panic crossed Song Yuer's face. Zhang Hui, accompanying her, stepped forward to shield Song Yuer, her eyes filled with hostility. If Tan Beijing wasn't paying attention, who can she blame?
"If you don't want to die,
step aside." Song Li shot her a disdainful glance, her gaze darkening ominously, an aura emanating that made even the bravest shudder.
La nuit instinctively recoiled.
Yet her stubbornness compelled her to maintain her stance. "Yuer is your sister." Without wasting words, Song Li narrowed her eyes, icy intent radiating from her, and forcefully shoved Zhang Hui aside, advancing on Song Yuer. Grasping her chin, she shoved her against the railing, her voice frigid. "Do you truly believe my patience is endless?" The grip around her throat was as cold as if it had been plucked from an icy abyss, sending shivers down Song Yuer's spine. Half of her body dangled in the air, her face growing pale as she flailed, trying to pry Song Li's hand away. "Song Li, let me go. You wouldn't dare." Song Li's eyes glinted with bloodlust as she leaned closer to Song Yuer, a sinister smile curling her lips. "I'm a madwoman. What do I have to fear?" Each word dripped with menace, sending chills through the air. Song Yuer's body stiffened, her face turning purple as she struggled to breathe. Gasping out, "I'm your sister."
"Sister?"
Song Li's laughter echoed lowly, her head tilting. Do you deserve that title? Her tone turned ominous. Next time you seek a hacker, make sure there's someone formidable. She had discovered the truth. Song Yuer's pupils dilated, her body trembling as she attempted to retort. But the pressure on her throat intensified, choking off her voice. Her eyes began to roll back, her feet flailing. Help! Someone save me! Zhang Hui, too frightened to intervene, shouted frantically for help. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor as Zhong Xian and Chu Le rushed in, their feet slipping on the floor as they skidded to a halt, eyes wide at the scene unfolding before them. Little Aunt! The cry jolted Tan Beixing back to reality. Recognizing the dire situation, she hastily discarded the box, rushing forward to grab Song Li's arm, anxiety flooding her voice. Ali, that's enough. Chapter 150. Next time. You won't need your life. If this continued, Song Yuer would surely perish. Though her transgressions did not warrant death, Tan Beixing did not wish to see Song Li's hands stained with blood again. Song Li lightly licked her lips, releasing Song Yuer and tossing her back onto the steps. The sudden loss of weight sent Song Yuer tumbling down, landing at the corner with a violent cough, clutching her throat and gasping for air. Yuer, are you alright? Zhang Hui rushed to assist her. Several passing students and those drawn by the commotion in the student group were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Song Li stood on the steps, gazing down with an air of superiority at Song Yuer. The wind that surged into the corridor tousled her hair and lifted the hem of her school uniform jacket, exuding a striking yet icy beauty. Bathed in backlight, she emanated a somber aura, as if poised to annihilate the very world around her. If their essay next time, you might as well relinquish your life, she uttered with an expressionless tone, each word weighted as if a blade had grazed the neck, suffocating all in its path. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, each silent step echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness. A throng of dozens congregated in the corridor, yet silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their breaths. Tan Beixing did not spare a glance at those below, clutching a box placed on the stairs as he pursued Song Li. Zhong Xian and the others remained motionless. Though Song Li typically exuded an aura of dominance, she had never been one to instigate trouble unless provoked in the past 2 months. Chula cast a glance at the breathless Song Yuer below, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Is she perpetually overindulged? While others may have been oblivious, Zhong Xian had heard from Tan Beixing about the events that transpired in Shengjing. Time and again, she truly seemed to be courting disaster. Zhong Xian's gaze turned frigid as he sneered at Song Yuer below. Do you genuinely believe my Anna spared you repeatedly out of fear?
Song Yuer, Kuhing,
looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Her face was as pale as a ghost. Zhong Xian raised his chin, mocking, were it not for Song Yan, you and your insatiably greedy father would have long since perished in some forgotten corner. Within the Song family, excluding Lin Xia and her son, only Song Yan possessed a clear mind, one capable of affording Song Li a modicum of respect. In class 24, Song Li settled into her seat, crossing her long legs, first retrieving a thermos from her backpack to sip on some liquor, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. Her presence radiated an icy aura that deterred any from approaching her. A notification chimed on her phone. Ignoring Fu Shi, she navigated to another conversation. Chu Shifeng, Lu Shen, are the promotional posters ready?
Damn.
I forgot about this. Song Li furrowed her brow and typed, busy lately, within half a month. Chu Shifeng, if you have something important, please focus on that first. We can proceed with other promotions in the meantime. After addressing a few critical points, Song Li finally turned her attention to Fu Shi's messages. He had returned to Beijing after escorting her back to school. He still left behind the first day of the 7th month. The internal software was flooded with messages. Yao Ji, the prince from Beijing recently uncovered some information regarding 319, boss. The Dragon Group's meeting tomorrow has some changes. Want you come take a look? The Dragon Group, the world's most enigmatic organization, could not be understood through conventional thought. Moreover, while the leader feared X, it did not imply he would not defy X, for he was the head of the Dragon Group. Song Li pondered for a moment before replying. Location:
Ypsilonaoye, Haicheng.
Beijing, evening. Xue Zhu handed Fu Shi a brown envelope. We caught a minor participant from the 319 project, but he's merely a pawn. The only useful information extracted is that the serum equivalent experimental subject truly exists. However, they had already confirmed this information long ago. From a biomedical perspective, Inducing mutations in the human body through genetics is indeed feasible. Transforming a person into a serum vessel, while challenging, is not impossible. Fu Shi perused the materials, his eyes shrouded in darkness. Jiang He seemed to recall something and added, "There are underground whispers that the 319 personnel have recently begun to mobilize." Chapter 151. What if we toy with you? The 319 biomedical project had once made significant contributions to the world. However, one fateful day, it was exposed for conducting horrific experiments, inciting public panic, and under pressure, it was sealed off, with all related documents obliterated and rendered irretrievable. Henceforth, 319 was classified as a state secret, yet it continued to exist, hidden from sight. Not long ago, due to unrest in the East, many sought to compel the 319 personnel to emerge, but even the esteemed old goose return bore no fruit. Now, while the Eastern surface activity had ceased, investigations persisted covertly. The precise motives remained elusive, yet in this context, the sudden activity of the 319 personnel suggested something significant was afoot. Fu Shi closed the file, casting it aside, his expression obscured in shadows as he spoke in a heavy tone. "You contact the Eastern Oversight. Keep a close watch over that side." Jiang He nodded, discussed a few other matters, and then returned to the bureau. Fu Shi twirled the black ring on his pinky, a veil of gloom shadowing his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up his phone, dialed a number. "Tomorrow, we head to Haicheng." Haicheng, renowned for its sea, boasted towering waves and gusty winds, with egrets and gulls calling and ferries scattered about. The autumn sea breeze swept through, chilling the entire city and saturating the air. Yao Ji had also rushed to Haicheng, meeting passengers at the airport. "Boss." Spotting a girl clad in all black, exuding both allure and confidence, Yao Ji hurried to greet her, a mix of excitement and reverence in her demeanor. Song Li adjusted the brim of her hat, her black mask obscuring her face, leaving only her bright, dark eyes visible, glimmering with a cold clarity. At 24, Yao Ji sported shoulder-length wavy hair and donned blue attire, her captivating almond-shaped eyes radiating a mature charm that charmed when she smiled. "Boss." Approaching to embrace her, Yao Ji was deterred by the chilly aura surrounding Song Li. Instead smiling and saying, "If Feng Lin and the others weren't occupied with their own missions, they'd surely have come as well. After all, it's a miracle to see the living captain in our lifetime." Moreover, within the entire dragon group, including the third team, only Yao Ji had glimpsed Song Li's true form and her gender. Song Li's voice was languid. "Let us head directly to the Longting building." The dragon group remained veiled from public view, presenting itself as the Longting Group. Ordinary people assumed they were merely a multinational logistics company, while those versed in the underworld understood this was a facade for the dragon group. The Longting building, soaring 72 stories high, housed the upcoming meeting on its top floor. In the circular conference room, as time ticked by, the leaders of the other 5 teams grew restless, impatience swelling within them. Previously, if X had not attended, it was forgivable. Now, after announcing his arrival, they had been waiting from 9 until noon. Did he truly believe himself a deity among hackers, deserving of such reverence? Deity? Please, we don't even know if it's a man or a woman. For all we know, it could be a transvestite. "Leader, could you say something?" Called upon. The 50-something leader slowly turned, his face etched with the lines of experience, his eyes deep and solemn, emanating an inexhaustible authority even while seated. Zhang Maoxuan, the legendary leader of the dragon group, scanned the gathered leaders with an impassive expression, his voice resonant. "Let us wait a little longer." "Wait? Who knows until when we must wait? X can't possibly be toying with us, right?" Just then, the door swung open, accompanied by a voice that sliced through the air. "What if I am toying with you?" The voice, ambiguous in its gender, carried a lightness that belied its arrogance. All gazes turned toward the entrance, where a figure clad in a black hooded cloak stood, their face obscured by a mask resembling a comical grimace. The entire figure was shrouded, leaving only height discernible. At first glance, it was somewhat alarming. Chapter 152. Of course, I am here to subdue you all X. Under the command of the Dragon Group's leader, 6 major teams were delineated, 5 of which were led by men, all aged 25 and above. The 6th individual is known only as X. Aside from this codename, everything about them remains shrouded in mystery. Having been part of the organization for 5 or 6 years, X always presents themselves in this particular guise when facing other captains or the Longting Group. Who are they trying to intimidate? Upon entering the conference room, they don't even bother to knock, displaying a complete lack of manners and decorum. We are left waiting. And the captain of the third team truly has an inflated sense of self-importance. A few captains regain their composure, unwilling to offend X outright. They can only huff sarcastically. X has always acted with an audacious arrogance, utterly dismissive of others, and they have long been a source of irritation, which explains the previous impeachment attempts. Song Li sauntered to her designated seat, leaning back at a 30-degree angle against the chair, her long, straight legs casually crossed atop the conference table, exuding the quintessential demeanor of a brazen leader. Only after settling in did she speak. "Did I keep you waiting? What kind of audacity is that?" The captain of the second team was infuriated. His face flushed as he slammed his hand on the table. "It was one thing for you to skip previous meetings. But to make us wait for hours now that you've deigned to show up? We are all equals. This is far too much." Song Li barely blinked. "You may have your eyes gouged out."
You, sit down.
The second team was left speechless by her words, still wanting to retort but silenced by a glance from the first team captain. X is not merely a formidable hacker, their combat skills are equally inscrutable. This, the first team has experienced firsthand. Regardless of the words exchanged, when they face X, it feels as though they are striking into cotton. The second team is known for its fiery temper, and continuing down this path would yield them no favor with X. The captains of the fourth, fifth, and sixth teams regarded the figure cloaked in black with displeasure, yet they dared to voice their sentiments only behind X's back, feeling inexplicably intimidated in their presence. This apprehension emanates from deep within, more daunting than facing the leader. The conference room fell into a heavy silence for a moment. The first team captain, with a sharp gaze sweeping over the third team, leaned on the table and spoke amicably. "Old 3 has never shown interest in team meetings. What brings you here today?" This question captured the attention of everyone present, causing all eyes to refocus on the third team. Song Li crossed her arms, exuding nonchalance. "Just here to play, and perhaps." Her voice lingered, her cold gaze sweeping over the group beneath her mask, her thin lips curving into a chilly smile. "To quell your disquieting hearts." Once again, silence enveloped the room. Quell us? This time, not only the irritable second team, but even the fourth team could no longer contain themselves, rising in protest. "X, do you truly believe we fear you?" The fifth team captain, whose appearance was somewhat androgynous, with a fierce glint in his upturned eyes, added, "X, you must understand. You belong to the long group, not the other way around. One should not be overly arrogant." Each captain present, having ascended to the core of the pinnacle organization, the long group had undergone rigorous selection. They wielded immense power, capable of toppling empires, should they choose to unite. Yet, they were continually overshadowed by a captain from the third team, whose true identity and gender remained unknown. How could anyone bear such indignity? Song Li swiftly retracted her legs from the table, crossing them instead on the ground, leaning forward with her chin resting on one hand, to make the long group mine. Her gloved fingers drummed rhythmically against her cheek, as if pondering. Though it presents some complications, it is not insurmountable. This audacity was displayed in its fullest. Just those two statements caused the expressions of all present, including the leader, to shift dramatically. Chapter 153. I can cease to be, at any moment. X has never spoken idly. Although the other captains might disdain X, they could not deny their prowess. If X so desired, they could effortlessly infiltrate the long group as headquarters, revoking all their permissions and taking control of the entire organization. This is one reason the leader harbors trepidation toward X. Aside from their blatant arrogance and disdain for others, no one has been able to decipher X's intentions. Clearing his throat, the leader sought to alleviate the tension that had thickened the air. Since X has graced us with their presence, let us all temper our tempers. They remained wary of provoking X further. At this moment, they could only comply with the leader's directive. Apart from X, who retained an enigmatic presence even in their midst, the other 5 captains included the youngest, the 6th team captain, Go Jing, aged 26, whose handsome features belied an air of gentility. He managed intelligence within the long group and, while complimentary to the third team, did not enjoy a particularly close rapport. Scanning the table, he spoke coolly. The prince from the Fu family in the capital has offered 50 billion for the acquisition of the 319 biomedical engineering project. Recently, the World Health Organization had requested the long group's intervention, and the second team had mobilized, only to receive an urgent order to withdraw, leaving him with a simmering frustration. Hearing mention of 319, he voiced his displeasure. I believe the long group should simply absorb 319. A sudden derisive laugh echoed from X. The second team frowned. What are you laughing at? Song replied languidly. Dreams and illusions. Second team should learn to distinguish between the two. Implicitly, she suggested that the idea of the long group absorbing 319 was mere folly on the part of the second team. Their faces flushed with anger. As one of the core leaders of the long group, do you possess no sense of unity? Song remained unfazed. I can cease to be, at any moment. Upon uttering this, the conference room once again fell into a state of stasis. The third team occupies a unique position within the long group. Comprised of 6 core members, they encompass the pinnacle of elite talent. Most importantly, these 6 individuals are loyal not to the long group, nor to the third team, but to X alone. Should X choose to sever ties with the long group and establish their own dominion, it would be a simple endeavor. However, the day X departs from the long group would signify a fracture with the organization, and the long group would then face peril. Mind your words. The fifth team captain signaled to the second team with a glance. Offending X is not a trivial matter. The leader maintained a stern countenance, unwavering. Yet internally, he too felt the weight of X's presence. He understood better than anyone that X had come with a singular purpose, as they had articulated, to suppress the long group.
All right.
Fearing the captains might truly provoke X into a confrontation, the leader calmly interjected, the long group will not involve itself with the 319 matter. That is an order. Subsequently, discussions transitioned to the current developments within the long group and reports from each team. Song Li lounged in her seat, silent yet radiating an aura of authority that was impossible to ignore. An hour later, this imposing meeting finally concluded. The second team huffed in disdain at X, hastily following the first team out. The fourth and fifth teams exchanged glances before exiting as well. The leader and the sixth team remained seated unmoving. After a significant pause, the sixth team captain broke the silence, questioning X in a low voice. Why should the long group refrain from involving itself with 319? All the data on 319 resides within the highest classified archives of the long group, accessible only to the leader and a select few. Yet, to X, that privilege was as thin as paper. Nevertheless, X had never sought to breach those secrets or engage in actions that could jeopardize the long group or the world. Thus, the sixth team maintained a modicum of courtesy toward X. Song Li toyed with a water bottle on the table, remarking nonchalantly, to spare you from demise. Her demeanor was irreverent, yet her tone was serious. The leader's eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued, the prince from the Fu family in the capital has arrived in Haicheng today to investigate some matters unrelated to 319. Given that your access within the long group is essentially non-existent, why not entertain him? Chapter 154, Encountering the Living X. The prince from the Fu family in the capital had previously been invited to join the long group, but had declined. However, he somehow procured a high-level black card from the dragon group. Even if the dragon group does not accept his mission, they are still obligated to provide reception. Qiu Jing's expression shifted slightly, and before X could speak, he interjected, I'll accompany X. Song Li cast a sidelong glance at him but remained silent. In the VIP reception room on the 76th floor, Fu Shi lounged on the sofa, with his legs crossed, his strikingly handsome brows slightly furrowed. Song Li had not replied to his messages for 8 hours. Chi mentioned that Song Li was in her school dormitory and hadn't he come out. Yet, he knew the young lady was not one to remain cooped up for long. Gu Weyan approached and whispered, the person has arrived. The allure of the dragon group was too enticing for him to resist being part of the excitement. Fu Shi lifted his gaze, his fingers idly tracing his phone. His eyes fixed on the entrance, dark as the ocean, haunting as a cold pool, unfathomable. Gu Weyan leaned lazily against the doorframe, his freshly dyed silver-gray hair contrasting with his playful peach blossom eyes as they swept over the approaching duo. He touched his ear stud and chuckled softly, well. As the figures drew nearer, Qiu Jing greeted them and introduced the person beside him. X what? Gu Weyan froze, his hand trembling, nearly dislodging his ear stud as his peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief at the figure wearing a mask with a ghostly visage. You are X? X. The hacker whose name echoed through the underworld but whose face had never been seen. Today, he was confronted with the living embodiment of the legend. Yet, the figure did not spare him a glance, stepping inside and fixing his gaze on Fu Shi, his voice a genderless murmur, please. Though the face was obscured, the height was evident. This person stood at least 6 feet tall. He was likely a man. Fu Shi narrowed his eyes, a glint of inscrutable coldness flickering within them. X? he inquired, his voice sharp and clear. He had once declined to join the Dragon Group and had purchased a black access card at a high price, having visited the Longting building before. Yet, he had never encountered the real X. Are you truly X? Gu Wuyan circled him several times, scrutinizing him, still in disbelief. Without a doubt, Qiu Jing interjected, casting a glance at the distinguished man within, his smile polite as he continued, X seldom appears at the Dragon Group, yet has fortuitously crossed paths with young Master Fu. He holds the highest authority, and the leader has thus entrusted him to accompany young Master Fu for research purposes. He is not to be trifled with, and Fu Shiyi is also a difficult individual to handle for the Dragon Group. The leader has passed the burden on to X. The others naturally find this amusing. Suddenly, Fu Shiyi's urgency to peruse the materials dissipated. He shifted in his seat, propping his arm on the sofa's armrest, and casually took a sip from his thermos before speaking nonchalantly. I have a question. Qiu Jing paused, noting that X had no intention of speaking, and continued to inquire on his behalf. Please proceed, young Master Fu. Fu Shiyi replied coolly, I offered a price of 7 billion for the S-God project. May I ask why you have consistently declined this order? Have I offended you in any way? Song Li raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing on her delicate face beneath the mask. I've granted an 8% discount on all your other orders, young Master Fu. Why not inquire about those? What was peculiar was this. Despite the astronomical sum offered for the S-God project, X refused to accept it, yet granted discounts on all other orders. Fu Shiyi's gaze remained fixed on X, capturing every subtle movement. However, the black cloak concealed everything, and the altered voice revealed little. Unable to extract further information, he squinted and picked up his thermos, standing. Let us go. Qiu Jing's gaze flicked between the two, his eyes glimmering slightly. I want to accompany you. No one acknowledged him. Haicheng was not the Dragon Group as headquarters, yet it housed a data repository. As they approached the security checkpoint, Fu Shiyi retrieved a black card from his pocket. It was an access card, intricately engraved with a subtle silver dragon. As he swiped it, Song Li noticed a small L symbol at the bottom right corner, her eyes momentarily flashing with intrigue. Chapter 155. Do they dare? Knowing that directly inquiring about the 319 project would not yield access from the Dragon Group, Fu Shiyi resorted to a strategic approach, researching data from various biomedical institutions in the eastern region and Yongzhou. Although it bore little relevance to 319, it provided some fragmented insights into the living experiment subject. With minimal impact, Song Li permitted him to access the information. Half an hour later, as they emerged from the data room, Fu Shiyi held a brown dossier in hand, his gaze sweeping over the cloaked figure of X. His strikingly cold features carried a weighty significance. May I inquire how you would come to accept the S-God project? His inquiry regarding S-God was for the upcoming M-Continent competition next year. Song Li licked her lips, lightly tapping her wristband concealed beneath her sleeve. The expression on her mask, half black and half white, morphed into something more sinister, her voice sharpening. Some matters depend on fate. A chilling, eerie laugh followed. After X turned to leave, Gu Wuyan, who had been waiting for Fu Shiyi outside, approached, rubbing his arms to chase away the goosebumps elicited by the laughter. Is X perhaps a pervert at heart? Fu Shiyi remained silent, his gaze shrouded in depth. In the personal exclusive lounge, upon Song Li's return, the enchanting lady rose and peered outside. Did they give you a hard time? Song Li settled into a dominant pose with her legs crossed on the table, not removing her mask, her voice resolute.
Dare they?
Fu Shiyi was exceedingly sensitive. She had been cautious around him earlier. Now, her wickedness surged forth, brazen and audacious. The enchanting lady chuckled softly. When you weren't here, they incessantly criticized and accused you. Yet upon your arrival, they dared not utter a word. They are mere cowards, only brave enough to scheme behind your back. Song Li recalled the access card in Fu Shiyi's possession and asked the enchanting lady, who did you sell that internal Dragon Group access card with the L symbol to? The enchanting lady pondered for a moment. An anonymous buyer, 20 billion. I copied it out of necessity and auctioned it off. It bore an invisible marker. I never anticipated it would end up in Fu Shiyi's hands. Song Li licked her sharp teeth, her eyes filled with inscrutable darkness. In the elevator downstairs, Gu Wuyan asked, did you find any useful information?
Fu Shiyi frowned. None.
The 319 data is in the highest level classified archives. Before it could even emerge, X's defense system obliterated it. Gu Wuyan's peach blossom eyes sparkled with a cunning plan, and he lowered his voice. What if we lay in wait and capture X? X was elusive online. But now, the real person stood right in front of them. If they captured him, perhaps they could control the entire dragon group through him. Fu Shi shook his head. It's not that simple.
Ding.
The elevator halted on the first floor. As they stepped out, Gu Wian was about to speak when he caught sight of a flamboyant, tall figure approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a familiar face. As the figure drew nearer, disdain crept onto his expression. How is it that I keep running into you here? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, tossing her voluminous, colorful ponytail. Shouldn't I be asking you that? The pair had come to the Longting group, clearly up to no good. Moreover, their boss was also present. They wouldn't cross paths again, would they? I have matters to attend to, so don't delay me. Without waiting for Gu Wian to respond, Wang Yu sidestepped them and entered the elevator, pressing a button for the 70th floor. Fu Shi narrowed his eyes, a shadowy depth lurking within. Wang Yu entered, her gaze landing on the figure on the sofa fiddling with an electronic mask. She raised an eyebrow. I just ran into Fu Shi and Gu Wian downstairs. Song Li lazily responded with an ah. Wang Yu asked what? The enchanting lady silently interjected, you might not believe this. But it was the boss himself who personally attended to him. The leader's words held no sway over the boss unless he willingly complied. Fu Shi was indeed the first person to be personally received by their boss. Chapter 156, The First Tower of the Capital. Wang Yu tugged at the corner of her mouth, saying, you two truly are fated to meet at every turn in life. If you ask me, why not just take him down? Fu Shi, that man, if nothing else, possesses both wealth and looks, making him quite a match for Song Li. Song Li removed her mask, yet still wore a black face covering, revealing only her pair of deep, dark eyes. Calm as a placid cold lake. Prepare everyone in Team 3. The enchanting woman paused slightly. What are we to do? Song Li narrowed her eyes. A chilling frost emanating from their depths. Someone from the dragon team intends to make a move against Team 3. The leader of Team 5 is quite cunning. And so is the captain of Team 6, Go Jing. Today, both of them are silently probing, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Wang Yu scoffed. If they're not afraid of death, let them come. Song Li clicked her tongue. What worries me is that the leader might also be seeking death. If they cannot control her, they wish to kill her. This intent of the leader has not been recent. That evening, in Jin City, at the Royal Court Building A03. After numerous unreturned messages and a fifth call still unanswered, which even indicated out of service area, Fu Shi was enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere. His eyes icy, as if forged from ice. Chi was on the verge of tears. Sir, I've been waiting outside the Qingting dormitory and really haven't seen Miss Song come out. He could not enter the girls' dormitory, nor could he see Tan Beixing. Even Zhong Xian was nowhere to be found. Who knew Miss Song could be in the dormitory and still be unreachable?
Go. Ding.
Just as Fu Shi was about to instruct Chi to break into the girls' dormitory, his phone suddenly vibrated. A message from Song Li. The young girl wrote, slept for a day. Just 4 words. Is that an explanation? Even if she slept for a whole day, how could her phone's signal be so poor? The girl was lying. With her skills, it should be a simple task to evade Chi and leave Qingting unnoticed. But, as long as she is safe. Fu Shi's gaze darkened. After scrolling on his phone screen for quite a while, he ultimately refrained from exposing her lie and replied with 4 words. Take care of yourself. Feeling the surrounding temperature rise, Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, pondering the potential of Song Li becoming their family's lady. The next day, in the capital, at the first tower. A restaurant-style auction house. The vintage palace-style building sprawled extensively, adorned with intricately carved redwood and gilded patterns, its entrance remarkably grand with a history of over a century. It is no exaggeration to say that if one dined here with $1 million, they could merely sit in the hall sipping good tea and nibbling on a few cold dishes. To participate in the auction, $1 million would barely buy a pair of chopsticks. Thus, only the wealthiest aristocrats could enter here. The most affordable car in the parking lot was worth at least $5 million. All attendees were dressed in formal attire. 2 young girls approached, their clothing appearing quite cheap, and their black backpacks worn and faded. Amidst the formally dressed guests, they stood out conspicuously. The usher extended a hand to stop them, his tone relatively polite. Ladies, entry to the first tower requires formal attire. Ali and Tan Beixing's expressions tightened as they grasped Song Li's arm. What a hassle. No wonder she dislikes coming to the first tower. Song Li frowned, reaching into her pocket to rummage. The present first tower truly seemed to allow anyone inside. Just then, a mocking voice drifted over. It belonged to a girl of about 17 or 18, clad in a slightly puffy white dress, both exquisite and adorable. Tan Beixing wore a jacket bought last year, with slight fuzzballs on it, half-worn and unremarkable. Song Li was dressed in a casual sweatshirt and black cargo pants. Her backpack somewhat faded. Though her demeanor was cool and spirited, she undeniably appeared rather cheap. Her face, however, was a stunning beauty, radiating a chilling allure. Duaning's eyes flashed with jealousy. Upon seeing the two girls looking over, she lifted her chin, full of arrogance. "What are you staring at?" "I'm talking about you too. It's clear you've never seen the world." Chapter 157, My People. Duan Hong's eyes glimmered with surprise as he glanced at his younger sister, quietly warning, "Today is just for you to observe. Don't cause any trouble." He turned back to the girls, maintaining a cordial smile. "I apologize on behalf of my sister." Tan Beixing, aware of the many powerful families in the capital, especially at the first tower today, did not wish to create trouble for Song Li. This man appeared quite amiable, so she quickly waved her hand. "It's nothing." Song Li cast him a faint glance. Duan Hong smiled handsomely. "I presume you ladies are here for the auction as well. Our private box is on the second floor. If you don't mind, I can have someone provide you with formal attire."
Mind.
The girl interrupted, her voice cool and her beautiful brows harboring a hint of mischief. Duan Hong's smile froze. It was the first time someone dared to reject him. "Country bumpkins." Duaning huffed, tugging at Duan Hong. "Brother, why are you apologizing to these bumpkins? Offering them dresses? Do they even deserve to enter our box?" This time, Duan Hong did not scold her. His gaze lingering on the girl's face as he continued to smile. "I assume it's your first time in the capital."
Em Duan.
"One of the four great families. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "My people, you are not worthy to know their names." The girl hadn't spoken yet when a cold voice interrupted from outside. Four individuals approached. The leading man stood tall, his face remarkably handsome. Clad in a flowing black robe, exuding an innate nobility in every gesture. He held a thermos cup, his aura overwhelming. Duaning's eyes lit up for a moment. Then she coldly scoffed. "And who do you think you are? Do you know who we are?" Silence. The unfinished words were cut short by Duan Hong's stern command. Though he did not recognize the lead man, he was familiar with two of those following him. The young master Gu Wuyan from one of the four great families, and Jiang Heyi, a young master of the Jiang family, a significant power in the capital due to its association with the Fu family. The Gu and Zhong families are the most deeply rooted among the four great families, especially since Gu Wuyan is known to be childhood friends with the heir of the Fu family. Even as a scion of one of the four families, Duan Hong still felt inferior before Gu Wuyan. He greeted politely, "Young Master Gu, young Master Zheng." Gu Wuyan's charming eyes slanted upwards. Playful and mischievous, it seems that in just a few days, young Master Duan appears even more spirited. Duan Hong forced a smile. "My younger sister is still young and naive. I hope you won't hold it against us." Jiang Heyi smiled lightly. "Miss Duan is truly candid. We won't take offense." He had a refined appearance, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. Yet, those who knew him understood he was a smiling tiger. His words, seemingly complimentary, were, in fact, demeaning. Duan Hong's expression grew increasingly grim. But no one paid him any mind. Fu Shi strode directly toward Song Li, raising an eyebrow with a conspicuous smile. What a coincidence. Tan Beixing blinked in surprise. Song Li, recalling yesterday's unanswered calls, the ensuing lies, and the matters concerning the Longting group, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. She touched her nose. Coincidence. The charming Gu Wuyan's voice drifted over. "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival in the capital? My grandfather mentioned you just a couple of days ago." Song Li replied, "I'll visit him when I have time." Chi also approached to greet. "Miss Song, Miss Tan." Tan Beixing smiled shyly. "You can just call me by my name." Jiang He approached as well, discreetly assessing the two girls, raising an eyebrow. Fu Shi lowered his gaze at the girls. "Shall we go together?" Song Li glanced at him, a hint of mischief in her eyes as she nodded. However, the usher still blocked their path. "Ladies and gentlemen, entry to the first tower requires formal attire." Fu Shi produced a black card, casually inquiring, "Is this still necessary?" The card bore the emblem of the first tower, numbered 2. There were only 5 such black cards in existence. The card numbered 1, an A-grade black card, had never been seen by anyone. Number 2 seldom makes an appearance. The welcoming attendant's expression shifted slightly, immediately bowing at a 90-degree angle. His demeanor transforming 180 degrees from before, exuding an exaggerated politeness. "Please, come in." Song Li raised an eyebrow, loosening the grip on the black card nestled in her pocket. Chapter 158. Putting on a bold front. The group entered at a leisurely pace, ascending the stairs while the Duan Hong siblings were completely overlooked. Duaning had never experienced such disregard before. She shook Duan Hong's arm, pouting with feigned innocence. "Brother, are you just going to stand there and let them insult me?" Duan Hong did not recognize the man, but he had clearly seen the card in the man's hand from his vantage point. Moreover, the only individual capable of eliciting such deference from Jiang Hai and Gu Wuyan, both of whom possessed striking appearances and distinguished temperaments, could only be one person, the enigmatic heir of the Fu family, Fu Shiyi. Duan Hong's expression darkened, and he once again warned his sister. "Do not think that just because the Duan family is one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, our elevated status makes us immune to fear." The Duan family had only recently infiltrated the ranks of the 4 influential families, their foundation too shallow to be compared with the other 3. In this city, there were indeed those whom they could not afford to offend. Observing the exceptionally handsome man escorting a girl to the 3rd floor, Duaning's eyes glimmered as she grasped Duan Hong's arm. "Brother, let us go to the 3rd floor as well."
Duan Hong froned.
The 3rd floor of the first building contained only 6 private rooms, each booking starting in the hundreds of millions. Over time, the 3rd floor compartments had become a symbol of status among the capital's elite. At events like today's auction, securing a single room for the evening cost several hundred million. Their target tonight was Zue Jinchao. They simply could not afford to squander money on the 3rd floor. "We've already reserved a room on the 2nd floor, he stated decisively. Duaning bit her lip and followed behind. Jiang Hai had no money to burn, and Gu Wuyan held a frugal attitude, yet they all followed Fu Shiyi into the Fu family's private room on the 3rd floor. The room was adorned with extravagant yet tasteful decor, exuding a palpable sense of wealth without being ostentatious. Once seated, they perused the menu. Tan Beishing gazed at the price of the sweet and sour ribs, which was set at 300,000 per plate, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth agape as if it could hold a fist. "Surely, the pigs for these ribs aren't fed gold, are they?" Precisely because of their high prices. Even without an auction, dining on the 1st floor had become a means for the capital's elite to compete with one another. Gu Wuyan clicked his tongue. Jiang Hai smiled and replied, "The 1st floor has stood for nearly a century, and the prices have always been this way. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. It is referred to as the den of indulgence. After all, in this part of the capital, there is no shortage of wealthy individuals." Fu Shi turned to the girl seated beside him, his brow and eyes warm. "Order whatever you desire. It will be on my tab." Song Li raised her eyebrow, glancing at Tan Beishing. "Since Teacher Shi is treating us, feel free to order anything you like." Gu Wuyan chuckled with charm. "Our Teacher Shi is quite affluent. No need to be frugal with him." Fu Shi had taken on the role of a teacher in Jincheng for a few days, a fact he had learned from Chu Qi on the 7th day, and he found it rather fantastical. He felt that this prince was indeed becoming enmeshed. Jiang Hai had heard of this, but witnessing it firsthand gave him a different perspective. His gaze swept over the two, his eyes glimmering. If the prince were genuinely interested in Song Li, then the Fu family and the capital would undoubtedly be abuzz with excitement. Leaning against the railing of the private room, he surveyed the bustling hall below. The Shin family is indeed unwilling to be overshadowed, having ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor featured 6 private rooms, one of which, named Yuqing, was never open to the public and remained shrouded in mystery. The other 5 included one reserved for the Fu family, while the remaining 4 could be booked by anyone with sufficient wealth. The 4 prominent families of the capital, Gu, Zhong, Shun, and Duan, had always been emblematic of power and privilege. However, the Shin family had been on a downward trajectory in recent years, at risk of being ousted at any moment. It was unexpected that they were so willing to spend today. The Gu and Shin families had never been on amicable terms. Gu Wuyan leaned over, glancing at the opposite side before scoffing, putting on a bold front. Tan Beishing continued to stare at the exorbitant menu, biting her lip but ultimately daring not to order. Song Li snatched the menu from her hands and called over the attendant designated for this private room, casually stating, "Bring out one portion of the top 10 signature dishes." The top 10 signature dishes of the 1st floor would not cost less than 50 million. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuyan was taken aback, then burst into a charming laugh. This little beauty certainly has a flair for extravagance. Chapter 159. Jiang Xiao, are you questioning life today? Jiang Hui turned his head to look at the nonchalant girl, his brow furrowing slightly, yet the gentleman beside her maintained a gentle demeanor and said nothing. Chu Qi noted his expression, feeling it necessary to enlighten him about Song Li's past exploits. He discreetly moved closer and whispered, Jiang Xiao, you must not underestimate Miss Song. Jiang Hai glanced at him. Chu Qi partially covered his mouth with his hand, lowering his voice to a whisper. You may have heard from Gu Xiao that Miss Song can repair cars, modify them, and drive. But you likely do not know that previously in Jincheng, Miss Song won half of the Zhai family's fortune. Old Master Zhai treated her with the utmost respect. The Zhai family's patriarch was a cunning old fox. After his grandson was beaten, he relinquished half of his fortune without daring to utter a word. Chu Qi still found this incident astonishing. Jiang Hui was aware of Song Li's victory over Gu Ling, leading to her financial ruin. But hearing this now only caused him to frown. And then? Chu Qi continued. Miss Song is also the deeply hidden adopted daughter of old Master Zhong. Jiang Hui's eyes flickered with surprise. What? She is old Master Zhong's adopted daughter? Everyone had heard rumors about this adopted daughter, but had never seen her in person, leading many to believe she was merely a fabrication by old Master Zhong. Noticing the two influential figures glancing over, Chu Qi hastily tugged on his sleeve. Jiang Xiao, keep your voice down. There's even more. Jiang Hui suppressed his astonishment. What else? Chu Qi responded. The mysterious heir of the North China Chamber of Commerce is also Miss Song. Jiang Hui's pupils dilated in disbelief. Are you joking? He turned his gaze towards Song Li. On the sofa, the girl lounged with her legs crossed, her posture relaxed and commanding, her brows lowered as she played a game, radiating an undeniable aura of defiance. None of what Chu Qi had said seemed to coincide with her demeanor. Chu Qi's expression was complex. If you don't believe me, you can ask my master or Gu Xiao or even Zhou Xiangshan, the president of the North China Chamber of Commerce, who will tell you that Miss Song was the founder of the North China Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Hui, how is that possible? At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The trained attendants entered in an orderly fashion, placing the dishes on the table before gracefully retreating. The dishes were all presented in uniquely designed glass ceramic ware, the food fragrant and appealing, artfully plated, evoking a sense of luxury akin to fine art, so exquisite that one hesitated to partake. Yet for Song Li, food was merely sustenance. After quitting the game, she approached the table with her thermos in hand, took the utensils offered by the man, and called out to Tan Beixing to eat. Chu Qi pointed at Song Li's thermos and whispered to Jiang Hui, Jiang Xiao, did you see that? Just recently, my master spent a fortune creating that thermos using nanotechnology. Jiang Hui, I know about that thermos. I was present at the time and was curious why this prince would go to such lengths to create a thermos. Was it for Song Li? Chu Qi spoke earnestly, as if imparting wisdom. Jiang Xiao, I share this with you to emphasize that you must not underestimate Miss Song. Do not assume her extravagance stems from naivety or a desire for my master's wealth. Do not provoke her. Her temper is fierce, or else. Jiang Hai interjected, you should be quiet. A hint of a smile tugged at his lips. Right now, I simply wish to know what transpired after Gu Wian took Ego to the countryside. What could have transformed this prince, who was once resolute in his pursuit of S-God and the 319 biomedical engineering project, into this gentle, pliable figure? Chu Qi rubbed his nose. Jiang Xiao, you will undoubtedly question life itself. How wealthy must the Wen family, hidden behind the first tower, truly be? Despite not being his first visit, Gu Wian couldn't help but click his tongue at the jade chopsticks in his hand. Fu Shi poured a glass of warm water for Song Li and spoke nonchalantly. One is willing to strike, and the other is willing to bear it. The first tower epitomizes power and luxury, yet no one is coerced into visiting. The fortune amassed is solely the tower's doing. However, little is known about the enigmatic Wen family, the proprietors behind the first tower, even more elusive than the Fu family. Chapter 160. Next time. Don't come to me with such trifles. Tan Beixing placed the meticulously deboned fish onto Song Li's bowl and resumed peeling shrimp for her. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow and transferred a piece of fish from his own bowl to hers. Song Li looked up, her dark, bright eyes meeting his. Fu Shi stated with a serious tone, you're too thin, eat more. Gu Wian chuckled softly, musing that this young master was likely caught in a snare of love. The beauty trap. A sharp glare from Fu Shi silenced him, his voice cool and cutting. Can't 50 million in delicacies silence your tongue? Gu Wian sighed. His father is a chatterbox and his mother, fearing he would turn out like his father, named him Wian to encourage brevity. Yet his romantic exploits contradict his name entirely. Ahem. Jiang Hui, still unaccustomed to this tender side of the prince, cleared his throat to break the silence and steered the conversation back to business. Has that mysterious hacker, King, made any progress?
Heubuyan Sai deeply. No.
Jiang Hui furrowed his brow in contemplation, given that he assists brother Yi and does so promptly. Could he be someone we know? It's not impossible. Gu Wuyen pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened, but if we had such a remarkable hacker among us, how could we be unaware? Fu Shi had little to say, seizing Tan Beixing's task to peel shrimp for the girl, his demeanor cold as he commanded. Have the base in the Delta lock onto this IP. Many of his hackers were renowned on the global leaderboard. If they couldn't catch X, catching King should be a mere formality. Jiang Hui nodded. I'll have Interpol keep an eye on it as well. Listening to their conversation, Song Li leisurely nibbled on a rib, glancing at her phone to check incoming messages. Her brow furrowed in irritation. Setting down her chopsticks, she said slowly, I'm going to the restroom. As she made to leave, Gu Wuyen called after her. There's S1 in the private room. Song Li turned to him. Her gaze flat. I prefer to go out. Gu Wuyen replied, the third-floor private rooms all have restrooms, and no one is using the common one. Song Li decisively locked the door behind her and stood before the wash basin. Removing the silver clasp from her collar, she swiftly reassembled her necklace into a miniature computer. A stream of unintelligible green symbols cascaded across the wall's projection. Her alabaster fingers danced across the virtual keyboard. A minute later, she paused, extracting her phone to send a message. Do not contact me for such trivial matters in the future. In the private room, Jiang Hui received a call. After hanging up, his handsome, scholarly face contorted into a frown. Gu Wuyen raised an eyebrow. Is the sky falling? Jiang Hui ignored him, turning to Fu Shi. The first tower has been hacked. Fu Shi looked up. When? Just now. Jiang Hui's expression grew grave. The intruders are several international criminals whose traces were captured by Interpol. But the attack was thwarted in under 2 minutes by another hacker who left behind a mysterious codename. His expression turned even more complex as he uttered, King. Fu Shi's dark pupils flickered. Are you certain? Jiang Hui nodded, absolutely. Gu Wuyen licked his lips, his elongated peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief. We have yet to unearth X, and now another elusive King surfaces. Why is this room not available for public sale? Miss, I sincerely apologize. But this is a private room and is never available for public sale. Isn't the first tower supposed to be expensive? Name your price for this room. I have plenty of money. Miss, it's not a matter of money. This room is genuinely not for sale. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the private room. Chapter 161. The A-class black card of the first tower. The private room was soundproof, yet since Song Li had left the door ajar, the noise was quite audible. Gu Wuyen gestured to Chu Qi. Go check it out. Chu Qi smirked but complied, pulling the door open slightly. The Fu family's private room faced the one marked with Yu Qing's name. At that moment, 4 or 5 individuals stood outside the door. One woman wore a high-end gown adorned with silver patterns, draped in a crimson coat, her makeup flawlessly delicate. Isn't it just money? As one of the 4 prominent families of the capital, can our Shin family not afford a room at your first tower? Her tone dripped with arrogance, embodying the demeanor of a pampered young lady. The manager frowned. Regardless of who you are, this room is not for sale. You Nana, let it go. Just as the woman was about to persist, a man in a black bespoke suit, striking yet possessing an exotic allure, interjected, sitting elsewhere is just as good. Not the same. Shun Hongna retorted. The third-floor private rooms of the first tower symbolize status and power. The man glanced at the private room, finding the manager's attitude peculiar, and asked with curiosity, why is this room not available for sale? Surely there must be a reason? He was polite, unlike the woman's aggressive demeanor. The manager explained, this is considered the first tower's premier private room, exclusively for holders of the A-class black card. Shen Hongna frowned. Isn't it just a worthless card? How much is it? I'll get one. The manager smirked slightly, a hint of barely concealed mockery in his eyes. There is only one A-class black card in the entire world, and its holder is a lady of the first tower. Inside the Fu family's private room, Gu Wuyen and Jiang Hui were drawn to Shun Hongna's self-introduction, peering through the door to watch the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the manager's words, Jiang Hui knitted his brow. I've heard of the A-class black card. It's a level above Brother Yi's top-tier black card. But I've never heard of a lady at the first tower. The first tower has always remained a mystery, with no force capable of shaking its foundation. What everyone knew was that the owner behind the first tower was the Wen family of Yongzhou. Yet that family had only one son, with no daughters. Shun Hongna had brought friends today, and after such a commotion, she felt deeply insulted by the manager. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Bring your boss here. I'm determined to secure this room today." The manager remained unmoved, maintaining a calm yet firm demeanor. "If this lady continues to cause a scene, we will have no choice but to call security." Shun Hongna scoffed. "Go ahead. I'd like to see who dares to touch me." Miss Shin certainly has a grand demeanor. Suddenly, the door to the opposite private room swung open, and a voice laced with mockery poured out, accompanied by a figure appearing like a winding mountain path. Looking up, they saw a man with gray-white hair and a charming face. It was Gu Wuyen. The Gu and Shin families had always been at odds. Gu Wuyen never hesitated to seize an opportunity to revel in the drama when it unfolded. Leaning against the door with his arms crossed and a devil-may-care smile, he quipped, "The Shin family is indeed affluent." Securing 2 private rooms on the 3rd floor of the first tower is no small feat. Shun Hongna had not anticipated anyone being in the Fu room, let alone Gu Wuyen. She had heard that he was usually inseparable from the young master of the Fu family. A flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes as she instinctively glanced behind him. Is Fu Xiao here as well? In the capital, social standings were distinctly divided. The title of young master was not one to be casually bestowed. Only the Gu and Fu families could address one another thus, while the Shun and Duan families were only worthy of calling him Fu Xiao. Whether he was present or not seemed irrelevant to Miss Shin. Jiang He emerged gracefully, discreetly closing the door behind him to shield himself from Shun Hongna's inquisitive gaze. Fu Shiyi, with his unparalleled beauty and esteemed status, was an object of desire for countless admirers. Years prior, Shun Hongna had even implored the head of the Shin family to propose to the Fu family on her behalf, only to be summarily rejected by Fu Shiyi's father, Fu Qing. In fact, Fu Shiyi had not even deigned to cast her a glance. Following this incident, Shun Hongna became a subject of ridicule among the elite of the capital, ultimately choosing to expatriate. It appeared she had only just returned. Chapter 162. Such extravagance. Does your father know? It was evident that Shun Hongna was reminded of this past, as her complexion flushed. Jiang He smiled enigmatically, stating, "Surely. It is common knowledge that the Yuqing Pavilion on the 1st floor is never open to the public. It is a private box." "Why, Miss Shun, would you abandon the Shin family's box to impose upon us here?" Shun Hongna's eyes flickered momentarily before she regained her composure, replying coolly, "I have invited friends. And naturally, a private box is warranted to reflect my regard for them." A sudden burst of laughter erupted, drawing the attention of all present. A girl with purple hair had appeared outside the group, her laughter vibrant and infectious. It was Wang Yu. Beside her stood the dashing Song Li. Gu Wuyen was taken aback. "Little beauty, weren't you heading to the restroom? How did you end up with this wild girl?" Song Li ambled over, hands casually tucked in her pockets, and replied nonchalantly, "I ran into her at the restroom entrance." Gu Wuyen, incredulous, remarked, "What a coincidence." The unexpected arrival of these 2 strikingly beautiful girls captivated the attention of all the men present, including Shun Hongna's companion, who was transfixed by Song Li's allure. Jealousy flickered in Shun Hongna's eyes, and a sense of displeasure arose within her. Yet, she could not vent her frustrations towards her friends. Directing her ire instead at the still laughing girl, "What are you laughing at?" Wang Yu, with a lollipop in her mouth, chuckled even more heartily. "I'm simply amused by Miss Shin's ability to fabricate lies without a script." Shun Hongna's expression shifted. "What nonsense are you spouting? The Shin family is one of the 4 great families of the capital. How could we possibly be unable to secure a box on the 3rd floor? Gu Wuyen caught the scent of gossip, leaning closer to inquire, "What is the commotion?" Jiang He also perked up, eager to hear more. For the Shin family's misfortunes were always a source of amusement. Song Li glanced at the inquisitive duo and tilted her head towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu replied, "The Shin family couldn't afford the 3rd floor box. They relied on the head of the Shin family's face to scrape together half the cost, sharing with others to secure a box adjacent to it." With a mischievous grin, she continued, "I happened to pass by and found it amusing, never expecting to encounter Miss Shin here." Observing Shun Hongna's darkening expression confirmed Wang Yu's words to be true. It seemed the Shin family had resorted to such desperate measures to gain access to the 3rd floor. What a farce! Gu Wuyen burst into laughter. Wiping away tears of mirth, the Shin family truly knows how to make a spectacle of themselves. Jiang He raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The man beside Shun Hongna furrowed his brow, glancing at them. Is it too much to bully a girl like this? Gu Wuyan, with a playful glint in his eye, retorted, is it excessive? Before he could finish. Someone privy to the situation swiftly intervened, whispering something in his ear. The man's expression shifted. He was merely accompanying Shun Hongna to the capital. Involving himself in family disputes would only invite trouble. Casting a glance at Shun Hongna, then at Gu Wuyan and the others, he stepped back, choosing silence. Shun Hongna felt her ears burn with embarrassment and called out to the manager nearby. Where's your boss? The manager of the first floor, Wen Chuan, had arrived, first greeting Gu Wuyan and Jiang He before approaching Shun Hongna with an impassive demeanor. Miss Shen, as I have stated before, the Yuqing Pavilion is not open to the public. Gu Wuyan and Jiang He exchanged glances, reveling in the unfolding drama. And what of those two unexpected wild girls? It was rumored that Fu Shiyi might be inside the private room. Leaving now would be a disgrace. Suppressing her humiliation, Shun Hongna coldly declared, regardless of your policies, I demand this box be sold to me today. Name your price. Gu Wuyan chuckled. Miss Shen, your extravagance is astonishing. Does your father know you're sharing a box with someone else? Manager Zhu maintained a neutral expression, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Even if Miss Shen were to offer the entire fortune of the Shen family, the Yuqing Pavilion is simply not for sale today. Chapter 163. I am your father. Gu Wuyan found this to be the most entertaining gossip he had encountered all year, relishing in Shun Hongna's plight. Hey, if I were you, I would find a hole to hide in. As the heir to the prestigious Gu family, it was quite a disgrace to be trailing behind others, leading one to wonder if the Gu family relied on flattery for their standing. Just then, a mocking male voice drifted in from outside. The newcomer, dressed in a sharp suit with an androgynous charm, was none other than Shinji, the eldest son of the Shun family. Shun Hongna turned, her grievance spilling forth as her eyes reddened. Brother, Gu Wuyan and Jiang He are bullying me. TSK. Wang Yu bit her lollipop. What a classic case of the villain crying foul. Jiang He narrowed his eyes. It was clearly Miss Shen who attempted to pressure the first floor into granting her access to the Yuqing Pavilion, only to be rebuffed. How could you claim we are bullying you? Shinji's previous remarks insinuated that the Gu family had become subservient to the Fu family, relying on flattery to maintain their status within the four great families. The Shun and Gu families had a history of discord. Gu Wuyan remained unfazed, his gaze sharp. Shinji, do not forget that it was your Shin family that initiated hostilities against the Gu family. The four great families, though distinct in their rise, were bound by mutual checks and balances. In the past, the Sun family had maintained amicable relations with the Gu family, but the Shun family had meddled, ousting the Sun family and aligning with the Duan family, placing the blame squarely on the Gu family. Gu Wuyan and Shinji had always clashed. So what? Shinji met Gu Wuyan's gaze with cold amusement. Your grandfather is aging. He will pass soon enough. Your father is incapable, and you are merely a burden. The Gu family will inevitably fall, but you are clever enough to have latched onto the Fu family as heir. Keep it up. And perhaps the Gu family will survive a few more years. His words were careless, showing no concern for whether Fu Shiyi was present. Gu Wuyan's face darkened. Shinji, do you truly believe the Gu family would hesitate to act against the Shin family? Jiang He narrowed his eyes. It seems the only thing you excel at, Shen Gongzi, is running your mouth.
Hey.
Just as Shinji was about to retort, Wang Yu interjected, her smile enigmatic. The Shin family cannot even afford a box on the third floor of the first floor, yet you still have the audacity to insult Gu Wuyan? Shinji turned his gaze towards her. And who might you be? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. I am your father. Jiang He, though unfamiliar with Wang Yu, sensed her alliance with Song Li based on their previous interactions. He felt it was prudent to inquire further, leaning towards Gu Wuyan. What is her story? She seems quite formidable. Gu Wuyan smirked. Formidable indeed. Otherwise, how could she have bested him just a while ago? In all his acquaintance with Song Li, he had only seen her surrounded by equally fierce individuals. Suddenly, a loud drumroll resonated from downstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, Wen Chuan announced, breaking the silence that followed Wang Yu's remark, the auction is about to commence. Shen Hongna snapped back to attention, disregarding Wang Yu's previous comment, and tugged at Shinji's sleeve, pouting, brother, I just won the Yuqing. Shinji, ever the doting brother, noticed her reddened eyes and glanced at her friends, letting out a helpless sigh. He turned to Wen Chuan. My sister merely wishes to dine with her friends in this box. We will leave once we finish. The first floor can name any price. The auction could not be delayed. The most important items were yet to come. With someone overseeing the proceedings downstairs, Wen Chuan felt no need for concern. Observing the troublesome siblings, I spoke in a low tone. I reiterate, regardless of the sum, Yuqing shall remain off-limits. Shunji furrowed his brows. Rules are immutable, yet people are dynamic. Why must the first pavilion forsake profit? Indeed. Shen Hongna chimed in with a cold snort. If you cannot make the decision, then summon your superior. The overarching authority of the first pavilion had always been Wen Chuan, while the true owner behind the scenes was none other than the scion of the Wen family, a figure no one had ever laid eyes upon. Gu Wuyan sneered. As one of the daughters of the four great families, have you not heard of the first pavilion's regulations? Chapter 164. Is it necessary to bully you with power? In this capital city, among the powerful, only Fu Shi could command a modicum of respect from the first pavilion. However, even Fu Shi could not gain entry into the private room of Yuqing. Shen Hongna's words were nothing short of foolish. Wen Chuan's expression darkened, his patience waning. The auction has commenced. If you too wish to partake in the bidding and dining, the first pavilion welcomes you. If not, kindly take your leave. Having grown up accustomed to getting anything she desired, Shen Hongna was dismayed, except for Fu Shi, of course.
Today,
She had boasted about hosting foreign friends on the third floor of the first pavilion, but now, unable to even enter the private room, how could she maintain her dignity? Brother. She tugged at Shinji's sleeve, her eyes pleading. Shinji was far more aware of the first pavilion's rules than Shen Hongna. There had been instances where those who relied on their power to provoke the first pavilion vanished from the capital overnight, although no one spoke of it. Nor was there evidence to implicate the first pavilion. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. Since then, no one dared to cause a ruckus at the first pavilion, let alone provoke it. Yet here they stood. Gu Wuyan must not be allowed to witness the Shen family's humiliation. With a somber gaze, Shunji softened his tone towards Wen Chuan. We harbor no ill intent towards the first pavilion. My younger sister merely wishes to host a few noble friends in Z country and seeks the best treatment. Might I inquire how you, Mr. Wen, could demonstrate your magnanimity and grant an exception for the Shen family this once? A burst of laughter erupted from Wang Yu before Wen Chuan and Gu Wuyan could respond. To grant the Shen family an exception? Do you truly believe the Shen family holds any significance? Without waiting for Shinji to retort, Wang Yu, her lollipop in hand, leaned nonchalantly against the wall, her lavender eyeliner accentuating her provocative demeanor, and added, Today, if you even manage to step into Yuqing, I shall kneel and call you father. Such brazen arrogance. Gu Wuyan dared not utter such words. He merely tugged at his lips, casting a discreet glance at the ever-cool observer, Song Li, and muttered, That haughty disposition is quite reminiscent of you. Song Li raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Otherwise, how could I have such a person by my side? This is what it means to have no useless individuals around the strong, unlike Tan Beixing, whose aura is much softer. Gu Wuyan smirked. So, to be your person, one must tread such a wild path. A deep, melodious voice, tinged with the faint scent of sandalwood, wafted down from above. Song Li lifted his eyelids, noticing the earnestness in Fu Shi's deep gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. If that person were teacher sure, then it would be unnecessary. The girl's eyes sparkled with a fierce brightness. Her brows arched in defiance, the upward tilt of her eyes exuding a hint of mischief, undeniably captivating. Fu Shi's lips curled into a playful smile, his deep-set eyes gleaming with intrigue. An exception for me? Just then, the sound of a gong echoed from downstairs. The voice of the etiquette attendant resonated through the microphone. The auction officially begins. The electronic screen in the private room illuminated, showcasing a 3D projection of the first auction item, revealing intricate details from every angle for the guests. Fu Shi lowered his gaze towards the girl. If there's anything you fancy, do let me know, and I shall bid for you. Song Li raised an eyebrow, a playful smile forming as he glanced toward Tan Beixing, who was quietly nibbling on rib bones in the private room. If there's anything you like, just say it, and I'll bid for you. Tan Beixing's small face flushed with embarrassment. Gu Wuyan and Jiang Heyi exchanged knowing glances, silently lamenting the arduous path Fu Shi must traverse to win her heart. The group suddenly stood at the doorway, engrossed in conversation, as if Shinji and his sister were mere phantoms. Shunji could act without restraint towards Gu Wuyan, yet the Shen family could not afford to offend Fu Shi. However, it was that colorful little wild girl who had just insulted and derided them. Though the Shen family may no longer hold the influence they once did, They remained one of the 4 great families of the capital. To be so humiliated and then retreat would only invite further disdain upon the Shin family in the future. Shun Ji's gaze darkened. This is a private feud between the Gu and Shin families. It has nothing to do with you, young Master Fu. Are you attempting to bully us with your power? Fu Shi, hands casually tucked into his pockets, lifted his gaze languidly. His tone icy. Is it necessary to bully you using power? Chapter 165. But I can allow you to enter. The words were eloquent, and Gu Weyan laughed with abandon. Indeed, is it necessary to bully you with power? Jiang He added with a subtle smile. For someone to accuse young Master Shi of bullying, Xin Xiao certainly takes the lead. As the heir of the capital, Fu Shi embodied unparalleled power. Shun Ji's expression darkened, his fists clenching as he glared at Gu Weyan. If you possess any ability, do not hide behind young Master Fu. A provocation. Although Gu Weyan was not easily swayed, he stepped forward, raising an eyebrow. What is that?
A duel?
Young Master Fu, Shun Hongna interjected suddenly, biting her lip. Her demeanor feeble. We merely wish to reserve a private room on the 3rd floor. You need not insult us so. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Yu crunched her lollipop. Smirking, a white lotus has emerged. This remark instantly extinguished the tears that had welled in Shun Hongna's eyes, leaving her complexion pale. Shun Ji inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and under pressure, met Fu Shi's gaze. Young Master Gu is here to protect you. Surely you do not intend to protect this woman as well? He referred to Wang Yu. Fu Shi's expression remained impassive. And if I do? Shun Ji gritted his teeth. I do not recall you ever having an interest in women, especially not those of dubious caliber. Who is dubious? Wang Yu retorted, her temper flaring. Do you believe I wouldn't blow up your Shin family right now? Shinji replied with a cold laugh. You'd better have the courage to do so. As Wang Yu prepared to charge out to strike, Song Li suddenly called out to her. Wang Yu furrowed her brows and turned to him. Ignoring her, Song Li directed his cold gaze toward Shinji and his sister. You wish to book Yuqing? Shun Hongna glared at her, jealousy flickering in her eyes. What concern is it of yours? Whatever concern it may be, it is still mine. Song Li leaned casually against the doorframe. Her smile devilish. But I can allow you to enter. You can let us in? Shin Hongna laughed, as if hearing a joke. A person like you, without young Master Fu, would likely not even set foot in the 1st pavilion, let alone allow us into Yuqing. Are you truly a fool? Gu Weyan and Jiang He paused, frowning. Gu Weyan murmured. Little beauty, Yuqing is never open to the public. Your words are rather presumptuous. Song Li frowned, but I genuinely can let them in. Jiang He and Gu Weyan exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes silently questioning her sanity. The girl, resolute and earnest, exuded a rebellious spirit. Fu Shi, deep in thought, harbored a sudden suspicion, his eyes darkening